Chapter 1. Artificial Respiration. Gao Feng, wake up. In a daze. Gao Feng felt someone pressing on his chest and blowing air in his mouth. Cough. As he expelled some seawater, he gradually opened his eyes. Before him knelt a stunning beauty on the beach, gazing at him. His gaze drifted downward. Wow. Quite impressive. She wore a white, low-cut short-sleeved top and denim jeans, her clothes soaked, accentuating her exquisite figure. You finally awoke. I exerted tremendous effort to bring you back to life, Li Fei said, her cheeks flushing as she turned her head away. Li Fei? You performed artificial respiration? Where are we? Gao Feng licked his lips, savoring a sweet, lingering taste. He propped himself up slowly and looked towards the west. This is a deserted island. I found you lying on the beach when I woke up, Li Fei replied, her expression equally perplexed. A deserted island? Gao Feng shook his head, bewildered at how he had ended up here. Memories flooded back. He had been aboard an international cruise ship, capturing photographs, when suddenly a massive whirlpool had emerged, pulling everyone on deck into the sea. And then the ship had sunk. After that, everything was a blur. Li Fei, the class beauty from university, was also Gao Feng's secret crush. He never expected such serendipity. She had just saved him with artificial respiration, and his heart swelled with delight. He stood up and surveyed the expansive island. Thick jungles lay behind him, and distant mountains loomed on the horizon. Before him sprawled an endless sea. Let's head forward and search for other survivors, Gao Feng suggested to Li Fei. She nodded in agreement and followed closely. Approaching a rocky outcrop, Gao Feng noticed a small black package floating nearby. Upon opening it, he was pleasantly surprised to find a lighter and a box of damp cigarettes inside. He picked up the lighter and attempted to ignite it a few times, but it wouldn't spark. It must have been waterlogged. He resolved to dry it out later. The two continued their search but found no one else. The heat was oppressive, and their throats grew parched from the trek. Gao Feng, I'm thirsty. Do you have any solutions? Li Fei looked at him, swallowing hard. Let's go into the woods and look for coconuts, Gao Feng replied, heading toward the trees that he walked ahead with Li Fei trailing behind. After a short distance, a sudden noise made Gao Feng alert. As he approached, he discovered a ripe coconut that had fallen, surrounded by several coconut trees, the ground littered with decaying coconuts. He decided to quench Li Fei's thirst first before devising a way to gather more. He picked up a coconut and approached her. Look what I found. Gao Feng exclaimed proudly. It's a coconut. We can finally have something to drink. Li Fei's eyes lit up with joy as she jumped in excitement. However, Gao Feng faced a dilemma. He knew the coconut's shell was hard, and he had no tools. That he glanced at the nearby stones, placed the coconut on the ground, and picked up a rock, striking with force. Li Fei clenched her fist beside him, anxiously watching. Gao Feng, feeling fatigued, thought to exchange roles with her. It was not until Gao Feng struck the coconut 5 or 6 times that it finally cracked open, and he hurriedly picked it up to quench Li Fei's thirst. Fei took a few sips and intended to pass it back to Gao Feng, but he declined. I'll drink later. There are coconut trees over there, and he'll go pick some more, he said with unwavering confidence. Li Fei nodded and continued to drink eagerly. The two then made their way to the grove of coconut trees. Without hesitation, Gao Feng climbed the tree, which was not particularly tall. Be careful. Watch your safety, Li Fei exclaimed, astonished by Gao Feng's agility. Before long, Gao Feng reached the coconuts and looked down. Step aside, I'm going to toss them down. Li Fei nodded and moved to the side. Soon, several coconuts were sent tumbling down, but Gao Feng did not rush to descend. Instead, he gazed into the distance, where an expanse of land stretched endlessly, devoid of any human structures. Why aren't you coming down? What are you looking at? Li Fei called out to Gao Feng. As he climbed down, Li Fei had already gathered the coconuts together. Gao Feng removed his jacket and filled it with the coconuts until it was brimming. He then carried it towards the beach, recounting everything he had seen from the tree, as Li Fei cast him an approving glance. Gao Feng opened one coconut and handed it to Li Fei. I just had a drink. You must be exhausted. Go ahead and drink. Li Fei pushed the coconut back towards him. Gao Feng greedily drank, the cool liquid sliding down his throat, refreshing and invigorating. He also indulged in the coconut meat. He remembered to take out his lighter, dismantling it to let it dry in the sun. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Gao Feng reassembled the lighter. With a flick, it ignited, and he grinned at Li Fei, saying, now we can start a fire. It will provide us with a sense of security tonight. That That's wonderful, Li Fei replied with a smile. With that, they both ventured into the forest to search for dry twigs. The woods were abundant with branches, and soon a bonfire rose on the beach. Before long, Gao Feng felt his stomach rumble, having consumed just one coconut. It had not sufficed. Li Fei, you must be hungry too. Wait here, I'll check by the sea, he said, glancing towards the ocean. Li Fei chuckled, not idle herself, as she continued to gather branches in the woods. Upon reaching the shoreline, Gao Feng found nothing and decided to investigate the rocks, which are likely home to various fish. Unfortunately, without a hook or spear, he could not catch any to take back. Suddenly, a shrill scream echoed from the woods. Gao Feng quickly seized a stone and dashed into the forest, where he found Li Fei frozen against a tree. What happened? Did you see something? He inquired, raising the stone and scanning the surroundings. Seeing Gao Feng approach, Li Fei hid behind him, pointing into the depths of the forest. A large wild boar just ran past me. Gao Feng checked the area and confirmed that there were no signs of the boar. It had likely fled far away. Li Fei then exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she had not been harmed otherwise. The consequences could have been dire. Everything on this island was shrouded in uncertainty. When they had awakened on the island, their phones and watches had fallen into the sea. Now, even the woods felt unsafe, and they settled down beside the bonfire. As dusk descended, Gao Feng cracked open 2 coconuts, each indulging in their contents. Have you married since graduation? Gao Feng glanced at Li Fei and inquired. Not yet, that I just came out on vacation with my partner, but now I have no idea whether he is alive or dead. Li Fei sighed, then turned to Gao Feng. What about your significant other? Ahem, who has time for that? I'm always busy with work. I took leave to unwind, only to find myself stranded on a deserted island. Gao Feng replied with a wry smile. Li Fei smiled faintly. Do you think rescue will arrive here? All we can do is wait for now. Gao Feng shook his head in resignation. The evening sea breeze wafted in, bringing a hint of chill. Gradually, Li Fei succumbed to fatigue and lay down to rest. Gao Feng lay beside her, watching the sleeping beauty, feeling a heat rising within him. He wondered what time would bring. Occasionally, the crackling firewood would emit a pop. Chapter 2. Crisis. As dawn approached, the temperature began to rise. Gao Feng awoke and added some wood to the fire, reviving its flickering flames. At that moment, Li Fei also stirred, rubbing her eyes as her stomach grumbled. You're awake, Gao Feng said, handing her a freshly cracked coconut. Li Fei smiled as she accepted the coconut and took a sip. We'll go into the forest to gather more coconuts, he added. After collecting some, he was about to return when he suddenly heard cries for help. Gao Feng set down the coconuts, grasped a wooden stick, and cautiously moved toward the source of the commotion. Pushing aside the obstructing foliage, he was instantly consumed by rage at the sight before him. A young woman was bound to a tree, being harassed by a lecherous middle-aged man. If you don't comply, he'll kill you, the man snarled, exuding a sense of triumph. Bah, you're nothing but an ugly beast, the woman retorted, spitting in his face with fury. You're asking for death, the man growled, preparing to tear her clothing. In a flash, Gao Feng darted behind the man and struck him unconscious with a stick. The woman gasped in shock at the sight. Gao Feng quickly untied her, and once she regained her composure, she expressed her gratitude. After searching the man's belongings, Gao Feng found a dagger, his eyes lighting up with hope, and took the rope as well. This is no place to linger, we must leave now, he said with a grave expression. The woman nodded in agreement and followed Gao Feng back to the beach, carrying coconuts. Li Fei sighed in relief upon seeing Gao Feng return safely, though she was curious about the unfamiliar woman by his side. Gao Feng recounted the details of the encounter. The woman introduced herself as Zhang Xiaomei, a survivor who had been deceived by the man into believing there was food and drink in the forest, only to end up bound. On this deserted island, devoid of law, morality, and humanity, the true nature of individuals was laid bare. He must have accomplices. We need to remain vigilant, Gao Feng cautioned. Refusing to lower his guard, he found a long wooden stick and sharpened one end with his dagger, then handed the dagger to Li Fei for her protection. Wait here for me, I shall catch some sea fish, Gao Feng stated. If any strangers approach, shout for me. Li Fei and Zhang Xiaomei nodded in agreement. Gao Feng climbed onto a rock and discovered a multitude of large fish swimming beneath, albeit at a considerable depth. Having been a swimmer since childhood, this depth posed no challenge for him. With a powerful leap, he arced through the air and plunged into the sea, deftly propelling himself downward with both hands and feet. He aimed for a sizable fish and soon caught 3 large ones. By this time, Li Fei and her companion had managed to kindle a robust fire. What enormous fish! You're incredible! I'll take care of the fish, Li Fei exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement as she stepped forward to receive the fish from Gao Feng. Once she finished preparing them, Zhang Xiaomei happily took the fish to the shore to wash them clean. Upon her return, Gao Feng had skewered the fish onto 3 wooden sticks and began to roast them. The aroma of the fish wafted through the air, and as the fish oil dripped onto the flames, the fire blazed even brighter. Once cooked, Gao Feng distributed 1 fish to each of them. "I'll share one with Xiaomei. Your contribution is the greatest," Li Fei remarked, her gaze filled with genuine concern for Gao Feng. "Indeed, you even saved me." "I had already agreed with Li Fei that you should eat more," Zhang Xiaomei added with a smile. "Not necessary. After I finish, they'll catch more. There are plenty of fish in the sea." Gao Feng waved his hand dismissively. The 2 women began to eat joyfully, the fish slightly fishy yet splendid under the circumstances. All 3 savored their meal carefully, leaving not a morsel wasted. After satiating their hunger, they rested for a while. Gao Feng set out again and caught 3 more large fish, along with several sizable lobsters. Seeing that dinner was secure, he casually removed his short sleeves and laid them on a rock to Li Fei, noticing his well-defined 8-pack abs and muscular build, blushed and lowered her gaze, saying, "You have such a remarkable physique." Well, my brother is a world boxing champion, and when I have free time, he trains me as a sparring partner," Gao Feng replied, scratching his head, slightly embarrassed. Zhang Xiaomei beside them was also taken aback. The weather was splendid, and the sun shone brightly. His clothes dried swiftly, and Gao Feng donned them once more. "Oh look, that man is coming back," Zhang Xiaomei exclaimed, frightened, and hid behind Gao Feng. Gao Feng turned to see the man leading the group was indeed the one who had kidnapped Zhang Xiaomei. Following him was a tall, middle-aged man, likely the leader, accompanied by a henchman. "Zhao Lu, who dared to strike you?" The middle-aged man swaggered over. "It was that brat. He had the audacity to hit me and take my dagger. I will make him pay." Zhao Lu pointed furiously at Gao Feng. "It was you who acted like a rogue. Besides, I merely knocked you out," Gao Feng retorted coldly. "Are you referring to that woman?" "Ha! All the resources on this island belong to the boss, including the women," Zhao Lu sneered, gesturing toward Zhang Xiaomei and the surrounding area. "Everyone is waiting for rescue. Please do not overstep your bounds." Gao Feng clenched his fists tightly. "This desolate island offers no salvation. Resign yourself to that fact." Zhao Lu approached, brandishing a wooden stick. Instinctively, Gao Feng handed a dagger to Li Fei, instructing her and the other woman to defend themselves, then grasped a wooden stick and advanced. "What's this? Seeking to be a hero? That depends on whose strength prevails. We've already claimed those 2 women behind you." Zhao Lu glanced at his leader, indicating he had been given the green light. Zhao Lu stepped forward, raising the wooden stick to strike at Gao Feng, who effortlessly parried the blow. With a surge of force, Zhao Lu stumbled back several paces. "I didn't expect you to possess such strength," Zhao Lu remarked, a look of disbelief on his face. Gao Feng swung his stick with force, and the 2 wooden implements collided, splintering into fragments. Zhao Lu raised his hand to block, but Gao Feng seized the opportunity, driving his right foot into the ground to create a deep pit and surged forward, grasping Zhao Lu by the neck and lifting him off the ground. Zhao Lu desperately struck at Gao Feng's arms, his legs thrashing in panic. Gao Feng maintained control, having no intention of taking Zhao Li's life. Moments later, Zhao Li's face turned a deep shade of purple. His body slackened as he succumbed to unconsciousness. With a casual motion, Gao Feng cast Zhao Lu aside like an unwanted garment onto the beach. The middle-aged man, astonished by Gao Feng's prowess, stood frozen and remarked, "Well done, young man, you are indeed a hidden gem. Care to join my team?" "Not interested. I kindly ask that you cease your harassment," Gao Feng replied, turning away. After a while, Zhao Lu regained consciousness on the ground, clutching his neck and coughing violently, as if he might expel his very lungs. What a pathetic fool! Reduced to such a state, the middle-aged man looked at Zhao Lu with palpable disdain. Chapter 3. Counterattack. Seeing that Gao Feng was unharmed, Li Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Feng approached, gesturing for Li Fei and the others to roast fish and shrimp. Boss, I didn't expect that kid to be so fast. I underestimated him, Zhao Lu complained, striking the sand with his fist. That kid has some skills. He must have trained before, and he had a dagger with him. We must find another opportunity, the middle-aged man remarked with a smirk at the corner of his mouth. Gao Feng and his group roasted the fish to perfection, the tantalizing aroma wafting far and wide. Zhao Lu and his companions, not far from Gao Feng, were enticed by the delicious scent, their mouths watering in anticipation. They attempted to catch fish themselves, but only managed to snag a few small ones. Far less impressive than Gao Feng's catch. The middle-aged man stood up and walked towards Gao Feng, raising his hands to signal peace. He called out, "Hey friend, can we have a chat?" "Sure," Gao Feng nodded, noticing the man was unarmed and allowing himself to relax. "My name is Li Zhong, and you?" Li Zhong inquired. Gao Feng came to reply. "Could you spare some fish?" "We cannot catch anything over here," Li Zhong said with an unashamed grin. "That is not feasible." "Fishing depends on one's own abilities," Gao Feng replied, avoiding eye contact. Li Zhong glanced at the dagger on Gao Feng's belt, realizing his approach had failed. He left with a parting remark, turning away in anger. "You'll regret this." "Boss, I have a good idea. Once they—" Zhao Lu whispered conspiratorially into Li Zhong's ear. Li Zhong nodded in agreement. Despite their repeated attempts, Zhao Lu and his group could not catch any large fish and had to rely on a few coconuts to sustain themselves. As night fell, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Gao Feng stood up, noticing that Li Zhong's group had also lit a fire. He remained vigilant, unable to sleep for fear of a surprise attack. No one knew what those men were capable of. Li Fei and her companion, exhausted, eventually fell asleep beside each other. It was only when Gao Feng saw that 3 of Li Zhong's men were lying asleep on the beach that he allowed himself to lie down and close his eyes. In his dreams, Gao Feng saw Li Fei's boyfriend coming to find her, and Li Fei followed him, leaving him feeling heartbroken. When Gao Feng awoke, dawn had already broken. He quickly turned to check on Li Fei. She was still asleep, her oval face radiating beauty. Gao Feng's anxious heart finally settled. Although he was unsure whether Li Fei's boyfriend was alive or dead, he always hoped for her happiness and wished for her boyfriend's survival. Li Fei gradually awoke, noticing Gao Feng staring at her. "What's wrong?" she asked, a little shy. "Nothing. Nothing at all." Gao Feng abruptly turned away. Zhang Xiaomei also stirred awake, rubbing her eyes and looking at the two of them. "I'll go catch some fish. You two stay here and don't wander off," Gao Feng instructed, handing his dagger to Li Fei for protection. Li Fei and Zhang Xiaomei nodded in agreement. Gao Feng noticed Li Zhong not far away, sitting by the fire with a peculiar smile on his face. He took a spear and headed towards the spot where he had caught fish the day before, with Zhao Lu and another of Li Zhong's associates following closely behind. "We merely wished to observe your method of fishing. There was no ulterior motive." Zhao Lu wore a sinister smile. Gao Feng, still vigilant, let out a cold snort, for they did not appear to be there to learn the art of fishing, especially with Li Zhong's eerie grin. Nevertheless, Gao Feng plunged into the sea and soon captured several sizable fish. Upon returning to shore, he heard cries for help and thought to himself that something was amiss. Clutching the fish, he dashed back. At that moment, Li Fei had fallen under Li Zhong's control, a dagger poised at her throat, her life hanging by a thread. Zhang Xiaomei lay unconscious on the ground, having resisted. "Help me, help me. Zhao Lu isn't here to learn to fish. They came running when they saw you jump in," Li Fei cried, her eyes pleading as they met Gao Feng's. "Those who disregard my orders must die." Li Zhong glared at Gao Feng in fury. Beside Li Zhong stood his subordinate, Zhang Song, who snatched the fish from Gao Feng and slapped him twice. "Release Li Fei. I will agree to anything you desire." Gao Feng raised his hands in a gesture of negotiation. Zhao Lu, eyeing the unconscious Zhang Xiaomei, harbored wicked thoughts and suggested to Li Zhong, "Boss, may I first drag Zhang Xiaomei away for a moment?" He pointed towards the nearby woods. Li Zhong shot him a fierce glare, causing him to tremble. "I dare not. You're the boss." Zhao Lu forced a smile. "You two, deal with Gao Feng. Slowly torture him to death. These 2 women are now mine." Li Zhong signaled to his subordinates with a knowing glance. Zhao unleashed all his pent-up fury upon Gao Feng, and he and Zhang Song commenced a brutal assault. A thought flashed through Gao Feng's mind. He feigned unconsciousness and collapsed to the ground, motionless. Pathetic, Li Zhong sneered. At that moment, Gao Feng subtly moved his right hand and gradually grasped a handful of sand. Seeing Gao Feng fallen, Li Fei ceased her weeping. Seizing the opportunity as Li Zhong relaxed his guard with a laugh, she fiercely stomped on his foot and headbutted him, then shouted, "Gao Feng!" Before darting aside, Li Zhong yelped in pain and staggered backward. Gao Feng sprang to his feet, rushing toward Li Zhong, throwing the sand in his face, then firmly grasping Li Zhong's wrist, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. Gao Feng followed up with a punch to Li Zhong's chest. As Zhao Lu and the others charged in, Gao Feng retrieved the dagger, swiftly turning to plunge it into Zhao Li's leg before yanking it out and delivering a kick that sent Zhang Song flying several meters away. Desperation gripped Li Zhong as he swung a punch toward Gao Feng's face. Gao Feng leaned back, and the dagger found its mark in Li Zhong's chest. Blood spewed from Li Zhong's mouth as he collapsed onto the sand. "Murder! Murder!" Zhang Song cried in terror as he fled toward the woods, while Zhao Lu writhed in pain nearby. "You forced my hand!" Gao Feng shouted in rage. "This is not your fault. It is not your fault." Li Fei cried as she rushed to embrace Gao Feng. "You are very brave." Gao Feng gazed at Li Fei with admiration. Just before he pretended to faint and fell, he had exchanged a knowing glance with Li Fei, who had surprisingly understood his silent plea. Zhang Xiaomei merely fainted, roused from her unconsciousness by Li Fei's call. Upon regaining her senses, she was startled to find the lifeless body of Li Zhong before her. He deserved it, he truly did. Zhang Xiaomei's face was a mask of fury as she turned her gaze toward Zhao Lu. "Do not kill me, please," Zhao Lu exclaimed in terror. "You were the one who knocked me out." Zhang Xiaomei shouted angrily, brandishing a wooden stick at Zhao Lu. In an instant, Zhao Lu was struck unconscious, his fate now left to the whims of destiny. Gao Feng carelessly tossed Li Zhong's corpse beside Zhao Lu, ensuring that, even in death, they would remain together. Weary, Gao Feng sat beside the fire, feeling a sense of survival after the ordeal. He had not anticipated such treachery on this island, nor that he would take a life. He wondered what further dangers might still lurk ahead. Chapter 4. Together we sleep after a brief respite. Gao Feng set about grilling the fish that Zhao Lu and his companions had taken. "Without you, we two women would struggle to survive on this island." Li Fei expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "It's not just my doing. You both have proven quite resourceful," Gao Feng replied, glancing at Li Fei, who had once saved him, and noting their excellent cooperation this time. "Are there others on this island?" Li Fei inquired, her face a portrait of curiosity. "Certainly. There are quite a few people on the boat, so there must be many who have arrived here," Gao Feng asserted confidently. "I wonder how my boyfriend is doing," Li Fei suddenly asked. "How long have you been together? You seem quite fond of him," Gao Feng observed, gazing toward the sea. "It's not a matter of deep affection. It was an introduction from my family. My parents are pleased, and we've only been together for half a year," she admitted, her expression betraying little joy. Gao Feng sighed and fell silent, pondering if there was still a chance for them. "Youth is a blessing. Recovery is swift," he mused, then rose to gather coconuts from the forest. "The coconuts are dwindling. We must devise a method to find fresh water," he remarked upon returning with several coconuts. After cracking open the coconuts, they each took one and enjoyed the grilled fish alongside their drink. "We could obtain fresh water through distillation," Li Fei suggested as she savored her meal. "However, we lack plastic sheets and containers," Gao Feng countered, shaking his head. Feeling the beach was unsafe, Gao Feng decided to construct a shelter in the woods, and both women agreed. After finishing their meal, he led them to a dry clearing in the forest. Armed with a dagger, he chopped numerous branches, sweating profusely from the exertion. Li Fei and Zhang Xiaomei busily began to assemble the shelter with commendable skill. "Leave it to me. I studied architecture," Li Fei proclaimed confidently, patting her chest. Gao Feng ventured deeper into the woods, hoping to find a river or spring. The trees were alive with chirping birds that created quite a racket. Spotting a large bird's nest in a tree, he was instantly filled with delight. Climbing up, he discovered numerous eggs, each about the size of quails. He took only a portion, sufficient for a meal. After searching for fresh water to no avail, he returned to find a shelter taking shape. "This is splendid," Gao Feng exclaimed as he offered his assistance. The structure had formed a triangular shape, surrounded by branches and lined with a layer of dry leaves. "This one tea suffice for all of us. I'll build another," Gao Feng suggested with a smile. "For our safety, it's best if the three of us stay together," Li Fei insisted, knowing that Gao Feng was currently her protector. Zhang Xiaomei nodded in agreement. The shelter was swiftly completed, and Gao Feng presented the bird eggs to Li Fei. "Goodness, I had no idea these were in the forest," she exclaimed, her face alight with surprise. "What should we use to cook them?" Zhang Xiaomei pondered, scratching her head in confusion. "We can use coconut shells to hold seawater for boiling." Gao Feng chuckled. With a fork in hand, Gao Feng ventured out of the woods to catch fish. This time, he returned with 3 large lobsters and a fish. "These lobsters are enormous. They would cost a fortune in a restaurant," he remarked. Li Fei's eyes sparkled as she swallowed hard. One was definitely enough to fill her stomach, complemented by a bird's egg. Zhang Xiaomei was overjoyed. Soon, they began to roast. At that moment, Zhao Lu, propped up by his hands, slowly sat up and called out to them, "Help me, save me." "Zhao Lu is not dead?" Gao Feng furrowed his brows. "Don't mind him. Let him perish." Zhang Xiaomei scoffed. "You all eat first. I will check on him." Gao Feng approached Zhao Lu. "Help me. My leg is infected. If you don't save me, I will be crippled. Just save me, and I will be your servant," Zhao Lu pleaded, tears streaming down his face. Gao Feng, seeing the deep gash on his leg, felt a pang of discomfort. After all, he had already taken one life and did not wish to take another. He tore a long strip from his shirt and wrapped it around the wound, then handed him a fish. "There, I've done what I could. Whether you live or die is up to fate," Gao Feng said flatly. Zhao Lu hurriedly expressed his gratitude as Gao Feng turned to leave. "Only you have a good heart. I won't bother with him." Zhang Xiaomei still wore a face of indignation. After finishing their meal, the 3 of them rested. "Look at how beautiful the sunset is today," Li Fei pointed towards the horizon. Gao Feng found himself entranced by Li Fei's exquisite features. How wonderful it would be if she were his girlfriend. He quickly shook his head to clear his thoughts. Li Fei noticed his peculiar gesture, her eyes widening with curiosity. Li Fei was stunning, easily distinguishable in a crowd. As night fell, they made their way back to the woods, preparing to sleep. "How can we sleep?" "You all should sleep in the tent. I'll rest against a tree beside you." Gao Feng scratched his head. Zhang Xiaomei, aware of their close relationship, suggested they sleep close together. She crawled into the tent first, with Li Fei in the middle and Gao Feng on the outside. This arrangement allowed Gao Feng to protect both of them. Initially, Gao Feng and Li Fei lay facing each other, both feeling a bit awkward. Before Gao Feng turned his back, his heart raced. He had never been this close to Li Fei before. If she were not already in a relationship, he might have confessed his feelings. Lost in thought, he eventually drifted off to sleep. As dawn approached, Gao Feng was awakened by the sound of someone crying beside him. He opened his eyes to see Li Fei clutching him, tears streaming down her face. Upon noticing he was awake, she wiped her tears and asked, "Can we go back? I miss my parents." "Of course we can go back, don't worry. Right now, the most important thing is to stay alive," Gao Feng reassured her, patting her shoulder. He glanced at Zhang Xiaomei, who was indeed sleeping soundly, possibly pretending not to hear. Suddenly, Gao Feng heard shouting from outside. He jumped up, grabbed a stick, and rushed out. "What happened?" he asked, finding Zhao Lu leaning against a tree, wielding a stick. "I was just trying to sleep when I heard something eating. When I woke up, I saw a big wild boar devouring Li Zhong's corpse. I shouted, and it ran away," Zhao Lu said, drenched in sweat from fright. Upon observing the mangled corpse, ravaged and bloody, with exposed bones, Gao Feng nearly retched. Li Fei and the others emerged, brandishing wooden sticks, and upon sighting the gnawed remains, they promptly vomited. "Quickly dispose of it," Zhao Lu shouted urgently. Gao Feng glanced at Zhao Lu, who limped comically, and approached, seizing the corpse and unceremoniously casting it into the sea to feed the fish. Li Fei and the others, witnessing Zhao Li's predicament, felt no sympathy. Gao Feng resumed his usual activity of fishing, this time with commendable success, capturing 6 large fish along with several sea conchs. Li Fei had already set a fire. How we consume these conchs. They possess a rather fishy odor, she remarked with a grimace, finding them difficult to swallow. The enticing aroma of the fish tantalized Zhao Lu. Boss, may I have a taste? He called out. Who's your boss? Gao Feng replied with a frown. You saved me, therefore you are my boss, Zhao Lu responded, his head bowed, devoid of his previous bravado. Gao Feng scoffed lightly, but nonetheless tossed him a fish, treating him as one might a pet. Chapter 5. Retreat. Zhao Lu approached with a limp, savoring a grilled fish, and brazenly seated himself beside Gao Feng and the others. Offering a sycophantic smile, he pledged his unwavering loyalty to the leader. With a resolute pat on his chest, Zhao Lu gazed earnestly at Gao Feng. Your future conduct shall determine your fate. I shall not grant you a second chance, Gao Feng warned, his eyes glinting with menace. Fear not, I shall heed your every command henceforth, Zhao Lu replied, sheepishly scratching his head, fully aware of Gao Feng's formidable nature. Gao Feng ventured into the woods to find a sturdy branch for Zhao Lu to use as a cane. Overjoyed, Zhao Lu tested it and found he could walk normally again. What shall we do next, boss? He inquired. I intend to seek a location with fresh water. Our coconuts are dwindling, Gao Feng mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. After discussing the plan with the group, they all expressed their agreement. Suddenly, a band of individuals burst forth from the trees, brandishing wooden sticks and shouting as they charged towards Gao Feng. Upon hearing the commotion, Gao Feng's instincts kicked in, and he spotted 6 men rushing toward them. Li Fei and the others sprang to their feet, wielding their own makeshift weapons in defense. In the midst of the chaos, Gao Feng recognized a familiar figure, Zhang Song, the fleeing subordinate of Li Zhong. It was he who had led this group to them. Zhao Lu, you're still alive? Why are you with this murderer? Come over here immediately, Zhang Song exclaimed, incredulous. What murderer? You scoundrel abandoned me. It was Gao Feng who saved my life, Zhao Lu retorted, gritting his teeth. The men, noticing the presence of 2 striking women near Gao Feng, suddenly had their eyes gleaming with desire, eager to approach. Zhang Song smugly thought this was a fine opportunity to entertain himself with 2 girls. One of the men, wearing a sinister grin, suggested, let's eliminate those 2 men. I dare any of you to try, Gao Feng declared, brandishing his dagger, which momentarily quelled their advance. There's no need to be afraid. Let us all charge together. A cripple is as good as dead. He's of no use, boasted one man, striking a victorious pose. The group slowly inched closer. You all should retreat. We are not their match, Gao Feng instructed the 3 behind him. Boss, I'll 1T run away. I will fight alongside you to repay your life-saving grace, Zhao Lu insisted, raising his makeshift cane. It would be futile. You would only meet your demise. Take Li Fei and the others into the woods. I will hold them off and catch up shortly, Gao Feng urged Zhao Lu. Nodding in agreement, Zhao Lu prepared to call for Li Fei and the others to move. Can you manage alone, Gao Feng? I'll 1T abandon you. I want to help, Li Fei said, a hint of panic in her voice, yet she remained unafraid. Zhang Xiaomei pressed closely against Li Fei. Hurry and leave, or it will be too late. Once the fighting begins, I won't be able to protect you, Gao Feng insisted urgently. Li Fei and the others cautiously began to retreat. Zhang Song advanced, brandishing his stick, blocking their path. Gao Feng seized a pitchfork and swiftly hurled it toward Zhang Song's chest. The forked end, sharpened by Gao Feng's dagger, pierced through Zhang Song's thin clothing. He had no time to evade, and the pitchfork embedded itself in his chest, staining his shirt with crimson before he collapsed. He clutched his chest, groaning in pain. Gao Feng turned around to see Li Fei and the others had already dashed into the woods. Zhao Lu, surprisingly swift, demonstrated the boundless potential of human beings, especially in perilous situations. The group regained their composure and charged furiously towards Gao Feng. He engaged them while retreating, but soon noticed one man had ventured into the trees. Was he seeking reinforcements or pursuing Li Fei and her companions? Gao Feng could not afford to wait any longer. He spotted a fist-sized rock behind him. Without hesitation, he picked it up and hurled it at the nearest assailant before swiftly slipping into the woods. Following the trail of Li Fei and the others, he quickly caught up. Ahead, he saw Zhao Lu grappling with a man, clearly outmatched and soon to succumb. Zhao Li's cane had been shattered. and he was desperately blocking the man's relentless attacks with his arms. Gao Feng approached stealthily from behind, brandishing a dagger and swiftly severing the man's throat. A torrent of hot blood gushed forth, splattering the ground. Clutching his neck, the man collapsed, trembling violently. "Let us move." Gao Feng urgently pulled Zhao Lu to his feet, guiding him forward. "Li Fei and the others are heading towards the hillside. I held that man back just now," Zhao Lu panted. "Excellent work, but they will pursue us and possibly summon reinforcements." Gao Feng's face was etched with concern, realizing the danger that lay ahead. "Hurry over here," Li Fei called out anxiously, waving them toward her. Upon spotting her, Gao Feng and Zhao Lu scrambled up the slope. The clearing atop the hill was limited, strewn with pebbles. Gao Feng quickly discerned the issue. The elevation behind them was steep and difficult to descend. Their only option was to retreat to the previous location. "Isn't there a rope?" "The one Zhao Lu used to tie me up," Zhang Xiaomei asked, her voice tinged with urgency. Zhao Lu lowered his head in embarrassment, unable to meet her gaze. "Here it is," Li Fei revealed, having carefully kept it in her pocket all along. The rope was slender and short. Upon seeing it, Gao Feng shook his head, knowing it would be inadequate. The group pursuing them had now arrived, ready to charge up the slope. Zhang Xiaomei and Zhao Lu began to hurl stones downward, striking one of the assailants, who yelped in pain and erupted with profanities. The attackers, startled, quickly retreated. "Come on, you filthy bastards," Zhao Lu shouted angrily. "Damn it, I refuse to believe you can remain up there forever. We'll starve you out, haha." The group below brandished their arms menacingly. "What are we to do? We didn't foresee this when we fled," Li Fei said, looking at Gao Feng with a distressed expression. "Fear not. As long as we are alive, there is always a way," Gao Feng reassured her with a nod. Observing the attire and demeanor of the adversaries, he surmised they were also survivors from the ship, but upon reaching the deserted island, had devolved into scum. After a tense standoff, the assailants hesitated to charge, each reluctant to risk injury from falling stones. The consequences of sustaining an injury on this island are dire. "This is bad, boss. They just lost a member. They must be fetching reinforcements," Zhao Lu observed, his eyes wide as he regarded the group. "Quickly surrender the woman, and perhaps we shall spare you," someone shouted from below. Gao Feng could not possibly hand her over. Even if he did, that group would still execute them. After all, they had already lost two of their own. "What are you barking about?" Zhao Lu scolded angrily, then hurled stones downward. The man cowered in fear. "Don't wait until our boss arrives. You shall all perish," the man declared with smug confidence. "What shall we do, boss?" "There are only 3 left below," Zhao Lu inquired. Glancing at Gao Feng, a plan flickered through Gao Feng's mind. Chapter 6. Reaping the benefits of others. Gao Feng conferred with the other 3. "What? You intend to go alone?" Li Fei exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, the 3 of us are merely armed with wooden sticks. If we wait for reinforcements, we may find ourselves trapped," Gao Feng elucidated. "You must ensure the safety of Li Fei and the others," he instructed Zhao Lu. "Exercise caution and be vigilant." Li Fei gazed at Gao Feng, fearful for his safety. At that moment, Gao Feng brandished a stone in each hand and charged forward. The 3 assailants were taken aback by this sudden onslaught, astonished by his audacity to confront them alone. Upon seeing the stones in Gao Feng's grasp, they recoiled in trepidation. He aimed at the heads of 2 of them. Whoosh whoosh. One was struck, blood gushing forth as he collapsed unconscious. The other narrowly evaded the blow. Gao Feng deftly sidestepped the 3rd assailant's attack, seized a wooden stick, and swung it with force, rendering the attacker unconscious as he fell to the ground. Only one adversary remained, and with swift precision, Gao Feng subdued him, pinning him down effortlessly. "Scoundrels, how many of you are there?" Gao Feng demanded angrily. "Please, don't kill me. Our camp has a total of 10 members. Besides those here, 5 remain alive," the frightened man pleaded, his hands raised in surrender. "How far is your camp from here? What is your leader's name?" Gao Feng continued his interrogation. "It's about a kilometer away. I only know him as Brother Dao," the man replied, raising a finger. Without hesitation, Gao Feng struck him, rendering him unconscious. At that moment, Li Fei and the others arrived at Gao Feng's side. "Incredible, boss. You're amazing," Zhao Lu exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. However, Li Fei continued to scrutinize Gao Feng, anxious for his well-being. This is bad. They are about to arrive. Gao Feng said, furrowing his brow. What should we do with these two surviving lackeys? Zhao Lu asked, a look of urgency on his face. They are merely unfortunate souls. When they regain consciousness, we will follow them to their camp, where greater resources await. Gao Feng replied to the trio. He led them to conceal themselves nearby. Before long, Brother Dao and his men arrived at the scene. Quickly check if they are all dead. Brother Dao bellowed in fury. Soon, the two men were roused from their stupor. Boss, that person was too formidable. They both exclaimed. You are all useless. Search the area immediately. Do not let them escape. Brother Dao commanded, gesturing for his subordinates to comb the vicinity. After a futile search yielded no clues, Brother Dao led his men back. Let's follow them, maintaining a safe distance. Gao Feng whispered. He observed Brother Dao, who, though of average stature, bore a sinister visage, a truly ruthless character. It was likely that anyone encountering him would be struck with fear. After a brief period of travel, they approached Brother Dao's camp. Gao Feng signaled for the others to remain nearby, while he ventured forth alone to ascertain the situation. Li Fei and the others nodded in agreement. Gao Feng cautiously navigated through the dense underbrush, meticulously avoiding any sound, akin to a feline in stealth. He overheard voices up ahead and concealed himself in the shadows. Observing intently. Gather. Damn it, while my numbers are few, they still dared to come. Brother Dao cursed vehemently. Boss, we're down to just a handful of us. Can we truly confront them? One of his subordinates lamented, his face drooping in despair. What are you afraid of? Let us fight them. Brother Dao brandished his axe, assuming a combative stance. Upon noticing that they still had 5 members, Gao Feng assessed their ragtag appearance, each resembling a malnourished monkey. Clearly, a conflict was brewing, and it was evident that deep-seated animosities existed between the two factions. The island felt exceedingly peculiar, and Gao Feng furrowed his brow, pondering its vastness. He had no desire to entangle himself in their affairs. What do you think, boss? Zhao Lu inquired, a look of confusion etched on his face. That Brother Dao is likely doomed, Gao Feng replied, shrugging his shoulders. The 3 companions looked on, bewildered. Gao Feng explained the situation to them. Boss, we could reap the benefits of their conflict, Zhao Lu remarked with a sense of smugness. Once they're all gone, we can occupy their space. Li Fei nodded in agreement with Zhao Li's proposition. At that moment, Gao Feng's stomach let out a loud growl, prompting Li Fei to stifle a laugh, covering her face. Let us return to our previous location for some food before making further plans, Li Fei suggested. Gao Feng nodded in assent, and on their way back, he used his dagger to carve a unique mark on a tree, a signifier only he would comprehend. Upon returning to the beach, they discovered that Zhang Song had perished, a fork impaled in his body. Gao Feng extracted the fork and cast the remains into the ocean. As the previous body he had disposed of was now nowhere to be found, the waves incessantly crashed against the shore as Gao Feng ventured into the water to catch some fish. The 4 of them feasted on their grilled catch, though they lamented the absence of coconuts for hydration. There must be fresh water near Brother Dao's camp. After the skirmish, they could take refuge there. Let's set off, boss. The battle is nearing its conclusion, Zhao Lu remarked, a glint of schadenfreude in his eyes. Li Fei and the others took some of the remaining grilled fish in preparation. Upon arriving at Brother Dao's camp, Gao Feng signaled for Li Fei and the others to wait. Be cautious. Danger lurks. We must retreat quickly, Li Fei cautioned, concern evident in her voice. Gao Feng nodded, unsheathing his dagger as he approached. He heard no sounds of conflict, suggesting that the melee had subsided. The silence was unnervingly profound. It was unwise to enter without confirmation of safety. Gao Feng parted the foliage ahead and beheld 3 wooden cabins. The structures were rudimentary, covered with thick foliage, resembling a clandestine hideout. Suddenly, he noticed 2 bodies lying on the ground beside the cabins, their identities unknown. After waiting a moment to ensure safety, he boldly approached. Upon closer inspection, one of the bodies belonged to Brother Dao, his own axe embedded in his body, an unmistakable sign of defeat. The other corpse, naturally, was that of his subordinate. Gao Feng stepped into the central wooden cabin, which was quite modest in its furnishings. A wooden bed lay within, covered with dried leaves. And surprisingly, there was a water bucket, indicating that this was likely Dao Ji's abode. The other two cabins were even more rudimentary, lacking wooden beds. Instead, they featured communal bedding with leaves strewn across the floor, also accompanied by a water bucket, marking it as Xiaodi's quarters. Outside the wooden cabins, a large cauldron rested nearby. After confirming that there were no immediate dangers in the vicinity, Gao Feng, brimming with excitement, called for Li Fei and the others. As they walked, Li Fei leaped with joy, exclaiming that they could finally enjoy a comfortable night's sleep. Gao Feng dragged the corpse into the woods for burial, wary of potential disease transmission. "Boss, the water in the bucket is fresh water," Zhao Lu announced, scooping it up with his hands and drinking it like a fool. "Xiao Feng, which cabin will I be sleeping in?" Li Fei inquired as she approached. Chapter 7. The transformation of the camp, if possible. It would be best to have one man and one woman share a room. Zhao Lu shamelessly glanced at Zhang Xiaomei. "You think too highly of yourself. I intend to share a room with Sister Fei." Zhang Xiaomei shot Zhao Lu a glare, rendering him mute, for he was all too aware of his own standing. "The central wooden cabin will be for Li Fei and the others. Zhao Lu and I will occupy the cabins on either side," Gao Feng stated, casting a glance at Li Fei. "Thank you, Xiao Feng," Li Fei replied with a raised eyebrow. Her spirits lifted as she pulled Zhang Xiaomei into the cabin to tidy up. Gao Feng's south decision to place Li Fei and her companions in the center was a strategic one, allowing for better protection. "Xiao Feng, such a tender address. Are you flirting? It seems your relationship is rather special," Zhao Lu remarked with a mischievous grin. "Don't tease. She has a boyfriend." Gao Feng scratched his head sheepishly. "What? Is he bold enough to compete with you for a woman? That man is surely doomed. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm," Zhao Lu quipped with a devilish smile. "Ahem, tomorrow we shall go chop some wood to construct a storage shed for provisions." Gao Feng quickly redirected the conversation, giving Zhao Lu a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "I will follow your lead." Zhao Lu responded with an affirmative gesture. Li Fei heated the fish she had brought by the fire, and they all shared a meal together. As dusk fell, darkness enveloped the surroundings. After a long day, Gao Feng, weary and fatigued, retreated to the cabin to rest. Not long after drifting into slumber, Gao Feng was stirred awake by the sensation of something biting him. Upon inspection, he discovered a large mosquito on his arm, which he swiftly dispatched, leaving behind a patch of blood. Rising to step outside, he found that night had fully descended. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Leaning against the wooden cabin, he took a seat, clutching a stick for comfort. This was his first visit to the area, and he remained cautious, aware that their numbers were few, making them vulnerable to sudden attacks. Gao Feng lingered until midnight, feeling reassured by the absence of danger, before returning indoors to sleep. As dawn gradually broke, he heard a voice calling, "Xiao Feng, Xiao Feng. It's time to wake up." Opening his eyes, he was greeted by a stunningly beautiful face. "What is the matter?" Gao Feng stared blankly at Li Fei. "You usually rise early. What is different today? Let's go in search of fresh water." Li Fei noticed Gao Feng's gaze lingering on her, causing her ears to flush crimson. "Last night, I kept watch outside for a while and ended up sleeping late," Gao Feng admitted, scratching his head, as Zhao Lu and the others had also heard him. "Boss, your foresight is commendable. I shall keep watch tonight as well," Zhao Lu declared, thumping his chest confidently. At that moment, Zhao Lu's legs had nearly healed, allowing him to resume work. This lad was remarkably resilient. "For safety's sake, we shall search for water and food together." Gao Feng nodded in agreement. Each of them took a bucket and set forth into the woods, intending to scour the vicinity first. Indeed, they had not ventured far, roughly a kilometer, when they discovered a large pond, surrounded by lush aquatic vegetation, with a gentle stream flowing into it. The water was teeming with fish, albeit smaller than those caught in the sea. Gao Feng, armed with a wooden spear, aimed at the fish in the water, skillfully catching one after another. "Remarkable. We have more to eat," Li Fei exclaimed joyfully. Zhao Lu carried a bucket to fetch water. "That's sufficient for today," Gao Feng remarked, gazing contentedly at the fish on his fork. Boss, there seems to be bamboo nearby. Zhang Xiaomei pointed excitedly in a certain direction. They tidied up and ventured forth together. Indeed, on the hillside, they discovered a small copse of lush bamboo. Gao Feng wielded an axe and chopped down a thick stalk, soon drenched in sweat as he felled several more. Li Fei and her companion also unearthed numerous bamboo shoots, getting their clothes dirty in the process. What a bountiful harvest today. Let us head back, Li Fei said with a smile. The others nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the campsite, Li Fei and her friends began to prepare the fish and wash the bamboo shoots. Zhao Lu busied himself with boiling water and adding firewood. They intended to enjoy stewed fish accompanied by bamboo shoots, which promised to be more nutritious than grilled fish. Gao Feng took the thick bamboo stalk and, with his axe, fashioned some rudimentary bamboo segments. He then used a dagger to smooth out the splinters to avoid injury during use, ultimately crafting 4 bowls and 4 cups, which he distributed among Li Fei and the others. Boss, you are truly remarkable. Such craftsmanship, Zhao Lu exclaimed exuberantly. They are so aesthetically pleasing, resembling exquisite artifacts. If only we had a smartphone, we could film a video to share online, Li Fei said, admiring the creations in her hands. Zhang Xiaomei held her own, brimming with joy. The fish soup in the pot was a milky white, bubbling continuously, and the aroma was undoubtedly delightful. This is astonishing, Gao Feng remarked in surprise. Li Fei added some chopped bamboo shoots to the pot, enhancing the flavor further. Gao Feng hurried to craft some chopsticks, realizing he nearly forgot this essential task. During the meal, each person received a generous bowl filled with soup, fish, and bamboo shoots. Delicious, Li Fei said after savoring a sip of the broth. They polished off the entire pot, leaving everyone satiated. After a brief respite, Gao Feng led Zhao Lu into the woods to fell trees, seeking suitable timber. Zhao Lu was the first to take action. Although the trees were not particularly thick, after chopping down one, he was exhausted and sat down to rest. You must be weak. Why do you seem so lethargic? Gao Feng laughed heartily. Impossible. How could I be weak? Zhao Lu waved his hand dismissively, unconvinced. Gao Feng took the axe and swiftly struck a tree, soon bringing down several, stopping only when he deemed he had enough. His years of solitude had endowed him with formidable strength. The storage shed adjacent to the wooden house was under construction. First, he dug 4 deep holes, planting a pole in each. The tops of the poles were notched with an axe, and slender timber was laid across them, secured with vines found nearby, creating a robust basic framework. Subsequently, thinner timber was used to fill the structure, and finally, branches and leaves were laid over the exterior, completing the project. In the end, everyone was pleased with their efforts, placing the fish and bamboo shoots inside. Gao Feng procured several bamboo stalks of suitable thickness, skillfully shaping their tops into sharp angles. With this transformation, the bamboo morphed into formidable weapons. They proved to be more user-friendly and sharper than wooden forks. When Gao Feng presented these handcrafted arms to Li Fei and the others, they eagerly grasped them, playfully thrusting them into the air and mimicking combat movements, truly resembling warriors in practice. How do I look? Li Fei asked, her face brimming with pride as she gazed at Gao Feng. Impressive. One might mistake you for a soldier, Gao Feng replied with a jest. Laughter erupted among the group, filling the air with joy. Consequently, Li Fei and her companions acquired a measure of defensive capability, ensuring that even in the face of danger, they would not be entirely powerless to retaliate. Chapter 8. Hunting wild boars and harvesting sea salt suddenly. Gao Feng's ears perked up as he detected a disturbance in the forest. He swiftly gestured to the 3 individuals beside him to halt. They immediately froze, gripping their bamboo poles with heightened tension, casting their gazes towards Gao Feng. Stay here. I shall investigate, he murmured, his brow furrowed in concentration. I'll assist you, Zhao Lu offered, brandishing his bamboo pole and preparing to advance. You two protect them, Gao Feng instructed, before quietly entering the woods, bamboo pole in hand. Crouching low, he inched closer to the source of the sound. Approximately 20 meters away, he spotted a wild boar, its head bowed as it gnawed on the roots of nearby flowers and grasses, its size comparable to that of a domestic pig. Its protruding tusks appeared menacing, and its eyes glowed a blood-red hue as it feasted voraciously. This is a splendid opportunity, Gao Feng thought, his mind already calculating the optimal spot for his impending strike. The wild boar, engrossed in its meal, shifted its position, presenting its rear towards him. Now is the moment. With a powerful thrust of his right foot, he lunged forward, denying the boar any chance to react. He lifted the bamboo pole with intention, launching it with precision. The boar turned its head just in time, and the pole struck its right eye, causing it to yelp in pain as blood gushed forth. Staggering, the boar dashed a few paces before retreating and charging at Gao Feng in a frenzy. He deftly sidestepped, yanking the pole free, and aimed for the creature's other eye, but missed. The pole fell beside the wild boar. Hearing the boar's cries, Li Fei and the others hastily entered the woods. They reached Gao Feng's side, startled by the sight of the wild boar. "Stay behind the trees and pass me the poles," Gao Feng instructed, his eyes fixed on the boar's every movement. "Be careful," Zhao Lu cautioned, handing over the bamboo poles from the three of them. Gao Feng accepted the poles, a surge of triumph swelling within him. This boar is doomed. Recognizing the growing number of humans, the boar quickly turned to flee. Gao Feng denied it the opportunity, taking advantage of its impaired vision. Soon one pole, then another, struck the wild boar, and its pace began to falter. By the time Gao Feng raised the third pole, the boar collapsed to the ground, emitting frantic cries. Gao Feng approached, drawing a dagger and swiftly slicing at its neck, blood spilling across the ground. "Boss, that was incredible." We were all mesmerized by the spectacle, Zhao Lu exclaimed, gesturing animatedly. He extracted the remaining bamboo pole from the boar, noting that one had been damaged during its flight. After ensuring the creature was lifeless with a kick, he began to drag it back, though he soon found himself panting heavily. "You ought to practice more," Gao Feng advised, shaking his head as he seized the boar's hind leg and pulled it towards the camp. "I find this task quite daunting," Li Fei admitted, closely trailing behind Gao Feng. "Let us divide it into smaller portions for cooking. Any surplus can be preserved," Gao Feng suggested, gesturing towards the wild boar. Gao Feng cast the wild boar into the fire pit, and the hair on the creature ignited instantly, leaving it significantly cleaner after a brief period. He then retrieved a dagger and meticulously scraped the remaining hair off the boar's body. "Boss, take a break. Let me handle this," Zhao Lu offered, picking up an axe to prepare the wild boar for butchering. Li Fei and her companions busied themselves with kindling a fire and boiling water, ready to wash the butchered meat before throwing it into the pot. "If only we had some seasoning," Li Fei pouted, gazing at the pork simmering in the pot. "What should we do with the leftovers? It's rather warm today. Preserving it won't be easy," Zhang Xiaomei inquired of Gao Feng. "If we cure the meat with salt, it will be fine. I have a method for salt production in mind," Gao Feng replied, his eyes directed toward the sea. "Are you suggesting we make salt from seawater?" Li Fei scratched her head, looking at Gao Feng. "Indeed, you're quite astute. That's exactly the plan," Gao Feng nodded. "This wild boar meat is quite resilient when cooked. Let me have a taste." "Ouch, that's hot," Zhao Lu exclaimed, repeatedly sticking out his tongue. Gao Feng and the others erupted into laughter. "You deserve that. It's not even cooked yet. Patience is key when it comes to hot food. When I return, we'll commence salt production," Gao Feng assured them. "I'll join you. The meat will take a while to cook," Li Fei said as she rushed over. "What are you going out for? It's dangerous outside. I'll be back shortly," Gao Feng smiled reassuringly. Fortunately, Li Fei was obedient, unlike some other girls. "If I were to find a girlfriend, I would choose someone like Li Fei," Gao Feng mused, leaving Zhao Lu to guard the girls as he took a bucket and departed. Fortunately, the journey was devoid of any danger, and there were no signs of rescue along the shoreline. Upon his return with the bucket, Gao Feng narrated the conditions at the beach. "Could we truly spend our entire lives on this island? Let us focus on surviving for now." They all shook their heads in unison, resembling a tambourine. Li Fei served Gao Feng a generous bowl filled with plenty of meat and little broth. "You really favor the boss," Zhang Xiaomei winked at Li Fei. "Of course, he deserves the most credit. If it weren't for him, we would all be left to fend for ourselves," Li Fei replied bashfully, lowering her gaze. Zhao Lu chimed in with praise as well. "Do you think the salt made from seawater is safe to eat directly?" Li Fei asked Gao Feng between bites. "Not yet. Let us finish our meal first," and then I'll show you, Gao Feng responded, savoring the meat and broth heartily. Once they were satiated, Gao Feng poured seawater directly into the pot to begin the salt-making process, which was rather slow. The three of them chatted while observing the pot, growing increasingly familiar with one another over time. Zhao Lu, a crew member, was roughly the same age as Gao Feng, while Zhang Xiaomei had just graduated. Though she might not rival Li Fei in beauty, she was still quite attractive. As the seawater in the pot diminished, a layer of white salt crystals began to form around the edges. I can see the salt. We can start curing the pork, Li Fei exclaimed joyfully, pointing. Once the seawater evaporated, Gao Feng carefully scraped the salt into the bucket and added fresh water, incorporating some plant ash and stirring with a wooden stick. What is this for? Isn't the salt already white? Can't we eat it? Zhang Xiaomei asked, looking astonished. There are impurities present. We can remove them with the plant ash, Gao Feng explained. The three of them finally comprehended the situation. After the stirring, the wood ash had absorbed most of the impurities. He removed his short-sleeved shirt, leaving Li Fei and the others in astonishment, rendered speechless, merely gazing at him. Gao Feng filtered the brine through his clothing and then proceeded to heat it. As the water evaporated, the remaining salt could be collected for consumption. Li Fei scraped the salt off and stored it in a bamboo tube, subsequently covering the remaining smoked pork with the salt. Gao Feng then fashioned a simple rack from a wooden stick, allowing the pork to be placed on top for better preservation. These provisions would sustain them for several days. Let's fetch some water. We have just used it for salt production. And I was also thinking of washing the clothes, Li Fei remarked as she approached Gao Feng. Chapter 9. The rescue Zhao Lu seemed to have uttered something to Zhang Xiaomei before seizing a water bucket and departing. After a moment of hesitation, she followed suit. Zhao Lu led the way, with Zhang Xiaomei ahead and Gao Feng and Li Fei trailing behind. Zhao Lu deliberately crafted an opportunity for Gao Feng, subtly aligning himself with him, harboring a wish for Li Fei's boyfriend to meet an untimely end, thereby enabling Gao Feng to claim her affections. Zhang Xiaomei understood Zhao Lu's intentions. Despite her disdain for him, she played along. If your boyfriend were still alive and came looking for you, would you abandon us? Gao Feng inquired, his gaze cast downward toward Li Fei. She faltered, unable to meet his eyes, for she too harbored feelings for him. During their university days, Gao Feng had frequently come to her aid. Yet, she was unwilling to betray her current relationship. He is certainly still alive. I will ensure your safety. Have no fear. Gao Feng reassured her as they walked. Zhao Lu and the others had already moved ahead. Let us catch up with them, he said, scratching his head. Boss, help. The sound of Zhao Lu's voice prompted Gao Feng to sprint toward the direction of the waterhole. Upon arrival, he found Zhao Lu sprawled on the ground, with Zhang Xiaomei nowhere in sight. Noticing the absence of blood, Gao Feng deduced that Zhao Lu had simply been beaten. What happened? Where is Zhang Xiaomei? Gao Feng inquired as he helped him to his feet. For men assaulted me and abducted Xiaomei. Upon hearing me call for you, they fled. Zhao Lu clenched his fists, slamming them onto the ground in frustration. Do you know which direction they went? Gao Feng asked. Anxiety etched across his face. Zhao Lu pointed in the indicated direction. There's no time to waste. We must hurry to rescue her, Gao Feng urged. He then made his way into a nearby grove, swiftly cutting down a slender bamboo stalk before returning. The three of them hastened their pursuit. The terrain was soft, leaving ample footprints behind. That group claimed the waterhole as theirs. Damn it, they just came to snatch people, Zhao Lu muttered angrily as they progressed. The waterhole was a vital resource for survival, and it appeared that more than one gang had their eyes on it. The crew led by Brother Dao might have been victims of these thugs, as only 2 corpses were found at the scene, with 3 others mysteriously vanished. When we arrive, you 2 hide. You must protect Li Fei. I'll handle the rest. Gao Feng instructed, his brow furrowed in determination. While pursuing, he fashioned a long bamboo tube and sharpened several short arrows, their tips honed to deadly points. Though this weapon bore limited power, it could inflict lethal harm if wielded correctly. After traversing several kilometers, darkness began to envelop the surroundings, rendering the area hazy. A flickering light appeared not far ahead, and Gao Feng signaled for them to slow their pace. Wait here for me. If I'm captured, You must flee without concern for me. He fixed his gaze intently ahead. I will follow you. I can assist, Li Fei insisted, rushing to his side and urging him not to act rashly. The opposition is unaware of our presence. I cannot guarantee success, Gao Feng replied, forcefully pushing Li Fei aside as Zhao Lu stepped forward to intercept her. Boss, let me accompany you for mutual support, Zhao Lu expressed, concern etched on his face. Gao Feng shook his head, signaling for silence on the matter. He bent down and gradually approached the enemy's camp. By the campfire sat several men engaged in casual conversation, laughing and chatting. Gao Feng widened his eyes, searching for Zhang Xiaomei's figure, but to no avail. Before him stood 3 huts. The one on the east resembled a rudimentary storage shed, while the central one appeared to be of better quality, presumably the leader's quarters. As Gao Feng pondered this, a young man wearing glasses emerged from the central hut. Gao Feng overheard someone next to him addressing him as boss, revealing that appearances can be deceiving. Boss Yang, the woman we captured could be enjoyed tonight, one of the men by the fire remarked. Keep an eye on things. That group might attempt to rescue her, Boss Yang instructed before walking over to the fire to smoke. At that moment, a beautiful face appeared beside Gao Feng, startled by the presence. He turned sharply to find Li Fei had followed him. You startle me. Why are you here? Didn't we agree, just now? Gao Feng whispered in astonishment, preparing to push Li Fei away. How could it be him? This is impossible. Li Fei trembled, tears streaming down her face as she covered her mouth to stifle her sobs. Why are you crying? We're here to save someone. Tears won't resolve anything. We must leave quickly. Gao Feng, still unaware of the situation, urged her. He is my boyfriend, Yang Gao, Li Fei cried, her tears flowing freely. Ah, is he truly that kind of person? Gao Feng steadied Li Fei, trying to calm her impulsiveness. No, I must rescue Xiaomei. I refuse to believe he is that way, Li Fei exclaimed, disbelief evident in her eyes. Gao Feng restrained her as Zhao Lu approached. Boss, what should we do? There are quite a few of them. Zhao Li's eyes widened with fury. Now is not the time. We will act once the night deepens. Gao Feng replied with a nod. Before long, 2 individuals emerged from the camp, holding spears. They addressed Yang Gao. Boss Yang, we're going on patrol. Yang Gao waved them off, and they exited the camp. Gao Feng carefully counted. There were 10 men in Yang Gao's group. As the night grew darker, some by the campfire began to doze off. Yang Gao entered another hut, where Zhang Xiaomei was likely being held captive. A scream echoed from within the hut. It was indeed Zhang Xiaomei. Boss, go for it. The men by the fire cheered. All right, everyone, get some rest. Do not disturb the boss's affairs, one of the men said. The group then entered the hut beside Yang Gao, leaving one man standing guard outside, leaning against the wooden wall while smoking. Time, distance, just right. You wait for me here, Gao Feng instructed the 2. They too readied their bamboo poles, prepared to act should Gao Feng encounter any danger. He then raised his bamboo tube, placing a bamboo arrow inside, and aimed it at the guard's neck. With a swift whoosh, the arrow struck true, embedding itself in the man's throat, rendering him silent as he clutched his neck in shock. Gao Feng leapt forward with agility, swiftly approaching the man and rendering him unconscious with a dagger. He then cautiously made his way toward the room where Zhang Xiaomei was confined. Peering through the cracks in the wooden door, he was utterly astounded by the scene before him. Yang Gao had partially disrobed, his ear bleeding from a bite inflicted by Zhang Xiaomei. How dare you bite me? Yang Gao exclaimed, clutching his ear as he furiously slapped Zhang Xiaomei's face. You beast! She spat, her lips stained with blood. Her clothing was in disarray, a testament to the struggle. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Feng burst through the door and delivered a powerful kick to Yang Gao's abdomen, sending him flying 2 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Out of respect for Li Fei, Gao Feng refrained from delivering a fatal blow, intending instead for Li Fei to witness this scoundrel's disgrace. Li Fei and the others soon arrived, and upon witnessing the scene, Li Fei's jaw dropped in disbelief. Zhao Lu nearly burst into laughter. Yang Gao raised his head in confusion, still struggling to pull up his trousers. Chapter 10. You brought this upon yourself, Fei Fei. How would you be like this? Listen to me. Yang Gao hastily pulled up his trousers and slowly rose to his feet. I do not wish to hear your explanations. I never imagined you to be such a person. Li Fei glared at Yang Gao with fury. Zhao Lu, momentarily stunned, rushed to save the situation, prompted by Gao Feng's nudge. Only then did Zhao Lu regain his composure and hasten to assist Zhang Xiaomei, who was hurriedly adjusting her clothing, still unaware of the unfolding chaos. I have been searching for you day and night. Fei Fei, please believe me. Yang Gao continued to defend himself. Outside, the commotion attracted attention, and a group armed with spears encircled them. At that moment, Gao Feng pressed a dagger against Yang Gao's throat. Come with me outside. Do not try any tricks, or your life will be forfeit. With one hand gripping the dagger, Gao Feng gestured for Li Fei and the others to exit. Block their escape. Do not let them get away, shouted one of the men. Yang Gao spread his arms and shouted, Everyone step back. Gao Feng and his companions gradually retreated outside. Do not act rashly. If you leave Fei Fei behind, I will spare your lives, Yang Gao smirked. Dream on. We have no ties left. Get lost. Li Fei raised a bamboo pole, aiming it at Yang Gao. Give me one more chance. Every man has his needs. Do not overthink this, Yang Gao stubbornly insisted. You bastard. You are even worse than a beast. Is this how you satisfy your needs? What's the difference between this and murder? If it weren't for the boss arriving in time, I would have been finished by you, Zhang Xiaomei scolded, pointing a finger at Yang Gao. I once believed my parents introduced me to someone reliable, yet here you are a brute. Li Fei yelled in anger. Fei Fei, I truly love you. You know how I treated you in the past, Yang Gao shamelessly continued. I used to listen to others. Here, I am the boss. Enough. I do not wish to see you again, Li Fei declared resolutely. Shut your mouth. Do you believe I won't slit your throat, right here? Gao Feng sneered. If you kill me, my brothers will not spare you. Yang Gao's eyes widened in fear. Tell me, was it your doing that eliminated Brother Dao's crew? Gao Feng coldly inquired. Those men deserve to die. How dare they oppose me? Their fate was sealed. Yang Gao laughed maniacally, sending chills through those present. Make them step back 20 paces, quickly, or I will kill you, Gao Feng threatened, slicing through the skin on Yang Gao's neck. Blood gushed forth, and Yang Gao, feeling the warmth, panicked. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. Please, everyone, step back. He pleaded, tears of feigned anguish glistening in his eyes. The group retreated a few steps. Zhao Lu picked up several spears from the ground. They were far more practical than the bamboo pole, which was only suitable for poking, not swinging. Gao Feng wished to spare Li Fei the sight of Yang Gao's demise. They escorted Yang Gao outside the camp, knocked him unconscious with a blow, and then swiftly retreated into the shadowy woods. Beneath the bright moonlight, after running a distance, they all gasped for breath, finding solace beneath a tree, relieved that Yang Gao and his men had not pursued them. Boss, I scarcely know how to express my gratitude, one of them remarked. Sister Fei Fei, that person truly does not deserve sympathy. Zhang Xiaomei first expressed her gratitude to the leader, then offered comfort to Li Fei. Li Fei leaned against Gao Feng's shoulder and began to weep, prompting Gao Feng to gently pat her head in consolation. When seeking a husband, one should aspire to find a leader like him, handsome and exuding a sense of security, Zhao Lu remarked with a chuckle. Gao Feng glanced at Zhao Lu and chuckled in response, secretly pleased, knowing he finally had a chance to win Li Fei's affection. Fei Fei, may I call you that from now on? All is in the past, and I shall protect you, Gao Feng said, gazing at her fair face illuminated by the moonlight. Thank you, Li Fei replied, her eyes locked onto Gao Feng's. Hold still. This is the perfect pose. Snap. Now this is what the protagonist of our story should look like. Zhao Lu gestured as if taking a photograph. All right, I will check to see if they are pursuing us. If not, we shall return to the camp, Gao Feng declared, seizing his spear and dashing into the darkness. Li Fei stood there, gazing at his receding figure, her heart heavy with reluctance. The moon shone beautifully and brightly, accompanied by myriad stars. It was not alone. Before long, a familiar silhouette gradually approached them. Li Fei recognized it was Gao Feng, and she excitedly rose to greet him. The four of them swiftly returned to the camp, where Gao Feng urged Li Fei and the others to rest. He and Zhao Lu remained on guard outside, wary of a possible ambush from Yang Gao and his companions. As their numbers were limited, as dawn broke, the sky brightened. A accompanied by the calls of nearby birds. The surroundings gradually came into focus. Gao Feng had dozed off momentarily during the night, but felt refreshed come morning. He practiced with his spear, discovering its efficacy as a weapon. Excellent, excellent, quite professional. Zhao Lu applauded, giving him a thumbs up. Li Fei awoke and stepped outside, noticing Gao Feng skillfully wielding the spear. "You're on watch again, aren't you? I shall prepare breakfast," she said, recalling that the water bucket was left by the pond, and resolved to go roast some meat. She smiled at Gao Feng before heading off to cook. Zhang Xiaomei also woke and joined Li Fei in the kitchen. Seeing Li Fei's cheerful demeanor brightened Gao Feng's spirits immensely. Suddenly, he heard rustling in the woods and became alert. They had arrived. Yang Gao approached with 7 or 8 others. "You are the one who ruined my plans, stealing my woman," he shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Gao Feng. "You brought this upon yourself. You deserve it." Gao Feng retorted with a cold smirk. Li Fei and the others, armed with spears, followed closely behind Gao Feng upon seeing Yang Gao's arrival. "I will kill you. No one is escaping today." Yang Gao seethed with rage, then turned to Li Fei. Fei, "I have come to rescue you. Come with me." Li Fei tightened her grip on the spear, too preoccupied to respond. "Yesterday, I spared your life, and you still do not recognize the favor," Zhao Lu scolded angrily. Yang Gao's face reddened with fury as he hurled a spear directly at Gao Feng. Gao Feng effortlessly dodged it and swiftly retaliated by throwing his spear back. Yang Gao, caught off guard, hastily seized a nearby subordinate as a shield, the spear piercing directly into the young man's chest. "Boss, you," the subordinate gasped, clutching his wound as he collapsed to the ground. "This is your leader, using you as mere weapons. Why do you continue to follow him?" Gao Feng pointed accusingly at Yang Gao. "Stop with the nonsense. Charge at them and kill them," Yang Gao bellowed to his remaining subordinates. However, they cowered, reluctant to advance, fearful of being used as human shields. Yang Gao brandished the spear and charged toward Gao Feng, but in a swift encounter, Gao Feng deftly brought him down to the ground. At that moment, the wounded subordinate, still alive, retaliated with the spear, driving it into Yang Gao's neck. Blood gushed from Yang Gao's mouth as he clutched his throat, and soon he lay still, his eyes filled with disbelief and regret. Little did he know, he would ultimately fall victim to one of his own. Chapter 11. Carrying back your leader is dead. What are you still doing with them? Zhao Lu pointed at the lifeless body of Yang Gao. The group of younger men stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances at a loss for words. One man stepped forward, clearly acknowledging that their previous loyalty to Yang Gao stemmed from coercion. "It's not worth sacrificing for such a person," he declared, gesturing towards Yang Gao's corpse. And the others nodded in agreement. "I am Zhao Dachuan. Your skills are commendable. How about we join forces?" Zhao Dachuan glanced at Li Fei and the others before addressing Gao Feng. "Leave at once. Do not entertain any ill intentions," Gao Feng retorted, pointing towards the entrance. They murmured among themselves, preparing to retreat. "Come back and remove the body. Do not taint my camp," Gao Feng ordered, gesturing toward the ground. They halted, swiftly dragging the corpse away, vanishing into the woods. "We must remain vigilant," Gao Feng stated sternly to the trio. "Oh dear, the meat is nearly burnt," Li Fei exclaimed, discarding her spear and approaching the fire. "It's nothing. Just scrape off the charred bits, and it will be fine," Zhao Lu chuckled, retrieving the roasted meat. "The burnt flavor is quite delightful," Gao Feng nodded, crunching on his portion. Once they were satiated, they armed themselves with spears, preparing to fetch water from the pond and perhaps catch some fish. "I want to learn how to catch fish. Will you teach me?" Li Fei asked Gao Feng, her face resolute. "Of course, once we arrive at the spot, I will show you," Gao Feng replied with a warm smile. "Boss, I want to learn too. I'll take charge of fish catching from now on," Zhao Lu declared, thumping his chest. Gao Feng nodded in approval, while Zhang Xiaomei eagerly rubbed her hands together. As they walked, they chatted merrily until they reached the pond's edge. The pond was expansive, with deep waters in the center, surrounded by thick underbrush, which could harbor snakes. Due to the refraction of light, the fish will appear lower than their actual position, so aim slightly downward when striking, Gao Feng instructed, his tone reminiscent of a teacher addressing a class of eager students. Li Fei listened intently, her eyes darting with excitement, nodding frequently. After imparting this knowledge, Gao Feng waded into the water, spotting several fish. He demonstrated his technique with the spear. "I've got it. I'm quite clever. Just watch me," Li Fei proclaimed, her enthusiasm ignited by Gao Feng's catch. Zhao Lu and the others bent down, brandishing their spears, eager to emulate him. Gao Feng, resembling a mentor, perched himself on a nearby rock, observing their attempts. "Where are you looking? Are you hoping to feast on my tofu?" Zhang Xiaomei scolded Zhao Lu, clutching her chest, before returning to her search for fish. "I'm merely watching for fish. Who would bother looking at you?" Zhao Lu hastily redirected his gaze towards the water. "You'd best behave," Zhang Xiaomei continued. Gao Feng had little time to monitor Zhao Lu and the rest, as his focus remained on Li Fei. Her antics were amusing. She resembled a thief, staring foolishly at the water's surface, striking several times without success, growing increasingly frustrated. After a while, Zhao Lu managed to catch a fish, gleefully showcasing his prize to the others. Li Fei stood in the water, and in an inadvertent moment, her feet slipped, causing her to fall with a splash. Observing that she could not swim, Gao Feng leaped into the water, encircling her waist and pulling her to the surface. Her waist was slender and soft, and he effortlessly lifted her and placed her on the nearby grass, continuously patting her back. Weighing approximately 90 pounds and possessing a model-like figure with fair skin, she was a light burden for Gao Feng. Having swallowed some water, she coughed a few times under his gentle encouragement, feeling considerably better. "Are you feeling better? Leave the fish catching to me from now on," Gao Feng reassured her. "Much better. I nearly went under," Li Fei replied, gazing up at him with a hint of reluctance. "Take it slow. No need to rush," Gao Feng said, admiring her beauty. He carefully brushed aside the damp hair clinging to her forehead. Zhao Lu and the others arrived, visibly relieved to see that Li Fei was unharmed. "Why is it so difficult to catch fish?" Zhang Xiaomei complained. "That's because you're clumsy. Watch how many I've caught," Zhao Lu retorted gleefully. "What did you say? Repeat that," Zhang Xiaomei threatened, reaching out to hit Zhao Lu. Zhao Lu quickly shut his mouth. "All right, Zhao Lu, go fetch some water. We'll head back soon," Gao Feng instructed. Zhao Lu took the bucket and went off. The fresh water here was akin to spring water, clean and wholesome. "Xiao Feng, I still feel a bit dizzy," Li Fei said, touching her forehead. "Don't call me Xiao Feng anymore. From now on, refer to me as Brother Feng," Gao Feng replied, scratching his head. "That's not acceptable. I'm a few months older than you. I saw your ID back in college," Li Fei insisted. "As long as you're happy, call me whatever you wish. I'll carry you back," Gao Feng chuckled, squatting down. Li Fei nodded, her ears flushing crimson. Zhao Lu carried the water bucket, while Zhang Xiaomei held the fish, leading the way with Gao Feng following behind. "When will the rescue arrive? Are we really going to stay on this island for a lifetime?" Li Fei questioned, her face filled with uncertainty. "Staying on the island for a lifetime wouldn't be so bad," Gao Feng laughed heartily. Li Fei, blushing, remained silent. In his eagerness to converse, Gao Feng failed to watch where he was stepping and stumbled over a stick, staggering forward before regaining his balance. Li Fei tightened her grip around him, and he felt the soft pressure against his back, finding it quite comforting. Upon returning to the campsite, Gao Feng laid Li Fei on the bed to rest for a while before stepping out to prepare her meal. He entered the storage room, retrieved the lard from the wild boar, and readied to fry the fish. Zhang Xiaomei was busy cleaning the fish while Zhao lit a fire to cook. "Lard is a wonderful ingredient. It makes everything taste delightful," Zhao Lu remarked cheerfully. After marinating for a while, Zhao Lu began frying the fish. The heat needed to be just right to avoid burning. The aroma wafted through the air. Although the seasonings were minimal, the dish was already quite commendable. Zhao Lu picked up a small piece with bamboo chopsticks to taste. "Ouch, that's hot," he exclaimed. Zhao Lu stuck out his tongue and took a hearty sip from the bamboo cup beside him. "Deservedly so, still as impatient as ever," Zhang Xiaomei remarked with a smile. Gao Feng found their banter amusing. Zhang Xiaomei filled a large bowl to the brim and handed it to Gao Feng, signaling him to deliver it to Li Fei. After receiving it, Gao Feng rose and entered the wooden cabin. At that moment, Li Fei had already sat up. Gao Feng presented her with the fried fish and a glass of water. "Fried fish? So much, I can't possibly finish this, Li Fei exclaimed, her eyes wide with delight at the generous portions. Eat more, be cautious of the fish bones, Gao Feng advised, taking a seat beside her as he watched her eat. He felt a genuine joy seeing Li Fei enjoying her meal. Your clothes are dirty and completely wet. You might catch a cold, Gao Feng said, scratching his head with a look of concern. Currently, there were no spare clothes available, so they would have to make do. It's all right. By evening, I'll wash them and hang them up to dry in the cabin, Li Fei replied, her head bowed as she chewed on a piece of fish. Gao Feng chuckled softly, glancing at the mosquito bite on Li Fei's ankle before stepping outside. Chapter 12. A blissful slumber at present. The campsite remains relatively secure, albeit the mosquitoes at night can be rather bothersome. After some contemplation, Gao Feng decided to leave Zhao Lu behind to guard the camp while he ventured out in search of mosquito-repelling herbs. He recalled from his previous encounters with survival-themed short videos that there exists a tropical plant known for its mosquito-deterring properties, thriving in areas abundant in sunlight, well-ventilated, and with loose soil. With these clues in mind, Gao Feng found his search to be rather straightforward. The only suitable locations appeared to be near the seaside. As he journeyed, Gao Feng remained vigilant, scrutinizing every nook and cranny. Approaching the beach, the sand was soft and inviting, and the sea breeze brought with it a refreshing chill. This environment was ideal for the growth of the mosquito-repelling plant, and soon enough, he discovered several specimens resembling those he had seen in the videos. Upon closer inspection, they were indeed identical to the ones he had hoped to find, and he promptly unearthed them. On his way back, Gao Feng encountered a sizable coconut crab. As long as he could evade its pincers, subduing it would pose no challenge. Satisfied with his findings, he returned to the camp, spotting a few plump wild chickens along the way, regrettably without a bow and arrow to procure one. "Boss, is this truly the mosquito-repelling plant?" Zhao Lu inquired, gazing incredulously at the herbs in Gao Feng's hands. Gao Feng instructed him to place the plants in the sunlight to dry, and once they had withered, to rub the leaves into strips to be ignited later that evening. Zhang Xiaomei had also taken the coconut crab to prepare. Upon entering Li Fei's room, Gao Feng observed her scratching her ankle. "Still itchy?" he asked with a smile as he approached her. "What? Itchy?" Li Fei blushed upon realizing it was Gao Feng and lowered her gaze. What nonsense was he spouting? It was merely a slight dizziness, yet it had subsided now. When Gao Feng pointed to the bump on her ankle, Li Fei realized her misunderstanding and quickly exclaimed, "Those wretched mosquitoes!" She had not anticipated Gao Feng's keen observation. "I have found the mosquito-repelling plant. It is drying outside and will be ready for use tonight," Gao Feng declared proudly. "Is that true? I must go see. I have never encountered a mosquito-repelling plant before," Li Fei exclaimed eagerly, pulling Gao Feng outside. The herbs had already been placed in a sunlit area by Zhao Lu. "How fascinating! This can actually produce mosquito repellent?" Li Fei crouched down, examining a leaf closely. Gao Feng, captivated by Li Fei's alluring figure, swallowed hard. The dampness of her clothes clung tightly to her form, providing him a delightful view. While she had mentioned she would wash them only in the evening, it wasn't until Li Fei called him over to explain the usage that Gao Feng snapped back to reality. He also recounted his encounter with the wild chickens. "Boss, we could fashion bows and arrows to hunt the chickens," Zhao Lu exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. Suddenly, Gao Feng conceived the idea of using animal tendons for making strings, a thought for another time. As the mosquito-repelling plants gradually dried, the sun dipped low on the horizon. "Xiao Feng, do check if the mosquito-repelling plants have dried. I will go prepare dinner," Li Fei waved at Gao Feng. "Almost there. It should be ready," he replied. Gao Feng took a moment to observe and inhale the fragrant aroma surrounding him. He then settled beneath the wooden cabin, skillfully rolling the herbs into slender strands. Dinner consisted of a savory fish soup, and the four of them gathered around the fire, savoring their meal while admiring the setting sun. "Once lit this evening, the effect will surely be remarkable," Gao Feng remarked with a cheerful smile. "At last, I can sleep soundly. I utterly detest mosquitoes." Li Fei twirled with joy. After a brief respite, Gao Feng encouraged them to return to their quarters for rest. The moonlight cascaded over the earth, deepening the night. as the entire campsite succumbed to darkness. Gao Feng remained on duty outside, and soon the resounding snores of Zhao Lu filled the air. Shaking his head, he decided to venture into the woods for a moment of relief. Upon his return, he heard the sound of someone washing clothes. He surmised it must be Li Fei, as she had mentioned earlier her intention to do laundry that night. Not wanting to miss this opportune moment, he quietly positioned himself at the doorway. Peering inside under the faint moonlight, the interior appeared hazy, revealing only two round shapes swaying gently. Gao Feng's heart raced, and he suddenly recognized the impropriety of his actions. Gently tapping his own forehead, he resolved to pursue her with honor, refusing to allow her to underestimate him. He returned to his own cabin, quietly safeguarding the campsite through the night. As dawn broke, the surroundings became increasingly distinct. Li Fei awoke early, her spirits high, and she dashed out of the cabin. She spotted Gao Feng in the clearing, practicing punches into the air. "Xiao Feng, your mosquito-repellent herbs are quite effective. I slept very well last night," she commended him, giving a thumbs up before heading to prepare breakfast. "Of course," Gao Feng replied, pleased by her praise, and threw a few more punches. He noticed that Li Fei's clothing appeared much cleaner. Given the circumstances, her efforts in washing were commendable. Shortly after, Zhao Lu and Zhang Xiaomei emerged, discussing their plans to fetch water. "Let us head into the woods to find some fruit," Gao Feng suggested as he approached Li Fei. "Sounds great. It's the perfect opportunity to replenish our vitamins," she replied with a bright smile. By the time Zhao Lu and the others returned, breakfast was ready. The four of them enjoyed their meal before venturing into the woods armed with spears. "Boss, what fruits do you think we might find in this area?" Zhao Lu inquired with curiosity. "Tropical fruits typically thrive in sunny, moist soils," Gao Feng explained. As they walked, they arrived near a waterhole, where the soil was indeed soft but overrun with weeds. Beyond a waterhole lay the direction of Zhao Dachuan's camp. "Let us keep searching. If we find nothing, we'll head back," Gao Feng said, furrowing his brow. Suddenly, Li Fei stumbled, nearly falling, but Gao Feng caught her just in time. She turned back, excitement bubbling within her as she exclaimed, "Look what I've found! Wild pineapples!" Gao Feng and the others glanced over. The wild pineapples were indeed small, resembling tiny white radishes. "Be careful, the leaves have thorns," he cautioned her. Li Fei began to carefully dig around the soil, preparing to pull one out. With a sudden exertion, she leaned back and plopped onto the ground, proudly displaying the wild pineapple in her hand. Gao Feng helped her up, and they continued their search for a while, ultimately finding only a handful. On their way back, they passed a small bamboo grove, where they decided to cut some bamboo to weave a basket. Upon returning to the campsite, Li Fei asked for the dagger and began to peel the pineapple. After peeling one, she dashed over to present it to Gao Feng. However, in her excitement, she failed to notice her footing and stumbled forward, landing on top of Gao Feng. He was caught off guard and fell to the ground as well, and Li Fei promptly stuffed the pineapple into his mouth. "I didn't mean to. Is it delicious?" she remarked, her cheeks flushed as she stood up, giving Gao Feng a hand in the process. "It's really sweet," Gao Feng replied with a cheerful smile as he got back on his feet, brushing off the dirt from his trousers. Chapter 13. Hunting the black bear around noon. The weather on the deserted island shifted abruptly. The sky became shrouded in dark clouds. As a bolt of lightning cleaved the heavens, a gentle rain began to fall, gradually intensifying. Gao Feng and his companions hurried back to the wooden cabin to take shelter from the downpour, although they soon discovered that the roof was leaking, leaving them with no choice but to wait for clearer skies to mend it. Before long, Xiao Feng exclaimed, "I just saw a shadow dart into the storage room." Li Fei rushed into Gao Feng's cabin, her voice laced with urgency. Zhang Xiaomei followed closely behind, her face etched with terror. "I will take a look." "You all stay here," Gao Feng said, gripping his spear as he made his way toward the storage room. Inside, he could hear the unmistakable sound of something gnawing. Despite the heavy rain, the noise became distinctly audible as he approached. Peering cautiously inside, he spotted a large black bear voraciously devouring fish that had been left on the shelf, consuming them with remarkable speed. This creature had an impressive sense of smell, managing to locate their hard-earned catch. Unwilling to act recklessly, Gao Feng understood that provoking the bear could lead to disastrous consequences, potentially demolishing the wooden cabin. He silently seethed. "Enjoy your meal. Choke on it. Why don't you?" He then picked up a stone and hurled it at the bear's head. The stone struck the bear directly, causing it to momentarily pause and glance around. Yet showed no intention of leaving and resumed its feast. Clearly, it was too engrossed in its meal to be deterred. Growing impatient, Gao Feng, disregarding his drenched attire, crouched and stealthily approached the side of the storage room. The gaps in the structure were sufficiently large for him to maneuver his spear through. Aiming for the bear's rear, he thrust the spear and immediately lay flat against the ground, remaining utterly still. The bear let out a fierce roar, thrashing about in a panic before smashing through the storage room and fleeing into the woods. Gao Feng quickly rose and rushed back to inform the others. "You're all right. Just promise me you won't venture out alone again. It's far too perilous," Li Fei admonished, concern etched on her face. "What should we do, boss? Should we pursue it?" Zhao Lu asked, his eyes wide with excitement. "That is precisely the plan," Gao Feng nodded, instructing Li Fei and the others to remain at the camp. "What? You two can't go. We must contribute," Li Fei protested, preparing to grab a spear. Zhang Xiao Mei instinctively picked up a weapon as well. "It's too dangerous for you. I don't wish to be distracted," Gao Feng asserted firmly. "Be careful. Don't chase it too far," Li Fei cautioned, gazing intently into Gao Feng's eyes. He patted his chest in assurance before dashing into the woods with Zhao Lu. "Boss, look, enormous paw prints, and their blood." Zhao Lu gripped his spear tightly. "Let us pursue it." Gao Feng wiped the rain from his face and charged ahead. Upon reaching the edge of a pond, the rain ceased, revealing a vibrant rainbow arching across the sky. The hunt was about to commence. They spotted the black bear at the water's edge, presumably quenching its thirst after indulging in the salted fish. The bear rose, baring its teeth, and emitted a furious roar directed at Gao Feng and his companions. "Boss, what should we do? It seems we provoked it." Zhao Lu raised a spear, apprehensive. At that moment, Zhao Dachuan and his companions appeared with their long spears, arriving just in time to seal the fate of the black bear. Gao Feng fixed his gaze intently upon the creature. Hey, have your fish been stolen as well?" Zhao Lu inquired, raising his spear towards them. "Not just the fish. Our entire camp has been ravaged, and one of our brothers has perished," Zhao Dachuan retorted angrily, pointing an accusatory finger at the bear. "Let us attack together and bring it down," Gao Feng declared. They approached the black bear cautiously, encircling it and aiming their spears menacingly. Startled, the bear reared up, its eyes fixated on them. Sensing its intent to flee, Gao Feng took the initiative, hurling his spear, which struck the bear's leg. With a roar, the bear charged towards Zhao Dachuan. One man, spear in hand, attempted to stab it, but was met with a brutal swipe that left half his face mangled, collapsing to the ground in a pool of blood. "This is terrifying," Zhao Lu gasped, his face paling with fear as he realized the bear's formidable strength. "Damn it, I'll kill you," Zhao Dachuan shouted, launching himself at the bear. However, his spear snapped upon impact, and the bear swatted him aside, causing him to yelp in pain. The others, witnessing this chaos, froze in shock, retreating while still attempting to strike. "Look for an opening. Aim for its eyes, quickly," Gao Feng urged, searching for an opportunity. Seizing the moment, he threw a spear again, this time piercing the bear's right eye. Enraged, the bear lunged at one of the men, viciously severing his neck before he could utter a cry for help. Zhao Lu, paralyzed by fear, dared not approach. The bear had gone mad, and none were willing to risk a confrontation. The creature continued its rampage, bloodied yet relentless, claiming more victims in a gruesome display. "Help! Help!" Zhao Dachuan shouted desperately as the bear charged towards him. Just then, a sharp whistling sound filled the air. Gao Feng's spear struck the bear's other eye, plunging it into total darkness. Frantic, the bear thrashed about wildly, and the others hurled their spears, piercing its body until it was covered in wounds, blood soaking the ground beneath it. Slowly, the bear collapsed, lifeless, a vast pool of crimson staining the earth. "Boss, how on earth are we going to carry it away?" "It's too large," Zhao Lu remarked, stepping forward. "We'll need to dismember it and transport it," Gao Feng replied, surveying the bear's carcass. From now on, you shall be our leader, and we will join your ranks, Zhao Dachuan said, nursing his bruised backside. Very well, Gao Feng responded after a moment's contemplation. Given the current circumstances, having more allies was undeniably a prudent choice. Had they been fewer in number, the bear would have been a formidable foe. Recognizing Gao Feng's prowess and their own camp's destruction, Zhao Dachuan and his companions deemed it wise to follow him. However, you must obey. Disobedience will lead to consequences akin to this bear's fate. Understood? Gao Feng stated with a serious demeanor. They nodded in agreement. Looking at the remaining 5 individuals, Gao Feng thought that he had gained some resilience against future threats. Can we still move? Gao Feng glanced at Zhao Dachuan's swollen posterior. Very well, he said. Zhao Dachuan wore a wry smile. Leave me the sinews of the black bear. I have use for them, Gao Feng remarked to Zhao Lu. They then proceeded to handle the black bear before returning to their camp. Along the way, Gao Feng cut some bamboo, intending to craft bows and arrows. Upon their return to the camp, Li Fei felt a wave of relief upon seeing their safe arrival. After all, she only trusted Gao Feng on this island. Zhao Lu subsequently recounted the events that had transpired. Everyone gather around, Gao Feng announced. From now on, in my camp, there shall be equality between genders. If one wishes to eat, one must work. Those who refuse to labor will be expelled. Zhao Dachuan and the others understood that this was directed at them, and the women dared not entertain any contrary thoughts. Chapter 14. Crafting bows and arrows. Gao Feng instructed Zhao Lu to lead them in cutting down trees. They planned to repair the warehouse and construct a wooden cabin nearby. Xiao Feng, if we cover the cabin with branches, it will still leak when it rains. Li Fei pondered aloud. Suddenly, Gao Feng had a brilliant idea. There is plenty of thatch by the pond. Once dried, if we lay it at an angle on the roof, it will prevent leaks. Upon hearing this, Li Fei and the others realized the wisdom of his words. You've learned something new again, Li Fei pouted. Of course. Just look at who it is. It's Gao Feng, Zhang Xiaomei chuckled. When Li Fei turned to gaze at Gao Feng, she found him already looking back at her. Flustered, she quickly turned away and dashed forward. At the pond, Gao Feng and the others gathered a substantial amount of thatch and caught some fish, recognizing that with more people, their demand for food had increased. Upon their return, Li Fei and the others spread the thatch on the ground to dry. The bear tendons had already dried sufficiently. Gao Feng tested them and found them quite sturdy, suitable for crafting 4 bows and arrows. Zhao Lu and the others had also returned with wood, ready to first repair the warehouse and then erect the cabin. Seeing Gao Feng using a dagger to split bamboo, Li Fei ran over and inquired, "What are you going to use that for?" Sitting beside him, she added, "Do you want some chicken?" Gao Feng asked her. "Absolutely. Do you have a plan?" "I'm a bit hesitant about bear meat, especially after seeing the bear paw. It frightens me," Li Fei replied with a wry smile. "I'm preparing to make bows and arrows. With these, I can catch chickens and defend against enemies." Gao Feng grinned. "Then you must teach me archery. I'll cook chicken for you." Li Fei gestured eagerly. Once Gao Feng had split several bamboo strips, he placed them beside the fire to dry, aiming to enhance their elasticity. "Boss, you must save that bear egg for me," Zhao Lu exclaimed as he approached Gao Feng. "Who cares about that? I'm not eating that," Gao Feng responded disdainfully. "You just don't understand. It's good for your health," Zhao Lu said with a mischievous grin before running off. With a rare moment of leisure, Gao Feng decided to check on the progress of the cabin. "Boss, it will be finished shortly," Zhao Dachuan said, occasionally adjusting his pants, which were nearly slipping off. "That bear was impressive. We'll need to set traps in the future," one of them remarked. Gao Feng nodded, realizing he had not anticipated encountering such a large creature in the woods. Indeed, setting traps was necessary. "What are we having for dinner tonight?" Zhao Dachuan asked. "It will definitely be bear meat." "Do you even need to ask?" Zhao Lu pointed at the bear meat. Gao Feng nodded, and they all chuckled in agreement. In this area, apart from fish, there were only a few bamboo shoots, with meat being scarce. The mere mention of meat made everyone's mouths water with anticipation. Soon, the wooden cabin was completed and the warehouse had been restored. Zhao Lu crafted some bowls and chopsticks from bamboo, as they had previously only eaten grilled fish. The thatch was nearly dry, and Li Fei gathered it together. But how to place it on the roof remained a challenge. Why don't you take charge of the cooking? Gao Feng instructed Zhao Lu, who began distributing the thatch to cover the roof. Zhao Lu and his companions were busy with the thatch, while Li Fei and Zhang Xiaomei ventured off to prepare the meal. Gao Feng extracted the dried bamboo strips, testing their strength with satisfaction, anticipating the creation of bows and arrows. Li Fei and the others surveyed their rooftop with contentment, considering cutting more to use for bedding. During the meal, each bowl was filled with meat and soup, with Zhang Xiaomei serving the most to Gao Feng, acknowledging his significant contributions. "Boss, this is the most lavish meal we've had," Zhao Dachuan remarked between bites. "How did you all end up here?" Gao Feng inquired. "After the cruise ship incident, I fell into the sea and woke up on the shore. We are all survivors, banding together for warmth," Zhao Dachuan recounted. "With so many people on the cruise ship, there must be other survivors. Boss, if, just hypothetically, more girls join the camp, may I pursue one?" A young man asked, his eyes cast down. They misunderstood the situation, thinking that the two women at the camp were already claimed by Gao Feng. However, Gao Feng had eyes only for Li Fei. "That depends on your own capabilities. In matters of love, we uphold equality between genders," Gao Feng replied with a sardonic smile. The group immediately perked up at the prospect. Once finished with his meal, Gao Feng took the bamboo strips and began crafting bows and arrows, drawing the attention of the others who watched in awe. "This is fantastic, boss. With these, our strength will soar," Zhao Lu exclaimed, visibly astonished. "You have a way with words. I underestimated you," Gao Feng continued. Soon, for bows and numerous sharp-tipped wooden arrows were completed. "In your leisure time, you can practice archery," Gao Feng announced. Upon hearing this, Li Fei dashed over, eager to try her hand at it. She picked up an arrow, struggling for a while before failing to shoot it. Gao Feng demonstrated the technique. Aim at the target, draw the bow, align your sights, and release. Although lacking iron tips, the arrows still possess considerable potency, with the potential for enhancements once they acquire metal. As night fell, everyone retired for rest. "Li Fei, come here," Gao Feng called. "What is it? Want to have a chat?" Li Fei blinked curiously at him. Gao Feng presented her with a bear pelt he had retrieved from the dwelling. "This is from Zhao Dachuan for you. I have no need for it." Li Fei turned her back. "No more arguments. Use it as a cushion tonight for a better sleep." Gao Feng waved dismissively, urging her to return to rest. He felt fatigued and yearned for slumber. The following morning, leaving two individuals at the camp, Gao Feng led Li Fei and 3 others to hunt for chickens, while Zhao Dachuan and his group set off to fish. "I can shoot accurately now. Prepare to be amazed," Li Fei declared, gripping her bow. "You won't know until you try," Gao Feng chuckled. "Boss, where do we find chickens?" Zhang Xiaomei inquired, testing her bow's tension. "With the bow in hand, follow me," Gao Feng directed, pointing to a location. Zhao Lu dashed ahead, scouting the path with agility akin to that of a monkey. On the last excursion to gather mosquito-repelling herbs, we encountered a thicket where a few wild chickens roamed. After approximately 20 minutes of walking, the unmistakable clucking reached our ears, prompting us to slow our pace and stealthily approach. I spotted a wild chicken perched upon a tree branch, and Li Fei, her face alight with surprise, whispered in delight. The group clamored for a shot, while Gao Feng wore a bemused expression, pondering the consequences of a missed shot that might send the creature fleeing. "All right, Li Fei, you take the first shot. If you miss, I'll give it a try," Gao Feng remarked with a wry smile. "Oh no, I missed. It's all my fault, clearly. I need more practice," Li Fei said, her head bowed in embarrassment. Startled, the wild chicken dashed away. "Don't panic, everyone. I possess the skill of mimicry," Zhao Lu declared with a proud grin, leaving Gao Feng and the others in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 15. Revenge. It must be avenged. Mimicry? Is this truly the time for such antics? Gao Feng found himself both amused and exasperated. Zhao Lu could imitate a chicken's clucking. Having grown up in a family that raised chickens in the woods, he was well acquainted with their behaviors, as wild chickens were quite similar. Some rebellious chickens often strayed away, and he would mimic the hen's call, enticing them to return home. He instructed Gao Feng and the others to hide behind the trees while he discreetly positioned himself nearby, pinching his lips together with his right hand to produce a series of clucks. Gao Feng and the others nearly burst into laughter at Zhao Li's antics. He truly was a talent. Before long, a wild chicken seemed to respond to an unseen call, approaching with its head bobbing as it searched for hens. With a swift whoosh, a bamboo arrow struck the wild chicken directly. Excellent marksmanship, Zhao Lu exclaimed to Gao Feng gleefully and hurried over to retrieve it. Back at the camp, I shall prepare a feast of chicken for you, Li Fei declared, pointing at the bird. They captured a few more chickens before heading back to the camp. Boss, we were ambushed in the banana grove, and we lost one brother. We must take our revenge, Zhao Dachuan lamented, his teeth clenched in anger. We caught some fish, hoping to find additional provisions, but we ventured too far and stumbled upon a banana grove. Before we knew it, they came charging in and slaughtered us, one of Zhao Dachuan's companions added. Gao Feng clarified the situation. That group must have intended to monopolize the banana grove, and they were not to be trifled with. He and Zhao Lu armed themselves with bows and arrows and set off in pursuit. Their operational area had become limited, and to seek more resources, they would have to venture outward, inevitably encountering unforeseen dangers. They traversed Zhao Dachuan's former campsite and pressed onward. After approximately 10 minutes, they discovered a vast banana grove deep within the thicket. The two advanced towards it. Hey, this is not your territory. You had best leave. One man with a scarred face brandished a spear and warned, flanked by 3 others. Who are you addressing? Were you not the one who killed our comrade? Zhao Lu retorted, fury etched on his face. So, you've come to meet your demise as well? The scarred man replied smugly. Silence. Those who have slain my kin shall pay dearly, Gao Feng bellowed. Who are you trying to intimidate? I am not easily frightened, the scarred man sneered provocatively. Gao Feng raised his bow, momentarily stunning the scarred man and his companions, who then jeered. Bamboo arrows? Those are for children. That depends on who wields them, Gao Feng replied, and in an instant he released the arrow. With a swift whoosh, the arrow pierced the scarred man's ear. Ouch! Mother of mercy, that hurts. I will kill you, he screamed, clutching his bleeding ear in fury. You dare insult my leader? Zhao Lu shouted back, swiftly releasing his own arrow, though it missed its mark, sending their adversaries scrambling for cover. You cowards, why are you hiding? Where is that bravado from before? Gao Feng shouted in anger. Suddenly, the scarred man lunged forward, hurling his spear at Gao Feng. Gao Feng sidestepped deftly, seizing a spear and lunging forward, piercing it into the thigh of the scar-faced man. Another assailant, brandishing a spear, charged towards Gao Feng's face. The latter leaned back, swiftly grasping the spear with his right hand, wrenching it away and thrusting it into the man's neck, who collapsed instantly. The remaining 2 turned and fled into the banana grove, with Gao Feng quickly in pursuit. Don't move, or I will kill you, Zhao Lu threatened, aiming the spear at the scar-faced man's neck, refraining from delivering a fatal strike, as Gao Feng would need to interrogate him later. Please, don't kill me, the scar-faced man pleaded desperately. Suddenly, 2 arrows flew through the air, striking the legs of the fleeing men. They limped onward, disregarding the pain in their thighs. As Gao Feng closed in, one of the men declared, I'll fight you. He raised a spear to stab, but was seized by Gao Feng. The latter wrested it away and plunged it into his neck, sending him to the afterlife. Spare me, please, cried the last man, hastily retreating while shouting. Gao Feng hurled the spear, which struck his chest, and he fell to the ground instantly. He could not allow the scar-faced men to return alive, still uncertain of their numbers. Returning to Zhao Lu, Gao Feng observed the scar-faced man, still groveling for mercy. Where is your bravado now? Gao Feng scoffed. I dare not. You cannot kill me, or you will regret it, the scar-faced man replied defiantly. Speak, and provide me with a reason not to end your life, Gao Feng demanded, his brow furrowed. We are merely guards. If you kill me, our leader will not let you go, the scar-faced man protested. You killed my men. Do you think I will spare you? Gao Feng shouted in fury. The scar-faced man lowered his head, his arrogance diminished. Quickly, how many of you are there? Where's your camp? Gao Feng pressed, his gaze piercing. Terrified, the man pointed in a direction. We have fewer than 20, and the camp is about 2 kilometers from here. And what is the name of your leader? Gao Feng continued interrogating. Zhao Guang is our boss. Please, let me go back. I promise I won't say a word. The scar-faced man's eyes glistened with tears. Very well. You may return, but do not look back, Gao Feng said, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Boss, are you really letting him go? He will surely betray us, Zhao Lu exclaimed in astonishment. Gao Feng exchanged a glance with him, and the latter understood immediately. The scar-faced man began to retreat slowly, then turned and ran. With a swift motion, Gao Feng hurled the spear, which pierced through the back of the man's skull and emerged from his mouth, blood erupting forth and creating a mist around him. The scar-faced man collapsed, leaving the spear standing upright. Boss, what shall we do with these bodies? Zhao Lu inquired. Find a place nearby to bury them. We cannot allow them to be discovered, Gao Feng replied, spitting on the ground near the corpses. Leave this to me. You take a moment to rest. Zhao Lu handed Gao Feng a bunch of ripe bananas before commencing the task of disposing of the bodies. Gao Feng accepted the fruit, sitting down to eat. Though the bananas were not particularly large, their flavor was exquisite. In a short while, he plans to bring back a greater quantity, allowing Li Fei and the others to partake as well. Boss, Zhao Lu exclaimed as he hurried over after finishing his task, eager to show Gao Feng the 2 large baskets he had found. These baskets, woven from bamboo, were quite spacious. Fill them up, pack them tight, Gao Feng instructed before rising to join Zhao Lu and the others in gathering more. They hastily returned, concerned that Zhao Guang's group might appear unexpectedly. They managed to fill 2 substantial baskets, each weighing a good 30 to 40 pounds. Upon returning to the camp, Gao Feng distributed the bananas among them. Seeing Gao Feng return safely, Li Fei quickly ladled a generous bowl of chicken and brought it over. You must be famished. Eat up quickly. We've already had our share. Li Fei gazed at Gao Feng with concern. I just had a bit of banana to tide me over. You should try some too. It's delicious, Gao Feng replied with a cheerful smile. Zhao Lu was recounting Gao Feng's exploits, leaving Zhao Dachuan and the others in a state of astonishment, followed by spontaneous applause. Gao Feng couldn't help but think that Zhao Lu resembled a storyteller. Ah, Fei, this chicken you've prepared is quite exceptional, Gao Feng remarked, astonished as he pointed at the chicken in his bowl. Chapter 16. Bathing certainly, Li Fei remarked while savoring a banana. Delicious. I never anticipated such fruits would exist on this deserted island, she added with a smile. From today onward, we will patrol in pairs, remaining ever vigilant, Gao Feng declared, his brow furrowed in thought. While Zhao Guang and his group remain unaware of our location, we must still enhance our defenses. Gao Feng planned to gather a few individuals to encircle the wooden cabin with stakes for added security. Armed with an axe, he called upon Zhao Lu and several others to venture into the woods. Let's take the lead, boss, Zhao Lu said, accepting the axe from Gao Feng and stepping forward. They sought out suitable trees, taking turns to chop them down. Despite their ability to feast, their work ethic appeared somewhat lacking. Observing their sweat-drenched faces, Gao Feng took the axe from them. In no time, he felled a tree. Boss, you're truly impressive. Your strength is remarkable, Zhao Dachuan exclaimed with a broad grin. Gao Feng trimmed the excess branches, shaping the logs to appropriate lengths and sharpening one end to a point. Demonstrating the technique to Zhao Lu and the others, he instructed them to replicate his method. With many hands at work, they quickly prepared a substantial number of stakes. Let us move out, Gao Feng commanded as they made their way back to the camp. Meanwhile, Li Fei and her companions were busy digging pits. Upon seeing Gao Feng's return, Li Fei joyfully approached him. Look at the pit Xiao Mei, and I have dug, she exclaimed, pointing to the hole in the ground. Very well done, quite standard, Gao Feng responded with a smile, giving her a thumbs up. He thought to himself how rare it was to find such a wonderful woman. He adored her. Is that so? Before you arrived, I was digging vigorously, trying to impress you, Zhang Xiaomei explained. Stop talking nonsense. I'm merely contributing my share for everyone, Li Fei retorted, her face flushed with embarrassment. Gao Feng chuckled, scratching his head. Zhao Lu and the others began to plant the stakes closely together, their pointed tops ensuring that anyone attempting to breach the perimeter would face discomfort. After encircling the area, they left a small wooden gate. A considerable space remained around the cabin. Xiao Feng, come here for a moment, Li Fei whispered to Gao Feng. What is the matter? He inquired, Approaching her, puzzled by the situation, Li Fei tugged at his arm, leading him towards his quarters, pointing at his bed. Gao Feng hadn't had the chance to look yet. Was she about to confess her feelings? He recalled Zhang Xiaomei's earlier comments. How do you like the thatch mat I prepared for you? Go ahead and try it out, Li Fei urged, gesturing towards the bed. Oh, is that all? I thought you were going to tell me something else, Gao Feng replied, scratching his head. He lay down to test it and found it quite comfortable. Rising, he grasped Li Fei's hand and said, Li Fei, I like you. Do you like me as well? His heart raced, and his palms grew clammy. I like you too, Li Fei murmured, her face aglow as she lowered her gaze. Really? Am I dreaming? You know, I like you back in college. But I was very self-conscious then, Gao Feng confessed, his cheeks reddening. At that moment, it became apparent that you were always there to assist me. Yet my mother consistently made decisions on my behalf, Li Fei explained. As long as you agree, I will treat you well, Gao Feng said excitedly, grasping Li Fei's hand. Li Fei nodded, determined to take the reins this time, although she felt unprepared for certain matters. She confided this to Gao Feng. It's all right as long as you agree, he replied, gazing at her with understanding. He was acutely aware of his circumstances. Had they not been on this island, he might never have had the opportunity. Leaning down, Gao Feng pressed his lips against Li Fei's soft, fragrant ones, his heart racing as warmth enveloped him. Li Fei clutched the edge of her clothing tightly, rising on her toes, having already developed feelings for Gao Feng. Boss, the wooden stake. My apologies, I took a wrong turn, Zhao Lu remarked, as he quickly turned to leave upon witnessing the scene. Only then did Gao Feng and Li Fei part, a slender thread connecting their lips. Embarrassed, Li Fei dashed outside, followed closely by Gao Feng. Boss, the steak is ready, Zhao Dechuan announced, scratching his head softly. Gao Feng examined it, feeling the sharpness of the steak's head. With this, their safety was assured. Boss, shall we wash up in the pond? I feel utterly uncomfortable, a man suggested, and others echoed in agreement. Indeed, the weather's quite warm, and my body feels sticky all over. Gao Feng nodded in assent. Li Fei and Zhang Xiaomei emerged quietly, signaling to Gao Feng that they too wished to bathe, albeit under the cover of darkness. Boss, won't you join us? Zhao Dechuan inquired. How could I? The boss will bathe with Li Fei, Zhao Lu chuckled. Clearing his throat, Gao Feng replied earnestly, you all go ahead. I need to confirm a few things. With that, Zhao Lu and the others departed. Gao Feng ventured into the woods, surveying the area. Boss, everything is normal for now. One of the patrolling guards reported, giving an okay signal. Gao Feng nodded, allowing them to proceed with their bathing while he remained vigilant for a while longer. The two men happily scampered off. What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be on patrol? I thought I would wash first and then keep watch for you. Zhao Lu said. The boss is keeping an eye on us. He is too good to us, one of the men laughed. They decided to wash quickly and return promptly, so as not to worry Gao Feng. Zhao Lu and the others returned swiftly, bringing along some fish, while Gao Feng made his way back to the campsite. The sky gradually darkened, and the glow of twilight faded. Zhao Lu and his companions began to prepare the ingredients for dinner, noting that most of the meat had already been consumed, leaving only fish. They needed more sustenance and planned to venture into the banana grove the following day. After dinner, the night had fully descended. Li Fei and the others readied their water buckets and called for Gao Feng to set off. Li Fei held onto Gao Feng for protection. Upon reaching the pond, Gao Feng found a shallow spot for the two of them to wash first, while he reclined on the grass nearby, gazing at the stars. You mustn't peek, or else you'll be in trouble. Li Fei cast a glance at Gao Feng. They descended into the water to bathe, illuminated by the moonlight. Gao Feng looked at Li Fei and thought to himself, how truly beautiful she is. He then recalled the bamboo nearby, rose, and made his way towards it. Cutting down a stalk, he fashioned a rudimentary wooden comb and subsequently returned to the grassy area beside the pond, lying down to gaze at the stars. How wonderful it would be if this were the sky of his hometown. Perhaps, by now, they would have a child together, a thought that filled him with joy. Has Gao Feng confessed to you? Zhang Xiaomei asked with a beaming smile. Li Fei nodded. So, will you be living together then? Zhang Xiaomei inquired further. Not yet. It's still too early, Li Fei replied, lowering her gaze. Ha ha ha. If you don't agree, I might just pursue him myself, Zhang Xiaomei said with a mischievous grin. Chapter 17. Confrontation in the Banana Grove. We are ready, Li Fei said to Gao Feng as she finished dressing. Upon completing her sentence, she playfully tousled her damp long hair. Bathed in the moonlight, she resembled a graceful fairy, exuding an unparalleled beauty. Gao Feng rose, cheerfully approached her, and presented her with a freshly carved bamboo comb. You managed to do this? How considerate. Li Fei smiled as she accepted it. How thoughtful of you. Truly enviable. Am I not somewhat superfluous here? Zhang Xiaomei chuckled. You two should share it, Gao Feng suggested, before walking to the water's edge, shedding his clothes, and plunging into the pool. Men bathed swiftly, in a matter of moments. He was clean. He quickly dressed and returned. Can this really be clean? Both Li Fei and Zhang Xiaomei were astonished. Why not take a whiff? Gao Feng joked, urging them to retire for the night. They returned to the campsite and rested. Zhao Li's snoring was thunderous. If he were to marry, his wife would surely have to wake him with a slap. The next morning, Gao Feng left the two at the campsite to protect Li Fei and the others. After careful observation, he deemed the remaining members of the camp to be relatively trustworthy. Although Li Fei and her companions practiced with bows and arrows during their free time, enhancing their defensive skills, Gao Feng remained uneasy. He took Zhao Lu and 3 others, armed and with packs on their backs, and set off. Boss, do you think they will be waiting for us there? Zhao Lu expressed his concern. It is quite possible. After all, they have suddenly lost 4 members, and their leader must be anxious. Gao Feng responded, furrowing his brow. On this deserted island, some individuals would stop at nothing to seize resources. Gao Feng urged everyone to remain vigilant. After approximately half an hour, the Banana Grove came into view. Gao Feng instructed the group to slow their pace. Brandishing his spear as he led the way, his eyes scanning the surroundings, anxious about a potential ambush. The banana trees were laden with golden fruits, tempting to behold. Let us refrain from picking any, Gao Feng cautioned. At that moment, 7 fierce-looking men suddenly emerged from the grove, each brandishing a spear aimed directly at Gao Feng and his companions. They were about 15 meters away. You have finally arrived. I have been waiting here for you for quite some time. A middle-aged man spoke, his stature short and his countenance menacing. He was the leader, Zhao Guang. We do not know you. What are we waiting for? Zhao le retorted disdainfully. Aside from us, no one else knows of this place. You must be the ones responsible for the killings, Zhao Guang exclaimed angrily. We merely stumbled upon this location. We have no idea what you're talking about. Gao Feng replied with a cold smile. Enough with your charade. I have discovered the bodies buried nearby, and I can confirm the wounds were inflicted by your arrows and spears. Zhao Guang's eyes narrowed into slits. You are rather astute. It was indeed you who struck first. Their deaths were well-deserved. Gao Feng snorted dismissively. I will ensure your demise today, Zhao Guang declared, not waiting for further words before hurling his spear directly at Gao Feng. Gao Feng deftly sidestepped, yet the spear grazed his shoulder, tearing a gash in his garment. Everyone take cover, he urged, observing Zhao Guang's swift movements. This man was no ordinary adversary. He pointed towards a nearby banana tree and, in a fluid motion, released an arrow that struck one of the lackeys squarely in the eye, causing him to crumple to the ground in agony. Ah, it hurts terribly, boss. Save me. The man cried out. Zhao Guang and his companions prepared to assist, but Gao Feng denied them the opportunity, hurling his spear directly at the injured man, embedding it in his chest, from which blood erupted forth. Zhao Guang and his crew stood frozen, paralyzed by fear, hesitant to intervene. Moments later, the man's head lolled to one side, and he succumbed to death. What do we do now? A lackey concealed behind a tree stammered. That guy's aim is terrifyingly precise. Zhao Guang's demeanor shifted to one of sheer panic, utterly at a loss. He had not anticipated such a formidable opponent. Mere numbers were of no advantage in this scenario. If they continued to engage like this, their chances of survival diminished drastically. Unbeknownst to them, Gao Feng was a shooting champion during his time at school. At this range, he was utterly in control, still unwilling to concede. Zhao Guang commanded one of his lackeys to execute a surprise attack. Gao Feng was so focused on him that he failed to notice the approaching assailant, who was promptly dispatched by Zhao Lu and his companions, pierced through like a sieve. Zhao Guang's scalp prickled with dread, and he began to panic. Raking his fingers through his hair, he recalled other threats lurking within the camp. If more lives were lost, not only would the banana grove be compromised, but the entire camp would be at risk. They had primarily come to assess Gao Feng's strength, not to engage in a desperate battle. Stop, stop, stop. Zhao Guang's bravado evaporated, replaced by a sense of defeat. What is it, have you surrendered? Gao Feng sneered. How about we split the banana grove between us? Zhao Guang shouted in desperation. You're on the verge of losing, yet you still make demands? Zhao le retorted rudely. If it comes to a fight, you might not escape unscathed, Zhao Guang countered, his tone still somewhat defiant. Gao Feng considered that Zhao Guang indeed possessed some skill, and given that they had come primarily for the bananas, injuries without any means of treatment would be a grave inconvenience. Thus, it would be wise to continue harvesting. Lay down your weapons and step forward to speak, Gao Feng commanded, pointing at Zhao Guang. Boss, we can't disarm. What if they launch a surprise attack? One of the men interjected. Are you the boss, or am I? Zhao Guang retorted, unleashing his frustration on one of his lackeys with a swift slap. Soon after, Zhao Guang and a few others emerged unarmed. Observing the situation, Gao Feng realized that if they all advanced, he would gain nothing. Given Zhao Guang's nature, he would not relent easily. He gestured for Zhao Lu and the others to join him, then indicated a flourishing section of the banana grove. I want this area. Well, aren't you quite the negotiator? Fine, you can have it, Zhao Lu replied, fixing his gaze on Gao Feng. Gao Feng scoffed lightly and then inquired, how much do you know about this deserted island? Zhao Guang shook his head. His camp was not far from the shore, yet his knowledge of the island was minimal. They then proceeded to remove the bodies, waving goodbye as they departed. What a charade, putting on such a show, Gao Feng mused. Zhao Lu gazed joyfully at the bananas, reaching out to pluck one. At that moment, Gao Feng furrowed his brow, preoccupied with thoughts of Zhao Guang and their camp. However, he soon shook off those concerns. After all, today's bounty was considerable. Wherever resources abound, conflict is bound to arise. Shall we send someone to keep watch? Zhao Lu inquired. No need for a watch. There are unknown risks present here, Gao Feng replied, his brow still knitted in worry. After a while, their baskets brimmed with fruit. Suddenly, Gao Feng heard a sound nearby, reminiscent of chewing, presumably made by some creature. We should head back, boss, Zhao Lu announced as they prepared to return with their haul of bananas. Gao Feng paid little heed, assuming it was merely a small animal indulging in the fruit. Upon returning to the camp, it was already midday. They unloaded the bananas, and Li Fei had prepared a sumptuous fish and meat stew. Why have you only just returned? She asked, handing Gao Feng a bowl before taking a seat beside him. Zhao Lu rushed over to share tales of their exploits. Upon hearing of Gao Feng's accomplishments, Li Fei's face lit up with surprise. My archery skills have also improved, she declared, brandishing her bow with a flourish. Chapter 18. Stalked by wolves, then why don't you take a shot? I want to see how formidable you are, Gao Feng said with a smile, pointing at the wooden stake ahead. He was eager to witness Li Fei's prowess, and if she missed, he was curious to see how she would respond. With unwavering confidence, Li Fei grasped the bow, nocked an arrow, squinted her left eye, and drew the bowstring taut, aligning her aim with precision. In a fluid motion, the arrow flew forth, striking the wooden post precisely as intended. How was that? Impressive, right? Li Fei winked at Gao Feng. Well done. Truly remarkable. You've opened my eyes, Gao Feng chuckled. It was evident that she had practiced diligently. Li Fei beamed at him, playfully rubbing her thumb against her nose. As they chatted, Zhao Lu hurried towards them in a flurry. Boss, the patrol reported that they encountered wolves outside. Where? Let me there at once. Gao Feng's brow furrowed instantly as he prepared to leave. I want to go too. Li Fei interjected, gripping her bow and arrow tightly. No, you must stay at the camp. It's far too dangerous outside, Gao Feng insisted firmly. Though reluctant, Li Fei ultimately decided it best not to burden him further. With their spears and bows in hand, Gao Feng and the others hastened towards the scene. Upon arrival, they found the two patrolling members locked in a standoff with the wolves. 3 ferocious wolves glared at them, baring their teeth, seemingly unafraid and ready to strike at any moment. Gao Feng, witnessing this tense scenario, questioned the patrol. What is going on? Where do they come from? Boss, shortly after you return to the camp, we noticed the wolves stealthily following you. We must exercise caution and strike only when we are certain. We cannot afford to be bitten, one of them cautioned, as Gao Feng knocked an arrow onto his bowstring. Could they have trailed us from the banana grove? How do we not notice their presence? Suddenly, he recalled hearing the sound of animals gnawing just as they departed the grove. It must have been the wolves. What were they consuming? It did not resemble fruit. As Gao Feng observed the wolves closely, he noticed blood smeared around their mouths, sending a jolt of alarm through him. In this desolate island, where resources were scarce, had they begun to view humans as prey? With a swift motion, he released his bamboo arrow towards one wolf SI. But the creature evaded it with remarkable agility. The wolves were astute, their eyes fixated on every movement the group made. Gao Feng's shot had missed. Others with bows also failed to hit their targets, and they prepared to thrust with their spears. Suddenly, one wolf lunged at Gao Feng with lightning speed. Reacting quickly, he leaned back to evade and immediately released another arrow. This time, it struck the wolf in its hind leg, causing it to yelp in agony as its speed diminished. With a fierce glare, the wounded wolf adjusted its stance and charged at Gao Feng once more. As it leapt towards him, he thrust his spear into its abdomen, sending it crashing to the ground, blood splattering the spearhead. Moments later, the wolf succumbed to its injuries. The arrows shot by Zhao Lu and his companions lacked precision, failing to hit their intended target, perhaps due to their heightened nervousness. When one becomes anxious, haste often clouds judgment, leading to a significant decline in accuracy. The two wild wolves maintained a cautious distance from Zhao Lu and his group, occasionally snapping at their spear tips, which required considerable effort to extricate. Gao Feng seized the recently slain wolf and tossed it before them. Upon seeing this, the two wolves emitted a long, haunting howl before fleeing at an astonishing speed, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Boss, shall we pursue them? Zhao Lu inquired, gripping his spear with tense anticipation. Do not chase them. We must return swiftly. That howl may have been a call for reinforcements, Gao Feng replied, glancing in the direction the wolves had fled. Subsequently, Zhao Lu and his companions brought the deceased wolf back to their camp. As Gao Feng regarded the lifeless creature, he recalled the confrontation with the wolves, noting the blood at the corners of their mouths, blood that was not their own. This thought sent shivers down his spine, particularly as he realized they had trailed from the banana grove nearby, which was in close proximity to Zhao Guang's encampment. Wolves are social animals, and these may have ventured out in search of food, posing a potential threat to Zhao Guang's camp as well. Zhao Lu, we must practice our archery. We cannot falter at a critical moment, Gao Feng remarked with a grin. Indeed, we must hone our skills, Zhao Lu and his companions acknowledged, scratching their heads in agreement. However, the wolves are swift and cunning, so everyone must remain vigilant. They will return, Gao Feng pondered aloud. The group nodded in agreement. Boss, I will take care of this wolf. Tonight we shall feast on wolf meat, something I have yet to experience, Zhao Dachuan declared, dragging the wolf away for preparation. Meanwhile, as Li Fei and Zhang Xiaomei were curing the meat, they discovered their supply of salt was nearly depleted. Fei Jia, could you inform Gao Feng to prepare some more salt? Zhang Xiaomei said with a cheerful smile, wishing to keep the two busy. All right, I will accompany you to the seaside to fetch water, Li Fei replied, her spirits lifted as she sought out Gao Feng. A stroll by the shore would be a pleasant change from the monotony of the camp. Gao Feng also recognized the necessity of salt and unexpectedly agreed to join Li Fei. Wonderful. This time, I shall bring my bow and arrow. I intend to shoot a wild chicken, Li Fei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Gao Feng included Zhao Lu in their outing, assigning him the task of carrying a bucket of seawater while he ensured their safety. Boss, why haven't we encountered any other women? The survivors, I mean. Zhao Lu jested as they walked along. What's the matter? Are you yearning for companionship? Isn't Zhang Xiaomei around? Gao Feng replied with a wry smile. That woman is always at odds with me, denying me any chances. It's all my fault for leaving her with a poor impression. Zhao Lu sighed as they continued on. He regretted his earlier actions toward Zhang Xiaomei, wishing he could turn back time. There are surely many other survivors. Do not fret. Gao Feng reassured him. As they approached the seaside, Li Fei spotted a small, wild chicken, the perfect opportunity for her to practice her aim. She picked up the bow and nocked an arrow, executing a flawless maneuver. I hit it. How marvelous. Li Fei excitedly dashed over to retrieve the wild chicken and then glanced at Gao Feng and the others. She handed the wild chicken to Gao Feng and continued her search. Remarkable. I never imagined you were this skilled. Gao Feng couldn't help but praise her. To his surprise, she was quite ambitious, indeed deserving of his admiration. They arrived at the seaside. Li Fei joyfully ran along the shore, her hair dancing in the sea breeze. A splendid scene. Yet, why had help not arrived? Li Fei's joy was short-lived as her expression darkened. Chapter 19. The wolf pack approaches, slay as many as come. Gao Feng searched the vicinity, but found nothing. He reassured Li Fei, do not worry, we will surely return. This calmed Li Fei's spirits somewhat. Boss, do you think the ship might be sunk somewhere nearby? Zhao Lu pointed toward the sea, pondering the potential abundance of supplies aboard it. There's no way to search for it. It may not even be in this area. Let's head back, Gao Feng replied, shaking his head. Upon arriving at the camp, Li Fei spotted Zhang Xiaomei waiting for them outside. Zhang Xiaomei's eyes lit up as she approached, pointing to the wild chicken in Li Fei's hand and asked, Did you catch that? When did you become so skilled? Li Fei, beaming with pride, replied, See, I am quite formidable too. Zhang Xiaomei admired her with a thumbs up, and the two of them went to prepare the wild chicken. Gao Feng returned without resting and ventured into the woods with his spear. Boss, the area is safe for now, Zhao Dachuan stated, noting it was his turn to patrol. Come back with me. There may be wolves attacking tonight, and we must be prepared, Gao Feng said seriously. But didn't we chase the wolves away during the day? Zhao Dachuan, still wearing a proud smile, questioned. They were indeed driven away, yet they howled as they fled. It is likely the pack will attempt a night raid. Wolves are clever. You will understand when darkness falls. Gao Feng explained. Zhao Dachuan scratched his head, finally comprehending. He trusted Gao Feng's judgment. As twilight descended, the moon rose early. The haunting howls of wolves echoed from a distance. Zhao Dachuan startled, feeling a chill run down his spine. They quickly returned to the camp. Li Fei, also startled by the earlier howls, approached Gao Feng and said, Was that the howl of a wolf? It was terrifying. Gao Feng nodded and instructed. Quickly grab your spear and return indoors. Do not come out. Aren't you going to hide inside? Li Fei asked anxiously. There are wooden stakes outside. We will observe the situation first, Gao Feng replied, keeping his gaze on the outside. Li Fei and Zhang Xiaomei clutched their spears and returned to the wooden cabin, occasionally peeking through the door cracks, deeply concerned for Gao Feng's safety. Boss, what is the plan? The wolf pack is here, Zhao Lu said, brandishing his bow and arrow. Follow my command. Wait until the wolves approach the stakes before shooting arrows. If any jump inside, then use spears to attack, Gao Feng directed, moving to the wooden door to look outside. Fortunately, the stakes had been erected early. The wolves hesitated to charge in. As the menacing growls of the wolves grew nearer, anxiety gripped everyone's hearts. They had never encountered such a formidable presence. Gao Feng observed that about 20 wolves lurked 20 meters away, each one fierce and fixated on them. Soon, a particularly large wolf emerged from the pack, standing at the forefront and surveying the scene. Gao Feng realized this must be the Wolf King. If he could slay it, the pack would surely retreat. As the Wolf King let out a long, resonant howl, 3 wild wolves charged towards the wooden door. Fire! Gao Feng commanded, and the arrow in his hand was released. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the 3 wolves could reach the door, they collapsed to the ground. Come on, you filthy mongrels! Zhao Lu shouted in fury at the wolves. The Wolf King, realizing that a direct assault on the wooden door was futile, let out another series of howls. 5 wolves separated into formation, retreating a few steps before swiftly darting towards different parts of the wooden stakes. With a powerful push from their hind legs, they aimed to leap over the stakes and enter. Gao Feng, observing their intent, warned the others they planned to jump in. Prepare for battle. Zhao Lu and the others were initially startled, then shouted in alarm. As the wolves leaped, one was struck down by an arrow from Gao Feng. The remaining wolves evaded the arrows and jumped inside. Kill them, Gao Feng bellowed. As the wild wolves landed, One lunged directly at Gao Feng. He tilted his body back effortlessly to evade the attack and thrust his spear fiercely into the wolf's abdomen. The creature collapsed instantly, blood pouring from its mouth as it howled in agony. Gao Feng noted that Zhao Lu and the others had also managed to slay 2 wolves. In quick succession, 5 more wolves leaped inside, charging aggressively at Gao Feng and his companions, leaving no time to shoot arrows. Gao Feng pierced one with his spear, while Zhao Lu and the others relentlessly stabbed with their own spears, the wolves seemingly undeterred, gnashing their teeth at the spearheads. Gao Feng, seeing Zhao Lu and his group retreating while fighting, urged quickly into the wooden house. Wait until they try to burrow in, then strike. Gao Feng led the charge, striking another wolf, while Li Fei and the others opened a narrow gap in the door. Zhao Lu and his companions hurried inside the wooden house. "Boss, hurry inside, quickly," Zhao Lu shouted. At that moment, the Wolf King, accompanied by the remaining wolves, surged forward, intent on encircling Gao Feng. Wielding his spear, Gao Feng kept them at bay, swiftly retreating to the wooden house. Once inside, Zhao Lu slammed the door shut. The wolves outside paced anxiously, with several crashing against the wooden door, creating a gap. One wolf persistently attempted to burrow through, and Zhao Lu and the other stabbed at it. Before long, that wolf succumbed to its injuries. "Haha, let them come. We shall slay as many as they send." Gao Feng fixed his gaze intently on the door's exterior. The Wolf King continued to howl outside, while more wolves collided with the wooden door. Zhao Lu and the others braced themselves firmly. Li Fei and her companions, hidden inside, bore expressions of sheer terror, praying for the wolves to depart. A hope that seemed futile. "Boss, they're employing a tactic of relentless assaults on the door," Zhao Lu remarked, straining against the wooden barrier. "We can't reach them, and after they batter the door, they will retreat. Their essay way. We just need to create a small opening," Gao Feng replied with a faint smile. Zhao Lu, catching the confident glimmer in Gao Feng's expression, suddenly grasped his intent. He was preparing to shoot an arrow. The Wolf King stood not far from the door, directing the pack. With that, Zhao Lu opened a narrow gap in the door. The Wolf King beheld the arrow aimed by Gao Feng, a flicker of fear igniting in its eyes. However, it was too late to evade. With a swift whoosh, the arrow, as rapid as lightning, pierced directly into its eye. It howled in agonizing torment, its body retreating uncontrollably. Soon after, several more arrows struck its form. In no time, it collapsed, and the other wolves ceased their assault on the door. Approaching the lifeless body of their king, the remaining wolves mourned, their wails echoing as if paying homage to their fallen leader. Before long, the surviving wolves scattered, leaving the surroundings enveloped in silence. What is happening? Why they ceased their onslaught? Zhao Lu appeared bewildered. The Wolf King had perished. They ought to have retreated, Gao Feng remarked with a cold smirk. For the sake of precaution, Gao Feng ventured out to survey the area. He cautiously opened the door, stepping into the luminous embrace of the moonlight. Once assured of safety, he beckoned Zhao Lu and the others to emerge and gather the body. Chapter 20. The Harvest Boss. We've slain 10 wild wolves. We can feast for several days. Zhao Lu exclaimed with excitement. Gao Feng, relieved to see that everyone was uninjured, felt a sense of ease wash over him. "Let us prepare the meat for a hearty stew. There should be no dangers tonight," he instructed the group. "All right, let us enjoy some meat." Zhao Lu and the others eagerly assisted. Li Fei circled around Gao Feng, asking, "You're not injured, are you? Let me check." Her concern for Gao Feng was palpable, especially since they had no medical supplies at hand. "I'm perfectly fine, but if you doubt me, you may inspect me more thoroughly," Gao Feng chuckled, patting his chest. Li Fei's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head and hurried to prepare the meal. Gao Feng inspected the wooden stakes, confirming their integrity before stretching and heading toward Zhao Lu and the others. "Zhao Lu, have there been any unusual occurrences in the banana grove?" Gao Feng inquired nonchalantly. "Boss, they seem quite docile, causing no trouble. It's just..." Zhao Lu scratched his head, pondering. "Just what?" Gao Feng asked curiously. "Just that the number of people coming to harvest bananas has increased," Zhao Lu finally recalled. Gao Feng stroked his chin, contemplating. The banana grove was a scarce resource, and both parties would yearn to gather as much as they could. Why then would there be more visitors? Had the pack of wolves also attacked that area? Or was there another reason? He planned to investigate the vicinity the following day. Are you hungry? I've prepared chicken for you. Come and taste it, Li Fei said with a smile, presenting a bowl to Gao Feng. Regaining his composure, he accepted the bowl eagerly and exclaimed, "This is delicious. Don't rush. Savor it slowly, and be careful not to burn yourself." Li Fei observed with genuine joy as Gao Feng relished the wild chicken she had cooked. After finishing their meal, they returned to their respective resting places. As dawn broke, the cheerful chirping of birds filled the air. Zhao Lu, irate, dashed out while pulling up his trousers, picked up a stick and hurled it at the birds, shouting, "Curse your wings for disturbing my sleep." The startled birds flitted away, chattering in protest. At that moment, Gao Feng was practicing his martial arts, each strike lethal and powerful. It was crucial to enhance his strength on this desolate island. With every punch, the surrounding air vibrated. "All right, boss, I want to learn too," Zhao Lu shouted, looking at Gao Feng. "Certainly, provided you're willing to endure hardship," Gao Feng responded after completing his training. Zhao Lu, determined, thumped his chest and asked, "What is the plan for today?" "We're heading to the banana grove," Gao Feng replied. Li Fei emerged as well, her eyes lighting up at the mention of the banana grove. "I want to go too. I've never seen a banana tree." "No, it's too dangerous there," Gao Feng said sternly, fixing his gaze on Li Fei. Li Fei pouted. "I'm suffocating from boredom here. More people mean more bananas to gather." Zhang Xiaomei joined in, clearly having conspired with Li Fei. "Very well, we'll return once we've harvested the bananas," Gao Feng relented. Li Fei and her friend jumped for joy. Although Gao Feng was reluctant to let them go, he conceded that having more hands would indeed yield a greater harvest. They set off with their baskets and weapons. Along the way, nothing unexpected occurred, and they soon arrived at the banana grove. Li Fei excitedly ran to the banana trees, pointing and exclaiming, "Is this the banana? It resembles a banana, just smaller." She casually plucked a ripened banana and began to savor it. The taste was sweet and fragrant. Zhang Xiaomei, equally delighted, rushed over to join her in picking and eating. Where are Zhao Guang and the others? They usually come to harvest at this time," Zhao Lu remarked, scratching his head in confusion. Gao Feng furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, and said decisively, "Hurry up and pick. Once you're done, return quickly. I will search the vicinity." Zhao Lu and the others nodded, diligently resuming their harvesting. Gao Feng, brandishing a spear, began to scout the area. Although this banana grove did not yield a large quantity, it was sufficient to sustain them for a while. Resources on this island were exceedingly precious. Gao Feng first circled around Zhao Guang's banana patch, but found no sign of anyone. He then gradually made his way towards their camp to assess the situation. Lacking a compass, Gao Feng was uncertain of his bearings on the island and could only explore his surroundings slowly. After walking for less than half an hour, he spotted a small camp not far ahead. Approaching stealthily, he concealed himself behind a tree. This camp was slightly larger than his own, albeit rather rudimentary, featuring only one decent wooden cabin, while the rest were makeshift triangular shelters, lacking any wooden barriers, making it susceptible to attacks. He observed two tall men standing outside the camp, armed with spears, seemingly waiting for someone. One of them cursed, "Damn it, why hasn't Zhao Guang come out yet? Is he busy eating shit in there?" Before long, Zhao Guang emerged with a subordinate. "Brothers, you're here. Sorry to keep you waiting." "I was just dealing with some matters," Zhao Guang said, bowing and scraping. Noticing their fearful demeanor, he continued, "Enough chit-chat. When will you deliver the supplies?" One of the men demanded. "Brother, look, several of my people have perished, and food is scarce nearby. Could you spare a little less?" Zhao Guang pleaded. The man responded by slapping him twice, causing Zhao Guang to kneel in submission, too frightened to retort. The man warned, "Don't be cunning. If you can't gather enough food by tomorrow, we'll take the women from your camp." With that, they turned and left. Once they were out of sight, Zhao Guang cursed under his breath. What a bunch of scoundrels, relying solely on robbery instead of foraging for food. "Hey, friend, can you explain what just happened?" A familiar voice called out to Zhao Guang. He immediately sprang to his feet, gripping his spear and scanning the area, adopting a defensive stance. At that moment, Gao Feng emerged from the trees. "It's you. What is the matter?" Is half of the banana grove insufficient? Do you wish to claim it all? Zhao questioned, his expression one of displeasure. Gao Feng replied with a sardonic smile, your current situation appears rather bleak. Zhao Guang, perceiving that Gao Feng bore no ill will, lowered his head and confessed, there is little we can do. We were besieged by a pack of wolves yesterday, resulting in several casualties and leaving the camp in disarray. Upon observing the rudimentary shelter they occupied, Gao Feng realized that even a modest incursion of wolves would be overwhelming. What is the story with those two men? Gao Feng inquired, unwilling to engage in further trivialities. Zhao Le hesitated, stammering uncertainly. After all, Gao Feng had witnessed him being struck, so divulging the truth posed no risk. Those two were sent by the Chui High camp to procure food, Zhao Guang admitted candidly. What? Why provide them with sustenance? Gao Feng responded with a wry smile. With the provisions in his own camp barely sufficient, he found it incomprehensible to share with others. Chapter 21. Provoking a woman's anger. The consequences are severe. The leader of the camp, Chui Hai, was not to be trifled with. Periodically, he would raid other camps, demanding an abundance of meat and fruit, and should they refuse, he would resort to murder and the abduction of women. Zhao Guang clenched his fists in fury. Due to the weakness of his camp, he had no choice but to submit. Gao Feng let out a disdainful snort, remarking that they were simply too incompetent to blame others. Zhao Guang, incensed by Gao Feng's mockery, was nonetheless aware of the truth in his words. Do not revel in your current situation. Your camp has simply not been discovered yet, or else you would find yourself in a plight similar to mine. Zhao Guang sought a way to save face. After much discussion, Gao Feng pointed out that they were merely subservient to Chui Hai, delivering provisions to survive. Zhao Guang sighed deeply, shaking his head vigorously. Through their conversation, Gao Feng learned that Chui Hai's camp comprised over 50 individuals, while not far from Zhao Guang's camp was another with approximately 20 women, led by someone named Han Bing. Will you not unite with the camp nearby to confront Chui Hai? Gao Feng asked with a sneer. Zhao Guang shook his head, stating that Han Bing had no trust in men and would never agree to an alliance. I can assist you, Gao Feng said, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Zhao Guang stared at him in disbelief. Are you jesting? With just a handful of people from your camp? Do not indulge in fantasies. Let's not forget how you were defeated by me. Do not regret it later. Gao Feng scoffed and turned to leave. Wait, if you can persuade Han Bing, perhaps we could try. Zhao Guang called out to Gao Feng's retreating figure. Perhaps he truly had a plan. He then gestured in the direction of Han Bing's camp, located about 3 kilometers from Zhao Guang's. Gao Feng nodded and made his way back. Zhao Le, why has Xiao Feng not returned yet? Li Fei asked, her gaze fixed on the path where Gao Feng had departed. Do not worry, the boss is quite capable. Let us wait a little longer, Zhao Lu assured her, patting his chest with confidence in Gao Feng. Li Fei and the others, having finished gathering bananas, remained in place, awaiting his return. Soon, it was Li Fei who first spotted Gao Feng approaching with a spear in hand. She joyfully called out to him as she ran forward. Gao Feng, surprised to see Li Fei rushing toward him, exclaimed, Why have you not left? This place is not safe. We were concerned about you. Li Fei replied with a bright smile. Boss, you have finally returned. Li Fei was nearly frantic with worry. Zhao Lu chimed in, his face beaming. Apologies for causing everyone concern. Let us return now, Gao Feng said, scratching his head in embarrassment. As they made their way back, Gao Feng recounted the events that had transpired. Boss, do you think this location will be discovered by Chui Hai? Zhao Lu asked, a look of worry etched on his face. Not at present. We must remain vigilant. That group is not to be underestimated. Gao Feng replied, his brow furrowed in thought. Their camp was still a considerable distance from Chui Hai's, and thus far, they had not been detected. Given the current number of Gao Feng and his companions, they stand little chance against the larger camp. This presents a rather formidable dilemma. On this desolate island, individuals are driven to extremes for mere sustenance, and the uncertainty of escape looms large. Upon returning to their camp, it was already noon. Gao Feng and his group continued to consume the wolf meat. With ample supplies of smoked wolf meat still resting on the shelves of their storage, sufficient to last them several days. After their meal, Gao Feng instructed them to practice archery and spear skills, enhancing their abilities. Armed and carrying a backpack, Gao Feng prepared to venture to the ice camp, as mentioned by Zhao Wang, to gather information. If only he had paper and a pen to document his findings. As he departed, Li Fei cast a glance in his direction, then resumed her archery practice. She firmly believed that one day she would accompany Gao Feng. Diligently practicing her bow and even wielding a spear, Li Fei was deeply focused, oblivious to the beads of sweat forming on her forehead. With a spear in hand, Gao Feng navigated through the underbrush, clearing branches as he walked for approximately an hour. Ahead lay a dense thicket, where he spotted a small incline abundant with wild scallions. He intended to collect some for seasoning. Resolving to gather them later, he marked the spot and pressed on. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of scuffling and running ahead, prompting him to quickly conceal himself. Moments later, two disheveled women rushed past, pursued by two men. The women, youthful and appearing akin to university students, were dressed modestly yet possessed striking figures, while the men were scruffy and had a lewd demeanor. "Filthy women, where do you think you're going? I'll kill you if you keep running," one of the men shouted as he chased them. The leading woman stumbled and fell, while the other, in a panic, continued to flee. "Please don't kill me, I beg you," she cried, clawing at the ground, her body caked in dirt. The man lunged at her, tearing at her clothing with a deranged fervor, cursing, "Damn it, watch me kill you." With a savage rip, he tore open her shirt, exposing her pale skin. At that moment, a shadow emerged behind him, and a dagger swiftly sliced through his throat, blood gushing forth. Clutching his neck, the man collapsed to the ground, convulsing before falling still. The woman gasped in shock, still reeling from the sudden turn of events. Gao Feng then pursued the remaining man, quickly catching up and shooting an arrow that struck the man's leg, sending him crashing to the ground. Gao Feng drew his dagger and charged forward. "Who are you to meddle in my affairs? I'll kill you." The man spat angrily, raising his dagger to block Gao Feng's assault. "I am a Grim Reaper," Gao Feng replied with a slight smirk. Their daggers clashed, creating sparks, and the man felt an overwhelming force in Gao Feng's strike. He had not anticipated such strength. Gao Feng took a step back, while the man staggered to his feet. "Do you know who I am? You must be seeking death." The man wore a triumphant expression on his face. It is said that excessive words can lead to dire consequences. Gao Feng let out a cold scoff. "I am a man of Chui Hai. Do you dare to lay a finger on me?" Upon finishing his words, the man brandished a dagger and thrust it towards Gao Feng's forehead. In a swift motion, Gao Feng executed a high kick, disarming the man of his dagger, and followed up with a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him sprawling several meters away. He landed on the ground, clutching his stomach and howling in agony. Suddenly, the woman he had been pursuing burst forth from the woods, wielding a large rock in both hands. Seizing the moment when the man was distracted, she brought the stone crashing down upon his head. The impact was deafening. The man's skull was instantly caved in, rendering him limp as he collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Yet, the woman was not satisfied. She picked up the stone once more and struck him repeatedly, cursing fiercely, "You vile creature, for insulting me. You shall not die a peaceful death." Gao Feng stood in shock. At that moment, the man's head had been reduced to a gory pulp, leaving behind nothing but a headless corpse. A wave of nausea surged within Gao Feng, nearly making him retch. The consequences of angering a woman are quite severe. He chuckled darkly. Chapter 22. The rescue plan. After a while, the woman's anger gradually subsided. She turned to Gao Feng and said, "Thank you for your help earlier. Which camp are you from?" Another woman rushed over to help her up and asked, "Han Shui, are you all right?" Han Shui nodded to indicate she was fine, and the woman expressed her gratitude to Gao Feng with enthusiasm. Gao Feng replied nonchalantly, "I am Gao Feng. My camp is near the seaside. Were you being pursued by someone from Chui Hai?" Han Shui nodded, her face filled with fury as she said, "I came out with 3 others to gather herbs. But we were followed by Chui Hai's men. 2 of them were captured, and I don't know what to do now." "You can make medicine?" Gao Feng asked, his face lighting up with surprise. "I am a student at the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. There are sick people in the camp, and I can only find some herbs to make do for now," Han Shui explained. In Gao Feng's camp, no one understood such matters. He was studying mechanical engineering and had little knowledge of medicine. Having a doctor was crucial for them on this deserted island. What will happen to the captured ones? Gao Feng asked with a smile at the corner of his lips. I can only return to the camp and discuss it with my sister, Han Shui replied, shaking her head in resignation. The two women prepared to head back to the camp and said to Gao Feng, come to our camp. I will inform my sister to treat you well. Gao Feng nodded and followed them back. He was not motivated by the prospect of hospitality, but was rather interested in Han Shui's medical knowledge to learn some emergency first aid measures. As Han Shui and the other woman spoke with Gao Feng along the way, they described Cui Hai as a nefarious scoundrel, merciless towards those from other camps, often robbing women and food. After traversing through the woods and walking for less than half an hour, they arrived at a relatively flat area, which was their camp. The camp was modest, consisting of simple tents surrounded by a low fence. Outside, two guards stood watch, both strikingly beautiful, tall women armed with spears. Upon seeing Han Shui and her companion return, the guards approached and inquired, Han Shui, why are there two of you missing? When they turned to see Gao Feng, their faces filled with hostility, and they immediately aimed their spears at him. Han Shui gestured for them to lower their weapons, saying, it was Gao Feng who saved me. Let him in. Subsequently, Han Shui led Gao Feng into the camp, and a tall woman about 1.7 meters approached them, dressed in athletic attire, her expression stern and formidable. She was the leader of the camp, Han Bing. Han Shui walked over and whispered to Han Bing for a moment. Then, with a serious expression, Han Bing looked at Gao Feng and asked, did you save her alone? In her eyes, men were unreliable, as women were seen as resources to be fought over on this deserted island. Since the establishment of this camp, they only accepted female survivors. Gao Feng nodded, and then Han Bing led them into a wooden hut. The hut was quite simple, containing a wooden table and several bamboo stools. They took their seats, and shortly after, a young woman entered with coconuts and handed one to Gao Feng. Gao Feng unceremoniously took a sip, quenching his thirst from a journey. Han Bing, with a serious expression, was the first to speak. Gao Feng, thank you for your help earlier. Otherwise, my sister and the others would have faced dire consequences. Gao Feng nodded and continued to sip his coconut water. Sister, what should we do? Xiao Li and Xiao Hua have been captured. We must rescue them, or they will surely perish, Han Shui exclaimed, her face filled with fury. Han Bing supported her forehead, grimacing as she said, calm down, let me think of a solution. She glanced at Gao Feng, who seemed preoccupied with his coconut water. Han Bing was not one to easily back down. We can only go rescue them at night. Gao Feng finally stated. Yes, sister, we will go at night to save them. Han Shui clenched her fists, seething with anger. But they are numerous, and their guards. We cannot rely solely on ourselves. Han Bing furrowed her brow. What should we do? We must find a way to rescue them, no matter what, Han Shui insisted. Briefly describe the situation at their camp. Perhaps I can assist you, Gao Feng replied solemnly. Han Bing's eyes lit up at his words. If he could truly help, there might still be hope. The Cui Hai camp has about 50 people, around 20 of whom can fight, with 2 guards. They also hold other captives, who are released during the day to find food, only to be locked back in cages at night under strict watch. Han Bing spoke with anger. Those captives are slaves of Cui Hai, too afraid to resist. Any act of defiance leads to death, and they dare not escape. They must surrender the food they gather, which Cui Hai then redistributes, barely allowing them to survive. I can help you, but I have a condition, Gao Feng remarked, turning to Han Shui. Han Bing looked at Gao Feng and asked, what is your condition? If someone from our camp falls ill or is injured, Han Shui must provide treatment, Gao Feng stated, looking earnestly at Han Bing. This condition was quite favorable for Han Bing. However, she was still concerned. After all, her sister had never ventured to another camp, and dangers loomed on the road. Gao Feng, perceiving her apprehension, assured her, rest assured, Han Shui's safety is my responsibility. You needn't worry, I will definitely go. Han Shui replied with a forced smile. Han Bing hesitated for a moment. Let me see your abilities first. Without hesitation, Gao Feng walked outside, placing the coconut on a wooden stake 50 meters away. He picked up his bow and aimed at the coconut. With a swift motion, he shot an arrow, hitting it squarely. Han Bing and Han Shui were astonished, never expecting his archery skills to be so exceptional. He then unleashed a series of punches into the air, causing the surrounding atmosphere to tense up. The The camp's inhabitants were awestruck by Gao Feng's agility and gathered around him. Observing Gao Feng's confident demeanor, Han Bing felt a surge of hope for their chances of success. "Sister, I told you, Gao Feng is remarkable. He has no ulterior motive for being here." Han Shui exclaimed excitedly. Han Bing nodded appreciatively and asked, "Gao Feng, do you have a plan?" "I am ready to follow your arrangements. This time, our primary objective is to rescue individuals. While they rest, I will enter to save them and depart immediately. You all need only to provide support outside." Gao Feng confidently declared, "Are you certain you can manage alone? I can ask a few sisters to assist you." Han Bing expressed her disbelief. "I can help Gao Feng." Han Shui stepped forward. "No, you would only hinder me," Gao Feng replied, his brow furrowed in concern. "Very well. Who among you is willing to join me in rescuing Xiao Li and the others?" Han Bing addressed the crowd. Initially, others hesitated to step forward, but the thought of not rescuing Xiao Li and the others, and subsequently facing capture themselves, spurred them into action. The entire camp comprised only 20 individuals, yet soon, over 10 had gathered around. Han Bing observed as everyone clenched their fists, her heart swelling with excitement. Chapter 23. The collaboration of men and women. Han Bing selected 5 agile sisters from among them, including Han Shui, who was determined to go along, her concern for her sister compelling her. As dusk settled, Gao Feng instructed everyone to prepare. Armed with a spear, Han Bing led Gao Feng and the others towards the Tsuhai camp. Nestled within the coastal woods, Tsuhai's camp was in close proximity to Zhao Guang's camp. Yet a towering reef obstructed direct passage. The moon shone unusually bright that night, while the chorus of insects shattered the surrounding tranquility, and the air was thick with a scent of impending violence. Soon, Gao Feng and the others arrived near the Tsuhai camp. Bathed in the luminous moonlight, they observed the camp's low wooden palisade, which encircled a few well-constructed wooden houses, while the remainder were merely makeshift triangular tents. However, they did not see Xiao Li or Xiao Hua. "Wait for the right moment. I will take out the 2 guards and then go in to rescue them. You all stay here to provide support," Gao Feng instructed. "No, that is too dangerous. I will accompany you to find them. It will be quicker," Han Bing replied firmly. Gao Feng nodded in agreement. "Hey, buddy, could I borrow a light?" one of the guards asked. The other guard handed him a lighter. With a snap, he lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. "Ah, that's refreshing," he said, exhaling a cloud of smoke. "Cut down on that, look at me. I don't smoke. I only want to indulge in women." The other guard chuckled in response. The smoking guard took a few more puffs and said, "Brother, keep an eye out. I'm going to take a leak." With that, he walked toward the woods. As he stepped into the trees, a spear pierced through the back of his skull, protruding from his mouth, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Gao Feng withdrew the spear and mimicked the smoking guard's voice, calling out to the other guard, "Hey, there are women in the woods. Hurry up." Han Bing was momentarily stunned by Gao Feng's audacity. This guy has some skills. He is truly remarkable, she thought, upon hearing that there were women in the woods. The remaining guard swallowed hard and rubbed his hands together, advancing towards the trees. "Where are the women?" he queried, his face a mask of confusion as he searched the surroundings. "Right here," Han Bing suddenly stood up and declared. Although she appeared fierce, her figure was undeniably alluring, an irresistible temptation for any man. The guard's eyes widened with excitement as he exclaimed, "Ah, so it's a little firecracker. Come and play." "Sweetheart," Gao Feng refrained from intervening, curious to see Han Bing's prowess. Without waiting for the lecherous man to finish, Han Bing dashed forward and thrust her spear fiercely into his chest. Blood gushed forth, and he fell to the ground, lifeless. "Now is the time. Let us hasten to rescue them," Gao Feng urged Han Bing. Han Bing instructed the remaining members, "You all stay outside to provide backup in case of unforeseen circumstances." Han Shui and the others nodded in agreement. By now, the night had deepened, and most of the camp's inhabitants had succumbed to sleep. Gao Feng approached the campus entrance, his eyes scanning the interior like a laser radar, confirming that everyone was indeed asleep. As the night deepened, Tai and Han Bing stealthily entered the encampment. The fire pit flickered weakly, and the sound of snoring drowned out the nearby chirping of insects. "Han Bing, let us split up and search," Gao Feng whispered to her. Approaching the campfire, he noticed a few individuals still asleep, and he tread lightly to avoid disturbing them. However, he could not find Xiao Li or Xiao Hua. Glancing in Han Bing's direction, he spotted a figure waving at him, leading him to believe that she must have found them. He hurriedly made his way over, only to discover Xiao Li and Xiao Hua bound to a wooden post in the corner, unconscious and in disarray, having been violated by that group. Filled with rage, Han Bing gritted her teeth, wishing for nothing more than to annihilate those brutes. She gently patted their cheeks to rouse them. As Xiao Li and Xiao Hua awakened and prepared to scream, Gao Feng and Han Bing swiftly covered their mouths, allowing the realization to dawn upon them, tears streaming down their faces as they looked at Han Bing in disbelief. "We must leave quietly," Gao Feng urged in a hushed tone, gesturing for them to follow. They nodded in understanding. Gao Feng instructed them to lead the way while he provided cover from behind. Just as they were about to exit the encampment, Xiao Hua accidentally stumbled over a man sleeping near the fire. The man jolted awake, exclaiming, "Who are you? Someone's escaping." Quick as lightning, Gao Feng struck the man on the forehead, rendering him unconscious. "Run, don't look back," he commanded urgently to Han Bing and the others. They quickened their pace and dashed out of the camp. The commotion roused the remaining inhabitants, and soon 3 men emerged, brandishing spears in pursuit. Taking up the rear, Gao Feng swiftly drew his bow, shooting an arrow that struck the foremost man in the abdomen. He halted, clutching his wound and howling in pain. The other 2 men charged towards Gao Feng, confronting him. "Han Shui, take the others back to the camp immediately." "I'll assist Gao Feng," Han Bing instructed. Han Shui nodded and led the group into the woods. To buy Han Bing and the others time to escape, Gao Feng engaged the 2 men, fighting while retreating. Suddenly, with a powerful thrust, he drove his spear into the leading man's chest. The man barely managed to block it, feeling the immense force nearly wrench the spear from his grasp. Shocked by Gao Feng's strength, he was soon met with a sweeping blow from the spearhead, which cut a deep gash across his abdomen, blood gushing forth as he collapsed. The remaining assailant lunged at Gao Feng with his spear aimed at his face. Gao Feng tilted back, seizing the spear and yanking it from the man's grip, leaving a bloody trail on his hand. In a flash, the man drew a dagger and charged at Gao Feng. Just then, a shadow burst forth from the woods. It was Han Bing, who plunged her spear into the assailant's neck with precision. The man collapsed instantly, clutching his neck as his body convulsed violently, and soon thereafter, he lay motionless. The last man, upon seeing the 2 individuals alongside Gao Feng, was rendered utterly astonished. He found himself at a distinct disadvantage, clutching his abdomen as he retreated repeatedly, before turning and fleeing in haste. Gao Feng and Shui Hai were quickly pursuing from behind, and it was imperative to withdraw. Han Bing grasped Gao Feng, urging him to run. He nodded in agreement, and shortly thereafter, the 2 vanished into the night. The man who had fled returned just in time for Shui Hai to emerge. "Boss, we need to eliminate them for daring to assault the camp," the man stated. Shui Hai, filled with indignation, retorted, "You bunch of fools, you can't even keep watch over 1 person." He contemplated that since Han Bing and her companions had come to rescue someone, they must have had assistance. The darkness of the night was decidedly unfavorable for them. After a moment of reflection, Shui Hai declared, "Let us return swiftly and settle the score with them tomorrow." Chapter 24. The Loss of Lips and the Chill of Teeth as Han Bing returned to their camp with Gao Feng. Han Shui was already waiting outside with a group of people. Upon seeing her sister and Gao Feng return, Han Shui's anxious heart finally found solace. She stepped forward and inquired, "Shui Hai did not pursue, did he?" The tension among them remained palpable. At that moment, Xiao Li and Xiao Hua also approached Gao Feng, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Gao Feng waved her hand dismissively, her gaze fixed on the direction behind them. Han Bing's expression softened, the previous chill dissipating. "Gao Feng, I'm truly grateful for your assistance today. You have saved us, sisters. Please stay the night. It is too late to travel." Han Shui concurred with her sister's sentiment. "No, there are people awaiting my return," Gao Feng replied. "I observe on my way here that Shui Hai will not seek revenge tonight. Before dawn breaks, you must go to Zhao Guang's camp and seek his aid. Be cautious of Shui Hai and his men." After speaking, Gao Feng prepared to turn away. Is there someone significant waiting for you? Han Shui pondered, a look of confusion crossing her face. She then lowered her head and asked, will you come back tomorrow? Since Gao Feng had aided them so much, her heart fluttered with anticipation. I shall. If your camp cannot withstand the threat, mine will be endangered as well, Gao Feng stated before vanishing into the night. Han Bing furrowed her brow and said, let us return. At dawn, I will send someone to find Zhao Guang. She recognized the truth in Gao Feng's words. Cui Hai would indeed seek retribution the following day. Previously, Zhao Guang had suggested an alliance against Cui Hai, but her distrust of men had prevented her from agreeing. Witnessing Gao Feng's support had altered her perspective. She now understood that in order to confront someone like Cui Hai, they must unite their forces to overcome him. Fei Fei, go to sleep quickly. Gao Feng may return tomorrow. Zhang Xiaomei yawned as she spoke to Li Fei. Xiaomei, you should rest. I will wait for him a little longer, Li Fei replied, rubbing her eyes and gazing outside. Do not stay up too late, Zhang Xiaomei cautioned before retreating to her slumber. Li Fei held the freshly dried wolf pelt in her arms, determined to present it personally to Gao Feng. She sat by Gao Feng's wooden door, daydreaming about his imminent appearance. As fatigue set in, she pinched her arms to stay awake, but eventually, she could no longer resist the lure of sleep, her upper body tilting dangerously. At that moment, a shadow slipped through the door, and Li Fei found herself falling into Gao Feng's embrace. The warmth enveloped her, and she squinted in the moonlight, whispering, Xiao Feng, I have missed you so. Before she could finish, her head nestled against Gao Feng's shoulder, and she drifted into slumber. In the silvery light of the moon, Gao Feng noticed the faint traces of tears at the corners of her eyes. His heart tightened as he observed the marks on her arm, evidence of her long wait. He gently carried her to his bed, covering her with the wolf pelt. Li Fei clutched his arm tightly, and thus Gao Feng sat by the bedside, eventually succumbing to sleep himself, utterly exhausted from a day's trials. The following dawn, Li Fei awoke with a start, her heart soaring at the sight of Gao Feng beside her. As he remained in slumber, she refrained from disturbing him, bestowing a gentle kiss on his forehead before dashing off to prepare breakfast. Upon Gao Feng's awakening and discovering Li Fei absent from bed, he ventured outside. Zhao Lu, upon seeing the leader return, exclaimed with excitement, Boss, we were all quite worried about you. Zhao Lu harbored concerns for Gao Feng as well. After spending considerable time together, he regarded Gao Feng as a dependable leader, believing that only by following him could they hope to escape the deserted island alive. Gao Feng scratched his head, apologizing for causing them concern. Zhang Xiaomei approached Gao Feng, inquiring, Boss, what are our plans moving forward? Gao Feng shared details about the nearby camp with Zhao Lu and the others. Clenching his fists, Zhao Lu declared, Boss, let us go rescue them. Upon learning that the cold ice camp was comprised entirely of women, he felt a surge of hope. Yet, his primary motivation remained the desire to assist the cold ice camp. Gao Feng solicited the group's opinions, and they unanimously expressed their agreement to undertake the rescue mission. Zhao Lu and the others noted that their archery practice had improved significantly. Gao Feng understood that if they equipped their arrows with iron tips, their effectiveness would be greatly enhanced. After a meal, during which Gao Feng revealed he had found wild onions the previous night, he retrieved them from his backpack, washed them, and added them to the pot. The wild onions were a delightful addition, enhancing the aroma of their food. The group was taken aback, not expecting such a treasure to exist on the deserted island. After finishing their meal, they packed some smoked meat, gathered their tools, and set off. Upon reaching the banana grove, Gao Feng instructed Li Fei and the others to wait there while he confirmed whether Zhao Guang had indeed gone to offer assistance. Upon swiftly arriving at the camp, Gao Feng discovered only a handful of individuals, all women, moving about. He surmised that Zhao Guang had already reached the cold ice camp and realized the urgency of their mission. After reuniting with Zhao Guang, they quickened their pace. Zhao Guang, accompanied by 10 others, had successfully joined forces with the women of cold ice, who greeted him with bright smiles. Zhao Ge, you always think ahead. I feel somewhat ashamed, Cold Ice remarked, managing a smile. Cold Ice, let's not waste words. Dealing with someone like Cui Hai requires force, Zhao Guang retorted angrily, before inquiring, where is Gao Feng? I heard he rescued you last night. Chui Hai had previously oppressed Gao Feng, and this time he could no longer endure it. Having committed murder in the past, Chui Hai had evaded capture by hiding on a cruise ship, where he gathered a following on the island. He has already been of great assistance and promised he would come, Cold Ice affirmed. Zhao Guang, having witnessed Gao Feng's prowess, felt a surge of confidence at the prospect of his arrival. Sister, Zhao Gu, Chui Hai is approaching with over 20 men, Han Shui announced breathlessly as she ran from the camp entrance. Let's go take a look, Cold Ice stated, seizing a spear and marching determinedly toward the entrance. Surround them. Quickly. Chui Hai, brimming with arrogance, taunted, "Oh, who do we have here? Refusing to be my slave, are we?" Zhao Guang leveled his spear at Chui Hai, declaring, "Enough with the chatter. For our fallen brothers, I will fight you today." Unaware of their own insignificance, do they truly believe they can contend with me? Today, they shall all meet their demise. Darren, eliminate Zhao Guang. The woman inside is yours to choose. Chui Hai, hands on his hips, exuded an air of assured victory. Darren, Chui Hai's proud subordinate, was tall and had trained in boxing. Upon hearing that he could claim a woman, his eyes instantly turned a vivid crimson as he lunged forward with a spear aimed at Zhao Guang's face. Though Zhao Guang was small in stature, he possessed remarkable agility and deftly leaned back to evade the attack. His spear lunged forward, targeting Darren's back, but Darren swiftly pivoted, deflecting Zhao Guang's weapon aside. The two fought fiercely, neither gaining the upper hand. They cast aside their spears and drew daggers, charging at one another. "How about a little amusement between us, Han Bing?" Chui Hai remarked triumphantly, rolling up his sleeves. Chapter 25, Repulsion. "Come on, you wretched dog. Let me show you my might," Han Bing exclaimed furiously. Having previously trained at a martial arts school, she did not regard Chui Hai as particularly formidable. "Step aside. Do not accuse me of bullying women. How about this? If I defeat you, all women will belong to me," Chui Hai declared with an air of arrogance. "Enough talk." Han Bing clenched her right fist and charged at Chui Hai with fierce determination. She swiftly aimed a punch at his forehead, but Chui Hai deflected it with his left hand. He immediately retaliated with a punch to Han Bing's chest. Clutching her chest in pain, Han Bing staggered back a few steps, gritting her teeth as she drew a dagger and lunged at Chui Hai's torso. He retreated, seizing her wrist with his right hand and twisting it forcefully, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. Subsequently, he delivered a kick to her abdomen, sending her stumbling back several meters before collapsing to her knees, cradling her belly. After all, Han Bing was a woman. While she could hold her own against an ordinary man, facing a ruthless killer like Chui Hai left her at a distinct disadvantage. Witnessing her sister's plight, Han Shui picked up a spear and charged at Chui Hai, shouting, "I will kill you for daring to strike my sister." Chui Hai sidestepped her attack and advanced with a swift side kick to her back, propelling her several meters forward, where she landed face first in the dirt. "You little firecracker. How dare you ambush me? Do you not fear for your life?" Chui Hai taunted as he approached her, snatching the spear from her grasp and tossing it aside. He mounted her, preparing to strip her of her clothing, while she struggled fiercely beneath him. At that moment, Zhao Guang and Han Bing's allies had engaged in combat with Chui Hai's men. Gao Feng, having reached the vicinity of the camp, observed the chaos unfolding. He turned to Zhao Lu and commanded, "You all stay here and ensure the safety of Li Fei and the others. I will go provide support. Once the fight is over, you can emerge." "No, boss, I cannot bear to see women being harmed," Zhao Lu replied through clenched teeth, his fury evident. Li Fei stood, addressing Gao Feng, "Xiao Mei, and I do not require protection. I will go to their aid as well." "Absolutely not. It is far too dangerous," Gao Feng replied sternly, casting a meaningful glance at Zhao Lu. "Understood, boss. Please exercise caution," Zhao Lu replied, a hint of a smile creeping onto his lips. At that moment, Han Shui had revealed part of her chest, prompting Gao Feng to step forward swiftly and shove Chui Hai aside. He helped Han Shui to her feet. Upon recognizing Gao Feng, Han Shui exclaimed with excitement, "I never expected you to come to our rescue again. Quickly, go protect your sister. She is injured. I will handle things here." Gao Feng nodded at Han Shui, then turned his attention back to Chui Hai. "You must be Chui Hai. I am here to challenge you," Gao Feng declared, brandishing the spear towards him. "You are the insufferable brat who saved them last night, daring to thwart my plans," Chui Hai retorted, furiously raising his spear as he charged forward. Chui Hai was of similar stature to Gao Feng, possessing remarkable agility. Chui Hai thrust directly at Gao Feng's face, prompting the latter to step back and parry the blow with the tip of his spear, causing a jolt of immense force to travel up Chui Hai's arm, nearly making him lose his grip. He was taken aback by Gao Feng's extraordinary strength. After several exchanges, neither side gained the upper hand, leading them to discard their spears and prepare for a hand-to-hand confrontation. Unaware of Gao Feng's prowess, Chui Hai swiftly launched a right hook aimed at Gao Feng's chest, who retaliated with his own punch. Their fists collided, and Chui Hai distinctly felt a formidable force. He noticed Gao Feng's expression remained eerily calm, which unsettled him. Gao Feng then delivered a kick to Chui Hai's abdomen, causing him to stagger back several steps. Regaining his composure, Chui Hai drew a dagger and lunged toward Gao Feng's chest. However, Gao Feng sidestepped the attack, seized Chui Hai's wrist with his right hand, and followed up with a kick to Chui Hai's midsection, sending him flying several meters away. "Well, I underestimated you. You're the first to knock me down," Chui Hai exclaimed as he scrambled to his feet, his eyes wide with astonishment. Gao Feng coldly replied, "Defeating you is as easy as turning my hand." Zhao Le noticed a woman pinned beneath one of Chui Hai's men and instructed Li Fei and her companion, "Stay here. We shall assist." With that, he led Zhao Dachuan and others, armed with spears, into the fray, directly piercing through the man's back and tossing him aside before drawing a dagger to slice the assailant's throat. Zhao Le then helped the woman to her feet and continued to aid others. Chui Hai, witnessing the increasing number of reinforcements, felt his expression shift dramatically. Another wave of assistance? How many more are there? Panic surged within him as he recognized the unfavorable turn of events. Realizing he had not gained any advantage, he shouted, "Stop!" Instantly, both sides halted, entering a tense standoff. At that moment, Gao Feng spotted Li Fei and Xiao Mei rushing towards them, taking shelter behind him. With a bittersweet smile, he remarked, Fei, why did you come out?" "I couldn't bear to leave you. I wish to lend my support," Li Fei declared, raising her bow and arrow with unwavering resolve. Gao Feng felt a mixture of excitement and concern. Han Bing and Han Shui, taken aback, were astonished to see the members of Gao Feng's camp joining the fray, including women. Moved by the scene, Han Bing stepped protectively in front of Li Fei, determined to ensure the safety of Gao Feng's people. "Well, Chui Hai, shall we continue this fight?" Gao Feng inquired nonchalantly. "Brother, there are larger camps on this island than mine. You cannot protect them," Chui Hai retorted defiantly. He then gestured for his remaining team members to carry away their fallen comrades. "Is that it? You're retreating?" Zhao Le scoffed. Chui Hai's side had suffered 3 losses, while Zhao Guang's camp had 2 fatalities, with Zhao Guang himself wounded in the arm. Fortunately, Han Bing's camp had not sustained any casualties, as the assailants had come primarily to abduct women, not to kill. "Zhao Guang, you are quite formidable, holding your own against such a tall opponent," Gao Feng remarked with a calm demeanor. "I have sustained an injury. What a misfortune," Zhao Guang retorted through gritted teeth. The woman, whom Zhao Lu had rescued, hurried over to express her gratitude, and he scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. It was the first time he had experienced such tenderness in someone's words. Han Bing directed a few individuals to tidy up the scene and extended an invitation to Zhao Guang and his companions to enter the encampment and be treated with hospitality. This day marked the pinnacle of their joy, for it was Zhao Guang and his group who had safeguarded this encampment. "Boss, this camp is entirely composed of women," Zhao Lu exclaimed with excitement. Li Fei shot him a disapproving glance, exclaiming, "What a lack of ambition." Han Bing, filled with enthusiasm, said, "We are truly grateful to everyone this time. Our camp's food supply is quite limited. We only have fish and some fruits, so we must make do. Hunting is not our forte." Chapter 26. Discovering the wild man in Honshu, an abundance of medicinal herbs flourished, among which was the potent Polygonum multiflorum, a climbing plant renowned for its remarkable hemostatic and anti-inflammatory properties. To utilize it, one merely needed to chew the herb and apply it directly to the wound. Zhao Guang's arm was successfully treated with the herb, and after attending to it, Han Shui used tattered cloth strips to bandage the injury. This remedy is incredibly effective. Can we take some with us? Zhao Guang exclaimed excitedly, pointing towards the herb. Han Shui nodded in agreement. Of course, it's the least we can do after the tremendous assistance they've provided. Han Bing, Gao Feng, and Zhao Guang gathered together, enjoying roasted fish while conversing. However, Han Bing wore a worried expression as she voiced her concerns. We must establish an alliance. If one party is attacked, the others should come to their aid. Her camp was too fragile, easily susceptible to assault from Cui Hai. Had it not been for Gao Feng and his comrades, her camp might have faced annihilation. Your suggestion is indeed sound. I concur, Gao Feng replied, savoring his fish. Zhao Guang, brimming with pride, glanced at Han Bing and said, I told you so, Han's sister. Han Bing scratched her head, quickly shifting the topic. How is the fish? Give the berries we picked in the morning a try. Nearby, Zhao Lu pouted, this fish lacks flavor. It just needs a pinch of salt. Unfortunately, we have no means to produce salt. We must make do, Han Bing chuckled. My elder brother can make salt. He could teach you, Zhao Lu boasted proudly. Han Bing widened her eyes in disbelief at Gao Feng. You can make salt? She could hardly fathom that Gao Feng not only possessed combat skills, but also a wealth of survival knowledge. Being with such a person on a deserted island was a source of immense security. After satisfying his hunger, Gao Feng patted his belly and nodded. Before departing, Han Shui filled Gao Feng's backpack with some precious herbs. Are we just leaving like this? Zhao Lu asked, glancing back at Han Bing's camp with a look of reluctance. He wished nothing more than to merge their camps with Han Bing's. Zhang Xiaomei shot him an exasperated glance. If we don't leave, do you intend to stay here? She was all too aware of Zhao Li's preoccupations, which revolved solely around women, though he was undoubtedly loyal to Gao Feng. Gao Feng knew that Cui Hai would not simply let this matter rest. Ahead lay a grove of banana trees, where they intended to gather some fruit for their camp. Suddenly, unfamiliar shouts echoed from within the banana grove. Gao Feng heightened his vigilance, and Zhao Lu and the others halted their gathering. Boss, what is going on? Zhao Lu asked, cheeks stuffed with bananas. Observing Zhao Lu's demeanor, Gao Feng could only manage a wry smile. Finish your gathering and head back. I'll be right back. Li Fei nodded. We will wait for you here. Following the sound, Gao Feng ventured deeper into the banana grove, only to find a pool of fresh blood on the ground. This had undoubtedly been left by the person from earlier. Pursuing them, now, could unveil the truth. Though their camps had allied, the external dangers remained ominously high. Gao Feng cautiously followed the trail of blood left by the individual. He walked for quite a while, observing his unfamiliar surroundings, a place he had never previously visited. Ahead lay a dense thicket, where the trail of blood ceased. Cautiously, Gao Feng advanced, but had not gone far when he heard voices ahead. The language was incomprehensible, distinctly not of human origin. He promptly ascended a tree, as it afforded a clearer view. What he beheld left him utterly astounded. Two wild men, their hair resembling a bird's nest, clad in animal skins and barefoot. One was kindling a fire while the other, wielding a stone knife, was extracting the entrails from a corpse. Two bodies lay on the ground, seemingly not from the nearby camp, but rather survivors. They communicated in strange sounds, and as one wild man pulled out the innards, the other skewered them on a stick to roast over the fire. A wave of nausea surged through Gao Feng's stomach, nearly causing him to retch. As they roasted the flesh, they sprinkled something on it, likely seasoning. Once satiated, they severed the heads from the corpses with the stone knife and tucked them behind their backs as they departed. A chill ran down Gao Feng's spine. There were indeed cannibals on this cursed island. He decided against following them, uncertain of their numbers, far too terrifying. It would be wise to return sooner rather than later. Upon his return to the banana grove, Li Fei was the first to spot him, her eyes wide with concern. The sight of her worry brought him joy. His greatest wish was to leave the deserted island safely with Li Fei, for she was the most significant person in his life here. What were you daydreaming about? Li Fei inquired as she approached, curiosity in her tone. Nothing much, just encountered some wild men, Gao Feng replied, still reeling from the experience. What wild men? Are you all right? Li Fei scrutinized him. Upon seeing he was unscathed, she sighed in relief. Let us walk and talk, she suggested. Gao Feng recounted the shocking scene, leaving the others astounded. Boss, do you think those wild men will come to our camp? Zhao Lu asked, a look of concern etched on his face. They shouldn't. The location where I found them is quite distant from our camp, though not far from Chui Hai's camp. Gao Feng remarked with a slight smirk. Perfect. Let the wild men deal with Chui Hai and his crew. Zhao Lu gestured as if to depict an act of violence. Gao Feng understood that the appearance of the wild men signified a more intense struggle for resources. Had they not arrived on this deserted island, they might have remained undisturbed. Now that they were here, survival was paramount. It remained uncertain whose fate would prevail. Upon arriving back at the camp, they prepared to roast wolf meat. And Li Fei had brought some berries from the cold ice. Where are you off to? Getting ready for dinner? Li Fei looked up at Gao Feng as she washed the berries. You'll find out soon enough, he replied curtly before walking away. Li Fei pouted in response. Gao Feng ventured into the woods to gather some plant roots, and after a while, he returned satisfied. The meat was perfectly roasted, sizzling and fragrant. Boss, what did you bring? Zhao Lu asked, flipping the meat as he spoke. The roots of this plant can be fashioned into toothbrushes. Gao Feng chuckled with amusement. This plant is known as the thorny acacia. Its root fibers are remarkably developed. By crushing its head, one can create a rudimentary toothbrush that possesses potent cleansing properties. Li Fei listened, momentarily taken aback, and then gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "What a meticulous man! Truly impressive." The others joined in the merriment. As the barbecue was ready, Li Fei placed a bamboo bowl brimming with berries in the center. The aroma of grilled meat filled the air. Indeed, our campsite offers the finest fare, haha. Gao Feng and the others chatted and feasted, soon feeling satisfied and ready to retire. The handcrafted toothbrushes were distributed, accompanied by salt water for rinsing. Fei Fei, could you come here for a moment? Gao Feng called out to Li Fei. She nodded, and the two of them entered the wooden cabin. As night fell, the moon hung high in the sky. Chapter 27. The Mysterious Cave? What is it? Li Fei inquired shyly, her fingers tightly clutching the corner of her garment. She had braced herself for Gao Feng's kiss. You were so formidable during the day, charging out with a spear. Gao Feng grasped Li Fei's hand firmly, his gaze fixed upon her. I was worried about you. Before Li Fei could finish her sentence, Gao Feng's lips met hers. Their heartbeats quickened in unison. And as the kiss lingered, Gao Feng's hand began to wander. You're being naughty, Li Fei exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed as she pushed his hand away and fled. Gao Feng chuckled, clearly amused and satisfied. He returned to his bed, rubbed his hands together in anticipation of sleep. Why is your face so red? Zhang Xiaomei asked with a mischievous grin. Hurry and sleep, Li Fei replied, touching her warm cheeks, wishing to avoid further explanation. All right, I want to eat pry. Truly enviable, haha. Zhang Xiaomei smirked, turning away to rest. The next morning, Gao Feng rose early, stretching outside before commencing his exercise routine. Just then, Zhao Lu emerged from the thicket, hastily pulling up his pants, his demeanor frantic. Gao Feng couldn't help but chuckle at his appearance. What happened? You seem flustered. I was just, busy in the bushes when I saw Chui Hai approaching with a few others, Zhao Lu said, adjusting his pants as he reached for his weapon. Gao Feng instantly grabbed his spear, casting a wary glance toward the woods. Moments later, Chui Hai arrived with 4 companions. Noticing Gao Feng's unfriendly expression, he spoke first. Hey, brother, we're not here to fight today. We seek cooperation. Cooperation? What a joke. Gao Feng frowned, then pressed on. How'd you find this place? Chui Hai pointed to the watch on his wrist. This watch has a built-in compass. Wherever I wish to go, I can find it. Gao Feng glanced at the watch, his expression one of disdain. What sort of cooperation are you proposing? Chui Hai, with a sly grin, replied, we discovered a mysterious cave near your camp, containing vital supplies. Interested in exploring it together? He refrained from mentioning the giant python within, fearing it would deter Gao Feng. What valuable supplies? Why would you think of involving me? Gao Feng asked skeptically. We've suffered several casualties and only managed to retrieve a single box, Chui Hai explained, hoping to leverage Gao Feng's prowess to extract the cave contents. What's in a box? Gao Feng pressed. Medicines, all urgently needed supplies. Isn't it worth the risk? Chui Hai's face beamed with pride. Gao Feng hesitated briefly. You still haven't revealed what terrifying things might be inside. I withheld it for fear you'd back out. A giant python, Shui Hai admitted, a flicker of fear crossing his face. He sought to prevent further losses among his camp members, which was why he approached Gao Feng. A giant python? Gao Feng exclaimed, astonished. He sensed Shui Hai's intention was to exploit him for assistance. However, the resources within the cave were undeniably alluring. There might be other vital supplies hidden inside. He resolved to give it a try. Noticing his hesitation, Shui Hai offered, "How about I give you 1/3 of what we retrieve?" "What? Who are you trying to deceive?" "I want half. Otherwise, there's no deal," Gao Feng replied, squinting his eyes. "All right, it's settled then." Shui Hai clenched his teeth, a peculiar smile creeping across his face. Zhao Lu approached Gao Feng, saying, "Boss, I will accompany you to assist." Gao Feng nodded, and at that moment, Li Fei also arrived, declaring, "I will go as well." Shui Hai, seeing a woman joining, chuckled, "Little sister, that giant python is known to devour humans." Li Fei furrowed her brow momentarily, but quickly regained her composure, asserting, "I'm not afraid." Gao Feng offered her a wry smile, stating, "Zhao Lu can accompany me. You all should remain at the camp. If there is danger, retreat to the ice camp." Li Fei obediently nodded, deciding not to pursue the matter further. She then turned to Shui Hai, warning, "It would be wise not to play any tricks, or your demise will be most tragic." Shui Hai shrugged, remaining silent. "Let's depart," Gao Feng said as he picked up his weapon. "Just the two of you?" Shui Hai asked in disbelief. The last time he ventured to the cave with 5 or 6 individuals, they had sufficiently fed the giant python. Observing Gao Feng's indifference, he chose not to inquire further. "Your watch is impressive. Which direction are we heading on this island?" Gao Feng inquired as they walked. Shui Hai pointed towards the sea, stating, "I only know we are on the west coast. Beyond that, I'm uncertain." Gao Feng nodded. At least they had a direction, and the rest could be discovered gradually. Following Shui Hai's guidance towards the east of the island, they traversed through dense foliage until they reached a steep hillside. This location was quite distant from all of Gao Feng's camps. The slope was surrounded by thick shrubs, with the cave nestled halfway up the hill. The ascent was not particularly strenuous. Upon spotting a large cave entrance, Gao Feng remarked, "Is that it? Is a giant python there now?" Shui Hai scratched his head, unable to guarantee anything. Typically, the giant python only ventured out in search of food when it was hungry. However, none of them knew the creature's schedule. The last time they visited, the python had seemed well fed, sparing it the need to hunt. Gao Feng observed his companions, noting their cowardice. "Zhao Lu, take your weapon and follow me," he commanded, casting a disparaging glance at Shui Hai and the others before turning towards the cave. Seeing Gao Feng underestimate him, Shui Hai quickly summoned his courage and declared, "We cannot allow them to get ahead of us." With that, they charged forward. Soon, they reached the cave entrance, where a putrid stench of decaying corpses assaulted their senses. Gao Feng and Zhao Lu nearly retched, while Shui Hai, having visited once before, noted that some of his subordinates had succumbed to nausea. They pressed deeper into the cave, where the light grew increasingly dim. Gao Feng remained vigilant, observing the surroundings, and inquired, "Where are the supplies?" Shui Hai pointed ahead, saying, "At the very back. Everyone tread carefully." The further they ventured inside, the more the stench of decay intensified, reminiscent of something that had fermented for an extended period. Gao Feng was eager to flee, when suddenly a glimmer of light appeared before them. They traversed a short tunnel and emerged into a spacious area, where, despite the light filtering in, the surroundings remained rather dim. Gao Feng cast a glance at the ground, and an involuntary shiver coursed through him. The floor appeared to be coated in a layer of what resembled fresh blood. As they stepped forward, a nauseating stickiness clung to their feet. He pondered that perhaps the survivors had mistakenly taken the python's lair for a temporary refuge, only to meet a grim fate. Where was the snake? Shui Hai scanned the vicinity anxiously. Gao Feng, too, was vigilant, wary of a sudden strike from the serpent. "Boss, look what I found!" Zhao Lu exclaimed, pinching his nose and pointing toward the corner. Chapter 28. Fierce battle with the man-eating python. Gao Feng, enduring the foul stench, approached and discovered 2 large chests at the far end. Zhao Lu stepped closer and opened one, revealing a treasure trove of medical supplies. The chest was filled with essentials such as Yunnan Baiyao, anti-diarrheal medication, and antibiotics. He closed the chest and was about to open the other when Gao Feng urgently grasped Zhao Li's arm, urging him to move quickly while the giant python was absent. Cui Hai nodded in agreement, signaling everyone to assist in the removal. At that moment, a hissing sound emanated from the entrance of the cave. "Not good, it's the snake." "Everyone quickly hide in the corner," Gao Feng whispered. Panic coursed through the group as they crouched in a corner upon realizing the python had returned. Before long, a massive python, over 10 meters long, slithered in, its forked tongue flicking in and out as if searching for something. Gao Feng gestured for silence, indicating they must remain still, as the python relied more on its sense of smell than sight to hunt. The others covered their mouths and remained motionless. Gao Feng crouched low, his eyes fixated on the python, cold sweat trickling down his back. The creature appeared to be sated, its belly swollen, and its movements slow. After a brief moment of sniffing around, it coiled up in an open space to digest its meal. "Boss, while it rests, let's make a run for it," Zhao Lu whispered in Gao Feng's ear. "The snake has keen senses. Do not move," Gao Feng replied, shaking his head. Just then, someone from Cui Hai's side stood up and quietly declared, "That creature is vulnerable now. We need not fear. Let us unite and slay it to avenge our fallen brothers." Upon finishing his words, the man rose and raised his spear, prompting the others to slowly rise as well. They cautiously approached, but when Zhao Lu attempted to rise, Gao Feng restrained him. Noticing that Cui Hai remained crouched and still, Gao Feng pondered his intentions. Before they could act, the python sensed their proximity, instantly alerting itself. It lifted its head and flicked its long tongue, sniffing the air intently. One of the men aimed his spear at the python's head and thrust it forward. The python retaliated, swinging its tail and knocking the attacker aside. The others lunged at the creature, but it swiftly evaded their strikes. Suddenly, the python reared up, the bulge in its belly shifting rapidly toward its head. "Not good, it's about to regurgitate. We must flee now," Gao Feng suddenly exclaimed, rising to pull everyone along. Cui Hai, sensing the urgency, followed suit. The python expelled its undigested meal at the cave's entrance, startling the group. It was the corpse of a man, already decaying. Some among Gao Feng's group retched at the sight. The python, now back to its normal state, demonstrated a marked increase in speed as it charged toward them, leaving them no time to retaliate with their spears. In an instant, a man on Cui Hai's side was dragged aside and tangled. His body was ensnared by the constricting serpent, tightening its grip with every moment. The sound of cracking bones echoed as he cried out in agony, pleading for help. Gao Feng raised his spear, aiming at the serpent's head, and to their astonishment, the serpent reared up, reaching a height of over 2 meters. Gao Feng thrust forward, only to find the serpent clamping down on the spearhead. Its jaw strength was unexpectedly formidable, and as it pulled, the spear began to slip from his grasp. Witnessing this, the others brandished their spears and attacked, but the serpent swiftly recoiled, evading their strikes. Meanwhile, the man ensnared by the serpent was diminishing in size, soon losing his human form, reduced to a puddle of flesh, which the serpent carelessly discarded. The remaining individuals seized the opportunity to flee, aware that remaining would surely lead to their demise. Gao Feng cast a glance at Zhao Lu, who was trembling in fear from the horrific sight. They all stood their ground, spears raised in defiance against the serpent. The creature intermittently struck at their weapons. Suddenly, it seized one man's spear and violently yanked it back. The man, gripping tightly, was pulled along with it. In a swift motion, the serpent bit down on him and prepared to crush him to death. Gao Feng, seizing the moment, charged at the serpent, intending to thrust his spear into its body while it was preoccupied. However, before he could act, the serpent ensnared him, its grip tightening inexorably. He felt his strength waning, and his spear was knocked from his hand. Zhao Lu attempted to rush to his aid, but the serpent flung the previous victim to the ground before seizing Zhao Lu's spear. Fearing he would meet the same fate, he relinquished his grip as the serpent exerted its force. At that moment, Gao Feng drew a dagger and plunged it into the serpent's flesh, slicing open a gash. The serpent, in pain, hurled Gao Feng away, who rolled several times before coming to a halt. The serpent then slithered aside, revealing the exit. Cui Hai shouted urgently for them to flee. Zhao Lu initially intended to assist Gao Feng, but upon seeing him rise unscathed, Gao Feng gestured for him to escape quickly. Yet, before Gao Feng could take more than a few steps, the serpent charged again. In a swift turn, he thrust his spear at the creature, only to have it bitten once more. He quickly retrieved a spear from the ground and leapt, piercing the serpent's mouth. The spear lodged in place, effectively sewing its jaws shut, rendering it incapable of biting. The serpent retreated, thrashing its head in a futile attempt to dislodge the spear. At that moment, Cui Hai and the others had successfully escaped through the exit. Midway, Zhao Lu noticed Gao Feng had not yet emerged and, filled with concern, returned. "Oh, you scared me to death," Cui Hai gasped, breathless. They found a relatively safe spot at the cave entrance. At this juncture, only two of Cui Hai's subordinates remained. Inquiring, "Boss, shall we go back for reinforcements?" Cui Hai took a moment to rest, his tension easing, yet a peculiar smile crept across his face. "Let's wait outside and observe the situation. I hope Gao Feng perishes within. We could conveniently reap the rewards. How dare he attempt to divide the supplies with me? Our resources rightfully belong to us, and they are doomed." His subordinate raised his thumb in approval. Taking advantage of the serpent's injury, Gao Feng prepared to finish it off. Armed with a dagger, he lunged forward, intent on eviscerating the beast. Truth be told, this massive python was quite formidable, and he had never savored python meat before. The creature writhed restlessly in the clearing, and Gao Feng managed to pounce upon it, seizing its tail and thrusting his dagger towards flesh. The python thrashed violently, seemingly unable to dislodge him, and wound itself tightly around Gao Feng. This presented a prime opportunity for him to carry out his grim task. It appeared as though the serpent was willing to perish alongside Gao Feng, showing no intent of freeing itself. With each inch he carved into its flesh, it coiled around him ever tighter, and Gao Feng began to struggle against the mounting pressure. His strength waned as Zhao Lu, wielding a spear, charged toward them. The python hurled Gao Feng against the stone wall with a forceful impact, sending him crashing to the ground. Chapter 29. The audacity to take advantage of a crisis. Gao Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood, pain radiating throughout his body, and collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained of strength. Before Zhao Lu could strike the great python, it had already succumbed to the earth. Upon seeing the long gash across the serpent's belly, Zhao Lu understood that the creature was doomed. However, for the sake of caution, he delivered several more blows until it lay still. Soon, he regained his composure, nearly forgetting Gao Feng. He hurried to his side and helped him sit up. At that moment, tears streamed down Zhao Li's face as he lamented, "Boss, you must not die." Gao Feng slowly opened his eyes and, upon witnessing Zhao Li's distress, managed a faint smile. "I am a bit parched. Where on earth can we find water?" Zhao Lu exclaimed, wide-eyed as he scanned their surroundings. Gao Feng turned his head towards the slain python, suggesting, "Drink its blood." Zhao Lu hesitated, wondering if that was feasible, yet felt compelled to follow his leader's words. He dragged Gao Feng closer to the python's side. With great effort, Gao Feng propped himself up and began to suckle at the wound of the serpent. As he drew the warm blood, a glimmer caught his peripheral vision. Within the open belly of the python lay a golden gallbladder. He seized it as well. In his youth, he often accompanied his uncle on snake-catching expeditions, where he had been told that consuming snake gall would bolster one's strength, though he had never dared to try. This was his first experience, and it felt rather peculiar. Before long, Gao Feng leaned against the carcass and succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhao Lu quickly pressed his ear to Gao Feng's chest, relieved to hear a heartbeat. Just then, Cui Hai and his lackeys entered, making a beeline for the supply box. Upon seeing them, Zhao Li's anger flared, and he charged over, shouting, "Damn it! You lot are swift on your feet. How dare you return?" "What? We're back to gather supplies," Cui Hai replied shamelessly. "These are all ours. You should leave at once," Zhao Lu retorted furiously. "Stop the nonsense. They belong to me. Attack!" Cui Hai signaled to his minions. Outnumbered 3-1, Zhao Lu was quickly overwhelmed and knocked unconscious. "Huh, You dare to oppose us? Hurry up and clear out. Cui Hai spat, then turned his gaze to Gao Feng, who was covered in blood with crimson trickling from his lips. Believing Gao Feng to be dead and thus eliminating any threat, he felt elated at the thought of reclaiming the women from the other camp. With that, he departed in high spirits. At that moment, Gao Feng's eyelids fluttered slightly, his body feeling as though 1,000 ants were crawling over him, an insatiable itch coursing through him, but he lacked the strength to scratch. After a brief interval, it was as if his body had been infused with vigor. The previous pain had vanished entirely. Suddenly, Gao Feng sprang to his feet, glancing at the great python, its massive mouth still impaled by a spear. He let out a cold snort, astonished that he had managed to slay the formidable creature. Meanwhile, Zhao Lu remained on the ground, his backside in the air, completely immobile, a sight that made Gao Feng want to laugh. He quickly placed his hand near Zhao Li's nose, relieved to find he was still breathing, albeit unconscious, with one side of his face swollen to the size of a small melon. Zhao Li gradually opened his eyes, traces of tears still glistening at the corners. The moment he spotted Gao Feng, he exclaimed with palpable excitement, "Boss, you're all right. That's wonderful. Those scoundrels, Cui Hai enough." "I already know," Gao Feng interrupted. Upon awakening, he realized that their supplies had vanished, undoubtedly taken by Cui Hai. Zhao Lu slowly rose, covering his face with his hand as he cursed. "Ouch, that hurts. Boss, we must take revenge." Gao Feng nodded resolutely. They won T escape. Zhao Lu approached the giant python, gesturing, "Boss, what should we do with this snake? Its meat is valuable." As Gao Feng picked up a spear from the ground, he replied, "Let us carry it back to eat." Zhao Lu paused, bewildered. "Boss, how can we carry something so large?" He watched as Gao Feng removed the spear from the python's mouth and effortlessly hoisted its head onto his shoulder. To Gao Feng, the serpent felt as light as if he were bearing the weight of a woman. Realizing this, Zhao Lu dashed to the tail and lifted it onto his own shoulders. Gao Feng glanced back, noticing Zhao Lu struggling a bit, and took a step back to bear more of the burden. Zhao Lu grinned, "You're amazing, boss. Now I can manage. Let us head back first. We'll settle the score with Cui Hai later," Gao Feng declared as he set off. Zhao Lu promptly followed, the giant python draped between them, resembling a boat. Upon returning to the camp, Gao Feng and Zhao Lu tossed the python to the ground and settled themselves outside a wooden cabin. The sight startled the others, causing them to instinctively step back. Only when they learned the python was dead did they breathe a sigh of relief, astounded that Gao Feng could slay such a massive creature, uncertain of what had transpired. "Quick, bring me some water. I'm parched." Zhao Lu gasped, collapsing onto the ground. "I'll tell you everything in a moment." After gulping down several mouthfuls of water with a satisfied expression, he recounted the entire story from start to finish. At that moment, Li Fei also brought Gao Feng water. Noticing the blood on his body, her eyes swiftly moistening. Gently caressing the corner of his mouth, she asked, "Does it still hurt?" Gao Feng reassured her with a pat on her shoulder. "I'm fine. Sorry for worrying you." Li Fei leaned against him, listening intently to Zhao Lu's tale. Upon its conclusion, the others clenched their teeth in anger. "That damn Cui Hai is truly despicable. Isn't this just looting in the chaos? Indeed, the medicine must be retrieved. It's wasted in their hands." "Silence. Let us wait for the boss to make arrangements," Zhao Lu said, prompting the others to quiet down and turn their gazes toward Gao Feng. Rising, Gao Feng picked up a piece of wood from the ground and tossed it into the air, subsequently smashing it in two with his fist. With unwavering determination, he proclaimed, "Let us go to Cui Hai's camp and reclaim what belongs to us." Nodding in agreement, Zhao Lu and the others, though few in number, felt emboldened by Gao Feng's leadership. Li Fei, her face aflame with fury, grasped a spear and slung a bow across her back, stepping forward. "I'm going too. I've heard his camp holds other women captive." At this moment, Zhang Xiaomei had also prepared her weapons. Whenever the two of them were not engaged in cooking, they would diligently practice archery and spear throwing, making considerable progress. Gao Feng looked at them with a wry smile, observing their earnest demeanor. "This is not a game," he remarked. Upon hearing this, Li Fei and her companion were displeased, promptly striding out with purpose. Gao Feng cast a glance at Zhao Lu, following him outside. Zhao Lu understood that Gao Feng intended for him to ensure the safety of Li Fei and her friend. Meanwhile, Cui Hai and his group returned to the camp, storing their supplies in the warehouse. An insidious thought flashed through Cui Hai's mind. Instead of resting, they were preparing to venture to the ice camp to abduct women. Kulme, brothers, let us go to the ice camp and seize some women, Cui Hai proclaimed with a sense of triumph to his subordinates. Upon hearing the mention of abducting women, their eyes sparkled with excitement, and they could hardly contain their drool. Chapter 30. The trial. Once again, our leader comprehends us well. The women in our camp lack any allure. Over there, every one of them is a fiery little pepper, and I find myself utterly enamored. Let us hasten our departure, for I am nearly consumed by impatience. One of the young men exclaimed excitedly. Cui Hai, chuckling, summoned 10 robust men from the camp, and they set off. They had not ventured far from the encampment when Gao Feng and his companions appeared before Cui Hai like celestial soldiers. Upon witnessing Gao Feng's wrathful countenance directed at him, Cui Hai felt a surge of anxiety. How could this be? I distinctly recall him lying on the ground, drenched in blood, seemingly lifeless. He sensed that Gao Feng's presence was far more formidable than before, though he could not articulate the reason. Cui Hai pointed at Gao Feng and his companions, declaring, "The advantage lies with me. Brothers, eliminate them." His followers, convinced that Gao Feng had merely escaped death by sheer luck, sought to seize the opportunity to end his life. Suddenly, an arrow pierced through Cui Hai's right ear, causing him to clutch his wound and curse vehemently. "Ouch! Who dares? Step forward. I shall make you pay." "Well executed," Gao Feng exclaimed, raising his thumb in approval. Li Fei stepped forth, her voice laced with fury. "You brought this upon yourself. I aimed for your eye, but missed slightly." Cui Hai charged towards them, with Zhao Lu protecting Li Fei and her companions. Gao Feng brandished his spear, thrusting it at the unfortunate soul in the front. With a powerful jab, the spear penetrated the man's chest, and as it was withdrawn, he collapsed, motionless within seconds. Gao Feng felt an inexhaustible surge of strength. Zhao Lu and his comrades unleashed a volley of arrows, causing several more to fall. Panic set in among Cui Hai's group as Gao Feng aimed directly at Cui Hai's head, but the latter used one of his subordinates as a shield. Gao Feng surged forward, delivering a devastating punch to Cui Hai's forehead. The latter raised his arms in defense, but was overwhelmed by pain coursing through his body. Cui Hai was momentarily stunned by Gao Feng's strength. How could this be? How had he become so powerful in such a brief span of time? At that moment, Gao Feng seized his arm with one hand and his waist with the other, lifting him effortlessly. Cui Hai, now facing downward, shouted desperately, "Damn you, put me down." With a smirk, Gao Feng hurled him to the ground. As Cui Hai descended, Gao Feng swiftly raised his right leg. Crack! Cui Hai's bones shattered upon impact, and he was unceremoniously cast aside, his eyes filled with resentment. The remaining subordinates stood frozen, aghast at the spectacle of their leader's demise. Gao Feng advanced swiftly, grasping one man's throat and twisting with force. Crack! The man's neck contorted, and he fell into eternal silence. The others trembled in fear, astonished by Gao Feng's prowess. They turned to flee, only to find Zhao Lu and his group blocking their escape, brandishing spears and charging forward. That group shouted, "Let's fight them." Yet one by one, they were toppled to the ground. Some knelt in supplication, but their nefarious deeds had sealed their fate. Gao Feng granted them no opportunity. One by one, they fell to the ground, their throats slashed by his dagger. They deserved it. These individuals who had followed Cui Hai in their nefarious deeds, Zhao Lu exclaimed with indignation. "Xiao Feng, they are dead now. Let us proceed to their camp." Li Fei said, drawing her bow. Gao Feng nodded and soon arrived at Cui Hai's encampment. Outside the camp stood 2 men. Before they could react, 2 arrows swiftly pierced their right eyes. Clutching their faces, they collapsed to the ground, only to be impaled by Zhao Lu and his companion's spears. Gao Feng took the lead, entering the camp where 3 men were viciously assaulting a woman, their crude language echoing in the air. The woman was bound to a stake, her clothing disheveled, and she had succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon witnessing this, Gao Feng's anger surged. He let out a fierce shout, and the three men turned, puzzled. Before Gao Feng could strike, two arrows whizzed past him, blinding two of the assailants. Looking back, Gao Feng saw it was Li Fei and Zhang Xiaomei, and he cast them an appreciative glance. Li Fei, upon seeing the unconscious woman, was consumed with rage. They had not anticipated that Shui Hai's gang could be so barbaric. Zhao Lu and the others rushed forward, swiftly dispatching the three men. Li Fei hurried to rescue the woman, calling out, "Hey, wake up!" The woman barely breathed, her body marred with injuries. Those wretched bastards. They even denied the wounded access to medicine. Li Fei seethed. "Boss, the rest of the camp's inhabitants are returning one by one." Zhao Lu pointed towards the perimeter. Gao Feng looked over to see nearly 20 individuals approaching, both men and women, emaciated and frail, as if a gust of wind could topple them. Upon seeing the corpses in the camp, they were immediately seized by panic. However, when they laid eyes on Gao Feng and his group, their expressions remained largely unchanged. They believed the leadership had merely shifted, with the essence of their plight remaining unchanged, perhaps even to be further oppressed as they had been under Shui Hai. Zhao urged them to gather. Some held berries, others roots they had dug up, while a few clutched small fish. After a brief moment, Zhao said through clenched teeth, "Boss, we just captured a runaway. He was in charge of finding food for them, and he carries a whip. What should we do?" "Everyone, assemble," Gao Feng commanded. "Those who wish to follow me, do so. Otherwise, you are free to go wherever you desire. I shall not hinder you." Their surprise was palpable. "What? We are free? Would it not be even harder to survive on this island?" Someone inquired. "If we follow you, will we have enough to eat? If we fall ill, will we receive medicine?" Gao Feng reassured them. "As long as you work, I can guarantee you will not go hungry, and you will receive care when unwell." Upon hearing this, their faces brightened with hope. Under Kuyai, only his lackeys had access to medicine, while the rest were left to perish. Gao Feng then exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Lu. He stepped forward, declaring, "Here stand a long-time oppressor of yours, a mere lackey of Shui Hai. I now leave him in your hand for judgment." The onlookers quickly recognized him as nothing more than Shui Hai's minion, a figure who had inflicted considerable suffering upon them. Enraged, they swiftly bound him. "Please, I am merely trying to make a living," the lackey implored repeatedly. Yet it was far too late. The torment they had endured had driven their bodies and spirits to a breaking point, igniting a profound fury within them. This moment of liberation presented them with an outlet for their pent-up rage. Their indignation erupted violently, each taking turns to lash him with a whip. Heedless of his desperate pleas for mercy, they continued until exhaustion set in, leaving the lackey's body a mere pulp, lifeless beyond recovery. "Boss, we are all willing to follow you," one among them remarked, a rare smile gracing his face. The majority nodded in agreement, eager to stand beside Gao Feng. However, a few remained skeptical, doubting Gao Feng's reliability and suspecting it to be mere theatrics. They chose to depart the camp in search of their own paths. Chapter 31. Strip bare. That's not right, boss. There should be 3 wooden boxes in Shui Hai's room, but one is missing, Zhao Lu remarked as he scratched his head in front of Gao Feng. Shui Hai was dishonest from the start. However, the medicine ultimately belongs to us. They truly deserve their fate, Gao Feng retorted with a sardonic smile. At that moment, Li Fei approached with a displeased expression, stating, "The woman we encountered earlier was far too frail and has perished. Shui Hai's gang deserves to be punished. We have done our utmost." Gao Feng shrugged, casting a cursory glance around. Besides those who had departed, there were nearly 30 individuals remaining. He turned to Zhao Lu and instructed, "Gather the team. Let us take whatever we can and return." He had previously discovered wild men near this camp, making their current location perilous. Zhao Lu nodded and proceeded to assemble the group. The others hurried to collect items from the camp. Though there was little of value, mostly food they had just gathered that day. They also dismantled the wooden cabin to take it back to Gao Feng's camp for reconstruction. Gao Feng ordered them to strip the clothing and shoes from the corpses, asserting that they could be boiled and cleaned for reuse. "Sister Fei, there are only men's clothes on the ground. We can't wear those. What should we do?" Zhang Xiaomei pouted, seeing the others removing garments from the bodies. her anxiety mounting. At that moment, Li Fei disregarded any sense of modesty. She found a relatively clean outfit and stripped it off, having noted that only men's attire remained. She intended to find something suitable for Gao Feng as well. Turning to Zhang Xiaomei, she said, "Let us head back first. I heard from Zhao Lu that one of the boxes contains women's clothing." Zhang Xiaomei's eyes lit up with joy. "That's wonderful. Finally, we can change clothes. This outfit is almost in tatters." Though the conditions on this island were harsh, no resources would be squandered, as dusk descended and hunger gnawed at their stomachs. The group prepared to return to Gao Feng's camp. Not far from their departure, they stumbled upon Shui Hai's corpse, lying naked by the roadside. He had been completely stripped, and many passing by spat on him, cursing his fate. It was unfortunate that the watch on his wrist was broken and rendered useless. Upon reaching the pond, they halted to collect water for cooking. Equipped with buckets and pots, they filled their containers as the night enveloped them. The moon shone brightly in the sky, illuminating the path back. As they neared the camp, those who had not yet been there were startled by a long shadow on the ground, illuminated by the moonlight. They hesitated to approach. Zhao Lu, seeing their fear, burst into laughter. "That's just a giant python. Boss has slain it. We shall feast on it tonight." The group was taken aback. "What? How could this be? A man-eating python has been killed by Gao Feng?" They were reassured that following their leader was indeed the right choice. Subsequently, they unloaded their belongings, and Zhao Lu placed the 2 wooden boxes inside Gao Feng's cabin. Gao Feng suggested that everyone should squeeze in together this evening. The warehouse could serve as a place for rest, and tomorrow they would commence the construction of wooden cabins. The crowd nodded in agreement. Li Fei and her companion hesitated to handle the massive python, so they gathered the women to start a fire and boil water. Zhao Lu and the others began the task of skinning the snake, while the remaining members ventured to gather firewood. No one idled about. Gao Feng returned inside to inspect the wooden crates, one of which contained medical supplies, an invaluable resource. The herbs brought by Han Shui could hardly compare. Upon opening another crate, he discovered a collection of women's garments, including a dress and a qipao. Naturally, such attire was inappropriate for their current situation, but beneath the clothing lay sanitary pads, an essential for women. He planned to hand them to Li Fei and her group shortly. Closing the crate, Gao Feng stepped outside to the fire pit. Zhao Lu was chopping the python into sections and noticed Gao Feng's arrival. As he worked, he remarked, "Boss, this python is quite plump. There's enough meat here for a satisfying meal." Gao Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, with so many people, food will be consumed quickly. One individual stepped forward, patting his chest, and declared, "Don't worry, boss. We want to take advantage of you. Tomorrow, I'll go find us some food. I know how to set traps." Gao Feng nodded in satisfaction. Nearly everyone at the Tsuhai camp was youthful, the eldest not exceeding 50 years, all capable of labor. The elderly had been discarded by that fellow Tsuhai, as the elderly were vulnerable on this island. If they did not contribute to the collective food supply, they would be ostracized. However, the Gao Feng camp would strive to ensure everyone's survival, with the ultimate goal of returning home. "Zhao Lu, is the meat ready?" "I've boiled the water," Li Fei called out. She had sprinkled homemade sea salt into the pot, along with wild onions to eliminate any fishy odor. All right, Zhao Lu replied, directing others to take the meat for cooking. Soon, sizable chunks of snake meat were placed into the pot, and before long, a delectable aroma filled the camp, causing everyone to salivate. "Wonderful. Since I arrived on the island, a Haven tea had meat," a delicate woman remarked. Another woman, bearing injuries, added, "Boss, if you let me eat my fill, I can sleep with you tonight." Gao Feng, upon hearing this, smiled wryly and shrugged, looking at Li Fei as he said, "I only have eyes for one person. I'm not interested in anyone else." Li Fei blushed and quickly reassured the woman. "He is not that kind of person. No one here will bully you. He will protect us." The woman, having endured significant trauma, slowly began to smile. "Thank you, boss. I will work hard. In my camp, men and women are equal, and love is free. Anyone who disrupts this harmony will meet the same fate as this python." Gao Feng stated decisively. Excitement spread across everyone's faces. The women felt a sense of relief, realizing they could finally live like normal individuals, free from the whims of other men. The men, too, found comfort in the notion that if they remained on the deserted island, they could seek companionship. Li Fei and her group retrieved bamboo bowls and chopsticks, allowing a portion of the group to eat first, planning to craft additional utensils the following day. At this moment, Li Fei found herself surrounded by 7 women, with only men remaining. The atmosphere indeed bore a sense of competition. Everyone was devouring their food with great enthusiasm. "This is delicious. Is this snake meat? It feels more like fish," they exclaimed. "This meat is exquisite, even more fragrant than lamb." They laughed. Li Fei filled a bowl for Gao Feng, who accepted it and began to eat by the fire. Li Fei then returned to her room to fetch a set of clothes, sitting beside Gao Feng. "Try this on later and see if it fits." "I chose the cleanest one. There isn't a trace of blood on it." Gao Feng, while eating, glanced at her and replied, "It will definitely fit. Once we return to my place, I have something for you as well." Li Fei nodded and rested her head on Gao Feng's shoulder, feeling warmth and safety. Soon, Gao Feng finished his meal, tossed the bowl and chopsticks to the ground, and pulled Li Fei into the house with him. Chapter 32. Building the cabin. Li Fei arrived at the summit cabin, where the latter opened a box. "So many clothes?" she exclaimed, squatting down to pick up a piece before standing up and spinning joyfully. "These are absolutely stunning," she added, "but there are other women outside. I can't keep them all to myself." Gao Feng nodded in agreement, and together they carried the box outside. "Xiao Mei, sisters, come quickly to share the clothes," Li Fei called out excitedly. Upon hearing the word clothes, Xiao Mei and the others' eyes sparkled, and they hurried over to Li Fei. "Everyone, choose one piece each," Li Fei generously announced. The other girls did not hesitate. They simply grabbed items, a short-sleeved shirt and a pair of shorts. After collecting their treasures, they were ecstatic, and Li Fei even distributed sanitary pads, which made them even happier. Fei, can this chi pao and skirt be worn? You would look stunning in them." Gao Feng curiously gazed at Li Fei. Li Fei narrowed her eyes at Gao Feng, teasingly responding, "What? Do you want to wear it right now? You're dreaming." Gao Feng scratched his head. They then moved the box into Li Fei's room, and Gao Feng returned to his own space to try on the clothes Li Fei had given him. Meanwhile, Zhao Lu and the others were gathered by the campfire, recounting Gao Feng's exploits, and cheers erupted from time to time. Zhao Lu spoke with great enthusiasm, embodying the story with vivid emotion. "It fits perfectly," Gao Feng murmured to himself after putting the clothes on. At that moment, Li Fei entered, and upon seeing Gao Feng dressed up, she smiled and said, "Not bad, right? I'll take the clothes you changed out of the wash." As Li Fei bent down to pick up the clothes, Gao Feng called out to her. "You are truly kind to me," he said with a beaming smile, approaching her. Li Fei turned and embraced Gao Feng, replying with a grin, "Aren't you the same?" In that instant, their gazes locked, unyielding and intertwined. Gao Feng embraced Li Fei and kissed her, and she rose on her toes to meet him. Meanwhile, Zhao Lu and the others had ceased their chatter and gradually retreated to their rooms to sleep. Sensing someone approaching, Li Fei whispered, "I'm going to sleep now." Gao Feng reluctantly opened his eyes, and the two parted, leaving a lingering connection between their lips. After Li Fei left, 7 young men entered the room and asked, "Boss, can we really manage to stay here for the night?" Gao Feng nodded affirmatively. "Of course, I will help you build a cabin tomorrow." They excitedly sought out a clear area, laid down dry leaves on the ground, and settled in for the night. Previously, they had always slept outdoors at Suihai Camp, and sharing a room with the boss was something they could hardly imagine. Moreover, Gao Feng's room was quite ordinary, not lavish like those of other leaders. They genuinely admired him from the bottom of their hearts. Soon, Gao Feng too lay down to rest, and in the distance, the sound of Zhao Lu's snoring could be heard. The next morning, the cheerful chirping of birds in the trees near the camp broke the silence. Zhao Lu rubbed his sleepy eyes, grumbling as he stumbled outside, picking up a stick to throw. "All they do is chirp. Damn it, they disturb my sleep. To hell with it." With a flutter, the startled little bird flapped its wings and flew away, chattering in distress. Observing Zhao Li's jubilant demeanor, Gao Feng couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, he had just unleashed a flurry of punches. The sound of air vibrating echoed in his ears. He then tossed a thick wooden stick into the air and, As it descended halfway, he leaped, extending his right foot like a cleaver, cleaving the stick effortlessly into two pieces. What remarkable skill! Zhao Lu turned to Gao Feng, applauding vigorously. One by one, others emerged, showering Gao Feng with praises for his prowess. Li Fei and her companions also appeared, adorned in new, pristine attire. Li Fei donned a short-sleeved top paired with shorts. Although her shoes were worn, her curvaceous figure made her look strikingly beautiful. Gao Feng was momentarily captivated by the sight. As the supplies in the warehouse dwindled, the need for food increased with the growing number of people, compounded by the day's task of constructing wooden shelters, making their mission quite demanding. They hastily consumed some fish and bananas. Subsequently, Gao Feng outlined the day's responsibilities. The women would gather leaves and thatch, while Zhao Lu and the others would focus on building the wooden shelters. Given their numbers, constructing 3 shelters would suffice, 1 for the women and 2 for the men. The campsite was surrounded by ample open space, and with more hands on deck, the need for timber was significantly reduced as they had brought some along. Sitting outside the wooden structure, Gao Feng mused about how wonderful it would be to have a notebook and a pen to sketch the areas they had explored, thus creating a rudimentary map. Just as he pondered this, a man approached and said, "Boss, this morning while I was wearing the clothes I stripped from yesterday's corpse, I found a notebook and a pen in the pocket. They are of no use to me, but I believe you might find them valuable." Before he finished speaking, he retrieved a small notebook and a pen from his pocket and handed them to Gao Feng. A spark of delight illuminated Gao Feng's face. It was as if his thoughts had manifested into reality. He gratefully accepted the items, and the man returned to his work. Opening the notebook, Gao Feng discovered it contained markings for 3 locations. Besides Shui Hai's camp, there were 2 others. To the south, a cave was noted, and east of the cave flowed a small river. Following the markings, Gao Feng supplemented what he knew, transforming it into a rudimentary map. He was unaware of the island's size, or even its name, and could only explore gradually. He closed the notebook and placed it in his pocket. As Zhao Lu and the others were busy constructing the wooden shelters, Gao Feng approached them. "Boss, we're almost done," Zhao Lu exclaimed, their newfound sense of home filling them with joy. Others danced about, exclaiming, "No more sleeping outdoors, hooray!" At that moment, Li Fei and her companions approached, carrying leaves and thatch. United in purpose, Gao Feng declared resolutely, "Together, we shall surely survive and return home." Li Fei and her group set down the leaves and thatch before heading off to gather bamboo. They were preparing to craft some bamboo bowls, chopsticks, and water cups. "Sister Fei Fei, there are no thicker bamboo stalks left. What shall we do?" Zhang Xiaomei was searching through the small bamboo grove. "There is no choice but to make do with the thinner ones," Li Fei shrugged. A fellow sister remarked, "Sister Fei Fei, look, there is a hole at the base of the bamboo. I wonder what is inside?" Li Fei leaned in for a closer look, surprised she had never noticed it before. Before she could approach, a furry head suddenly popped out of the hole, resembling a large rat, startling them all. The creature quickly retreated back inside. At that moment, Zhang Xiaomei burst into laughter. "Look how frightened you all are. That creature is called a bamboo rat. It enjoys feasting on the roots and stems of bamboo. Moreover, its meat is quite delectable indeed," Zhang Xiaomei added. Chapter 33. Capturing the bamboo. "Rat, can this creature be eaten?" "It resembles a rather oversized rat," remarked one of the slender young ladies. Li Fei nodded with a smile. "Indeed, it is edible. I once saw a survival vlogger consume one of these." She gazed at the burrow's entrance and declared, "Let us capture it and return to stew it." With determination, Li Fei seized a bamboo stalk, sharpened one end, and thrust it into the burrow. After several attempts yielded no results, she felt disheartened. The burrow was deep, and the creature was well hidden. At that moment, Zhang Xiaomei approached to give it a try. "I'm craving meat. What shall we do?" she inquired. "If nothing else, we should gather some bamboo to take back," Li Fei replied resignedly. The other sisters nearby had only managed to find a meager handful of bamboo shoots. They nodded in agreement and proceeded to cut down some thicker bamboo before returning. Upon their arrival at the camp, they settled on logs beside the wooden cabin to begin crafting bowls and chopsticks. Zhao Lu and her group were finishing their wooden cabin, and upon noticing Li Fei's return, Gao Feng strolled over. With a smile, Li Fei greeted, "Do you know how to catch bamboo rats?" Gao Feng's interest peaked, of course. Why do you ask? Have you spotted one? Yes, but we were unable to catch it. It escaped, Li Fei replied, pouting slightly as she continued to chop bamboo. Zhang Xiaomei smacked her lips and added, Boss, bamboo rats are quite delicious. I have a plan. Once you finish, I will join you. Gao Feng, brimming with confidence, seated himself beside Li Fei, observing her efforts. The sisters quickened their pace. The boss had spoken. Li Fei felt a surge of excitement as they hastened their crafting. Very good, Gao Feng remarked, examining a bamboo bowl. Li Fei nodded in delight as they completed their work. Meanwhile, Zhao Lu and her group began lining the interior of the cabin with leaves and thatch. Let us take a water bucket, Gao Feng suggested as he rose to grab one. Li Fei, puzzled, asked, Aren't we going to catch the bamboo rat? Why do we need a water bucket? You'll understand when we arrive, Gao Feng replied, stepping outside. The sight of his confident demeanor reassured Li Fei and her companions that this time the bamboo rat would not escape. Without hesitation, they each took a bucket and followed closely behind. Arriving at the small bamboo grove, Li Fei dashed ahead, pointing to the burrow they had just encountered. Gao Feng instantly comprehended. Let us fetch water. The others followed suit. Soon, Gao Feng approached the burrow with a bucket in hand and began pouring water down the hole. The water gurgled as it flowed in, but after a full bucket, there was no response. He urged Li Fei and the others to continue pouring while he stood by, spear poised at the entrance. With the second bucket poured, bubbles began to surface from a burrow. That's enough. No more is needed, Gao Feng declared. Gripping his spear tightly, his gaze fixed on the entrance. Li Fei and her companions watched with wide eyes, anticipating a miraculous turn of events. Gradually, the bamboo rat cautiously emerged, and without granting it a moment to flee, Gao Feng thrust the spear, piercing its body. Then, he raised it high for Li Fei and the others to see. Wonderful, it's still you, Li Fei exclaimed joyfully. Zhang Xiaomei and the others echoed. Our leader always knows what to do. Gao Feng waved his hand dismissively, saying, It's just a small matter. Everyone, keep looking for bamboo rat burrows. Form groups of 2 or 3 and follow this method. Li Fei approached Gao Feng confidently, declaring, I'll team up with you. You handle the water, and I'll take care of catching the bamboo rats. How about that? She swiftly snatched the spear from Gao Feng's hands and performed a few impressive moves in the air. Wow, not bad. You could do it. Gao Feng chuckled and went to fetch water. With a huff, Li Fei bent down and began searching for bamboo rat burrows nearby. Before long, she called out to Gao Feng, Hurry over with the water. There's a new burrow here, and the surrounding soil is fresh. There must be bamboo rats inside. Gao Feng's eyes widened as he hurried over and began to fill the burrow with water, quickly fetching another bucket afterward. Li Fei stood by, her gaze fixed on the burrow's entrance when, suddenly, a bamboo rat poked its head out. She crouched down, remaining perfectly still, waiting for it to emerge further for a better chance of catching it. What a plump bamboo rat. Just wait and see, she murmured to herself. In a flash, she struck. The bamboo rat instantly pierced through, emitting a series of squeaks. I've got it. Li Fei exclaimed excitedly, raising her spear for everyone to see. The joy of her success boosted her confidence, and she continued her search. At that moment, Gao Feng returned with a bucket of water, giving her a thumbs up and quietly saying impressive. Not all burrows contained bamboo rats. Many were empty, making further watering pointless. Others had managed to catch a few as well. Jumping up in excitement. After a while, they had captured a total of 7. Though not a large haul, it was enough for a meal, and they made their way back to camp. Before reaching the camp entrance, Gao Feng noticed Zhao Lu and a few others sitting outside with spears at the ready. Zhao Lu, where are the others? Gao Feng approached and glanced around the camp, puzzled. Zhao Lu smiled, saying, After finishing the wooden cabin, I stayed behind with a few people to guard the camp, while the others volunteered to search for food. Zhao Dachuan took some to catch fish, and some went hunting. Everyone has been busy. Gao Feng nodded in satisfaction. Li Fei and the others began to prepare the bamboo rats, first scalding them in boiling water to remove their fur, making the subsequent processing easier. Then, Gao Feng turned to Zhao Lu, saying, You all stay here at the camp. I'll head out to scout for the wild people's whereabouts. With more people in the camp, the danger increases, and we must eliminate all potential safety hazards around us. Boss, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. I should accompany you for safety, Zhao Lu urged, frowning. Gao Feng waved his hand, signaling him to stop. He shouldered his bow, an arrow, grasped a spear, and set off. One of Zhao Li's companions remarked, "Isn't it too risky for the boss?" Zhao Li replied, "Don't worry. Our presence would only distract him." Watching Gao Feng's retreating figure, he felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance emanating from him. Gao Feng extracted a pen and notebook, marking the location where he had previously encountered the wild man. This place was not far from Zhao Guang's location, and he resolved to visit Zhao Guang first. With the absence of the Chui Hai camp, it was highly probable that his own camp would soon become vulnerable to attacks from the wild men. "Steady now, I'm about to strike down," Zhao Guang declared, raising a wooden hammer towards the woman who was bracing herself against a wooden post. The woman nodded repeatedly, leaning back against the post for support. Their camp now consisted of only a dozen individuals, and everyone was required to contribute to the construction efforts. They were in the process of erecting wooden posts, as the previous ones had been too low and needed to be raised to better withstand the assaults of wild animals. Indeed, the collaboration between men and women made the labor less burdensome. A familiar voice echoed from a distance, causing Zhao Guang to instantly perk up his ears. Chapter 34. The Quest for the Wild Man. As he turned his head, Gao Feng had already approached. Zhao Guang had just finished setting up a stake, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Before Zhao Guang could utter a word, Gao Feng remarked directly, "I say, Brother Zhao, you look quite frail. It's not conducive to survival on this desolate island." "Ha." Zhao Guang glanced at the woman beside him, his expression stern as he retorted, "What nonsense. I'm in excellent health." The woman lowered her head, silent. "All right, I won't jest any longer. Have there been any sightings of wild men near your camp recently?" Gao Feng's face immediately grew serious. "What? Wild men? I haven't encountered any. However, wild boars and wolves frequently visit the camp." Zhao Guang stood there, frozen, as if struck by lightning. Gao Feng then recounted his encounter with the wild men. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guang's scalp tingled with fear. He had not anticipated the presence of wild men nearby. His camp was the closest to Chui Hai's, which Gao Feng had already disbanded. Could the wild men be targeting his camp next? Panic surged through him, and he hammered the stake faster, fervently praying to avoid an encounter with the wild men. "Do not panic. Though our camps have not faced them yet, we must be adequately prepared for defense," Gao Feng advised. Zhao Guang nodded repeatedly, and after some time, he managed to calm himself. "Since there are no wild men nearby, I shall visit the ice camp." With that, Gao Feng turned to leave. "Wait, I'll accompany you." Zhao Guang paused his work, instructing the woman to assist others before following Gao Feng. "Tell me, how impressive is he?" "He killed the giant python and took down that despicable Chui Hai as well." Zhao Guang was eager to hear of Gao Feng's heroic deeds. Gao Feng, however, refrained from mentioning the discovery of medicine, as it was a scarce resource. As they walked and conversed, "Sister, that Gao Feng is truly remarkable. He has slain all those wicked men from Chui Hai, and many have chosen to follow him," Han Shui exclaimed with excitement. Han Bing was already convinced of Gao Feng's capabilities, having shed her previous biases against men. "I wonder when we will encounter him again," Han Shui mused, pouting, lost in her thoughts. Han Bing scoffed softly. "Are you infatuated with him? Did you not notice that brave woman who was by his side when he saved us last time? She must be his partner." Han Shui stormed out in a huff. Meanwhile, Gao Feng and Zhao Guang had arrived outside the camp, and Han Shui immediately recognized Gao Feng, running over to say, "What brings you here?" "Come inside quickly. I came to ask your sister a few questions," Gao Feng replied. As they walked, Han Shui dashed ahead, shouting, "Sister, Gao Feng is here." Han Bing stepped out, her face beaming with a smile. "Come in and have a seat." Gao Feng and the others entered and settled down. At that moment, Han Shui presented some freshly washed berries before them. "Here, eat these. They were just picked." Han Shui smiled at Gao Feng and then joined them at the table. Gao Feng noticed Han Shui gazing at him and turned his head toward Han Bing. Zhao Guang initiated the conversation, saying, "Previously, in the vicinity of Chui Hai's camp, there were reports of man-eating savages. We would like to inquire if any such occurrences have transpired near your camp." "What?" Han Bing instantly panicked, exclaiming, "Is that true?" After glancing at Gao Feng, who nodded in confirmation, Han Shui, sitting nearby, was equally startled. What shall we do? Those savages are incredibly brutal. Gao Feng responded gravely. Our foremost priority is to maintain vigilance and enhance our patrols. Should we fall victim to an attack from these savages, we must assist one another. Han Bing, Zhao Guang, and the others solemnly nodded in agreement. What do these savages look like? Han Bing continued to inquire. Gao Feng described, they resemble humans, with hair akin to a bird's nest, clad in animal skins, wielding sharp stone knives, and adorned with stripes on their bodies. They possess their own language. Upon hearing the description of the bird's nest hairdo, the tense atmosphere lightened considerably, as such hairstyles are rare in contemporary society and often deemed foolish. Since there are none, I shall take my leave. If any camp encounters them, please inform everyone promptly so that we can prepare in advance. I intend to search for traces of the savages, Gao Feng declared as he rose to his feet. He then turned to Han Shui, saying, "Thank you for the berries. They were delightful." Han Shui winked at him in response. "Wait, are there only the two of you? That is far too perilous. I shall accompany you in your search. But if we do find them, let us remain discreet," Han Bing insisted, also standing up. Gao Feng and the others nodded in agreement. Han Bing then briefed Han Shui, instructing her to stay behind to guard the camp. Despite her protests to join them, they could not dissuade her. Gao Feng and Zhao Guang exchanged wry smiles, aware that she wished to spend more time with Gao Feng, having developed feelings for him long ago. The four set off, intending to return to the location where Gao Feng had previously encountered the savages. As they passed by Cui Hai's camp, they noticed a naked corpse being devoured by wild wolves, with the remaining bodies already vanished. Han Shui gasped at this sight, hastily retreating behind Gao Feng and clutching his clothing. The wild wolves swiftly snatched the corpse and darted into the woods. "Are you frightened? If so, you should return quickly," Gao Feng said with a smile directed at Han Shui. She retorted stubbornly, "With you here, I fear nothing." Gao Feng sighed, and they soon arrived at the site where they had encountered the savages before. Aside from the extinguished fire pit, only two skeletal remains lingered, with nothing else in sight. They resolved to continue their search eastward, soon encountering a slope. Gao Feng noticed a plume of smoke rising from the base of the mountain. "There appears to be something ahead. Let us proceed cautiously," he whispered. Han Bing and the others recognized the gravity of the situation and heightened their alertness. Gao Feng crouched low, leading the way. Suddenly, a desperate cry echoed. "Help! Help!" Following the heart-wrenching cries, they quickly approached the area near the fire pit. Peering through the dense underbrush, they glimpsed three savages seated around the fire, feasting on something, while three men were bound to a nearby tree with vines. They cried out for help incessantly, while one lay on the ground, lifeless, having had his organs brutally extracted. The very same band of savages that Gao Feng had encountered before now revealed their horrific nature. Han Shui, witnessing this scene, nearly screamed, but Gao Feng swiftly covered her mouth. It was only then that she regained her composure, realizing that she had nearly compromised their safety, and she lowered her gaze. Unable to look further, Han Bing was equally stunned, her scalp prickling with terror. She had only seen cannibals in films, never expecting to confront them in this desolate island. What would Gao Feng do? Would he attempt a rescue? Zhao Guang's face was etched with fear as he paused for a moment before whispering, "Save them." An idea began to form in Gao Feng's mind. Chapter 35. The Struggle for Survival Against the Savage. How to Rescue? This is a man-eating savage. Han Bing's lips trembled slightly. Gao Feng patted Zhao Guang on the shoulder and suggested, "Let's divert the savage, allowing Han Bing and the others to rescue the victims." Zhao Guang gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Observing Gao Feng's unwavering composure and resolute gaze, Han Shui felt a surge of courage. She and Han Bing nodded in unison, and Gao Feng instructed them to proceed with the rescue while he and Zhao Guang retraced their steps. After the three savages finished devouring the innards, one of them stood up, brandishing a stone knife as he approached a man. The man, gripped by terror, screamed wildly, his legs trembling uncontrollably, losing control of his bodily functions. It turned out that the savages preferred to consume fresh kills, and now the man had become prey in their eyes. The savage's stone knife was perilously close to the man's chest. Suddenly, a swift arrow, like a bolt of lightning, pierced through the air and embedded itself in the savage's back. The savage let out a pained roar and turned around, prompting his companions to spring to their feet, spotting Gao Feng and Zhao Guang concealed in the forest. The savages, armed with stone knives, charged forward. "Run!" Gao Feng shouted to Zhao Guang as they sprinted towards the dense underbrush. After covering some distance, Gao Feng halted, believing that Han Bing and the others had successfully rescued the individuals. Since confrontation was inevitable, he decided to observe the savage's strength. "Don't stop, brother. Keep running," Zhao Guang cried, panic-stricken, and continued to flee. One of the three savages pursued Zhao Guang, while the other two confronted Gao Feng, signaling an impending clash. Gao Feng glanced at the stone knives wielded by the two savages and raised his spear. The arrow embedded in the first savage's back had been removed by a companion, who then snapped it in half before Gao Feng's eyes, exuding a fierce demeanor. The savage, knife in hand, charged at him. Gao Feng swiftly thrust his spear forward, the spearhead clashing against the stone knife, sparking a shower of sparks. He then retracted the spear and lunged again. The savage retreated, swinging his stone knife at the spear's shaft, severing it in two, leaving the front half embedded in the ground. The two savages smirked mockingly. A surge of alarm coursed through Gao Feng. The two savages lunged at him, simultaneously striking with their knives. In a swift motion, Gao Feng executed a slide to evade the knife attacks, positioning himself behind them. He discarded the broken spear and swiftly seized the two halves, pivoting and applying force with his right foot, creating a deep imprint in the ground. In the blink of an eye, he emerged behind the two savages, a slight smile playing on his lips. The savages, caught off guard, glanced back at him, their faces betraying a flicker of fear. With a forceful thrust, Gao Feng plunged the spear into the back of the savage on the right, the spearhead emerging from his chest. The savage coughed up blood, groaning in agony as he staggered forward, collapsing heavily to the ground, his body convulsing. The remaining savage charged at Gao Feng with ferocity. Gao Feng sidestepped, delivering a side kick that struck the savage in the abdomen. Upon retrieving the stone knife of the deceased savage, which bore resemblance to a Nepali kukri and was notably weighty, the blade swiftly descended upon the savage. After engaging in a brief struggle, Gao Feng seized the opportunity and, with a decisive stroke, severed the savage's throat. The savage's head fell forward, the stone knife slipping from his grasp as he sank to his knees. Gao Feng picked up the knife and pursued Zhao Guang, casting a fleeting glance over his shoulder to witness the savage collapsing to the ground. Soon, Gao Feng caught up with Zhao Guang, who was confronting another savage ahead. With relentless thrusts of his spear, he attempted to deter the savage's advance. It was evident that he was no match for the savage, being forced to retreat repeatedly, a gash already marring his arm. Upon seeing Gao Feng approach, he shouted in exhilaration, "This fellow is truly formidable. Come to my aid." Without hesitation, Gao Feng hurled the stone knife, which spun gracefully through the air before piercing the savage's back. The savage staggered forward a few paces before falling flat upon the ground. "Excellent! That wretched savage!" Zhao Guang exclaimed, filled with excitement. Gao Feng walked over and helped him up, remarking, "The savage is indeed powerful. Thanks to you. Otherwise I would have." "Let us return swiftly," Zhao Guang urged, tearing a strip of cloth from his garment to bind his wounded arm. "Where are Gao Feng and the others? Why haven't they returned?" Han Shui asked anxiously. "I do not know. We should head back to support them," Han Bing replied, gazing toward the direction of the savage's appearance. One man, trembling in fear, uttered, "That savage is too formidable. Perhaps we should refrain from going." "Foolish wretch! Had it not been for Gao Feng's intervention, you would have perished long ago," Han Bing retorted, slapping him across the face. The man fell silent, while the other two encouraged, "Let us go to their aid." Han Bing, feeling relieved, nodded in agreement. They had not ventured far when they spotted Gao Feng and Zhao Guang approaching. Han Shui hurried over. "Gao Feng, are you unharmed? I was so worried about you." Gao Feng waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was fine. Zhao Guang chuckled. "You only concern yourself with Gao Feng. I'm injured as well." Han Shui coughed lightly. It's nothing. I have herbs, and will tend to your wounds once we return. The group of men, realizing Gao Feng had come to their rescue, rushed over and knelt before them. Gao Feng scrutinized them closely and recognized that they were from the Cahai camp, who had chosen not to join his ranks. He then turned to Zhao Guang. Let these men join your camp. You are short on numbers, yes? Zhao Guang readily agreed, nodding vigorously. The men smiled brightly at Zhao Guang, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, boss, for taking us in. Gao Feng's earlier words had clearly signaled his reluctance to accept them, as they had previously opted not to join him. Now, they regretted their decision. Nonetheless, joining Zhao Guang's camp was preferable to wandering aimlessly outside. Let us return to Han Bing's camp first. I need to have my wound dressed, Zhao Guang said, grimacing as he clutched his arm. His camp lacked herbs and medical knowledge. The others nodded in agreement. As Gao Feng walked, he took out his notebook and marked the locations of the wild men along with the slopes. Han Shui glanced at it and chuckled. Is this your map? It looks like a child's drawing. Gao Feng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, As long as I can understand my own drawings, that's sufficient. Han Shui snatched the notebook from Gao Feng's hands and examined it closely. Look, sister, our campsite is marked here along with Zhao Guang's, the wild men's, and the cave. Is this all there is? Han Shui pointed at the notebook while addressing Han Bing. Gao Feng nodded. This is all I have explored. If you know more, I will add it. Upon returning to the campsite, I will create my own version, marking each place I visit. Han Shui leaned against Gao Feng, smiling as she spoke. And I will too, Zhao Guang added, grinning while clutching his arm. Chapter 36. Task allocation upon their return to the ice camp. Han Yue immediately tended to Zhao Guang's wounds. Meanwhile, Gao Feng sketched 2 rudimentary maps, distributing one each to Han Yue and Zhao Guang. Should any wild men appear nearby, do not forget to share intelligence, and remember the maps, Gao Feng remarked before preparing to leave. At that moment, Han Yue rushed over, presenting Gao Feng with a handful of medicinal herbs. Take these with you. They may come in handy. Gao Feng waved his hand dismissively, replying, No need. I possess superior supplies. Should any of you sustain severe injuries, you may seek me out. Han Yue was taken aback. He doesn't tee you on the herbs? Will they actually come looking for him? Once she regained her composure, Gao Feng had already stepped outside, feeling a surge of frustration at Gao Feng's apparent ignorance. She returned in a huff. After Zhao Guang completed his bandaging and gathered some herbs, he too made his way back. What's wrong? Who has upset you now? Han Yue's irritation was evident to Henny Bing. I just offered him herbs, and he refused, saying we would come to him if we were injured, Han Yue pouted. Henny Bing furrowed his brow, pondering, perhaps he has better herbs. Han Yue thought to herself, that cannot be. They don't possess more knowledge than I do. Upon Gao Feng's return to the camp, it was bustling with excitement. A crowd had gathered around something, engaging in animated discussions. Oh, how large it is. There's more to eat. I'll join you in hunting. I'm done fishing. Nothing beats the taste of pork. What is happening? Gao Feng inquired as he approached. Zhao Lu turned to him and explained, just now, that young man captured a massive wild boar. Gao Feng then noticed a large wild boar lying on the ground, its body riddled with bamboo spikes. In the midst of the crowd stood a man, basking in the admiration of others. What is your name? And how did you catch it? Gao Feng asked with a smile. The man, upon hearing the voice of the leader, turned to Gao Feng, grinning as he scratched his head and replied, Lu Shuang. I caught it using a dug trap. Heh. Well done. How about you lead a team for hunting? Gao Feng proposed. Sure. I'll ensure we accomplish the task. Lu Shuang confidently patted his chest. Gao Feng nodded, assigning Zhao Dachuan the responsibility of fishing, Li Fei to oversee the female team for gathering, lighting fires, and cooking, while Zhao Lu would lead a few individuals for the camp's defense. The men in the team were allowed to rotate, maximizing their unique skills, with the ultimate goal of securing more food. As evening approached, they prepared a feast on wild boar and bamboo rats. Satisfied smiles adorned their faces, as many felt fortunate to be in Gao Feng's camp. After the meal, they returned to their quarters to rest. Gao Feng instructed Zhao Lu to arrange for shifts to keep watch at night. Boss, what do wild men look like? Are they formidable? Zhao Lu inquired curiously. Gao Feng described them, noting their distinctive chicken-like hairstyles and blue stripes painted on their bodies, a hallmark of the wild men tribe. Zhao Lu nearly burst into laughter, but the thought of them being cannibals darkened his expression instantly. Gao Feng returned to the cabin, preparing to lie down and rest when Li Fei walked in, holding freshly washed clothes. "The clothes are dry. Where should I put them?" Gao Feng's eyes sparkled as he quickly approached her, wrapping his arms around her and saying, "Don't leave tonight. Stay here and sleep." "What are you saying?" "I haven't even agreed to anything yet," Li Fei stammered, but before she could finish, Gao Feng leaned in to kiss her. He held her tightly, and though she made a token effort to break free, it wasn't long before his hands began to wander. Li Fei's heart raced, wondering if this would be the night they would cross a line. Suddenly, she felt something pressing against her, and the thought of that mischievous boy startled her, prompting her to wriggle away from Gao Feng. Her face flushed as if scalded by boiling water, and the air around them felt heated. She quickly tossed the clothes at Gao Feng and dashed away. Gao Feng, still savoring the moment, thought to himself that victory was ever so close. Before lying down to sleep, in the middle of the night, he dreamt of a beautiful vision where Li Fei married him and later bore him a pair of twins. He awoke with a smile, realizing it was already the following morning. Exiting the wooden cabin, he prepared to practice with his stone knife, which was extraordinarily formidable. One strike could be unbearable. At that moment, Zhao Lu burst out, cursing and dragging behind him a long, resounding fart. He picked up a stick and hurled it at a bird perched on a tree. "The bird is challenging you." Gao Feng chuckled at Zhao Li's antics, which had also roused the others from their slumber. In the morning, everyone had a modest breakfast of bananas and fish before setting out to forage for food, as per Gao Feng's assigned groups. Forming teams to search for food increased their safety. Even if faced with danger, they could retreat while defending themselves. Gao Feng instructed Li Fei's group to gather around the campsite, while he decided to accompany Lu Shuang's team for hunting, which greatly boosted their morale. "Boss, just watch. Wild boars are a piece of cake for me," Lu Shuang boasted, patting his chest as they walked. "Wild boars are dangerous. We must not let our guard down," Gao Feng warned, knowing that even with supplies in the camp, the pain of injury was not to be underestimated. Lu Shuang led the group to a familiar area, not far from where Gao Feng had previously encountered wild men. Gao Feng took out his notebook and marked the location. "Boss, just ahead. There are quite a few wild boars," Lu Shuang indicated. Soon, they arrived at a thicket where Gao Feng surveyed the surroundings alone for a moment, confirming there were no wild men before returning to the group. It turned out that Lu Shuang and his team had dug numerous traps in the woods, filled with sharpened bamboo stakes. Any wild boar that fell in would surely meet its demise. He marked each trap to avoid accidentally harming his teammates. "Boss, did you see? The ground with berries indicates a trap beneath." Lu Shuang leaned in to inform Gao Feng. Gao Feng nodded in approval. Before long, they spotted 3 young wild boars ahead, their tusks menacing and their eyes bloodshot. They resolved to drive the wild boars toward the trap, slowly encircling them while brandishing their spears. Startled, the wild boars could only flee in the direction of the trap. Soon, a piercing cry echoed as one of the boars fell victim to the snare, while the remaining 2 managed to evade it. However, Gao Feng and his companions had successfully surrounded the 2 remaining boars. Suddenly, one of the boars charged towards Lu Shuang and the others. Gripping their spears tightly, they shouted and thrust towards the beast. One of the boars was wounded, while the other dashed into the forest. The injured boar stumbled for a few steps, then unexpectedly turned back and charged at Lu Shuang once more. At that moment, he found himself unarmed, as a spear was lodged in the wild boar. As the boar prepared to strike fiercely, Lu Shuang felt a surge of panic. Just as he was about to be gored, Gao Feng swiftly pulled him aside. Then, Gao Feng's spear pierced the boar's mouth. Chapter 37. Bewilderment with a resounding shout. Gao Feng plunged his spear into the wild boar's belly, as effortlessly as threading meat onto a skewer. The creature let out a series of agonized cries before collapsing onto the ground with a thunderous thud. Lu Shuang and the others stood in astonishment, realizing that Gao Feng's prowess rendered them mere novices in comparison. "Boss, that was incredible. You've saved my life," Lu Shuang exclaimed, rising to his feet, exhilarated. Gao Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Do not pursue the remaining one. Let us conclude our endeavors for today and divide the wild boar amongst ourselves." The others nodded in agreement, and Gao Feng turned to Lu Shuang once more. "Ensure the tendons are not severed. We will need them for bowstrings." Lu Shuang finally grasped the significance of the instruction. They proceeded to extract the wild boar from the trap, carefully resetting it afterward. Just as they prepared to return, an urgent rustling echoed through the forest, as though a horde was approaching. "We must return to the camp immediately. There are wild men," Gao Feng shouted. "Wild men?" The others were momentarily taken aback, then quickly heightened their vigilance. Indeed, 10 wild men emerged ahead, and Lu Shuang, witnessing them for the first time, felt a surge of panic. He had only heard tales of the wild men from Gao Feng and had never encountered them firsthand. Though their hair appeared somewhat comical, they brandished stone knives, each exuding an air of ferocity. Lu Shuang and the others stood frozen, momentarily forgetting Gao Feng's exhortation. "Stop dawdling. Run now. I will cover your retreat," Gao Feng cautioned, slowly backing away while gripping his spear. The wild men were now within a mere 10 meters of him. "Boss, we cannot abandon you." Lu Shuang, though afraid, felt bolstered by Gao Feng's presence. The others clustered tightly with their spears at the ready. Gao Feng shook his head and shrugged his shoulders. The wild men emitted guttural roars and charged forward. Gao Feng positioned himself defiantly at the forefront and lunged at the leading wild man. With a sickening squelch, his spear pierced the wild man's throat, causing him to crumple lifelessly to the ground. The remaining wild men halted in shock, their perceptions of humanity's capabilities shaken. Several wild men advanced towards Lu Shuang and his companions, while others remained to confront Gao Feng. Seeing the wild men charge, Lu Shuang and his group gritted their teeth and surged forward. One among them had his spear severed by a stone knife and turned to flee, only to have the wild man's knife swiftly slice through his neck, rendering him lifeless on the ground. Gao Feng fought valiantly, retreating strategically, but upon witnessing a comrade's demise, he rushed to Lu Shuang's side. He swiftly dispatched another wild man with his spear, thrusting it into the creature's throat. Leaning protectively before Lu Shuang, Gao Feng declared fiercely, "Do you see now? You cannot contend with the wild men. Flee without concern for me." "Boss, we apologize for disregarding your orders," Lu Shuang murmured, head bowed. Yet his gaze seethed with defiance against the wild men. Gao Feng brandished his spear, allowing Lu Shuang and the others to slip into the cover of the trees. A breath of relief escaped Gao Feng's lips as all the wild men redirected their focus onto him. A sinister smile crept upon the lips of the wild men. As if victory was assured, Gao Feng sought to retreat, yet was swiftly encircled. Faced with this predicament, he steeled himself, contemplating the grim possibility of meeting his end here. At that moment, however, the wild men did not rush him en masse. Instead, one stepped forth, thumping his chest and emitting a series of guttural roars to rally the others. Gao Feng understood this as a challenge to a duel. He observed that the corners of the wild man's mouth were smeared with blood, likely from a recent feast, eager to engage in a contest of prowess with him. Underestimating Gao Feng, the wild man lunged at him wielding a stone knife, striking repeatedly at his chest, but Gao Feng adeptly evaded each blow. Seizing an opportunity, Gao Feng charged forward, and the stone knife grazed his shoulder, eliciting a pained grunt from the wild man. Enraged, the wild man retaliated with a series of downward slashes aimed at Gao Feng's lower body. In a moment of agility, Gao Feng leaped, landing atop the wild man's back. With his left hand, he grasped the wild man's neck, pinning him to the ground, where he emitted desperate howls. With a decisive motion of his right hand, Gao Feng severed the wild man's throat, blood gushing forth in a crimson arc, and the wild man fell lifeless. The remaining wild men stood in shock until one, presumably their leader, whispered to his companions. Soon, one of them darted into the woods and returned, surreptitiously handing something to the leader. Gao Feng merely cast a fleeting glance, uninterested in the details. "Who else dares challenge me?" he bellowed, pointing at his captors. At that moment, the leader stepped forward, chewing on something. Gao Feng charged at him with a stone knife, which was met with a defensive block, the clash sparking briefly. The wild man's lips curled into a sly smirk, and before Gao Feng could ponder its meaning, The leader opened his mouth wide, projecting a foul substance towards him. Gao Feng instinctively raised his hand to shield himself. But the noxious odor assaulted his senses, reminiscent of years of festering refuse in a pigsty. His stomach churned violently, nearly betraying him. He had not anticipated this cunning offensive, employing breath as a weapon. As the realization dawned upon him, Gao Feng felt a sudden dizziness enveloping him, as if his very strength had been siphoned away. Surely, such foul breath could not incapacitate a man, he thought. It dawned on him that the wild man must have ingested a plant known to induce stupor. Using his mouth as a weapon, caught unawares, Gao Feng found himself half-crouched on the ground, observing the triumphant grins on the faces of the wild men. Attempting to rise, he was swiftly struck down by the blunt side of a stone knife wielded by one of them. Surely, he could not meet his demise here. Li Fei awaited him at the camp. He could not perish in this desolate place. Moments later, Gao Feng succumbed to unconsciousness. The leader of the wild men chose not to execute him, but rather to take him back to their camp, while the lifeless bodies of the fallen were also removed. Lu Gu, the leader has been captured by the wild men. Upon their return to the camp, Lu Shuang and his companions shouted in a state of urgent distress. What nonsense! How could the leader possibly be captured? Zhao Lu exclaimed angrily, seizing Lu Shuang by the arm. Lu Shuang, startled and fearful of speaking out of turn, eventually regained his composure and recounted the events that had transpired. Damn it! We must hasten to rescue the leader, Zhao Lu said, grasping his spear as a sudden thought struck him. Indeed, summon Zhao Guang and Han Bing as well. Strength lies in numbers. He then instructed several individuals to head to Zhao Guang and Han Bing's camp to gather assistance. Zhao Lu was determined to ensure that the wild men would pay a bloody price for their actions. Meanwhile, Li Fei was tidying up the wooden cabin of Gao Feng when she heard the news of his capture. Enraged, she rushed outside. I shall go to his aid. I will make the wild men feel the sting of my arrows, Li Fei declared fiercely as she slung her bow and quiver over her shoulder. Chapter 38. The high platform sacrifice Zhao Lu and his companions set forth promptly. Upon the announcement of their mission to rescue Gao Feng, the entire camp rallied together. Gao Feng had always treated them well, and upon hearing of his peril, they resolved to exert their utmost efforts. Though Gao Feng had succumbed to unconsciousness, he could still faintly perceive that he was being carried away, bound to a wooden beam, uncertain of his destination. He wondered whether Zhao Lu and the others would be able to locate him. When Gao Feng regained consciousness, he discovered himself tightly bound to a wooden stake, which was deeply embedded in the ground, rendering him incapable of escape. Surrounding him were numerous others, a total of 10 individuals, both men and women, who had also lost consciousness, their faces etched with terror, as if they had surrendered to despair. Gao Feng cast a glance towards the wildlings' encampment. This settlement bore resemblance to their own, with the wildlings residing in wooden huts, yet devoid of surrounding wooden stakes. At the center stood a massive platform constructed of timber, towering at least 3 to 4 meters high, seemingly designated for sacrificial purposes. The area surrounding it was vast and open, encircled by dense woods, making it a challenging location to discover. Gao Feng counted approximately 30 wildlings in this modest tribe. Their hairstyles and physiques were similar, adorned with blue stripes upon their skin. He designated this tribe as the Blue Clan. At that moment, a tall wildling emerged from one of the wooden huts, distinct from the others by his notably robust physique. He was the chieftain of this small tribe. He murmured something to the wildlings beside him. Gao Feng longed for a translator to discern the intentions of these individuals. After a while, 3 wildlings approached the captives, using wooden sticks to rouse the remaining individuals from their stupor. Upon awakening, they gasped in horror, crying out in desperation. "Help! Is there anyone who can save us? Damn it, I do not wish to perish here, you wretched beasts." The only response was the sinister smiles adorning the wildlings' faces. Some were so terrified they lost control of their bowels, while others had already relinquished their will to resist. Gao Feng's attention was drawn to a nearby man. He was robust, devoid of the fear that plagued the others. Gao Feng inquired, "Are you not afraid? Your demise is imminent." The man scoffed, "Alas, such misfortune. I fell victim to poisonous mushrooms, Otherwise, I would not have been captured. What poisonous mushrooms? How did you end up here? Gao Feng pressed. It is the wildling's tactic. When they cannot overpower you, they chew a certain poisonous mushroom, and, when you're unprepared, spit it upon your face. The man wore a bitter smile. Realization dawned on Gao Feng. So that is how I was rendered unconscious. Do they not succumb to their own poison? He continued to question. They have built an immunity. It is effective solely against us, the man elucidated. Through their conversation, Gao Feng learned that the man's name was Li Shuai, hailing from the central highlands of the island, a place abundant with survivors. Their people banded together for warmth and safety. Li Shuai recounted that he had ventured out with companions in search of food and had wandered too far, ultimately falling prey to the wildlings. He had initially believed he could outsmart the savages, only to find himself overestimating his capabilities. Was he truly destined to perish here? Li Shuai's face fell. I don't believe so. My people will soon come to rescue me. Gao Feng cast his gaze toward the entrance of the savage camp, aware that Zhao Lu and the others were en route, uncertain if they could locate this place. What do you intend to do? Please don't kill me. Let me go. A man cried out in desperation. At that moment, the three savages untied the ropes binding the three men, only to drag them toward the central platform. Upon the platform stood an elderly female savage, resembling a shaman, wielding a stone knife, raised high above her head, as if preparing for some sacrificial rite. Numerous savage tribes practiced the offering of living beings to seek divine favor. It was evident that the savages regarded the survivors as intruders and carriers of a virus, thus justifying their intent to slay them. What do you truly want? I want to go home. One of the men shouted, his mouth agape. He was pressed down onto a wooden table atop the platform by two savages. He struggled fiercely, but it was too late. With a piercing scream, the female savage plunged the stone knife into his chest, extracting his heart and holding it aloft for the others to see. The surrounding savages erupted in cheers, their roars echoing through the air. She then glanced at the towering savage beside her. Gao Feng noted the expressionless visage he bore. The female savage looked skyward at the sun, revealing their worship of it. Casually, she discarded the still-beating heart into a nearby refuse barrel. Finally, another savage severed the man's head with the stone knife, discarding both the head and body from the platform. They tumbled down the side, rolling as the savage crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Gao Feng and the others, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, felt their scalps prickling, some fainting from the horror. What is this madness? This cruelty surpasses even the most horrific of fates. Li Shuai trembled in fear, nearly wetting himself. Gao Feng furrowed his brow, seething with rage. These bastards will pay dearly for this. Yet, at that moment, he could do nothing but watch. The remaining two men met the same grim fate. And as the third was slain, a massive cloud obscured the sun, prompting a satisfied smile from the female savage, which was mirrored by the tall savage. The sacrificial ritual had finally concluded. The female savage descended the platform and approached Gao Feng. With a grotesque visage and a mouth revealing jagged yellow teeth, she made a slashing motion across her throat to the nearby savages and then departed. Damn it! Are they signaling our demise? Li Shuai struggled to articulate. Gao Feng snorted coldly. Let them come. At that moment, a dagger was tucked at his waist, but his hands were bound, rendering him unable to defend himself. Soon, a group of 10 or so savages approached and began to untie Gao Feng and the others, although their hands remained restrained. They were escorted to a clearing where a group of a dozen savages whispered among themselves. Instead of executing them immediately, they decided to engage in a macabre game, deriving a perverse pleasure from the act of hunting. At that moment, a robust savage wielding a stone knife dashed to the opposite side of the clearing, waving his hand towards the savages on this side. Subsequently, the bonds of a man and a woman were released. Confused and uncertain about what was to come, they were startled when one of the savages mimicked running. In an instant, realization dawned upon them. They bolted in a desperate attempt to flee, believing that reaching the other side would grant them freedom. With only one savage in their path and the forest beyond, they felt a flicker of hope amidst their terror. However, halfway through their escape, 7 or 8 savages sprang into action. Some hurled spears, others flung stones, and a few brandished their stone knives. In a flurry, weapons were launched. The woman barely had time to scream before a spear pierced through her, causing her to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 39. The killing game. The man lay on the ground, his right leg severed by a stone blade, writhing in agony. Ignoring the excruciating pain, he crawled desperately forward, for he understood that only by fleeing could he harbor any hope of survival. To remain still was to embrace death. At that moment, the long-awaited savage approached with a mocking grin, swiftly decapitating him with the stone knife. He fulfilled the role of the harvester, delivering the final blow at the moment of death. In their eyes, none of Gao Feng's group could escape. The savages on Gao Feng's side erupted in jubilant cheers. Meanwhile, Lu Shuang, accompanied by Zhao Lu and Li Fei, had reached the location of the wild boar. "Where's the boss?" Zhao Lu inquired, glancing at Lu Shuang. "He should be nearby. Let us search the vicinity quickly," Lu Shuang shouted. They then scattered to search. After a thorough search, they found nothing in the forest except for traps and a pool of fresh blood. Li Fei's anxiety grew. This blood. Her heart raced, and beads of sweat began to form in her palms. Terrified of what might have happened to Gao Feng, her expression darkened. Noticing her distress, Zhao Lu reassured her. "Lu Shuang, didn't you say this blood isn't from Gao Feng?" Lu Shuang hurriedly nodded, affirming that it was the blood of the wild boar. Li Fei sighed in relief, but insisted, "I must find him," and dashed forward with her bow and arrow. Zhang Xiaomei and the others followed suit. Before long, they arrived at a hillside where remnants of a campfire were evident. Zhao Lu quickly called out, "Everyone climb the hill and see if there are any nearby savage encampments." Hearing this, the others scrambled up the slope. Moments later, Lu Shuang was the first to reach the top. Standing at the pinnacle, he surveyed the surroundings, and suddenly caught sight of a high platform in the distance, appearing diminutive yet easily reachable. I found it. The boss must be there. Let us hurry and rescue him," Lu Shuang exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. Soon, Li Fei and the others also spotted it, their faces alight with fervor as they gripped their weapons tightly. They were determined to rescue their leader from the clutches of the savages, regardless of the cost. Just as Zhao Lu and the others began their descent, they heard rustling in the forest. Zhao Lu signaled for everyone to crouch and prepare for action. After a moment, it became apparent that it was Han Bing, Han Shui, and Zhao Guang, accompanied by reinforcements. Zhao Lu exhaled in relief as they exchanged information about Gao Feng while running. In the meantime, 3 more individuals from Gao Feng's group met a tragic end. They were slain by various weapons before they had even covered half the distance. Now, only Gao Feng and Li Shui remained. At that moment, Li Shui's legs trembled, and he looked at Gao Feng, who had already devised a plan. "When we run, listen to me and follow an S-shaped route. It will increase our chances of survival," Gao Feng instructed, furrowing his brow. Li Shui paused for a moment, then quickly nodded in understanding. Soon, Gao Feng and his companion were untied, and the wild men behind them gave them a push, signaling them to flee. Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Feng sprinted forward. He and Li Shui navigated an S-shaped path, leaving the wild men in a state of bewilderment. However, their faces soon lost the triumphant smiles. As Gao Feng and Li Shui ran halfway, the wild men began hurling weapons, but their initial attempts missed. Growing increasingly anxious, they escalated their pace of throwing. Gao Feng and Li Shui focused solely on their desperate flight. Suddenly, a stone knife grazed Gao Feng's arm, inflicting a sharp cut. He had no time to register the pain as he continued to run, while a stone struck Li Shui in the back, causing him to fall to the ground. Gao Feng rushed over and helped him up. "Keep running, quickly," Gao Feng shouted. Li Shui hesitated not a moment, understanding that to stop meant certain death. At that moment, Gao Feng seized a spear. Just as they neared the end of their run, a wild man awaited them, brandishing a stone knife and approaching with a look of fear. After all, the previous 2 groups had either been killed by him or had fallen victim to thrown weapons. He was utterly perplexed as to how these 2 managed to survive and reach this point. Swinging his stone knife, he aimed for Gao Feng, believing that targeting the already wounded arm was his best strategy. In response, Gao Feng thrust the spear forward with all his might. The spear pierced the wild man's throat, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. The group of wild men behind began to sense something was amiss. Upon witnessing their comrade fall, a towering wild man let out an enraged roar. Although he hadn't participated in the slaughter, he had been a spectator throughout. About a dozen wild men, armed and furious, charged forward. Meanwhile, Li Shuai kept pace with Gao Feng, racing into the woods. "Thank you for earlier, Gao Feng," he panted. Gao Feng did not respond, his focus solely on running. The pursuing wild men were closing in rapidly. Gao Feng aimed for the hillside, hoping to use the terrain to evade them for a while. Stones and spears continued to rain down behind him. He heard the whistling sound of projectiles slicing through the air, rolling forward to evade them before springing back to his feet and continuing his escape. Li Shuai, terrified, had just emerged from a pile of bodies, only to find the wild men chasing them once more. After a stretch of running, Gao Feng felt his body beginning to falter. However, glancing back, he saw the wild men drawing nearer, now within 30 meters. Remarkably, these beasts were quite swift. At that moment, Zhao Lu perked up, faintly hearing the sounds of roaring. Realizing it had to be the wild men, he shouted, "Prepare for battle. There are wild men ahead." Moments later, he recognized Gao Feng sprinting towards them. "Look, it's Gao Feng." Li Fei pointed and yelled. Soon, they spotted Gao Feng with wild men in hot pursuit. "Follow me. Let's slay the wild men," Zhao Lu shouted furiously. They barely had time to greet Gao Feng before dashing towards the wild man. Li Shuai suddenly slowed down, resting his hand on his waist, gasping for breath. At that moment, Gao Feng also decelerated, having noticed Zhao Lu and his companions rushing toward them. He instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Li Shuai was petrified by the sight of the approaching throng. However, upon witnessing the look of surprise on Gao Feng's face, he realized that it was Gao Feng's people come to rescue him. Gao Feng noticed that Li Fei and her companions were trailing behind, alongside Han Bing and Han Shui. He immediately blocked their path. Fei, why did you all come as well?" Gao Feng asked, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. They had all come out of concern for him, but their presence was exceedingly perilous. He did not reproach them. Instead, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. "Oh, your arm is injured," Li Fei exclaimed in shock. She then applied some Yunnan Bai Yao to the wound and proceeded to bandage it. "You all stay behind and be cautious," Gao Feng instructed before picking up his spear and continuing on. Chapter 40. Counterattack. Han Shui had indeed noticed the wounds on Gao Feng, preparing to advance when Li Fei swiftly took the lead. She thought to herself, could this woman be his partner? Gao Feng quickly pursued Zhao Lu and Zhao Guang. The foremost wild men fell one after another, their skill in archery evident. "What excellent marksmanship!" Gao Feng exclaimed. It was clear that their aim was becoming increasingly precise. The wild men, terrified by the larger group before them, turned to flee, realizing they were outnumbered, with only 7 or 8 remaining against Gao Feng's formidable 40. "Charge forth and eliminate them all," Zhao Guang shouted in fury. He understood that if the wild men were not eradicated, his camp, being closer to Gao Feng's, would be more susceptible to their attacks. Therefore, today he had to exert all his strength. Observing the warriors' soaring morale, Gao Feng ran faster, swiftly positioning himself at the forefront. The onlookers were astounded by his speed. How could he run so swiftly despite his injuries? As their bewilderment lingered, Gao Feng hurled his spear with remarkable precision. The spear traced a graceful arc through the air, piercing a wild man's back and sending him crashing to the ground. "Well done!" A comrade cheered as they rushed past, delivering finishing blows to the fallen wild men. Another volley of arrows struck, hitting several wild men in the thighs, who fell to the ground, wailing. Those who followed soon turned them into mere sieves with their spears. "Serves them right for daring to capture us," Lu Shuang scoffed, spitting on the ground. "Boss, where's their camp?" Zhao Lu inquired, noticing that the wild men had been vanquished. Gao Feng furrowed his brow as he ran, with weapons in hand. "Follow me." Soon, he led them towards the wild men's encampment. "Sister Fei, they are running far too quickly," one of Li Fei's friends gasped. "You all wait here. I will pursue them," Li Fei declared with unwavering determination. She felt compelled to assist Gao Feng, who was now injured. Though the others were exhausted, Li Fei's words invigorated them. Even if they ran a bit slower, they managed to keep pace in the right direction. Han Shui was taken aback by Li Fei's decision. Sister, are the people from Gao Feng's side truly this formidable? Han Shui remarked, her voice tinged with fear. Those emerging from Gao Feng's camp must be fearless. She replied with a cold snort, a look of dread crossing her face. Up ahead lies the wild men's camp. Everyone best prepare yourselves. There are likely still around 20 wild men inside, Gao Feng shouted. During their journey, he had meticulously detailed the situation of the wild men's encampment, which further fueled the group's excitement. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The two guards at the entrance of the wild men's camp, caught off guard by Gao Feng and his companion's swift approach, were suddenly pierced by numerous spears. Two more down. Aha! Zhao Lu exclaimed with glee. Following this, Gao Feng and the others drew their spears and surged into the wild men's camp. The leader of the wild men, suddenly alarmed, was taken aback by the unexpected assault from Gao Feng and his companions. He never anticipated that the savages he dispatched to eliminate Gao Feng would all perish along the way. Consequently, the number of his camp diminished significantly. He then struck his chest with his hand, unleashing a furious roar. All the savages, armed with spears, directed their weapons towards Gao Feng and his companions, shouting in a cacophony of bloodlust. Gao Feng stepped to the forefront of his group, fixated on the savage leader. Release the arrows, he commanded. With a swift motion, a volley of arrows was unleashed, while the savages attempted to fend them off with their stone knives. A few savages were struck, howling in pain. Seizing the moment, Gao Feng charged forward with his spear, skewering one of the wounded savages. Zhao Lu and the others quickly followed suit. At this juncture, Gao Feng's side had effectively formed a ratio of 3 or 4 warriors to each savage, rendering the latter nearly hopeless. In no time, they had identified their targets and prepared for the assault. Gao Feng approached the savage leader, instantly lunging forward with his spear aimed at the brute's chest. The savage, swinging his stone knife, effortlessly severed Gao Feng's spear, leaving the front half embedded in the ground. A mocking expression crossed the savage's face. Gao Feng swiftly retaliated with a punch aimed at the savage's forehead, causing the latter to stagger back. Discarding his stone knife, the savage prepared to engage Gao Feng in hand-to-hand combat. Gao Feng unleashed his full strength, delivering another blow, which the savage managed to block. However, in the moment of impact, Gao Feng's keen eyes caught a flicker of pain on the savage's face, clearly indicating that he was taken aback by Gao Feng's might. They exchanged blows for several rounds, and when Gao Feng seized an opportunity, he struck the savage's chest with a powerful punch, sending him reeling backward. Blood began to seep from the corner of the savage's mouth as he bellowed in agony. Subsequently, the other savages halted their attacks and rushed to shield their leader. Clearly frightened, they were afraid, Gao Feng scoffed. At that moment, only a few on Gao Feng's side bore injuries, while the others shouted in unison, "Annihilate them!" Gao Feng noticed that behind the savage leader stood the female savage, the one who had extracted the hearts of survivors. It appeared she was preparing to flee. Gao Feng pressed forward, but the savages obstructed his path. Sensing the tide turning against him, the savage leader turned to flee into the woods, followed closely by several other savages and the female. "Kill them!" Gao Feng bellowed. They advanced while the savages retreated. Soon, the troublesome savages were vanquished, and Gao Feng continued his pursuit. After a brief chase, he encountered only the female savage and a common savage. Zhao Lu and the others swiftly captured the two, yet the savage leader remained elusive. After searching in vain for some time, Gao Feng finally said, "Let us return. Their camp has suffered significant losses and poses little threat now." With that, they made their way back to the savage camp. At this moment, Li Fei and her companions were already engaged in cleansing the battlefield. "Boss, let us simply execute these two savages," Zhao Lu suggested. After pondering for a moment, Gao Feng proposed, "Let us turn it into a game." The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, Gao Feng recounted the tale of how the savages had wreaked havoc within the camp. They all concurred that a swift beheading would be too lenient for these wild men. Consequently, Zhao Lu and the others dragged the two savages to an open area, preparing to let them flee. The savages, aware of this game and noticing that there were no harvesters on the opposing side, believed they could escape unscathed. However, Gao Feng's side was numerous. The two savages exchanged glances and bolted. Before they could even cover half the distance, Zhao Lu and his companions swiftly hurled their weapons. Suddenly, the sky darkened as a flurry of weapons soared into the air, descending upon the savages' backs. They had no refuge, and no evasive maneuvers could save them. In an instant, they were riddled with arrows, each inch of their skin punctured. It was truly deserved. The crowd erupted in applause, cheering loudly. Chapter 41. The burning of the wild man's camp. Subsequently, Li Fei and her companions began tending to the wounds of the injured team members. Gao Feng promptly led the group in searching the camp for any remaining supplies. The camp consisted of merely 3 wooden cabins, and upon entering, they were met with an overwhelming stench that assaulted their senses. The odor was akin to that of a pigsty, repugnant and foul. These were creatures that consumed humans, resembling beasts in their savagery. Aside from the dry leaves strewn across the floor, there was nothing else of note. The group instinctively covered their noses and soon rushed outside. "Boss, will those wild men return? What should we do with the camp?" Zhao Lu inquired. At that moment, Zhao Guang stepped forward, asserting, "We must burn these wooden cabins. Even if they come back, they will have nowhere to dwell, and they will naturally leave." After a thorough search, Gao Feng readily concurred with Zhao Guang's assessment. "What about the execution platform?" Lu Shuang pointed towards the vacant space where the platform stood. "Burn it all. Leave them nothing," Gao Feng said through clenched teeth. "It's a pity that the wild man leader escaped. I wonder if that fellow will return." He then took out a notebook and marked the location. At that moment, Li Shuai glanced at Gao Feng's notebook and approached him. "Gao Feng, what are you recording?" "A simplified map," Gao Feng replied, showing it to him. "Oh, quite well drawn. Let me add some details," Li Shuai said as he took the pen and began to sketch. Gao Feng recalled that Li Shuai had previously mentioned a camp in the heart of the deserted island, populated by 50 individuals. Before long, Gao Feng observed that the high ground Li Shuai was illustrating appeared substantial. "That's all I know," Li Shuai stated upon completing his drawing. He then remembered something and wrote the word Angel in the corner of the map. "Angel Island?" Gao Feng remarked with curiosity. Since it has a name, perhaps there are signs of human activity nearby. However, they had spent so long by the seaside, and aside from the survivors, had seen no one else land on the deserted island. "Well, I've only heard that near the central high ground, there is a place where a stone tablet is buried, inscribed with those 3 characters. What do you think? Should we consider going to the high ground? No wild men have appeared there yet. It must be safer than here," Li Shuai confidently proposed. Gao Feng shook his head. He was still unaware of the circumstances there and could not afford to venture forth recklessly. "Thank you for saving me. If you choose to go, you're always welcome. I must be on my way," Li Shuai said, patting Gao Feng's shoulder with a smile. "Take care," Gao Feng replied, handing him a spear for protection on his journey. Li Shuai nodded gratefully and turned towards the woods. "Boss, who was that person just now?" Zhao Lu asked with curiosity, as others gathered around. At that moment, the wooden cabins and the execution platform of the wild men's camp were ablaze, crackling with the sound of burning timber. As Gao Feng gazed into the roaring flames, he recounted the details of the central high ground. Some expressed a desire to investigate, while others cautioned against it, suggesting it might be a trap. Gao Feng felt that everyone had valid points and decided to set the issue aside for the moment. With the absence of the wild men, perhaps safety was on the horizon. This time, Gao Feng and his companions had acquired several stone knives and spears. At that moment, Han Bing approached, a hint of concern etched on her face. "Gao Feng, do you think the wild man who escaped will seek reinforcements?" Gao Feng inhaled sharply. Indeed, there was a possibility that this was merely a splinter tribe. He promptly resolved to send Han Bing and Li Fei back, while the remaining members would wait in the woods. If no wild men appeared, they could return with peace of mind. Li Fei first instructed Zhang Xiaomei and the others to depart, insisting on staying with Gao Feng. Zhang Xiaomei nodded in agreement, while Han Bing and Han Shui were equally determined to remain. Before long, they settled around the campsite to rest. At this time, Han Shui approached Gao Feng to assess his injuries. "How are you? Still in pain?" Li Fei had already sensed the tension, her gaze emanating hostility. "It's nothing serious. The pain has subsided," Gao Feng replied with a smile, subsequently diverting his gaze to Li Fei, wary of any misunderstandings. Meanwhile, Li Fei glared fiercely at Gao Feng, anxious about their connection. He was momentarily startled. Han Shui then retrieved a roasted fish from her backpack and offered it to Gao Feng. "You must be hungry. Have a bite." Before he could take it, Li Fei shoved it back. "No, eat mine. I have roast meat in my backpack." Li Fei glared at Han Shui as she handed the roast meat to Gao Feng. He accepted it, feeling the palpable jealousy in the air. "What is your relationship with him?" Han Shui glared back at Li Fei with equal intensity. Li Fei stood up, pointing at Gao Feng, declaring, "I am his girlfriend." Gao Feng felt a surge of joy within. "So what? Is it wrong to give him something to eat?" Han Shui, pouting, tucked away the roasted fish and sulkily sat beside Han Bing. Han Bing, amused by her sister's behavior, couldn't help but chuckle, realizing Gao Feng had a girlfriend and that her sister might be out of luck. Yet, Han Shui thought, it's not as if she is his wife. Perhaps I still have a chance. Subsequently, everyone brought out their food, eating and resting together as the campfire gradually dimmed. Gao Feng stood up and, along with a few others, searched the area for a while. "Let's head back. The wild men are unlikely to return," Gao Feng stated calmly. Soon, they planned their return. As they walked, Li Fei and Han Shui's gazes occasionally collided, the tension palpable enough to ignite a moth. "If there are any more wild men attacks, we might consider checking the high ground mentioned by Li Shui," Han Bing suggested to Gao Feng. He nodded in agreement and shared the location of the banana grove with Han Bing and her companions. Gao Feng surmised they were likely to head towards the high ground. He decided to share the information about the banana grove generously. Han Bing and the others were visibly delighted, as it presented them with yet another source of sustenance. Zhao Guang also did not object and graciously offered his support. Soon, everyone returned to their respective camps, laden with bananas. Upon their arrival, the sun had already begun its descent, painting the sky with breathtaking hues of crimson and gold. Zhang Xiaomei and her companions had commenced preparations for dinner. The group hastily gathered to partake in the meal, eager to replenish their energy for a well-deserved rest. Gao Feng, feeling somewhat fatigued, was suddenly interrupted by a suggestion from one of the members. "Boss, after a day of running around, we're all sticky and weary. How about we wash up before heading to bed? The injured can stay at the camp to rest, while the rest of us can go." Gao Feng, despite his arm injury, yearned to join. However, after a slight twist of his arm, he found the pain had lessened. "Boss, why don't we all bathe together? Men and women alike? It would surely be a lively affair," Lu Shuang remarked mischievously. "As long as everyone is willing, I have no objections." Gao Feng replied with a wry smile. "You're quite the charmer," Zhang Xiaomei teased, splashing some hot water from the pot towards Lu Shuang. He ducked, grinning, "Look, the women in our camp are not to be trifled with. Boss, you must find us a way out of this." Chapter 42. The Venom of the Serpent That S Your Incompetence. Gao Feng chuckled. The others gathered around, engaging in lively discussion. "Boss, why not merge with Han Bing's camp? That would give us more opportunities." "Yes, that's a splendid idea. I wholeheartedly agree. I can hardly contain my excitement," he exclaimed, observing the enthusiasm of his comrades. Gao Feng remarked, "As long as Han Bing consents, I have no objections. The boss is always thinking of his brothers, isn't that right?" Zhao Lu grinned widely. "Indeed, indeed." They chorused in unison. "The pork is ready. Let us not just dream of good things. It's time to eat." Li Fei interjected with a playful glare. "Everyone, quiet down and heed your sister-in-law. Let us eat quickly. We'll bathe shortly." Soon, everyone began to prepare their bowls and chopsticks for the meal. After dining, Zhao Lu and the others went to wash up, while Gao Feng remained at the camp. After a while, Li Fei approached him. "How is your arm?" "Let me see." "Much better. Don't worry," Gao Feng replied, raising his arm for her inspection. "By the way, my sisters and I need to wash up as well." Li Fei desalively. "Stay safe," Gao Feng said calmly, looking up at the moonlit sky. He pondered whether the high ground that Li Shui spoke of was truly as magnificent as he claimed. Gao Feng planned to take a few people to check it out the following day. After some time, Li Fei and her companions gathered around the camp, their voices buzzing with speculation. They should be back soon. What is taking them? Perhaps they are on their way back. Could they be hiding somewhere, preparing to spy on us? If they dare to, let us head out, sisters. They then set off with their buckets. Gao Feng, curious about Zhao Lu and his disciples' antics, thought they must be concocting some mischievous plan again. I must go see. With that thought, he rose and made his way toward the water pool. On their way, Li Fei and her group encountered Zhao Lu and his companions returning. Watch out for snakes in the water. A young man chuckled. Shut your foul mouth. Zhang Xiaomei retorted angrily. Zhao Lu's group laughed, walking back to the camp in front of them. Zhang Xiaomei occasionally glanced back, wary that they might turn around to spy. Legu, do they believe we returned? Lu Shuang grinned. They should, considering how far we walked back. Zhao Lu replied confidently. Noticing the time, Zhao Lu commanded, halt. About face, march. The group turned in unison, their movements as precise as if they had been soldiers. Suddenly, a young man expressed concern. Aren't we afraid of getting caught? The boss won't find out, will he? Fortune favors the bold. The timid perish. Lu Shuang laughed heartily. Soon, Zhao Lu and his group followed suit. At that moment, Gao Feng spotted their stealthy figures and decided to follow them. Li Fei had also arrived at the water pool. They surveyed their surroundings and, having confirmed their safety, prepared to enter the water to bathe. At that moment, Zhang Xiaomei furrowed her brow and said, Sister Fei Fei, let us wait a while. I have a feeling Zhao Lu and his friends might be lurking. Li Fei and the others looked astonished, then nodded in agreement. Zhao Lu and his companions found a nearby thicket and crawled forward. This spot is perfect. Everyone remain still and enjoy the view, one of the younger boys remarked. Soon, they were filled with confusion. Why hadn't the girls entered the water yet? What were they waiting for? After a while, Zhang Xiaomei nodded, signaling that it was safe. At that moment, a shadow darted toward Zhao Lu. He gently tapped Zhao Lu on the shoulder. They were so engrossed that they were completely unaware that Gao Feng had arrived beside them. Don't make a fuss, Zhao Lu whispered. However, sensing something was amiss, he turned around and was startled to see Gao Feng. Boss, what are you doing here? You're not here to spy on us, are you? No. Zhao Li's smile gradually faded. Isn't it more delightful to catch them than to sneak a peek? Li Fei, you wouldn't be spying too, would you? Gao Feng sneered. Zhao Lu was dumbfounded, shaking his head frantically. Oh, there's a snake. As they had just entered the water, they spotted a snake swiftly swimming towards them, prompting them to flee towards the shore in terror. Without hesitation, Gao Feng dashed out first, marveling at the beautiful white expanse before him. The snake, adorned with vibrant patterns, was a venomous one, and it lunged towards Li Fei. Terrified, she stumbled backward. In that critical moment, Gao Feng grabbed the snake by its tail, intending to throw it away. However, the snake coiled around his arm and bit him. Ignoring the pain, Gao Feng used his other hand to pull it off and swiftly severed its head with a dagger. Li Fei and the others were initially startled, then hurriedly donned their clothes. Seeing that their boss had taken the lead, they followed suit, hoping to catch a glimpse of the unfolding drama. By the time they arrived, the girls had already dressed. Li Fei was still processing the shock when Gao Feng collapsed on the ground. At this moment, he felt a wave of dizziness. Li Fei rushed to hold him in her arms. Gao Feng felt a warmth spreading across his back. It was a comforting sensation. Boss, what happened? Zhao Lu, disregarding Zhang Xiaomei's reproach, stared at the dead snake nearby. Suddenly, he sat down, realization dawning upon him. Oh no, that was a venomous snake. What do we do now? Li Fei's face turned pale with fear. An idea struck her. Can I just suck out the venom? Everyone nodded, agreeing that it was the most effective course of action at that moment. Meanwhile, a purplish hue began to spread from the bite on Gao Feng's arm. Without hesitation, Li Fei began to suck the venom out. As she spat out several mouthfuls of dark blood, Gao Feng's complexion rapidly regained a healthier hue. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that Gao Feng was improving. Fei Fei, you saved me once again, Gao Feng said, gazing at Li Fei's beautiful face. At that moment, Li Fei felt a mix of emotions, both wanting to cry and laugh. But you just saved me. She hadn't anticipated Gao Feng's sudden appearance in this place. At this moment, Zhang Xiaomei, seething with anger, berated Zhao Lu. This is your cunning scheme, isn't it? Pretending to return to the camp, right? Zhao Lu stammered, then bolted, followed closely by the others. In his haste, he tripped over something and was promptly pinned to the ground by Zhang Xiaomei. Desperately, Zhao Lu pleaded, Listen to me, I came to rescue you. Feigning innocence, are we? Keep pretending, Zhang Xiaomei retorted, removing her shoe and striking him on the rear. Ouch, that hurts. I promise I won't sneak a glance again, Zhao Lu exclaimed, his face flushed with embarrassment. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have preferred to return quietly. He lifted his gaze, only to find that the others had vanished without a trace. At that moment, he felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Meanwhile, Li Fei and her companions were in fits of laughter. Let us head back. Today it was their fault, or I wouldn't have come to rescue you, Gao Feng stated as he stood up, preparing to leave. Since the boss has spoken, I shall spare you. Zhang Xiaomei finally released Zhao Lu. With a grin, Zhao Lu stood up and dashed away. Chapter 43. The discovery of a corpse upon returning to the camp. Everyone else was soundly asleep. Li Fei followed Gao Feng back to the wooden cabin. As she tended to his wounds, she fixed her gaze upon him and inquired, "What is the situation with that girl, Han Shui? It seems she has a fondness for you. You had better be honest." Gao Feng, sensing trouble, quickly clarified, "She is merely a friend. Do not read too much into it. My heart belongs solely to you." Such flattery. It better be true, otherwise I shall not let you off so easily, Li Fei replied, narrowing her eyes. A blush appeared on her cheeks as she continued, "Since you saved me today, I am willing to grant you one request." She sought to firmly bind Gao Feng to her, ensuring he would truly experience the sweetness of their bond. Gao Feng instantly brightened. "Anything is possible?" Li Fei playfully nodded, and in an instant, Gao Feng embraced her, pressing her against the bed. Without further ado, they revealed their innermost selves to one another, like dry tinder meeting a roaring flame. "Be gentle." A wave of immense joy coursed through Gao Feng's body, resonating equally within Li Fei. The following morning, Li Fei awoke early and noticed Gao Feng still asleep. She decided to dress and prepare breakfast. At that moment, Gao Feng stirred, his gaze settling upon Li Fei, who appeared as beautiful as a blooming flower. Filling him with contentment, he realized he had given her something precious and felt a deep sense of responsibility to protect her. Once Li Fei was dressed and saw that Gao Feng was awake, she announced, "I'm going to make breakfast. How is your arm feeling?" Gao Feng smiled and nodded. "So, does this mean we will live together from now on?" "Such a thought," Li Fei exclaimed, her face flushing as she stepped outside. Gao Feng chuckled and dressed quickly. Feeling particularly cheerful that day, Zhao Lu approached and inquired about Gao Feng's arm. "Boss, how is it?" "Much better," Gao Feng replied, noting how swiftly he seemed to recover. Snake venom and injuries appeared to heal for him as easily as a restful sleep. "I plan to venture to the Central Heights. Staying here is not a viable option." "Perhaps it's safer there," Gao Feng told Zhao Lu. "Boss, that is far too dangerous and quite distant." "And what about the camp?" Zhao Lu responded anxiously. "Moreover, your injury has yet to heal." Meanwhile, Li Fei, who was preparing breakfast, overheard their conversation and immediately objected. She turned to Gao Feng and shouted, "You dare try it? Your injury is not healed. You're not going anywhere." Gao Feng scratched his head. "I was merely considering it. Do not rush me." He decided to wait until his arm was fully healed before making any plans. Li Fei shot him an exasperated look. "Breakfast is ready. Everyone come and eat." The morning meal was simple, bananas and some grilled fish. After breakfast, everyone divided into groups to search for food. As Li Fei and her companions cleaned the dishes, she advised Gao Feng, "Your arm is not yet healed. You should rest well." A few injured brothers from the camp approached Gao Feng. "Boss, these are just minor injuries. We want to join the foraging group to help out." After all, accompanying the sisters can indeed foster a deeper bond. One person chimed in playfully, and Gao Feng smiled wryly, conceding, "All right, I shall join as well." Soon, Gao Feng and his companions set off with Li Fei's group. "You truly are something. Instead of resting after your injury, you insist on following us." Li Fei pouted, her expression one of exasperation. Gao Feng and the others chuckled in response. Under the guidance of Li Fei and Zhang Xiaomei, the gathering team quickly learned to wield weapons such as bows and arrows, as well as spears for self-defense. They also acquired knowledge about various plants, discerning what was edible and what was not. Their primary adversaries were those beyond the camp, followed closely by the men within their own camp. who were only eager to take advantage of the situation. They all yearned for a leader like Gao Feng, who was both safe and capable. Yet, they were well aware that Gao Feng belonged solely to Li Fei, an unshakable fact. Having nearly finished gathering from the banana grove, Li Fei and her companions planned to head toward the seaside, where some berry bushes awaited them. The berry bushes, though not tall, bore an abundance of small, sweet fruits clustered together. They picked and sampled the berries as they went along. Some of Gao Feng's companions assisted, while others scoured the vicinity for additional food. Gao Feng proceeded towards the sea, intent on catching some wild chickens, for their flavor was unmatched. The berries were not plentiful, and Li Fei and her group swiftly harvested the ripe ones, leaving only a modest layer in their baskets. They soon caught up to Gao Feng's pace. Suddenly, excitement surged through them. "Look, wild chickens! Sisters, ready your shots!" They swiftly drew their bows, knocking arrows with precision as they stealthily approached the wild chicken's location. Before they could release their arrows, a single arrow, swift as lightning, pierced through the head of a chicken. The bird let out a couple of clucks before falling silent. "Wow, our leader is so precise. Just wait and see what we can do," one of the young women exclaimed excitedly. In her 20s, she radiated youthful beauty as she raced over to retrieve the wild chicken, placing it in her bamboo basket. Following this, Li Fei and her companions dispersed nearby in search of more wild chickens, and their efforts bore fruit. A few managed to catch wild chickens, while others, feeling frustrated for their lack of success, displayed a hint of disappointment. Li Fei reassured them, with more practice, it will become much easier. Ahead lies the vast ocean, Li Fei exclaimed with excitement. The group quickened their pace, spirits soaring. The sea breeze swept through the forest, caressing each face and lifting their moods immensely. Gao Feng was the first to reach the shore. To his dismay, he soon discovered several corpses lying on the beach not far off. When the others arrived and saw Gao Feng signaling them to be quiet, an immediate hush fell over them as they followed his gaze. They were startled by the sight of the lifeless bodies on the ground. As Gao Feng approached, he recognized the deceased survivors, none of whom he had encountered before. Beside them lay the body of a wild man, sending a chill down his spine. This wild man was unlike any he had seen, adorned not with a chicken coop hairstyle but with small braids and red stripes painted across his body. It is evident that this is yet another tribe of wild men. The ground is strewn with wooden sticks and spears, the only weapons they possessed. They perished alongside the savages. Upon examining the corpses, there is no noticeable decomposition, suggesting they met their demise not long ago. Gao Feng quietly took out his notebook and recorded this significant information. This implies that the camp on his side is becoming increasingly perilous. He prepared to cast the bodies into the sea, seizing one and hurling into the ocean, which quickly attracted a swarm of sharks. The sharks' fins sliced through the water like razor-sharp blades, undulating on the surface. Li Fei and the others were taken aback by the scene before them. Gao Feng swiftly discarded the remaining corpses. At that moment, a series of piercing cries emerged from the shoreline. Gao Feng focused his gaze and saw a small dolphin, frightened by the sharks, darting towards the beach. It became stranded on the sand, thrashing its tail incessantly and emitting cries that seemed to plead for help. "Someone save it!" Li Fei shouted, rushing towards the dolphin. Chapter 44. The torrential rain. Gao Feng followed suit, pondering the dire situation. What should they do? Exposed to the scorching sun, this little creature would surely perish. Li Fei observed the increasingly parched skin of the small dolphin. Soon, others joined them, and upon seeing the adorable dolphin, they expressed their desire to save it. Some even mused about tasting its flesh, yet Gao Feng recalled how dolphins often rescue drowning individuals, perhaps anticipating that one day they might be saved in return. He crouched down and meticulously dug a small pool near the dolphin, gently placing it within. This would suffice. Once the sharks departed, they could return it to the ocean. Gao Feng stood and gazed at the nearby sharks, still swimming menacingly, unwilling to leave. It seemed they had intended to kill the dolphin, but Gao Feng's intervention had thwarted their plans. The dolphin quickly settled in the makeshift pool, bringing joy to the onlookers. They were not in want of food, and thus their hearts swelled with compassion for the creature. After a while, the sharks vanished. Gao Feng lifted the dolphin from the pool and released it into the sea. It instantly regained its vigor, resembling a wild stallion freed from its confines, racing through the waves and leaping into the air, glancing back at them. The spectators stood in awe, mouths agape, momentarily paralyzed by the spectacle. "Let us return." Gao Feng gently tapped Li Fei on the shoulder. Regaining her composure, she turned to leave. Suddenly, the wind picked up and dark clouds gathered on the horizon, resembling torn cotton. The sky dimmed ominously. Gao Feng gestured for them to hurry back, for a deluge was imminent. They hastened their pace, buoyed by the wind at their backs, feeling considerably lighter. A flash of lightning split the sky, followed by the rumble of thunder. Raindrops, as large as soybeans, began to pelt the ground. "Run quickly, it's going to pour," Gao Feng urged as they dashed forward. At that moment, one of the girls, named Xiao Li, twisted her ankle and fell to the ground. As the rain intensified, it descended like a torrent, crackling against their skin. Gao Feng glanced back, immediately halting. Li Fei, caught in a quandary, knew they could not carry her further. If they did not hurry, they would all be drenched. Without hesitation, Gao Feng crouched down. "Quickly, hop on. We are nearing the camp." "Boss, I feel so embarrassed." Xiao Li blushed. However, the thought of getting soaked and catching a cold compelled her to comply. She wrapped her arms around Gao Feng's back. What a sturdy physique he possessed. Xiao Li felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Gao Feng secured her legs with his arms and swiftly rose, sprinting forward. Li Fei shot him a disapproving glance, but followed suit, quickening her pace. Xiao Li's figure was incredibly alluring, captivating the eyes of everyone who beheld her. Many in the camp had pursued her, but she had turned them down, for her heart yearned for a strong man. She believed such a companion would provide her with a sense of security. Yet Gao Feng was already with Li Fei. Otherwise, she would have pursued him relentlessly. Before them stood a crooked tree, which Gao Feng effortlessly leaped over. Upon landing, Xiao Li, propelled by inertia, landed heavily on Gao Feng's back. A sudden tingling sensation surged through his spine. They swiftly made their way back to the campsite, and as soon as they set Xiao Li down, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, boss. Sorry for the trouble." Her cheeks burned as if set ablaze, and she retreated to the wooden hut. Zhao Lu watched with envy, thinking how wonderful it would be if he could carry her too. "Stop looking. She has gone inside. If you have the capability, chase after her." Gao Feng clapped Zhao Lu on the shoulder. Zhao Lu shook his head. "She doesn't fancy lean monkeys." Gao Feng shrugged. "Has everyone returned?" "It rained today. Everyone should take a good rest." Lu Xuan's hunting team had not yet returned, but they were likely on their way back. Zhao Lu glanced at the doorway and remarked, "Lu Xuan and the others went further afield, so they'll take longer." However, they soon returned one by one, drenched like drowned rats, yet each wore a smile. What a stroke of bad luck. The wild boars bolted at the sound of thunder. "We merely filled our baskets with bananas on our way back through the banana grove," Lu Xuan said, wiping the rainwater from his face with a grin. "Quickly, let us get inside the wooden hut and start a fire," Gao Feng urged. They unloaded the bananas into the storehouse before heading back to their respective huts to rest. Before their return, Zhao Lu had already dug a pit in their hut and prepared firewood nearby. At that moment, Li Fei was holding up her clothes to shield herself from the rain, moving back and forth between the wooden huts. She counted the number of individuals suffering from colds and fevers, distributing medicine accordingly. Gao Feng, observing Li Fei's busy demeanor, felt a pang of concern and called out, Fei, be careful. The ground is quite slippery." Li Fei's hair was already soaked, twisted into strands. But she turned with a smile and replied, "Okay, watch your injury." Gao Feng nodded earnestly. Just then, Xiao Li poked her head out of the hut and called, "Sister Fei, hurry back. The fire's ready. Come dry your clothes." Flustered, Li Fei hurried back. Gao Feng returned to the hut, where Zhao Lu said, "Boss, I'm going to take a nap," as he stood up after starting the fire. At this moment, Gao Feng also shed his clothes, draping them over a stick to dry. "Sister Fei, we won't truly stay on this island for a lifetime, will we?" Xiao Li pouted. Li Fei paused for a moment and replied, "Who knows? Since our boss says we can return, we surely will." Zhang Xiaomei added, "As long as we are alive, there is hope." A flicker of surprise illuminated Xiao Li's previously bewildered expression. Indeed, Having something to look forward to kept despair at bay. Meanwhile, the rain continued to pour relentlessly, showing no signs of abating. They gathered around the fire, drying their clothes while engaging in conversation. Before long, the clothes were nearly dry. Li Fei took them down to check and announced, "Sisters, the clothes are dry." She donned her attire and glanced outside. The rain had lessened. The campsite was enveloped in a veil of mist. They patiently awaited the evening meal. Li Fei and her companions ventured to the storeroom to fetch bananas and grilled fish for dinner. Zhao Lu and others also took fish and began their grilling. At that moment, Gao Feng was lounging in slumber, undraped. After her meal, Li Fei kindly roasted some fish for him. She approached Gao Feng with the grilled fish in hand. "Oh dear, this fellow still indulges in sleeping in the nude." Li Fei hastily retrieved the dried clothes from the rack and draped them over him. For someone of his stature, he should be more mindful of his appearance. How awkward it would be if others were to walk in. Li Fei placed the grilled fish beside Gao Feng and returned to her spot. When Gao Feng awoke to the sound of his stomach growling, he discovered the fish and the clothes covering him. In an instant, he realized that Li Fei had seen him in his entirety. With a grin, Gao Feng began to eat. The following morning, Gao Feng rose early. As the rain had finally ceased, he stretched his arms, feeling nearly restored. At that moment, the phrase Central Highlands flashed through his mind. "Let us set off and see what awaits there," Gao Feng declared. Chapter 45. Rescuing the Drowning Sisters. Is the leader truly going? Zhao Lu inquired anxiously. Gao Feng nodded. Ever since the discovery of a wild man's corpse by the seaside yesterday, departing from this place had become inevitable. What about the camp? Zhao Lu promptly asked. "You all shall guard it. I will go alone," Gao Feng instructed, directing Li Fei to prepare some roasted meat for their journey. "Let Zhao Lu accompany you for safety." Li Fei insisted. Zhao Lu went to retrieve his weapon, determined to follow Gao Feng. Others wished to join them, but Gao Feng declined. After all, they had yet to explore the high ground, and this trip was partly to gauge its reality. The two set off with some roasted meat in hand. Gao Feng took out a notebook, following the route drawn by Li Shuai. "Leader, how many people do you think will be at the high ground?" Zhao Lu asked while clearing a path with a stone knife. Gao Feng shook his head. "Since Li Shuai said the high ground is safe, the number will undoubtedly be considerable." The island was thick with shrubs, making progress slow in certain sections. By midday, they were parched and weary. "Leader, I'm starving. Let us have something to eat," Zhao Lu gasped. They settled beneath a large tree, taking out their roasted meat while their bamboo cups held little water. Gao Feng surveyed the surroundings. "Once we finish eating, let us search for water nearby. Perhaps there is a river." "How much further do we have to go? We've been walking for half the day already," Zhao Lu asked, a hint of impatience in his voice. "Do not fret. We are nearly halfway," Gao Feng replied. Feeling fatigued himself, this island was indeed vast. "Alas, only halfway," Zhao Lu sighed. "Having regrets about coming here?" Gao Feng urged. "Hurry up and eat. We must depart soon." "No, how could that be?" Zhao Lu forced a smile. After they finished their meal, they rose and continued forward. Gao Feng soon heard the sound of flowing water nearby. "Yes, a river," he exclaimed, quickening his pace. Zhao Lu followed, shouting, "Wonderful! You must feed up." The river was wide and the current swift. Zhao Lu took the water cups to fill them, refreshing himself with a splash of water on his face. "Ah, that feels delightful." Gao Feng then turned his gaze toward the nearby bamboo grove and contemplated. "I have an idea. Let us make a bamboo raft to travel faster." He noted that the river's direction aligned with their path to the high ground. Zhao Li's face lit up. "Finally, we won't have to walk anymore. My legs are sore." The two ventured into the bamboo grove, with Zhao Lu tasked to cut bamboo, removing unnecessary branches as he went. Gao Feng gathered numerous vines nearby, using them to bind the bamboo together. After half an hour, a simple bamboo raft was constructed, sturdy enough to support both of them. "All right, this will do," Gao Feng declared, rising and brushing off the dust from his clothes. "You're impressive, leader," Zhao Lu complimented while pulling the raft toward the riverbank. Gao Feng followed with a long pole, and Zhao Lu lowered the raft into the water. The two leapt gracefully and landed securely on the bamboo raft. "Make yourself comfortable," Gao Feng exclaimed cheerfully, subsequently using a long bamboo pole to push off with vigor. The raft glided along the water's current, ascending to higher ground. The weather was sweltering, and the splashes from the river provided a delightful respite. "Boss, take a rest. I shall steer the raft," Zhao Lu offered, rising to take the pole while Gao Feng reclined to relax. After a brief interval, Zhao Lun noticed a commotion ahead, with several individuals sprinting along the riverbank. Uncertain of the circumstances, he observed as they approached, revealing two women fleeing in a frenzied manner, pursued by two men. "Help me! Help me!" One of the women shouted upon spotting Zhao Lu and Gao Feng. Confounded, Zhao Lu could not comprehend the chaotic scene. "Boss, wake up! There are women in distress ahead." He called out, "What is happening? Have we reached higher ground?" Gao Feng inquired, opening his eyes and rising swiftly. Realizing that someone was calling for help, he responded loudly in English, "What is going on?" Zhao Lu was taken aback, surprised by Gao Feng's command of English. It seemed learning a foreign language was indeed essential. With the two men closing in rapidly, the blonde, blue-eyed women leapt into the river without a moment's hesitation. "Save them!" Gao Feng shouted, plunging into the water, with Zhao Lu following suit. The two men continued their pursuit along the riverbank. Like skilled swimmers, Gao Feng and Zhao Lu quickly caught up to the two women. "Help! Help! We can't swim!" they cried in unison. Gao Feng embraced one of them, feeling her arms weakly grip his own as she clung to his waist with her legs. Suddenly, the current intensified, and sensing danger, Gao Feng glanced ahead to see a waterfall looming. "Quickly, swim towards the shore," he shouted to Zhao Lu, dragging the woman along. Zhao Lu promptly reacted, assisting her towards the bank. Meanwhile, the bamboo raft had already cascaded down the waterfall. As Gao Feng and Zhao Lu reached the water's edge, the two women succumbed to the water, losing consciousness. "Quickly, hand over the ladies to us, or they shall meet a dire fate," one of the men threatened. Zhao Li's temper flared upon realizing they were Japanese. They were nothing but a pair of fools. The two men, with their unseemly appearances and diminutive stature, glared at Gao Feng and Zhao Lu, brandishing daggers from their waists. Without hesitation, Zhao Lu declared, "Leave these two to me. Watch this," a smirk forming on his lips. "No way. We'll take one each," Gao Feng retorted with a scoff. "Fools!" The two ruffians charged forward. Gao Feng, wielding a stone knife, instantly struck, severing one ruffian's dagger with a single blow. The ruffian was momentarily taken aback, and Gao Feng followed up with a powerful punch to his chest. A deep dent appeared instantly in his torso, his shirt ripping apart at the back, and a mouthful of blood gushed forth. With a resounding crash, he collapsed heavily onto the ground. Zhao Lu, resembling a frenzied beast, felled the other ruffian with equal ferocity. They could no longer rise. Observing Zhao Li's lingering fury, Gao Feng calmly suggested, "Let us cast them into the river to feed the fish." Zhao Li's face lit up with surprise, and he nodded eagerly. The two ruffians were already on the brink of death, their time running short. With a splashing sound, they were hoisted high and unceremoniously thrown into the river. Subsequently, they approached the riverbank, where the two European women lay, still somewhat unconscious. Zhao Lu gazed upon the two stunning blondes with azure eyes, clad in short-sleeved tops and shorts. He found himself captivated by their beauty. Chapter 46. Zhao Li's desire to learn a foreign language. "Boss, I wish to learn a foreign language," Zhao Lu said, casting a forlorn glance at Gao Feng. "Enough with the nonsense. Hurry and savor with mouth to mouth," Gao Feng replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhao Li's spirits lifted instantly. "I can do that. Let's not keep the sisters waiting." Gao Feng, somewhat speechless, noted, "We'll each attend to one." He began administering chest compressions, followed by breaths into the young woman's mouth. Her lips were quite large, making it difficult for him to cover entirely. Before long, the young woman began to respond. Gao Feng immediately ceased his efforts as she expelled several mouthfuls of river water, her eyes fluttering open to find Gao Feng before her. Gratefully, she thanked him and then kissed his forehead. "My name is Mary. And you?" she inquired, initially beaming before her expression darkened. "Where's my sister, Kelly?" Gao Feng, upon hearing this, glanced at Zhao Lu. Suddenly, a sharp slap landed on Zhao Li's face. "What do you think you're doing?" Kelly shouted, confused by her outburst. Zhao Lu retorted, "I saved you. What do you want from me?" Kelly was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Mary. As Mary saw her sister was awake, she hurried over to help her sit up. Gao Feng shrugged and remarked to Zhao Lu, Kelly is awake now. And you're still at it with a mouth-to-mouth. Are you asking for trouble? Zhao Lu chuckled sheepishly, you caught me. After hearing her sister's account, Kelly approached Zhao Lu and kissed his forehead in gratitude for saving her. He scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful, thinking it was worth it. What was up with those two idiots earlier? Gao Feng asked Mary. Mary, now visibly angry, replied, we are from a beautiful country. After drifting to this deserted island from a beach, we have been wandering here for several days. We encountered two individuals from an island nation who promised food, and we were deceived. On the international cruise ship, people from all nations were present. Gao Feng then inquired, are you aware of the high ground in the center of the island? Both women shook their heads. Can we find something to eat? We have been hungry for 2 days, Mary pleaded, her eyes hopeful. In response, Gao Feng and the others shared their remaining roasted meat with Mary and her sister. They received it gratefully and devoured it hungrily. Boss, are we far from the high ground? Zhao Lu asked, puzzled. Gao Feng surveyed the terrain and replied, not much longer. The elevation is beginning to rise. They had saved considerable time by traveling via water. What will we do with these two women? Perhaps we should keep them with us. Zhao Lu suggested with a mischievous grin, his thoughts drifting to finding a girlfriend, even if she were foreign. Once Mary and her sister were satisfied, laughter filled the air. What a beautiful day! Gao Feng stood up and asked, Mary, what will you do next? Tilting her head in thought, Mary replied, wherever you go, we will follow. With gratitude for being saved and fed, it seemed the best choice for them to accompany Gao Feng and his companions. Kelly nodded in agreement and asked, where are we headed next? As they walked, Gao Feng began to explain their route to the sisters. As Mary and her companions stood so close to Gao Feng, Zhao Lu took a few steps forward and implored, Boss, please teach me English. I am eager to learn. Gao Feng chuckled heartily, certainly. Zhao Lu was elated upon hearing this. After conversing with Mary and the others, Gao Feng began to impart some basic everyday phrases to Zhao Lu, who attempted to greet the lovely ladies. Mary, observing him speak in halting English, burst into laughter. Throughout their journey, Gao Feng engaged them in conversation and soon discovered their open and affable personalities. They quickly grew closer to Gao Feng and Zhao Lu. As they continued walking, the sky gradually darkened, signaling the approach of night. Suddenly, a few rudimentary wooden shacks came into view, surrounded by a handful of individuals. Their clothing, though tattered, was surprisingly clean. Gao Feng decided to inquire about their whereabouts, as they had been traveling all day without reaching the high ground. He hastened toward a man who was roasting meat, calling out, Hello, do you know where the central high ground is? The man, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected greeting, turned to Gao Feng and asked, Where are you from? You look unfamiliar. After a moment's contemplation, Gao Feng deemed it appropriate to share their origin, as they might return. We come from the camp to the west. We heard this place is safe and want to take a look, he replied. The man responded with an O, and gestured in a particular direction, saying, That way leads to the central high ground. I can't guarantee its safety, but there is plenty to eat nearby, so you won't go hungry. With that, he resumed roasting his meat. Grateful, Gao Feng turned and made his way toward the high ground. It seemed they had indeed arrived at the right place, though they did not anticipate the distance from the camp. Wonderful! We have finally reached our destination, Zhao Lu exclaimed, quickening his pace. Mary and Kelly followed suit, running alongside him. Upon arriving at the high ground, they immediately marveled at its beauty. It was indeed a splendid spot, resembling a small, open plain. However, their wonders soon turned to confusion. There should be many people here, but it appears to be deserted, Gao Feng mused aloud. Well, it's getting dark. Let's return tomorrow to investigate further. As they prepared to head back into the woods, Zhao Lu and the others finally grasped the situation. Mary and Kelly then approached Gao Feng, asking curiously, What shall we eat tonight? Gazing at their lovely faces, Gao Feng felt a surge of emotion. Their figures and beauty suggested they could easily be models. At this moment, Zhao Lu chimed in, Boss, there are plenty of wild animals nearby. Let's catch some. Consequently, they made their way to a large tree, intending to spend the night there. Mary, you, and the others gather firewood. We will go hunting. Gao Feng took a lighter from his pocket and handed it to Mary. After she accepted it, she and her sister hurried off to collect branches. Uncertain of what animals might be in the vicinity, Gao Feng pondered as he searched the surroundings under the moonlight, straining his eyes for any signs of life. Suddenly, a small deer leaped past him. "Chase it!" he shouted. Gao Feng whispered softly before pursuing ahead. The two of them flanked from either side. Soon, they discovered the young deer, and both Gao Feng and Zhao Lu had their arrows drawn. Whoosh whoosh. Two arrows flew like lightning, striking their target with precision. With a piercing cry from the young deer, they swiftly approached. It was somewhat small, yet sufficient for their needs. Zhao Lu remarked with a click of his tongue, then retrieved the arrows, slinging the prize over his shoulder as they began their return. Mary and Kelly, upon seeing the young deer in Zhao Li's grasp, erupted into a jubilant dance, waving their wooden sticks in delight. "Oh my God, you are true warriors. Hooray, hooray, I love meat." They usually relied on wild fruits to stave off hunger, feeling fortunate to have encountered them. Mary danced with fiery enthusiasm, swaying her lithe waist. Gao Feng and his companion watched, their hearts racing as a small tent was hastily erected. "What are you daydreaming about?" "Quickly, tend to the deer." Gao Feng nudged Zhao Lu with his arm. Zhao Lu quickly composed himself, crouching down to prepare the deer with his dagger. Chapter 47. The bustling market. Mary and her companions paused their dance to assist Zhao Lu in roasting meat. Gao Feng gazed into the depths of the forest, where faint glimmers of light flickered, fires kindled by survivors. Soon, the venison was ready, its enticing aroma wafting through the air, making Mary and her friends salivate. Zhao Lu skillfully sliced off 2 legs of deer with a dagger and presented them to the 2 women. "It's so delicious," Mary exclaimed, tearing off a piece of meat and pointing at the leg with excitement. Kelly nodded in agreement, too eager to speak as she devoured her share. They then offered some to Gao Feng. In no time, the 4 of them were satiated. Zhao Lu communicated with Mary and Kelly in his rudimentary English, gesturing animatedly, which elicited hearty laughter from both women. Meanwhile, Gao Feng leaned against a tree, contemplating his plans for the next day, hoping to assess the situation in the highlands. If it proved to be safe, he would decide to relocate the camp there. So far, they had not encountered any wild men or other dangers. As Gao Feng pondered, the chatter around the fire dwindled, likely indicating that everyone had retired for the night. Suddenly, he felt a hand caressing his cheek. He opened his eyes wide, his face flushing. "Mary, what is it? Why aren't you going to sleep?" He then noticed that Zhao Lu and Kelly were absent from the fire. What was happening? "You are a good person, and I must thank you," Mary said, her eyes sparkling as she nestled beside him. In an instant, Gao Feng understood her intentions. Was it true that foreign girls were so forward? By the flickering firelight, he discerned 2 figures swaying in the shadows of the nearby trees. Zhao Lu had finally achieved his desire. Gao Feng grasped Mary's hand, attempting to push her away, but her expression darkened. "Do you not like me?" She teased her golden locks, her determination evident. The intoxicating scent enveloped Gao Feng's senses, and he found it increasingly difficult to resist. Shaking his head, he replied, "Perhaps we should rest." Mary leaned closer, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. "I don't need you to take responsibility. This is entirely my choice," she whispered in his ear. A spark ignited within Gao Feng as he embraced her. She allowed a soft sigh. After their passionate encounter, Mary lay in Gao Feng's arms, peacefully asleep. He squinted against the light and saw Zhao Lu approaching slowly, a weary expression on his face as he leaned against a tree and lay down. Kelly, seemingly unaffected, shot Zhao Lu an exasperated glance before settling down beside the fire to sleep. The following morning, Gao Feng awoke to find Zhao Lu and the others missing. After a while, they returned, carrying some papayas. "Boss, there are plenty of papaya trees nearby. These fruits are enormous." Gao Feng took one, examining it closely. "Let us set off," he declared, glancing towards the highlands. As they walked, they enjoyed the sweet, filling papayas. After ascending a slope, Gao Feng noticed a few people beginning to appear in the highlands. They walked past, clutching some food in their hands. It was potatoes. Upon closer inspection, Gao Feng discerned that although these potatoes were somewhat small, they were still recognizable. Without pausing, they continued onward, drawn by the increasing commotion ahead. While not comparable to the bustling markets of their homeland, it was nonetheless lively enough. Have we returned to ancient times? This place seems quite familiar, doesn't it? It resembled a marketplace, Zhao Lu remarked, gesturing towards the people on either side. The individuals were clad in worn, yet relatively clean garments. Come and see. Freshly harvested sweet potatoes, called out a middle-aged woman to Gao Feng. Approaching her, they noticed that she sat cross-legged on the ground, a small heap of sweet potatoes before her. What can I trade for these? Gao Feng inquired. After all, wealth held no value on this island. As nothing could be purchased, only bartering was possible. You could trade meat. I haven't eaten meat in days, and it's not expensive. A single leg of meat could exchange for this entire pile of sweet potatoes, the woman replied. Gao Feng shrugged. Let us move on and see what else is available. We have nothing on us. The papayas Zhao Lu just picked must be saved for eating. With nothing to offer, what are we doing here? This place never gives anything away. The woman cast Gao Feng a scornful glance, quickly pulling her sweet potatoes closer, fearful he might snatch them away. Ahead, there were vendors selling clothes, garments that appeared to have been stripped from the deceased, some still bearing traces of blood, though they had been washed. Zhao Lu followed Mary and the others to peruse them. You can exchange a papaya for a piece of clothing, the vendor announced. Mary and her companions examined the clothing, while Gao Feng chose not to join the throng and continued walking. Soon, he discovered a stall selling handmade goods. A middle-aged man, his right leg seemingly injured and limping, was focused on weaving wicker baskets. These baskets, crafted from vines, were a skill not easily mastered by most, and were sturdier than those made from bamboo. Gao Feng mused that if these could be fashioned into shields, they would be incredibly useful. In the event of danger, wielding a shield would provide both offense and defense. Do you know how to make shields? Gao Feng asked, squatting down to point at the baskets. The man looked up, smiling as he noticed someone was engaging him. Baskets are quite affordable, only 5 papayas each, or potatoes if you prefer. What do you think? Gao Feng pressed further. Can you craft shields? The man was momentarily taken aback. What do you need shields for? Only baskets are in demand, and they can hold a great deal. Very practical. Gao Feng chose not to disclose his thoughts. Perhaps it was indeed a safe place, and everyone was preoccupied with their livelihoods. I don't want baskets. I want shields. If you can make them, I would like 30. What kind of shield? What will you offer in exchange? The man remained puzzled about Gao Feng's intentions. For defense. Of course, Gao Feng replied, gesturing to the man's leg, which appeared to have been injured not long ago. If it became infected, it could lead to dire consequences. Although he had no tradable goods, he had brought medicine this time. If he could heal the man's leg, perhaps he could enlist him directly. The shields, then, would naturally be free of charge. The man's leg had been injured by a wild boar, seemingly rendering it useless. Medicines were the most sought-after commodity in this place. With a sigh, he resigned himself to his fate. Can I heal it? Gao Feng mused as he examined the man's leg, which did not appear to be too severe. What? You have medicine? No, that cannot be true. The man shook his head in disbelief. Gao Feng then produced Yunnan Baiyao, declaring, I will mend your leg, and consider the shield a complimentary gift. What do you say? The man's eyes lit up as if he had beheld the bodhisattva of compassion. He paused his work and nodded eagerly. What is it that you desire? I will grant it, he exclaimed with excitement. Gao Feng treated his wound, bandaging it with strips of cloth and providing him with a few anti-inflammatory pills. You are my savior. My name is Gao Yang. May I ask yours? Gao Yang's face beamed with joy. Gao Feng came to reply. As for the shield, there is no rush. Return in due time to collect it. Whenever you wish. I shall be here waiting for you every day, Gao Yang assured, patting his chest. Chapter 48. Invitation. Gao Feng nodded and turned to Zhao Lu. The three of them approached a stall where clay pots were being fired, their heads tilted in curiosity. Is there really such a skilled artisan here? Gao Feng mused as he drew closer. The clay pots were roughly the size of a small water jug, and each required the exchange of half a wild boar. A steep price indeed. There's no helping it. This is all laborious work, an elderly gentleman remarked. Lacking the strength of youth, he could only craft pots to earn a meager living. At that moment, Zhao Lu chimed in, Old man, this place is quite impressive. It has most of what we need. Gao Feng nodded in agreement, yet he was intrigued. It appeared that the people here were either alone or in small groups. Given the abundance of resources nearby, one would expect a larger encampment. They continued onward, and to their right stood a rudimentary wooden hut. Before long, a woman emerged from within, appearing to be in her 30s and dressed rather scantily. She cast enticing glances at passers-by and gestured flirtatiously with her hands. "Hey, old man, surely this isn't a place for selling, is it?" Zhao Lu whispered with a chuckle. "Are there still people on the island engaging in such business?" Just as Gao Feng turned to look at the woman, her gaze locked onto him. "Hey there, handsome, care for a little fun? I can give you a discount, just one pig leg, what do you say?" She called out, advancing towards Gao Feng. He immediately averted his eyes, refusing to engage. "What are you pretending for? Which man isn't a bit lewd?" "Humph, I could just die from the frustration," she scoffed as she walked halfway towards him, only to turn back and curse when she received no response. Not long after, a burly man rushed past, carrying half a wild boar on his back. "Huh, I'll take that twice," he grinned, holding up 2 fingers towards the woman. "You better take off then," she retorted reluctantly, leading the man into the wooden hut. Soon, cries for help echoed from within. It seemed this line of work was no easy task, and Gao Feng burst into laughter. The 4 of them continued to chuckle as they walked. Just as they were merrily observing their surroundings, a hand clapped down on Gao Feng's shoulder. He turned quickly, recognizing a familiar face. Before he could utter a word, Li Shuai embraced him. "Gao Feng, I can't believe you actually came." Gao Feng replied with a smile. "I was just thinking about how to find you, and here you are." After exchanging pleasantries, Li Shuai pointed at the beautiful women nearby and remarked, "Gao Feng, your company is quite impressive. You're accompanied by 2 stunning ladies." "It's a long story. I save them on the road," Gao Feng chuckled. "You certainly have your fair share of luck," Li Shuai responded with a grin. Gao Feng then inquired, "You're here to trade as well, aren't you?" "Indeed. I'm here at the boss's request to purchase a few clay pots for storing water," Li Shuai replied. "This place seems promising," Gao Feng observed as he surveyed the surroundings. "Absolutely. It's quite safe here. No wild beasts or unruly tribes around," Li Shuai assured him. Li Shuai inquired, "So, are there any wild men over there? Hurry up and join us at our camp." Gao Feng shrugged. Soon, the group, led by Li Shuai, exchanged a whole pig for 2 earthen jars. "Come on, let's sit at our camp. I'll introduce you to our leader, Wang Hu, a formidable fighter," Li Shuai said with a smile. "Let us go." Gao Feng and his companions agreed without hesitation. Descending from the high ground, they approached a valley where a broad river flowed. They arrived at a clearing, which was their camp. In front of the camp stood 2 guards, pacing with spears in hand. Upon seeing the unfamiliar faces of Gao Feng and his companions, they immediately raised their weapons. "Who are you?" One of the taller guards demanded. "They're my friends. Let them in." Li Shuai shot a glare at the man. "Sorry, Li Gu. I was distracted by the beauties." "Look at my eyes," Mary Kelly remarked with a roll of her eyes. Gao Feng surmised that Li Shuai was likely a leader. His underlings treated him with respect. Together, they entered the camp, which featured a row of wooden cabins, the largest of which was surrounded by wooden stakes and served as Wang Hu's residence. Li Shuai led Gao Feng and the others inside. "Boss, Gao Feng is here. I knew he would come," he announced as he pushed open the wooden door. Gao Feng was momentarily taken aback. Did he know him? What was happening? Upon entering, he noticed a middle-aged man seated on a wooden chair, a beautiful woman standing beside him, giving him a back rub. "Please, have a seat and serve our guests some tea," Wang Hu instructed the woman, who promptly left to fetch the tea. Gao Feng and the others took their seats at the wooden table. "You must be Gao Feng. Thank you for saving Li Shuai. I've heard about your prowess in battle, how you made the wild men flee in terror," Wang Hu remarked, glancing at Gao Feng before looking out towards the open area. He was eager to gauge Gao Feng's abilities. "Those are mere rumors," Gao Feng replied coolly. "Li Shuai also mentioned that you single-handedly tore a wild man apart." "I'm somewhat skeptical," Wang Hu scoffed. Gao Feng shot a speechless look at Li Shuai. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Li Shuai chuckled, remaining silent. "It's all a fabrication. I'm just an ordinary person," Gao Feng clarified. At that moment, the beautiful woman returned with a basin of tea, serving each person a cup made from bamboo. "After the beach, I brought some tea leaves with me. Go ahead, try the flavor," Wang Hu said as he took a sip from his cup. "Oh, it's quite bitter," he exclaimed. Mary took a sip and commented in English, "It's bitter." Zhao Lu, sitting nearby, quickly urged her to lower her voice. The others were taken aback, asking, "What did she say?" Gao Feng explained, "The tea is quite good. By the way, Brother Wang, may I ask how many people are there in this highland?" Wang pondered for a moment. "There are probably a few hundred. I do not possess specific figures, save for a few camps. The remainder consists of scattered individuals who do not affiliate with any camp." Gao Feng surmised that these dispersed individuals must be those present at the marketplace. He then inquired, "Is there a camp larger than yours?" "Certainly," interjected Li Shuai. Wang, who cast a glance at Li Shuai, who chose not to elaborate further. Wang, who wished to entice Gao Feng to join his camp. Thus he altered his statement. "The most formidable camp is mine. The other one merely has a slightly larger population." Gao Feng pondered the existence of even larger camps, noting that Wang Hu's camp comprised a mere 50-some individuals, a number that could only increase, not decrease. "What do you think about joining us? I have heard that your camp has a considerable number of people as well." Wang Hu proposed. "Let's not rush. My people have yet to arrive," Gao Feng replied, leaving the matter open-ended. "Well then, let us set aside this discussion for now. Since it is a rare occasion, shall we engage in some friendly competition?" Wang Hu suggested, glancing outside, skeptical of Gao Feng's purported prowess. Chapter 49. Sparring. Li Shuai hastily rose to intervene, exclaiming, "Boss, this may not be appropriate. Gao Feng is a guest." Wang Hu, with a grin, reassured, "Do not worry. I will not harm him." With that, he stepped outside, making his way to the open space in the camp to await Gao Feng. He was eager to ascertain the true capabilities of Gao Feng. Gao Feng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "You see, Li Shuai's expression is one of discomfort. My boss cannot tolerate anyone being more formidable than him." Taking a sip of the bitter tea, Gao Feng replied, "It's fine. Let us keep it within limits." He then stood up and approached Wang Hu's side. At that moment, a crowd of onlookers gathered around. "Boss, give it your all, defeat him," they clamored. "How dare he challenge our boss? He is utterly deluded. Boss, we support you in spirit." The people from Wang Hu's camp continued to shout. Wang Hu's face radiated joy as he scrutinized Gao Feng, as if he were already on the verge of victory. Mary and the others expressed their concerns. "Isn't this just bullying? Trust our boss. He will not lose." Zhao Lu tightened his fists. At this juncture, Wang Hu clenched his fists, adopting an offensive stance. Gao Feng, however, merely shrugged, displaying an air of indifference, signaling for Wang Hu to make the first move. Observing the disdainful expression on Gao Feng's face, Wang Hu thought to himself that this fellow was underestimating him. He stepped forward and swung his right fist toward Gao Feng's chest. Although Wang Hu's punch was swift, Gao Feng effortlessly evaded it. Wang Hu followed with another punch, which Gao Feng met head-on. The sound of their fists colliding echoed, and Wang Hu immediately felt a surge of immense power. What kind of strength is this? He pondered, feeling pain as he took a step back, repeatedly opening and clenching his fist until the discomfort lessened. "Let's see how your legs fare," Wang Hu declared, launching a series of side kicks, all of which Gao Feng blocked with his arms. Then, seizing an opportunity, Wang Hu executed a sweeping kick aimed at Gao Feng's lower body. Anticipating the move, Gao Feng adeptly crouched and, with a powerful push from his legs, performed a backflip, landing above Wang Hu's back. He then thrust his feet against Wang Hu's back, executing another backflip before landing gracefully on his feet. Wang Hu stumbled forward, landing awkwardly. The spectators stood in stunned silence, the atmosphere thick with disbelief. Wang Hu, momentarily taken aback, realized he could not allow his subordinates to witness such a humiliation, as it would undermine his authority. He quickly regained his footing, his expression darkening. "Come on again." Gao Feng recognized the shift in Wang Hu's demeanor. This was no mere sparring match. A winner must be determined. Moreover, in the opponent's territory, defeating Wang Hu might leave him in a precarious position. Thus Gao Feng stated, "Brother Wang, you cannot continue to hold back." This was a deliberate provocation. In the ensuing rounds, Gao Feng, without revealing his true capabilities, faced Wang Hu's advance head-on. A blow struck him squarely in the chest, causing Gao Feng to shield himself with his hands. A grimace of pain crossing his face as he half-squatted and then sat down on the ground. I concede, Brother Wang is truly formidable. Gao Feng raised his hands in surrender. For a moment, Wang, who was taken aback, questioning if his fellow had truly reached his limit. Subsequently, amidst the cheers of his companions, Wang Hu dispelled any doubts. Gao Feng is quite formidable, haha. Wang Hu laughed heartily. Li Shuai, standing nearby, discerned that the boss was no match for Gao Feng. He realized that Gao Feng had intentionally lost a matter of social niceties. Boss, what is going on? How could you lose? Zhao Lu approached, assisting Gao Feng to his feet. Mary Kelly rushed over, kissing Gao Feng gently on the forehead, inquiring, "Are you hurt?" Gao Feng nodded, signaling Zhao Lu to refrain from further questioning. After a while, the crowd dispersed, each attending to their own affairs. Wang Hu approached. "You possess commendable skills. Lad, the night is drawing near. You may stay here tonight." Gao Feng nodded in agreement. "Then I shall graciously comply. Li Shuai, please arrange accommodations for Gao Feng. I have matters to attend to," Wang Hu instructed before departing the camp with several of his subordinates. "Rest assured, boss," Li Shuai replied. "Gao Feng, do not leave. I will send someone to fetch your camp members," Li Shuai said. "That's not necessary. We must return tomorrow. There are matters to address there," Gao Feng responded. Li Shuai did not press the issue further. He led Gao Feng and his companions into a wooden cabin to rest. Li Shuai's cabin was quite nice, furnished with a wooden bed, benches, and a table. "Where has Wang Hu gone?" Gao Feng inquired. Li Shuai paused momentarily before replying. "He has gone to negotiate with another camp." Noticing Li Shuai's reluctance to elaborate, Gao Feng chose not to pry further. "There is another cabin available. I will tidy it up. You shall stay there tonight," Li Shuai said before stepping outside. Gao Feng and the others nodded in acknowledgement. As twilight descended, the individuals who had ventured outside began to return, chatting animatedly. "Wow, you all are impressive. You've hunted several wild boars, and you're no less, having gathered such a bounty of fruits. What bad luck. I took a nasty tumble down the slope. Haha, you are quite clumsy. How could you not watch your step? Shoo, we visited the market again today. That woman plays beautifully. It's quite delightful. Oh, I was unaware. Next time, you must take me along." After a while, several bonfires were lit in the center of the camp, each surrounded by a group of 10. Li Shuai approached. "Let us go outside and enjoy some grilled meat." Mary Kelly and the others eagerly followed. Gao Feng and Zhao Lu trailed behind Li Shuai, settling beside a bonfire. The meat was placed on the grill, requiring some time to cook. A wooden platter on the ground held an assortment of fruits. At that moment, a group began to dance around the fire, though it was more of a chaotic flailing than a dance. In such an environment, maintaining such a joyful spirit was commendable. They reveled in both hardship and joy. Mary Kelly, a fervent dancer, quickly joined in. "It seems your camp is quite splendid," Gao Feng remarked, taking a bite of papaya while looking at Li Shuai. "One must have some entertainment, otherwise one might suffocate from boredom." Li Shuai chuckled heartily. "Boss, we should also cultivate such a lively atmosphere in our camp. We ought to learn from them." Zhao Lu grinned widely. Upon observing several men encroaching too closely to Mary Kelly, Zhao Li's expression transformed dramatically. "Boss, I too shall dance," he declared, abruptly rising and hastening towards Mary Kelly. He nestled himself between the two women, grasping one with each hand, and began to leap joyfully. Mary Kelly and her companion exchanged silent laughter, their exuberance intensifying. "Almost ready. Come and feast," came a call from the crowd. At this, everyone returned to their respective firesides, settling down to savor the roasted delights. Li Shuai offered Gao Feng a piece of wild boar meat. "Give it a try. It contains exquisite ingredients." Gao Feng took a bite, and the savory aroma instantly enveloped him. "Is this truly human roasted meat? It is utterly delectable. Where did you acquire such spices?" Gao Feng inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Li Shuai. Chapter 50. Danger. Li Shuai exchanged meat at the market in the highlands, savoring the last of the roasted delicacies. As the cumin had run out, he ate heartily. After finishing their meal, Gao Feng and the others bid farewell and returned to rest. The following morning, Li Shuai prepared provisions for them early on. Gao Feng exchanged a few casual words with him before retracing their steps. It had been 2 days since they departed. An uncertainty lingered about the state of the camp. They needed to return promptly. Li Fei awoke early and awaited outside the camp. As she observed Gao Feng and the others' delayed return, anxiety compelled her to pace back and forth. Sister Fei, do not fret. They will undoubtedly return safely. Let us patiently wait, Zhang Xiaomei reassured her, though her gaze also wandered into the distance. 2 days had passed without news, leading Li Fei to ponder if Gao Feng and the others had encountered peril. The mere thought darkened her expression. She had not slept well for 2 nights and had been distracted while working. The rest of the camp shared her concerns for Gao Feng, but held faith in his safe return. Life in the camp continued its routine. Sister, how about I take some people to scout the road? Lu Shuang approached Li Fei, noting her distracted demeanor. All right, but do not venture too far. Just reach the hillside. If you do not find them, return promptly. Li Fei cautioned Lu Shuang repeatedly, anxious to keep everyone safe. Rest assured, Lu Shuang replied confidently. Zhao Dachuan was busy fishing, tasked with procuring food for the day. Sister Fei, let us return to the camp and wait. I will gather the sisters to pick bananas, Zhang Xiaomei suggested, rallying her companions to bring baskets. Let us go together, Li Fei said, turning to retrieve a basket. Upon arriving at the banana grove, they found only small, unripe bananas remaining. At that moment, Zhao Guang, accompanied by others, was also harvesting. He approached Li Fei and inquired, Has Gao Feng returned? How is the Central Highland? Not yet, Li Fei replied, her expression dim. Zhao Guang immediately concealed his smile, pondering the distance to the highland. Do not worry. Gao Feng will be fine and should return shortly. He comforted her. Li Fei nodded, continuing to pick the smaller bananas. Soon after, Han Shui and her group arrived. Li Fei, has Gao Feng returned? He could have invited us along. They were aware of Gao Feng's journey to the Central Highland, as it had been mentioned when the camp members sought food. Why are you so concerned about him? Li Fei glared at Han Shui. I mean no harm. I merely wish to know the situation in the highlands, Han Shui replied, waving her hands innocently. Li Fei scoffed. He has not returned. You better be genuinely interested in the situation, nothing more. Han Shui said no more and turned back to her harvesting. Sister Fei, let us head back. Zhang Xiaomei observed that their baskets were nearly full. Li Fei nodded, and together they made their way back to the camp. By the afternoon, Gao Feng's figure was still absent. At that moment, Lu Shuang returned, breathless. Li Fei paused her fire, tending, and hurried over. Lu Shuang shook his head, indicating that the boss had not yet returned. A look of alarm crossed his face as he added, Sister-in-law, there are unfamiliar footprints near the hillside, resembling those left by wild men. However, they are larger than the previous ones. We must remain vigilant. Li Fei furrowed her brow in concern. What? More wild men have appeared? They were unaware that Gao Feng was on his way back. You worked hard. Take a break first, and we'll eat soon. Li Fei suggested, glancing outside. Perhaps I'm worrying too much about him. She then went to prepare the meal with her sisters. Meanwhile, Gao Feng, who had pushed himself to reach the camp, had forgotten about the others trailing behind. I'm sorry, I rushed too much, he said as he turned around and gestured for them to rest. The 4 of them leaned against a large tree and sat down. We've been at it all day. Let us eat something. After we finish, we must leave. We can't afford to wait any longer. Gao Feng sensed that something ominous was about to occur, yet he could not articulate what it was. Zhao Lu and the others nodded in agreement and began to eat roasted meat. After Li Fei and the others had lunch, they rested at the camp, which had fallen into a deep silence. Lying on a makeshift bed, she tossed and turned. Every time her eyes closed, images of Gao Feng in peril flooded her mind, causing her eyes to well up with tears. Zhang Xiaomei suddenly sat up from her bed and exclaimed, Fei Fei, are you crying? She had heard Li Fei's choked voice. It's nothing, just rest, Li Fei replied, wiping away her tears. At that moment, a shout rang out from the patrol team. The wild men are coming. Get ready. Li Fei and her companions quickly sprang to their feet, grasping their weapons as they rushed outside. The patrol team retreated swiftly into the camp, securing the wooden door. What's going on? Lu Shuang asked anxiously. We don't know how, but 3 wild men suddenly appeared nearby, making terrifying howls, so we ran back, they reported, bow and arrows drawn, fixed on everything outside the camp. 3 wild men had emerged from the woods, and the archers quickly spotted them. They were similar to the wild men encountered previously. This time, the wild men were undoubtedly there for revenge. However, with Gao Feng absent from the camp, their anxiety heightened. As they discerned the figures, they noticed the three wild men, armed with spears, standing not far off, scrutinizing the camp. "They are close enough. Shoot!" Lu Shuang shouted. Swish! 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 The three wild men swiftly evaded the arrows and vanished in an instant. What just happened? Where did the wild men go? Everyone wondered aloud. Chuang. They seem to be scouts. Perhaps they've discovered our camp and have gone back to report. Lu Shuang asked Zhao Dachuan. Hiss! Zhao Dachuan inhaled sharply and exclaimed that if that were the case, they absolutely could not let them escape. He gathered a few individuals and flung open the wooden door to pursue. However, they found nothing amiss. Consequently, they hurried back and securely closed the door, addressing everyone with a grave expression. This is dire, truly dire. Our camp has been discovered, and we can expect a horde of wild men seeking vengeance. Li Fei and the others, upon hearing this, were struck with astonishment. The leader of the wild men had managed to flee previously, and now he returned with his kin to exact retribution. This time, they were undoubtedly prepared and would surely bring a greater number of wild men, which posed a significant predicament. Chapter 51. Evacuation. We are the farthest from the wild man's camp. It is only logical that Zhao Guang and Han Bing's camp has also been discovered. The individuals from the three camps should unite, for their combined strength would enhance their defensive capabilities while they await the return of Gao Feng. To leave the camp now would only invite greater danger. It is prudent to wait. Everyone voiced their opinions, their eyes fixed on the situation outside the camp. After a considerable time passed with no signs of movement, Li Fei and the others felt a slight easing of their anxiety. They collectively decided to remain within the confines of the camp. At that moment, the clouds on the horizon were stained a crimson hue by the setting sun. Gao Feng and his companions urged their horses onward, having arrived at the hillside, which was not far from Zhao Guang's camp. However, Gao Feng soon noticed footprints on the ground, those of the wild men. He paused, crouching down to examine them. These tracks were larger than those previously encountered. This is troubling. These wild men are different and more perilous than before. Just as Zhao Lu and the others halted to catch their breath and inquire, Gao Feng stood up and urged, "We must hurry back. They are in danger." Without hesitation, Zhao Lu and the others followed suit. Gao Feng held a deep respect for Mary and Kelly. They had accompanied him without a single complaint of fatigue. As they rushed toward the banana grove, they encountered Zhao Guang and his group, who were frantically making their way forward. "What has happened, Zhao Guang? Are there wild men?" Gao Feng shouted toward him. Zhao Guang turned back, relief washing over him upon seeing Gao Feng. "Why have you only just returned?" "My people have spotted traces of wild men nearby, and they are not ordinary." Fear flickered across his face at the mention of the wild men. He was evidently shaken. "I was just about to notify you and Han Bing." Gao Feng quickly discerned the urgency of the situation. The wild men were near and could appear at any moment. "Enough talk. We must gather our forces and head to the central high ground," he stated decisively. "Now, it will soon be dark." Zhao Guang hesitated. "If you wish to live, gather your belongings swiftly and send someone to inform Han Bing. You should assemble at the hillside." Gao Feng insisted, furrowing his brow. Zhao Guang slapped his forehead, realizing the truth in Gao Feng's words. He promptly dispatched someone to notify Han Bing, and then returned with a few others to collect their belongings. Meanwhile, Gao Feng led Zhao Lu and the others back to the camp in haste. The camp was in disarray, with everyone frantically preparing some food and packing cooking utensils. Just as they stepped outside the camp, a spear whizzed through the air, embedding itself in the ground before them. Their faces paled in an instant. Zhao Guang spun around. It was the wild man, the very tall one who had fled. They were pursuing from the woods, a mere 50 to 60 meters away. "Run! Leave the cooking gear. Survival is paramount," Zhao Lu shouted. At that moment, the others had already dashed 10 meters ahead. As Zhao Lu ran, his mind raced. The group of wild men first dispatched a few of their own to ascertain the location of the camp before systematically eliminating their targets. Zhao Li's encampment, being the closest to the wild men, was the first to fall under attack. "Do not rush directly to the hillside. First, shake them off before proceeding," Zhao Li shouted. "Understood, those damned wild men." Everyone, hurry and run, came the response. As they reached the banana grove, the group of wild men soon halted. The scouts among them whispered to the towering wild man for a moment before they unexpectedly set off towards Gao Feng's camp, intent on launching a surprise assault. At that moment, while Li Fei and the others were dejected and uncertain of what to do, a distinct rustling sound echoed through the forest, the crisp crunch of leaves underfoot, accompanied by swift movement. "This is bad. Someone is coming. Prepare the bows." Li Fei was the first to draw her bowstring taut. Suddenly, a familiar figure leaped from a thicket. "It's Gao Feng. He has returned," Li Fei exclaimed. The group erupted in joy. Gao Feng, upon observing the tightly shut wooden door of the camp, immediately deduced that the wild men had already paid them a visit. Lu Shuang and the others hastily opened the door, and Li Fei was the first to rush inside. As Gao Feng and the others paused, she enveloped him in a tight embrace, kissing his forehead before playfully twisting his arm. "Ouch, that hurts," Gao Feng grimaced. The others in the camp gathered around, and he recounted the encounter with the wild men's footprints. Everyone eagerly sought Gao Feng's counsel on their next steps. "All right, everyone quiet down and listen to the leader," Zhao Lu urged, gesturing for silence. "We need to retreat immediately to the central high ground. Everyone prepare yourselves," Gao Feng commanded. The others busied themselves, momentarily forgetting that Gao Feng had returned with two beautiful women. In any other circumstance, they would have been eager to inquire about the newcomers. Li Fei stood by puzzled, looking at Gao Feng. "Fei, we rescued them on the way. Their names are Mary and Kelly," Gao Feng explained, scratching his head. Li Fei shot him an exasperated glance and proceeded to gather her belongings. Gao Feng turned to lead Zhao Lu and the others back to the camp for a brief respite. They had run a long distance and were utterly fatigued. Zhao Lu fetched a bamboo cup to draw water, offering it to Gao Feng and the women. Gao Feng surveyed their camp, feeling a twinge of reluctance, as it was a place they had painstakingly built together. However, there was little choice. The central high ground was indeed superior. "Fei, our medical supplies," Gao Feng called out to Li Fei. "I'm well aware," she replied, quickly organizing her clothing and placing the medical supplies from Gao Feng's quarters into a backpack. She also packed away his garments. By this time, night had fallen and the moonlight shone brightly. "Boss, we are ready," Zhao Dachuan said, shouldering a large pot. After a sufficient rest, Gao Feng and the others rose, noting that Lu Shuang was also carrying a hefty pot, while the rest bore backpacks and wielded spears and bows. "Let us retreat to that hillside. Zhao Guanghan and the others are still awaiting us. After regrouping, we shall proceed to the high ground." Gao Feng gazed at the campsite with a sigh. "What shall we do about the wooden cabin? Shouldn't we dismantle it to take along?" Someone inquired. "The high ground is quite distant. We can construct another shelter upon our arrival," Gao Feng replied. As they prepared to venture outward, a group emerged from the thicket, brandishing torches and emitting guttural roars. "This is dire. Everyone, quickly retreat from the rear." Gao Feng discerned the voices of the wild men. The path ahead was no longer viable. They could only stealthily escape from behind the campsite. Swiftly, Gao Feng led them to the rear of the encampment. He raised his axe and, with a few deft strikes, severed several wooden stakes. "Hurry, exit through here. Li Fei, you and the others go first. We will follow closely behind," Gao Feng instructed, glancing toward the direction of the wild men. Chapter 52, Retreating while fighting high signaled several individuals to protect Li Fei and her companions as they made their escape. "Be careful," Li Fei whispered, planting a gentle kiss on Gao Feng before being the last to step outside. Gao Feng watched as Li Fei and Mary departed, exhaling a breath of relief. "Brothers, what shall we do next?" Gao Feng called out loudly. "Let us confront them head on," Lu Shuang shouted while bearing a heavy pot on his back. "Can you manage that?" Gao Feng scoffed. "We should hold our ground a bit longer before retreating. Do not engage recklessly." Gao Feng swiftly approached the wooden door, where Zhao Lu and the others were poised with their bows and arrows, ready to fire. "Boss, look quickly. These savages are unlike the previous ones. They resemble warrior tribes." Zhao Lu crouched, pointing. Gao Feng carefully glanced over, and indeed, there were approximately 40 to 50 of them, each resembling the savage leader. Suddenly, the savage leader let out a furious roar, prompting the others to hurl torches into the camp. "Be cautious. Get down," Gao Feng shouted. The torches landed mostly on the roof of the wooden cabin, igniting rapidly. "Release the arrows," Gao Feng commanded in a fierce tone. With a flurry of arrows, the savages brandished their spears. Some arrows were broken, while others pierced through the bodies of the savages, though they quickly retrieved them. Their faces twisted with rage as they raised their spears, preparing to attack. Gao Feng abruptly rose, aiming his spear at the foremost savage, channeling all his strength into the throw. The savage, caught off guard, was impaled through the chest and fell lifeless to the ground. The remaining savages were momentarily stunned, but soon raised their spears, intent on breaching the door. "You must retreat. There are too many savages. We will be overwhelmed." At that moment, Li Fei and the others had already fled a distance away, prompting Gao Feng to shout urgently. Zhao Lu and the others, now panicked, turned and ran. The savages, driven by frenzy, assaulted the wooden door with tremendous force. The door was on the verge of being smashed to pieces, with Gao Feng being the last to withdraw. Upon seeing Gao Feng's group attempting to flee, the savages roared in anger, splitting into two teams, one to batter the door while the other surrounded the camp. With a resounding crash, the wooden door splintered and the savages surged inside. The cabin was now engulfed in flames, crackling ominously. Gao Feng swiftly escaped from the rear of the camp, pursued by two waves of savages. Though the savages were swift, Gao Feng was swifter. They hurled their spears, and he felt the rush of air as they whizzed by. He executed several rolls to evade them, and then dashed forward. The spears struck the ground behind him as the savages retrieved them, continuing their relentless pursuit. Meanwhile, Zhao Guang had rendezvoused with Han Bing and the others at the base of the hill. They all gazed intently toward Gao Feng's camp. Why haven't Gao Feng and the others arrived yet? Han Shui inquired first. At this hour, they should have made it back. Zhao Guang shook his head. Could they have encountered the savages? We must go and rescue them, Han Bing added, tightening her grip on her spear. Zhao Guang suddenly recalled how the savages had initially pursued them, but then ceased, not following them to Han Bing's camp. He tapped his forehead, realizing that the wild man must have gone to the peak camp. The peak camp was fraught with danger. I shall take the men to rescue him. You all wait here. That group is no ordinary wild men. After Zhao Guang finished speaking, he quickly led the men of the camp into the woods. Han Bing and the others were also alarmed. The peak had aided them greatly, and they felt compelled to contribute. Had it been ordinary wild men, they would have rushed to assist. However, Zhao Guang had stated that this group was exceptional, thus they quelled their intentions. Fearing they would complicate matters, they could only wait. Not long after Zhao Guang and his group had ventured out, they spotted Li Fei and her companions approaching with bamboo baskets on their backs. Upon seeing Zhao Guang ahead, Li Fei breathed a sigh of relief. The peak is behind us. You must rescue him quickly, she shouted to Zhao Guang. Had they not been burdened with their load, they would have run ahead without hesitation. Brothers, quickly follow. Zhao Guang nodded, gripping his spear tightly as he dashed forward. After a while, Zhao Guang and his group encountered Zhao Lu and his companions. Zhao Lu, with an expression of excitement, exclaimed, "People have come. How wonderful!" They then halted their running, glancing back at the peak. "Hurry up! Why are you dawdling?" High Peak shouted when he saw Zhao Lu and the others stop. The wild men were drawing closer. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhao Lu and his companions unleashed a volley of arrows, yet the wild men seemed unperturbed by the projectiles. Even when struck, they effortlessly pulled the arrows from their bodies as if they felt no pain. Zhao Guang and his group were terrified, turning to follow High Peak's lead. This time, the wild men hurled their spears, prompting High Peak and the others to take cover behind the trees. Some spears struck the trees with a resounding crash, illustrating the tremendous force behind them. At that moment, a spear flew toward Lu Shuang, who felt a gust of wind at his back, leaving him paralyzed with fear. With a clang, the spear embedded itself in the pot on his back, nearly piercing his skin. The iron pot had saved him. "Ah, you scare me to death," Lu Shuang exclaimed, running for dear life with the spear still trailing behind him. High Peak nearly burst into laughter. Soon, they reached the foot of the slope. At that point, Li Fei and her companions had already scaled the slope, preparing to set down their burdens to support High Peak. Quickly ascend the slope. High Peak shouted. The slope was easily defensible and served as an excellent barrier against the wild men. Everyone rushed toward the slope. When Li Fei and the others saw High Peak's group approaching, they felt a surge of joy. However, upon noticing the wild men advancing with torches, Li Fei observed numerous stones atop the slope. She quickly organized everyone to gather stones, preparing to counterattack the wild men. By the time High Peak, Zhao Guang, and the others had climbed halfway up, the wild men had reached the base of the slope. The path upward was narrow, accommodating only a few individuals at a time. Thus, several wild men roared in fury as they began to ascend. Smash them to pieces. Zhao Lu shouted at the wild men. With great fervor, everyone hurled stones of varying sizes down upon the heads of the wild men. The wild men, struck by the barrage, howled in pain, halting their ascent, and began to raise their hands in defense, but could not withstand the sheer number of stones. Soon, the heads of several wild men were smashed to pieces, lying scattered on the slope. "Ha, splendid shot. Did everyone aim so accurately?" Their skulls were split wide open, Zhao Lu exclaimed, pointing at the lifeless bodies of the wild men, cursing vehemently. The clearing atop the slope was perfectly suited to accommodate them. Gao Feng, however, fixed his gaze intently on the wild men below. The wild men emitted a series of furious roars, yet chose not to charge forward. They kindled a fire at the foot of the mountain and settled down to rest. Witnessing this scene, Gao Feng furrowed his brow, pondering what they were scheming next. At that moment, fatigue weighed heavily on everyone. "Let us also take a respite," Gao Feng remarked, before surveying the surroundings of the slope. An idea soon materialized in his mind. "Let a few remain on watch while the rest retire early. The wild men will not dare to attack recklessly. Tomorrow at dawn, we shall descend towards the central highlands," Gao Feng stated calmly. The others were momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing Gao Feng's confident demeanor, the tension in their hearts began to ease. Chapter 53. A fortuitous convergence. Gao Feng and Zhao Guang took turns keeping watch. The full moon hung high in the sky, and before they knew it, deep night had fallen. As everyone slept soundly, even Zhao Guang, who was beside him, was struggling to stay awake, his head nodding. Gao Feng remained vigilant, occasionally glancing down by the light of the moon. At that moment, a group of about 10 wild men began to stealthily ascend the slope. Gao Feng roused Zhao Guang from his slumber. Startled, Zhao Guang opened his eyes wide, initially frightened, thinking the wild men were charging up at them. He peered down the mountainside, his heart racing. "Damn it, the wild men are coming. Hold off on throwing stones for now. Let us wait until they reach the halfway point before we strike," Gao Feng whispered. Zhao Guang quickly awakened the others, urging them to remain silent. Zhao Lu led them to gather stones, then squatted beside Gao Feng, readying himself. He even handed Gao Feng a stone the size of a watermelon. "Boss, you are the strongest. Throw the biggest one," Zhao Lu chuckled. As the wild men reached the halfway point, Gao Feng stood up first, shouting, "Crush them." He raised the watermelon-sized stone and hurled it down. With a resounding thud, the stone struck the lead wild man squarely on the head, causing his body to stiffen and roll down the slope. "Come on, you filthy dogs. Watch this. I'm going to smash your skull." The others quickly rose, shouting as they hurled their stones. The wild men, taken aback by the sudden onslaught, froze momentarily, looking up to see a rain of stones descending upon them, desperately shielding themselves with their arms. They had intended to launch a surprise attack under the cover of night, unaware that they had been anticipated. The wild men let out horrific cries, some suffering fatal blows to their heads, while others were struck in their bodies. With heavy casualties, they quickly retreated into the woods. Gao Feng and his companions breathed a sigh of relief, then exhilaration washed over them. "The wild men are scared now, haha," someone remarked. Gao Feng shook his head, cautioning, "Do not underestimate the wild men. We must rest up and leave this place quickly. Let us sleep again. As soon as dawn breaks, we'll set off." Gao Feng instructed, leading them toward a narrow path behind the slope. This path, though overgrown with weeds, was keenly observed by Gao Feng and could accommodate only one person at a time. They needed to depart early, for he knew the wild men would not easily relent. Thus, it was imperative to gather their strength for a swift retreat to higher ground. Gao Feng also rested against a stone. As the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, Gao Feng jolted awake. Zhao Lu quickly organized everyone to evacuate in an orderly manner. After issuing his orders, he cautiously peered toward the front of the slope. The wild men were momentarily silent. After all, they too required rest. Xiao Feng, do you think the wild men have left? I'll accompany you on the retreat, Li Fei said, glancing down before embracing Gao Feng. She realized it had been several days since she had spoken to him properly. The wild men did not pursue. They hastily retreated, knowing that safety lay ahead on the high ground. Gao Feng gently kissed Li Fei on the forehead, signaling her to hurry away. Reluctantly, Li Fei followed Han Bing and the others in succession. Everyone, be cautious, Han Bing whispered as she descended first to demonstrate the way for the others, instilling confidence for the descent. One by one, they began their descent. Half an hour later, Zhao Lu reported, "Boss, Li Fei and the others have already evacuated. We should leave as well." He glanced at the wild men looming on the slope. Gao Feng nodded and replied, "Zhao Lu, you go first. Take Li Fei and the others to the bamboo grove and wait for me there. The water route is quicker." Zhao Lu nodded emphatically, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will complete this task." After Zhao Lu descended, he led Li Fei and the others to evacuate promptly. They needed to reach the bamboo grove swiftly, as crafting bamboo rafts required time. Fortunately, with many hands, their pace was assuredly rapid. Zhao Guang remained behind, following Gao Feng to provide cover. Gao Feng feared the wild men might pursue them to the high ground, which would create complications for everyone there, and he could not bear to explain such a failure. To shake off the wild men, they had to utilize the water route. Gao Feng furrowed his brow in concentration. Zhao Guang, always admiring Gao Feng, adhered to his leadership, recognizing that Gao Feng was more suited to be the leader than he. "Zhao Guang, we must retreat," Gao Feng declared, rising to head towards the narrow path. Just then, a series of furious roars echoed from the slope. "Quickly retreat. The wild men are attacking," Gao Feng shouted, turning back toward the wild men. The wild men began to swarm upwards. Gao Feng pushed loose boulders down toward them with a resounding crash. However, his aim was off, and the boulders missed their intended target, causing the wild men to grow more frantic as they hurled their spears at him. Gao Feng swiftly turned and descended along the narrow path. As he reached the ground and glanced upwards, his gaze met that of the wild men's leader, who let out a furious roar. They had not anticipated that another narrow path lay beyond the slope. The wild men began their pursuit down the slope, evidently unwilling to let them escape. Consequently, Zhao Guang hurriedly followed Gao Feng toward the bamboo grove by the river. After a short while, as they ran, Gao Feng glanced back. The wild men appeared to have ceased their pursuit. The area behind them was eerily quiet. He paused to assess the situation, contemplating that if the wild men were to follow, he could lead them astray in the wrong direction before circling back to reunite with his companions. However, the anticipated pursuers did not emerge. "We must regroup quickly. Evacuation is paramount," Gao Feng murmured to himself as he continued toward the bamboo grove by the river. By now, it was nearing noon. Zhao Lu had led everyone to the riverbank's bamboo grove. There was no time for rest. Before Gao Feng arrives, "We must exert every effort to construct the rafts," Zhao Lu encouraged the group. Soon, they divided into two teams, one to cut bamboo and the other to weave the bamboo into rafts. In less than half an hour, Zhao Lu, coordinating with the 64 individuals present, managed to create 10 bamboo rafts, each capable of accommodating 6 to 7 people. All is well. The bamboo raft is ready, and now we await the arrival of Gao Feng. Zhao Lu tugged at a bamboo raft, testing it in the water. The crowd erupted in cheers, but soon turned their gazes toward the direction from which they had come. Where were Xiao Feng and Zhao Guang? Li Fei quickly stood up, taking a few steps forward, her expression darkening as she scanned the surroundings. Just as concern for Gao Feng and Zhao Guang's safety began to mount, they finally appeared within sight. It was Xiao Feng and the others returning at last. Li Fei leaped with excitement and dashed toward Gao Feng. He halted before her, enveloping her in his arms as they shared a passionate kiss that lasted several moments. eliciting envious glances from those around them. Once they parted, Gao Feng stated, "We are uncertain about the situation with the wild men. They have not pursued us from behind. Everyone, quickly board the bamboo raft. We must retreat." Chapter 54. The fierce battle on the bamboo raft. Zhao, you lead the way. Ensure you halt before the waterfall to allow everyone to safely disembark. Gao Feng spoke as they proceeded. "Understood, boss," Zhao Guang replied, patting his chest before summoning the others to pull the bamboo rafts into the water. Li Fei and Han Bing boarded the rafts one after another, followed closely by Gao Feng and his group. The rafts glided steadily towards the central high ground. "Boss, it's our turn to board. We're the only ones left," Lu Shuang said with a grin while carrying a cooking pot on his back. Gao Feng had deliberately instructed a few carrying pots to stay behind until the last moment. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, the pots could serve as a shield. Before Gao Feng could step onto the raft, he cast a glance toward the rear of the river, feeling a chill run down his spine. What was happening? The wild men were also navigating bamboo rafts, pursuing them across the water. It was no wonder they hadn't chased from the land earlier. They had chosen to pursue via the river. Were these wild men truly that cunning? Moreover, Gao Feng noted that their rafts were not newly crafted. Without further contemplation, he shouted, "Hurry, paddle! The wild men are coming," and leaped onto the raft. What? Wild men? Lu Shuang and the others turned to look behind them, startled. They thrust their bamboo poles into the riverbed, propelling the raft swiftly forward. Why are these wild men like tenacious leeches, impossible to shake off? Lu Shuang cursed while straining to push harder, praying for greater speed. The wild men, enraged upon spotting Gao Feng and his group, unleashed a chorus of furious roars that startled the birds in the nearby trees into flight. However, Gao Feng soon realized that only 3 rafts were in pursuit, each carrying 5 wild men, 15 in total. The wild men's rafts were somewhat larger. They likely had only these 3 rafts, which allowed Gao Feng to breathe a slight sigh of relief. At least not all of them were after them. Yet, his brow furrowed again as he noticed the wild men were closing in at a faster pace. They wielded bamboo poles, pushing forward with seemingly boundless energy. "Lu Shuang, give it your all," Gao Feng shouted, his gaze fixed on the wild men. "Boss, I'm trying my best. This is as fast as I can go. I might as well just fart a push." Lu Shuang replied helplessly. Exhausted, Lu Shuang rotated out for another to take his place. They switched several times, but their speed barely increased. The wild men steadily approached alongside their rafts. Gao Feng observed that 3 of the wild men at the forefront raised their spears. "Quick, position the iron pot in front for protection. They're about to throw their spears," Gao Feng commanded. Lu Shuang and the others reacted swiftly, placing the iron pot in front of them to shield vital areas. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 spears flew toward Gao Feng and his group. Clang, clang. 2 struck the iron pot, fortunately causing no injuries. 1 hurtled towards Gao Feng, which he narrowly evaded by sidestepping. He then yanked the spear free, leaving 2 sizable holes in the pot. "Boss, now I understand why you had us carry the iron pot. It truly is a life-saving piece of equipment. Or else we would have been done for," Lu Shuang and the others exclaimed. Now, it was Gao Feng's turn to counterattack. The foremost wild man's face was marked by derision, unfazed by fear. After all, Gao Feng and his companions were in a state of frantic retreat. With a swift motion, Gao Feng hurled his spears towards the leading wild men. Due to the swaying of the bamboo raft, only 1 spear found its mark. With a resounding splash, the struck wild man plunged into the water, subsequently met with a fatal thrust. The expressions of the remaining wild men transformed into fury. For wild men still stood at the front, drawing closer to the raft, mere meters away. Gao Feng and his companions readied their spears for a direct confrontation. "Get down, quickly!" Gao Feng heard Zhao Guang's urgent call. Turning around, he saw Zhao Guang and the others knocking arrows aimed at the 4 wild men. Sensing the imminent danger, Zhao Guang slowed the raft's pace. In a flash, Gao Feng and his companions dropped low. A volley of arrows was unleashed, causing instant chaos among the 4 wild men. 3 struck the thighs while 1 pierced an eye. The wild man struck and the eye plummeted into the river, and Lu Shuang and his companions seized the opportunity to deliver a lethal thrust. The The remaining 3 wild men let out furious roars, preparing to leap one after another onto Gao Feng's raft in a desperate bid to fight to the death. Lu Shuang raised a metal pot as a shield with his left hand, while gripping a spear in his right, poised for the attack. One wild man leapt onto the raft, brandishing a stone knife. The blade clashed against the metal pot, and in an instant, his body was riddled with spear wounds, causing him to tumble into the river. The remaining 2 wild men paused, hesitant with their stone knives, unsure of their next move. Gao Feng seized Lu Shuang's pot as a shield, brandishing his spear as he leapt forward. The 2 wild men swung their stone knives. But Gao Feng crouched behind the pot, retaliating by thrusting his spear toward their exposed feet with swift ferocity. Their anguished cries echoed as they fell backward into the river. Now it is our turn to strike back. Lu Shuang and the others quickly brandished their spears to attack the wild men floundering in the water. Though formidable on land, the wild men proved inept in the aquatic realm. The last 2 wild men on bamboo rafts, witnessing their fallen comrades, charged forward in a frenzy. Zhao Guang and his companions unleashed another volley, met with the wild men's desperate swings of their stone knives. Gao Feng devised a quick plan, tossing the metal pot to Lu Shuang. "Boss, why are you throwing the pot to me? Without a shield, it's perilous." Lu Shuang shouted as he braced for the impending assault. Gao Feng, spear in hand, plunged into the water, disappearing beneath the surface like a fish. The remaining wild men, oblivious to Gao Feng's maneuver, continued their fierce engagement with Lu Shuang and the others. Suddenly, Gao Feng surfaced, thrusting his spear into a wild man's thigh. The pierced wild man fell into the water, and Gao Feng swiftly submerged again, evading further attacks. Following the same strategy, several more wild men met their demise in the depths. Those who fell into the water were swiftly dispatched by Lu Shuang, Zhao Guang, and their companions. The last 3 wild men, beset by attacks from both sides, glanced about in confusion, unsure of how to respond. Ultimately, they opted to leap into the water and swim towards the riverbank, preparing to flee. Gao Feng, however, sprang from the water and landed directly on the bamboo raft. Unbeknownst to him, he had already spotted Zhao Lu and his companions, who were waiting on the shore. "I leave those 3 wild men to you." Gao Feng called out to Zhao Lu, who had observed the approaching wild men and immediately led a dozen brothers to pursue them. "All right, everyone prepare to disembark. Ahead lies the waterfall, and there is no path left," Gao Feng instructed Lu Shuang and the others. "This is splendid. The pursuing wild men have been utterly vanquished," Zhao Guang exclaimed with exhilaration. Subsequently, they maneuvered the bamboo raft to the shore. "Boss, what shall we do with these rafts?" Lu Shuang inquired. Fearing that the wild men might pursue them and discover their whereabouts, Gao Feng replied, "Push them into the river. Let them drift away with the current." He glanced back towards the direction from which they had come. Chapter 55. The merged Lu Shuang, accompanied by a few companions, set out to push the bamboo rafts, while Gao Feng and Zhao Guang made their way toward Zhao Lu and her group. Before the wild men could reach the shore, they were swiftly pierced by spears thrown by Zhao Lu and her companions, their lifeless bodies carried away by the current. No further wild men appeared, and a collective sigh of relief washed over the group. They proceeded to assess the injuries within their ranks. A few brothers had sustained arm injuries, but fortunately, they were not severe. A quick application of anti-inflammatory ointment and proper bandaging sufficed. "Let's make haste. We must reach the high ground before dusk," Gao Feng declared, a look of joy illuminating his face. The group promptly set off. "Boss, would you enlighten us about the high ground?" inquired a member from Gao Feng's camp. "Please be thorough, detailing every aspect from our departure to our return." Li Fei glanced at Mary and the others before turning back to Gao Feng. With a sense of safety now prevailing, Li Fei resumed her inquiries. Noticing a peculiar glint in her eyes, Gao Feng discreetly cleared his throat, preparing to narrate their journey. Just then, Han Shui approached Gao Feng swiftly, eager to listen intently, her eyes fixed on him with unblinking curiosity. "Han Shui, please be mindful of your position," Li Fei interjected, annoyed, as she moved ahead to nudge Han Shui back. "You." Han Shui began to protest, only to huff and reposition herself next to Gao Feng. The amusing spectacle elicited laughter from the others. Gao Feng shrugged nonchalantly, continuing his tale. He spoke of the market and matters concerning Li Shuai's camp, only briefly mentioning the rescue of Mary and Kelly. Zhao Lu remained close to Kelly, teaching the sisters some basic Mandarin phrases. The market sounds absolutely marvelous. I can hardly wait to see it. One exclaimed, "It seems we made the right choice coming here." "Boss, is that shield maker truly trustworthy? I particularly enjoy baked potatoes." "What is papaya? I've never seen one." Another chimed in, "That Wang who is utterly unreasonable. How could he treat our leader that way? We must not join his camp. He surely has ulterior motives. We should keep our distance from them." As Gao Feng continued his narrative, the others chimed in with their varying opinions. "The sun is about to set. Have we not arrived yet?" Someone called out, prompting all eyes to turn towards Gao Feng. "Not far ahead lies the high ground," he indicated, pointing in a direction. "At last we have arrived. Who wishes to accompany me to the market?" One person exclaimed, dashing ahead, followed by a dozen others. "I warned you, by nightfall, the market will be nearly deserted." Zhao Lu shouted, but they were already several dozen meters away. "Let's find a nearby spot to make do for the night. Everyone is weary." "We shall seek a new campsite tomorrow," Gao Feng suggested calmly. "I concur," both Han Bing and Zhao Guang responded almost in unison. The group had traveled all day, their legs weary and aching. Soon, Gao Feng and his companions settled down for a respite in the woods not far from the high ground. The three camps were situated closely together, each kindling their own fires. In a short while, the 10 or so individuals returned, disheartened. There was no need for haste. Now that they had arrived, time was on their side. Gao Feng shrugged. They nodded in agreement and returned to their respective camps. Li Fei and her companions retrieved grilled fish and meat from their backpacks, distributing portions to everyone. Li Fei addressed the group, suggesting they make do with this for the evening and search for more food the following day. Gao Feng and the others nodded in assent. They then gathered around the fire to enjoy their meal. As they dined, Zhao Guang approached and sat beside Gao Feng. "What do you think about us joining you?" he inquired. The group was not surprised, as Gao Feng's camp was the safest, with ample food and the promise of medical care for the ailing. These two factors alone were enough to entice anyone. Zhao Guang had also witnessed Gao Feng's capabilities and his kindness toward his own people, believing he could surely lead them all to safety. Gao Feng chuckled warmly. "If you come here, you won't be the leader anymore. Being a leader is quite burdensome. I've come to terms with that. Ha ha." Zhao Guang shrugged, having long since dismissed the desire for leadership. He was aware that in Gao Feng's camp, men and women were treated equally. "You're most welcome," Gao Feng added with a smile. "I shall take on the responsibility of hunting from now on." "What do you say?" Zhao Guang replied with a grin, and Gao Feng nodded in delight. He then called out to Han Bing, who was not far away. "We are merging with Zhao Guang's camp. What are your thoughts?" Lu Shuang and the others first turned to Gao Feng, their faces beaming with joy. They gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Boss, you are so wise. You are truly wonderful." They then eagerly glanced at Han Bing and her companions, anxiously awaiting their response, secretly hoping for a favorable answer, as it might lead to potential romantic prospects. "Let's discuss this. Please wait a moment," Han Bing replied. They would surely agree, Gao Feng thought with a smile. Lu Shuang and the others erupted in cheers. "Xiao Feng, will they join us too?" Li Fei interjected, feeling somewhat displeased, as her camp consisted solely of women. She worried that Han Shui and her group might compete with her for Gao Feng's affection. "Do not worry. My heart belongs only to you." Gao Feng made a gesture of promise. Li Fei nodded emphatically, her deep affection for him making such concerns natural. "Sister, I want to eat meat. Their camp has better provisions. Let us join them." Han Shui was the first to speak up. Their camp primarily consisted of fruit, with scant meat available. Not only did she admire Gao Feng, but she also recognized the greater safety he provided. "What do the rest of you think?" Han Bing asked her sisters. She secretly wished to join Gao Feng's camp. Han Shui's words rang true. Gao Feng held significant esteem among them, and everyone was eager to follow him in striving for survival. They won't bully us, will they?" Xiaoli chimed in, a hint of concern in her voice. Having previously been mistreated by the Chui High camp, her apprehension was understandable. He then added, "I'm not referring to the peak, but rather to the men of their camp. Rest assured, their camp upholds gender equality. Gao Feng has established the rules. Even if someone were to bully you, I would not let them off lightly, Han Bing declared resolutely. In response, everyone nodded in agreement. We concur. Han Shui waved her hand towards Gao Feng's direction. Welcome to you all, Gao Feng replied with a smile. He then turned his attention to Lu Shuang and the others. Do not forget the camp's rules, gender equality and the freedom to love. We understand, Lu Shuang exclaimed once more, filled with excitement. Gao Feng was confident in his camp's members. His intention was merely to reassure Han Bing and ensure she felt comfortable joining. Everyone huddled together for warmth. It was the only way to survive. Zhao, usually one to revel in the excitement, was notably quiet at that moment. He was engaged in a leisurely conversation with Kelly by the fire. Chapter 56. The new camp. It appears that Zhao Lu, this fortunate fellow, has indeed found himself in a position of considerable advantage. Not only has he acquired a modicum of English, but this has also opened doors for him. After a while, everyone sought out a nearby spot to recline and rest. At this juncture, Mary approached the peak where Gao Feng was seated against a grand tree, cradling Li Fei in his arms. Both of them nestled together in slumber. Is she his girlfriend? Upon witnessing this scene, Mary pondered for a moment, but chose not to intrude, subsequently walking away. She then approached Zhao Lu to inquire about the situation. Gao Feng already had a girlfriend named Li Fei, who was presently in his embrace, and their bond appeared to be quite profound, Zhao Lu explained to Mary. Nodding in understanding, she realized why Gao Feng had initially rebuffed her advances. Since Gao Feng had rescued her, Mary had developed an affinity for him. However, given that he was already in a relationship, she resolved not to disturb him, adhering firmly to her principles. With that, she retired to rest. The following dawn, Zhao Lu led Li Fei and the others to search for papayas, returning to the grove they had previously visited on the highland. Yet, they discovered that the papayas were nearly all harvested, managing to collect only 30 or so. When Gao Feng awoke, they were just returning, with a total of 64 individuals. It amounted to roughly half a papaya per person. Let us first find a location to establish the camp, Gao Feng suggested, taking a bite of papaya. Is there a river nearby? It would be convenient for building the camp there and sourcing water, Han Bing added, also tasting the fruit. Gao Feng recalled the gorge beneath the highland, which harbored a wide river. Let us proceed. I know a splendid spot, Gao Feng declared, leading the group onward. He was aware that Wang Hu's camp was also situated near a river, yet Gao Feng preferred to set up at a distance from them. As they traversed the highland, the remaining members of the group, aside from the 4 who had accompanied Gao Feng previously, were taken aback by the vibrant marketplace. They gazed around in astonishment, while the market-goers, startled by the sudden influx of unfamiliar faces, resumed their activities. Gao Feng, preoccupied with their mission, did not have time to retrieve his shield from Gao Yang, especially since danger was not imminent. They pressed onward, for the time was not yet ripe to linger. Descending into the gorge, they found it to be somewhat more humid. Soon, Gao Feng stumbled upon an abandoned campsite, dilapidated and unfit for use, yet spacious enough to accommodate their group. This shall do. Let us dismantle the unusable structures and construct wooden cabins, Gao Feng promptly announced. The others nodded in agreement. After a moment of contemplation, he realized they could not focus solely on building the cabins, lest they lacked the strength to procure food. A hunting team must be dispatched. I will lead a group to hunt. The remaining men shall construct the cabins while the women assist with tasks such as cutting thatch, Gao Feng stated decisively, calling forth several skilled hunters. He summoned Lu Shuang, Zhao Guang, and 4 other members of the camp. Then everyone busied themselves with their tasks. Gao Feng and the others, each shouldering a bow and wielding a spear, set off. Where are we going to hunt? Zhao Guang promptly inquired. Since it is said that the resources near the high ground are plentiful, let us commence our search here, Gao Feng replied as they walked. The others nodded in agreement. After a while of searching, they found no large wild animals, such as wild boars. Thus, they proceeded towards the dense thicket ahead, where it was possible that wildlife abounded. Lu Shuang led a few others to the front, scouting for prey. Before long, he whispered, "Come quickly, there are wild boars here," signaling to Gao Feng with his hand. The latter hastened to catch up. As they drew near, 3 wild boars emerged from the underbrush, one large and 2 small, contentedly munching on some decayed fruit scattered on the ground. "This trio is enough for a meal," Lu Shuang murmured. "Do you have a plan?" Gao Feng inquired. Lu Shuang scratched his head. "There's no time for traps. We'll have to shoot them with our bows." Gao Feng nodded in agreement. The 6 of them knocked their arrows and stealthily encircled the boars. When they were about 10 meters away, the large boar suddenly lifted its head, sensing danger. The 2 smaller ones ceased their feeding and began to survey their surroundings. "Not good. They're about to flee. Prepare to shoot," Gao Feng whispered, with a swift release of arrows. The air was filled with the sound of anguished cries as all 3 boars were struck. Ignoring their pain, they turned to flee. "Chase them," Gao Feng shouted, and they sprinted after the animals, shooting as they ran. The 2 smaller boars, severely injured, slowed down, allowing Gao Feng to continue pursuing the larger one. He quickly closed the gap, but the tough-skinned boar was not easily harmed by their bamboo arrows. "If only we had iron arrowheads, we wouldn't fear the wild beasts," Gao Feng thought. He swiftly drew a stone knife, aimed for the boar's thigh, and hurled it with precision. The knife spun through the air before striking the boar, which let out a pained cry as its thigh was injured, causing it to slow down. At that moment, Zhao Guang also caught it from behind. With another volley of arrows, the wild boar collapsed, crying out in agony. Gao Feng approached, retrieved the stone knife from the boar's leg, and swiftly severed its throat. After a moment, the boar lay still. "Well done. We can feast on pork today," Lu Shuang exclaimed excitedly. "Let us head back," Gao Feng instructed. They cut 3 branches and used vines to bind the boar, lifting it as they made their way back. "Lego, we are all famished and can't continue," Han Shui said, having just placed a bundle of reeds on the ground. "They'll all be back soon. We just need to finish this last room, then we can rest." Zhao Lu replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. The others nodded in agreement. After a morning of hard work, everyone was indeed weary. At this moment, Gao Feng and his group returned to the camp. The day was approaching noon. Gao Feng observed that the construction of the wooden cabin was progressing swiftly. "Everyone has worked hard. Let us pause our tasks and feast on some pork," he remarked with a smile. Li Fei and Han Shui, upon spotting the wild boar, instantly dashed over with excitement. "Indeed, the resources here are abundant. We can enjoy some meat now." "I'll go fetch a pot to boil water," they exclaimed, eagerly dragging the wild boar away to prepare it. "Boss, at this rate, we might not finish in a day," Zhao Lu said with a hint of resignation. "We should be able to manage. We will assist in the afternoon," Gao Feng reassured him, giving Zhao Lu a pat on the shoulder. He then suggested that they take a short break, as building the cabin was quite exhausting. "No, boss, I want to help with the wild boar," Zhao Lu replied with a grin as he ran towards Kelly. Chapter 57. Conflict. Will this pork be sufficient? Han Shui inquired with a smile, turning to Zhao Lu. "What are you thinking? With over 60 people in the camp, it won't be much for each," Zhao Lu replied, chuckling. Pouting, Han Shui resumed tending to the fire. Soon, the wild boar was chopped into pieces and placed into the bubbling pot. "Sister Fei Fei, we are out of salt." Zhang Xiaomei glanced over at Li Fei. Li Fei shrugged. "Once the camp is established, we can check the market." "I'll go too." Han Shui immediately perked up. Gao Feng approached with pork and soup. "Everyone will be able to fill their bellies. This afternoon, let us work hard to finish the construction." Everyone nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, as the pork cooked, each person received a bowl filled with meat and broth. Once they were satiated, they began constructing wooden huts, in addition to their living quarters. They aimed to build 2 more for storage and a medical room, totaling 12. Zhao Lu all focus on the huts. "I'll take a few men to chop wood," Gao Feng announced. Zhao Lu nodded in acceptance. Gao Feng led a few sturdy individuals into the woods, arriving at a grove of trees thick as a bowl, ready to fell them. "Boss, let me take the lead." One of the men stepped forward. "You all handle hauling the wood. We're short on time today, so I'll do the chopping," Gao Feng replied, swinging his axe at a tree. With just 2 strikes, the tree fell, leaving his companions in awe. The boss's strength is truly beyond compare, even more formidable than Lu Zhishan's legendary feats. They gasped. As Gao Feng felled each tree, he skillfully removed excess branches, cutting them into the required lengths. Each man hoisted 2 logs and made their way back to the camp. How you all back so quickly? Zhao Lu exclaimed upon seeing them carry the timber. Brother Lu, our boss is astounding. They all chimed in. Let us give it our all. The boss is putting in full effort. We must finish today, Zhao Lu shouted. Li Fei and her group divided their tasks. Some cut thatch, others gathered branches, while some sought out vines. The entire camp buzzed with enthusiasm. The sun in the west was nearing its descent. Zhao Lu meticulously calculated the wood needed, and then called out. Lu Shuang quickly informed the boss. The wood is sufficient. No sooner had he spoken than Gao Feng appeared, carrying the last log. The boss had already anticipated this. Lu Shuang chuckled, accepting the wood from Gao Feng and returning to his duties. Zhao Lu grinned. We're almost there. Gao Feng nodded in agreement. Li Fei, also fatigued, approached. Xiao Feng, what are we having for dinner? Fish, Gao Feng replied with a smile. Li Fei immediately recalled the nearby river. I wonder how many fish are in the river. I'll go too, she said with a cheerful expression, having learned some fishing techniques from Zhao Dachuan. At that moment, Han Bing approached with a smile. Gao Feng, the thatch is dry and just needs to be laid down. We still need some tables and chairs. It's getting late. Should we finish tomorrow? Everyone was quite busy, and Gao Feng replied with a smile. The tables and chairs can wait until tomorrow. Suddenly, he remembered Gao Yang from the market. He could weave baskets, and tables and chairs would be no trouble for him. Gao Feng continued, Do not concern yourselves with the tables and chairs. I have a plan. The others were momentarily taken aback until Gao Feng revealed his thoughts about Gao Yang. This venture is indeed worthwhile, they remarked. Subsequently, Lu Shuang, accompanied by Han Bing and Han Shui, took charge of the finishing touches on the wooden cabin, while Gao Feng, along with Zhao Dachuan, Li Fei, and a dozen others, ventured to the riverbank to catch fish, bringing along water buckets to fill on their return. Follow me. Let us first catch some loaches nearby, Zhao Dachuan instructed as he dashed ahead with Li Fei. Meanwhile, Gao Feng, feeling somewhat fatigued, trailed behind at a leisurely pace. Zhao Dachuan and the others reached the riverbank first. Dachuan loaches? Li Fei inquired with curiosity, for she had yet to witness such a sight. Just wait and see, Zhao Dachuan replied as he began searching the area. The soil along the riverside was soft, and before long, they had unearthed several loaches, which he proudly displayed to Li Fei. She appeared perplexed, asking, How does one catch fish this way? Subsequently, Zhao Dachuan chopped the loaches with a dagger, tossing the pieces into the shallow waters. He then instructed everyone to watch the surface with their spears. Soon, a multitude of fish gathered beneath the water. Ha ha! I never knew there were so many fish in the river, Li Fei exclaimed with excitement. They swiftly plunged their spears into the water, capturing nearly a dozen fish. Li Fei retrieved a basket to collect their catch. After the fish dispersed, Zhao Dachuan tossed in some scraps, and soon another group of fish encircled the area. At that moment, a dozen burly men approached from the riverbank, led by a tall Caucasian. Hey, who gave you permission to fish here? You've lured all our fish to your side, the tall man exclaimed in broken Mandarin, visibly angered. Zhao Dachuan retorted, The fish in the river belong to everyone. If you cannot catch them, do not blame us. After making his statement, the Caucasian attempted to seize the basket from Li Fei. Enraged, she shouted, Who are you? Get lost. Zhao Dachuan and the others immediately shielded her. The Caucasian lunged forward with a spear aimed directly at Zhao Dachuan's chest. He swiftly dodged the attack, and soon both parties found themselves in a standoff. The imposing stature of the newcomers placed Zhao Dachuan and his companions at a disadvantage. Just as they were at a loss, the Caucasian attacked once more. Gao Feng arrived just in time, delivering a powerful kick that struck the man's chest, sending him tumbling into the river with a splash. Upon seeing Gao Feng's arrival, Zhao Dachuan and the others erupted in cheers. You had it coming. Why provoke trouble? Zhao Dachuan exclaimed angrily. The group of men stood frozen, spears in hand, uncertain of their next move. Damn it, the Caucasian cursed as he emerged from the river. I challenge you to a duel. If you lose, you must leave immediately and never return to cause trouble. Gao Feng regarded the tall man before him. If he could subdue him, the others would surely retreat. Having just arrived, Gao Feng had no intention of taking a life. They have yet to ascertain the true nature of this group. Well, what if you lose? I demand that you vacate this place and refrain from fishing here again. The white man approached the summit. The summit nodded in acknowledgement. The man then swung his fist directly at the summit's forehead. The summit swiftly bent down and delivered a kick to his chest. The white man, wincing in pain, staggered back a few steps, then in a fit of rage, charged at the summit. He relentlessly threw punches, attempting to overpower the summit with sheer force. The summit let out a fierce shout and retaliated with swift punches, engaging in a direct confrontation. Within moments, both fighters' fists were crimson. The white man gasped, seemingly drained of strength. Seizing the opportunity, the summit gathered his energy and landed a powerful blow to the man's abdomen. The white man cried out in agony, immediately clutching his stomach and collapsing to the ground. Subsequently, he expelled everything he had consumed that day. Witnessing their comrades' defeat, the group brandished their spears, preparing to advance. Chapter 58. The Fire of Passion. At this moment, the expression of the white man shifted from arrogance to confusion as he turned his gaze towards Gao Feng. "Who are you? I have never seen you before. Where did you come from?" He had never encountered such a formidable individual. "You are not worthy to know," Gao Feng retorted with a cold snort. "We will not go easy on you." Following this, the white man, supported by his companions, rose and departed. "Bah, what are you pretending for?" Zhao Dachuan spat at them. "Boss, how could there be such scoundrels in the highlands?" one of the younger men remarked. Gao Feng shrugged. "The world is vast. There are all kinds of birds. Let's catch some more fish to take back, as night is fast approaching." The others nodded in agreement and resumed their fishing efforts. Soon, they filled 3 baskets and drew several buckets of water. Upon returning to the camp, darkness had already fallen. Li Fei and her companions began to prepare the fish for dinner, intending to serve a hearty fish soup. The others gathered around the campfire, engaged in light conversation. Gao Feng sat beside Li Fei and addressed Han Bing. "You should also take a team like Li Fei and be responsible for gathering nearby. But do not venture too far." He then turned his attention to Han Shui. "You are our only doctor. Attend to the infirmary as needed. And when you have no duties, accompany your sister. As for cooking, you can alternate with Li Fei's group." Han Bing nodded in satisfaction. "If we need any supplies, we can compile a list and then trade for them at the market," Gao Feng continued. "For any matters, let us discuss collectively." Everyone nodded in agreement. "But how can I find herbs alone?" Han Shui inquired of Gao Feng, well aware of the importance of medicinal supplies, knowing that where necessary, herbs should be utilized as substitutes. "You can have Zhao Lu accompany a few others. It will be safer that way," Gao Feng explained. "The infirmary cannot be entered without my permission, primarily to ensure cleanliness and hygiene," Han Shui asserted with determination. Gao Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "Let's go. I will place the medicinal supplies in the infirmary for you to safeguard," Li Fei said to Han Shui, who cheerfully followed suit. The wooden structure comprised 2 rows. One row housed the storeroom and the infirmary, while the other row featured Gao Feng's cabin at one end, the girls' quarters in the middle, and the boys' cabin at the opposite end. "Fei Jia, there are so many medicinal supplies," Han Shui exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "Take good care of these supplies. I have heard that medicinal items are in short supply in these highlands," Li Fei cautioned earnestly. Han Shui nodded vigorously in agreement. Li Fei then retrieved a box of Yunnan Baiyao from within and stated, "This is for Gao Feng." Han Shui nodded with a smile. "Let us go eat," Li Fei said as she stepped outside, with Han Shui trailing behind. "Dinner is ready," Han Bing called out, directing everyone to take their bowls and line up. As the group sat around the fire, bowls in hand, Zhao Lu leaned closer to Gao Feng and whispered, "Boss, I have something good for you." Gao Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What is it?" Zhao Lu pulled a handful of daughter from his pocket and presented it to Gao Feng. "This is a type of herbal aphrodisiac. Consume it, and you'll feel invigorated," Zhao Lu said, stifling a laugh. "My physique is quite robust, so I have no need for assistance." Gao Feng wore a look of incredulity. However, he was also curious to try, seizing the opportunity to partake during the meal. After dining, Zhao Lu bellowed, "Let me perform a dance for you all." The crowd erupted in cheers. He took Kelly by the hand, and the two began to dance around the bonfire. When did they become an item? Li Fei furrowed her brow, certain that Zhao Lu had deceived her. Zhang Xiaomei chimed in with a huff. Gao Feng shrugged. "This is what we call fate, haha." "Such a glib tongue," Li Fei remarked. Soon, everyone began to mimic Zhao Lu, dancing with the same enthusiasm as Mary and Kelly. Gao Feng, on the other hand, took Li Fei by the hand and joined her in the dance. They gazed into each other's eyes, their feelings intensifying instantaneously. After a while, Gao Feng organized a rotation for the night watch. Zhao Lu was on duty that night, and everyone returned to rest. I prepared your bed. Go take a look, Li Fei said, guiding Gao Feng towards the wooden cabin. Inside, there was a wooden bed adorned with dried straw, topped with the wolfskin Li Fei had brought. Gao Feng settled onto it, while Li Fei leaned against his shoulder. Fei, this straw bed is rather spacious, and that. Gao Feng scratched his head. I'm a bit tired. Perhaps we should rest early, Li Fei replied, her cheeks flushed. At that moment, Gao Feng felt a surge of heat coursing through his body. Could it be the daughter Zhao Lu had given him? Why is your body so warm? Li Fei quickly distanced herself. I consumed the daughter Zhao Lu provided. Gao Feng inadvertently confessed. Li Fei understood immediately, lowering her head. What do you intend to do? I heard that holding it in can cause harm. Gao Feng said with a mischievous smile. You mustn't eat that again. Overindulgence can be detrimental to your health. Li Fei leaned closer. Gao Feng grasped her meaning, and soon the two entered a world of bliss. As Li Fei prepared to return, she still opted to stay with Xiao Mei and Mary, while Han Shui and Han Bing shared a dwelling. Upon their exit, they encountered Zhao Lu and Kelly, who had just returned from the woods. If you let Xiao Feng eat recklessly again, I'll one tea spare you. Li Fei shot Zhao Lu a glare before heading back. Zhao Lu flashed a grin at Gao Feng before also departing. The following morning, everyone had a modest meal of fish before dispersing to attend to their individual tasks. Gao Feng planned to visit the market to find Gao Yang and retrieve the shield. He would bring him into the camp and assign him the task of arranging the tables and chairs. Gao Feng was aware that the highland was not as secure as it appeared. With a shield, the likelihood of injury during a conflict would be mitigated. At that moment, Zhao Lu approached. Boss, the camp is relatively safe. Just leave a few guards. I can lead a team to forage for food. Not today. Take a few people with me to the market to retrieve the shield. Gao Feng responded promptly. Boss, I would have forgotten about that fellow if you hadn't reminded me. Huh, let's pick him up on the way, Zhao Lu chuckled. Gao Feng nodded, and they made their way to the market in the highlands. The marketplace was still bustling with activity. Before long, Gao Feng spotted Gao Yang, who was diligently weaving a basket with his head bowed. However, he did not notice the shield behind him. Gao Yang had crafted a wooden frame, which was promptly purchased by a man in exchange for potatoes. At that moment, he noticed Gao Feng approaching. He immediately stood up to greet him. Gao Feng, you have finally arrived. Gao Yang exclaimed with evident excitement. Your leg has healed, Gao Feng remarked with a smile. Gao Yang, filled with pride, took a triumphant stride around. Indeed, thank you for saving me, he replied. Then recalling the shield, he continued. The shield is in my wooden cabin in the forest below. Zhao Lu squinted his eyes and said, Gao Yang, join us. You still have matters to attend to. Gao Yang nodded emphatically. I will heed whatever you say. Without a second thought for closing his stall, he led Gao Feng and the others to his humble abode. His cabin was quite simple, merely a rudimentary shelter. Chapter 59. The transaction. Gao Yang retrieved some papayas from the shed and handed them to Gao Feng and his companions. Please, take a seat and enjoy some papaya, Gao Yang said with a cheerful smile. Gao Feng and the others settled on the ground while Gao Yang brought out the shields. He handed one to Gao Feng, grinning as he said, What do you think? Crafting this was quite a challenge. Gao Feng's eyes lit up as he took the shield and examined it closely. Not bad at all. Zhao Lu and the others also eagerly grabbed a shield to inspect. The shields had an overall shape resembling a cast iron pot, complete with a handle inside. Gao Feng grasped the handle and tested it, exclaiming, The quality is impressive, far surpassing my expectations. Boss, I'm going to give it a try. After Zhao Lu spoke, he took a shield and positioned it upright against a nearby tree root. Subsequently, he and the others maintained a safe distance and unleashed a full-force attack with bows and spears. The results were promising. Arrows merely lodged in the shield, and the spears could not easily penetrate. Haha, boss, this is truly remarkable, Zhao Lu exclaimed, filled with excitement. Gao Feng then turned to Gao Yang and inquired, How much do you know about the camps near the highlands? Gao Yang scratched his head, replying, Boss, you might want to inquire at the market. Gao Feng nodded in acknowledgement. He then assigned Gao Yang the task of managing the camp's tables and chairs. Once those duties were completed, he planned to join the hunting team. No problem, Gao Yang assured, patting his chest. Zhao Lu, you and the others help Gao Yang tidy up the place and return to the camp. I will head to the market to gather information, Gao Feng said nonchalantly. Boss, there is nothing free at the market. If you take this half wild boar with you, it will be quite useful, Gao Yang remarked as he produced the remaining half of the wild boar from the shed. With his leg healed, he was ready to hunt again. Choosing to follow Gao Feng had alleviated his fear of injury. Gao Feng chuckled, and Zhao nodded as they set to work. Gao Feng then turned toward the market. After asking a few people, he found that none were familiar with the situation of the nearby camps. Their primary concern was food. Gao Feng quickly thought of Li Shuai, the second in command at Wanghu Camp, who would undoubtedly possess the necessary information. He decided to return to seek out Li Shuai. At that moment, Gao Feng noticed a peculiar man. He was slender, wearing a rudimentary straw hat, and sat on a stone by the roadside. Before him lay a small bucket of coarse salt. How can I exchange for your salt? Gao Feng approached and initiated the conversation. He had come in a hurry, and the camp's salt supply was nearly depleted. A person cannot live without salt. Otherwise, their health will deteriorate. The man looked up, his expression unimpressed, and replied, Half a wild boar for this small bucket. You seem unfamiliar. Are you new here? Gao Feng shook his head, exclaiming, That's far too expensive. He pointed in a direction and added, My salt comes from the distant west. Gao Feng knew that the west he referred to was inhabited by wild people. Did he dare venture there? That place was indeed perilous. The man remained indifferent. I haven't encountered them. Perhaps I'm just fortunate. Observing the man's demeanor, Gao Feng sensed that he was not being truthful. He placed half a wild boar directly before him, exclaiming, Such a substantial piece of pork can only be exchanged for a mere small barrel of salt? The man, astonished, observed that what he held was larger than what others had procured. I can assure you, the wild men have indeed never encountered this. They simply encounter numerous beasts. The man deemed it harmless to share this with Gao Feng, reasoning that he would not dare venture there himself. Gao Feng retrieved a notebook and requested him to mark the location on the map. The man was taken aback, not expecting Gao Feng's map to be so well detailed. He subsequently marked a spot, stating, This is all I know. With a beaming smile, he accepted the wild boar. Upon inspecting the marked location, Gao Feng realized it was quite close to the wild man. His journey had not been in vain. He had at least discovered the location of the salt. He resolved to return to the camp first before seeking out Li Shuai for further inquiries. By the time Gao Feng returned to the camp, it was already midday. Li Fei and Han Bing were boiling water, while others were processing the wild boar, indicating a bountiful harvest for the day. When Li Fei noticed the item in Gao Feng's hand, she hastened over, asking, What do you have there? Salt exchanged for pork at the market, Gao Feng replied, his face aglow with pride. Approaching the fire, they gathered to inspect the find. Ah, this is salt, so timely, Han Shui exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Oh, and I almost forgot. Li Shuai is waiting for you in your tent. He brought a basket of potatoes. Li Fei turned with a smile before returning to her tasks. At that moment, Li Shuai overheard their conversation and stepped out with the two others. Gao Feng, why didn't you announce your arrival at the high ground so I could welcome you? Gao Feng scratched his head. It seemed too much of a hassle. You simply don't wish to join our camp. Ha, Li Shuai grinned widely. Well, since you're here, let's eat lunch before you depart. Gao Feng responded cheerfully. I noticed you had quite a harvest today, so I waited for you. Li Shuai chuckled. They then settled by the fire, where the pork was already simmering, accompanied by an abundance of cut potatoes sprinkled with salt. Han Shui brought over some freshly picked papayas for Gao Feng and the others. Here, enjoy. Wash them well, she said with a smile. Is this your girlfriend? Quite charming, Li Shuai remarked, squinting at Gao Feng. At that, Han Shui giggled, her cheeks flushing. No, the one tending the fire her name is Li Fei. This one is more like my sister, Gao Feng chuckled, gesturing towards Li Fei. Hurry and eat, lest you choke. Han Shui pouted and scampered away, prompting laughter from Gao Feng and the others. Cough, cough. Let us discuss the situation at the nearby camps in the high ground, Gao Feng stated matter-of-factly. Please don't misunderstand, Gao Feng. I hesitated to tell you before, fearing it might deter you from coming to the high ground, Li Shuai scratched his head sheepishly. I had a feeling there were conflicts here. Gao Feng responded with a dismissive snort. Since you have come, I will certainly share this with you. As that was my purpose for coming today, Li Shuai grinned. Gao Feng listened intently, and Li Shuai took a bite of papaya before continuing. Recently, there have been 3 relatively large camps here. Wang Hu's camp and 2 others. While our camp hardly needs mentioning, the other 2 camps each comprised approximately 100 individuals. One camp was predominantly inhabited by Caucasians, led by a man named Mike, while the other was occupied by individuals from an island nation. The islanders frequently clashed with those from other camps, and ultimately, a collective vote resulted in their expulsion. Believing Mike to be the orchestrator of their removal, they retaliated by attacking Mike's camp before fleeing. Enraged, Mike pursued them for an entire day, but returned empty-handed and dejected. The whereabouts of the islanders remained a mystery thereafter. Following this incident, Mike's temperament soured, leading to frequent disputes with our camp regarding hunting territory. The remaining 3 camps were smaller, each consisting of 20 to 30 individuals, ultimately merging into a scattering of people at the marketplace. Li Shuai, having recounted an extensive narrative, took a bite of papaya. Chapter 60, The Consequences of Pretentiousness. Gao Feng recounted the fishing incident from the previous day. Li Shuai immediately grew anxious, exclaiming, "That white man named John is Mike's enforcer. He is formidable and often stirs trouble for others." He then glanced at Gao Feng, inquiring, "Are you all right? I knocked him down with a single punch yesterday." Gao Feng merely shrugged. "I fear that John might embellish the tale upon his return, leading Mike to trouble you further." Li Shuai remarked with concern. Gao Feng waved his fist dismissively. "Come now, let us eat. Stop rambling." At that moment, Li Fei called out to Gao Feng, having prepared bowls and chopsticks for Li Shuai and the others. "Haha, thank you, sister-in-law." Li Shuai chocolat. He was a few years younger than Gao Feng and had just graduated from university. Li Fei was taken aback momentarily before bursting into laughter. The group quickly made their way over. "Oh, this smells delightful. Your camp's meals are indeed lavish," Li Shuai and his companions remarked as they gazed at the pork stew with potatoes in their bowls. "You might as well join us," Gao Feng jested. Li Shuai remained silent, focused solely on his meal. Soon, they had eaten their fill and tidied up. "Be careful, Mike. Do you need my assistance here?" Li Shuai asked with a grin. "No need, you carry on. I'll reach out if necessary," Gao Feng replied to Li Shuai. Subsequently, Li Shuai and his companions waved goodbye and returned to their own camp. Once Li Shuai departed, Gao Feng noticed Gao Yang sitting outside the wooden cabin, crafting tables and chairs. Li Fei and Han Shui sat beside him, watching intently. He approached them, asking, "Let me see, how's it going?" Gao Yang handed a bamboo stool to Gao Feng. After inspecting it, Gao Feng promptly sat down, exclaiming, "Quite sturdy." Impressive indeed. He was surprised that it could be fashioned without nails or ropes, solely from bamboo. Sister Fei Fei and Han Shui also lent a hand. Gao Yang chuckled as he resumed his work. Li Fei and her companions exchanged silly smiles with Gao Feng before pitching in to help. Gao Feng nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Zhao Lu rushed in, exclaiming, "Boss, trouble is brewing. John has arrived with some men." Zhao Lu quickly summoned everyone, instructing them to gather their weapons and head outside. Gao Feng, spear in hand, was the first to dash out. Outside, he saw a line of about 10 men, with a tall figure at the center, Mike. 4 of his enforcers flanked him, while the others were mere lackeys armed with spears. Zhao Lu soon led all the men outside, each holding a shield in their left hand and a spear in their right, positioning themselves beside Gao Feng. "Wow, what a grand display. Where did you procure those shields?" "They look rather impressive," Mike scoffed, then added, "Relax. I heard my brother couldn't best you, so I'm here to see just how formidable you truly are." At that moment, John lowered his head. He indeed could not defeat Gao Feng. "Then let us see," Gao Feng replied, furrowing his brow. He understood that Mike had come with this small contingent likely due to John's embarrassment from their previous encounter. Upon witnessing the formidable display, Mike realized that this fellow was prepared to engage in a life-and-death struggle. The meager number of men he had at his disposal was insufficient. He promptly declared, "Since you have just arrived at the heights, I shall not impose upon you. All I require is a one-on-one duel. If you can defeat any of my 3 chosen subordinates, we shall consider this matter settled." These three were meticulously selected from his numerous lackeys. As he spoke, the trio stepped forward. One of them, a man with golden locks, approached and provocatively pounded his chest with his fists, signaling for Gao Feng to make the first move. Gao Feng tossed his spear to Zhao Lu and instructed, "You all step aside." He then limbered up, and both parties cleared a space to avoid interrupting their duel. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the blonde to squint slightly. "Now," Gao Feng roared, launching himself forward with a sudden sprint, delivering a powerful punch to the man's chest. The blonde staggered back, ultimately collapsing to the ground. "Well done," Zhao Lu shouted in exuberance, cheering for Gao Feng. "Is that all you've got?" Gao Feng scoffed. Mike was momentarily taken aback and immediately gestured for his subordinate to remove the blonde from sight to spare them further disgrace. Gao Feng, despite his smaller stature, had proven unexpectedly formidable. At that moment, a tattooed man with muscular arms stepped forward. He began to perform a series of martial arts moves before Gao Feng, seemingly imagining himself to be Bruce Lee. Gao Feng, growing impatient, gestured for the tattooed man to strike first. Feeling insulted, the tattooed man swung his fist at Gao Feng. "Go ahead," Gao Feng shouted, executing a high kick that struck the man's arm. The tattooed man winced in pain, rubbing his arm, only to be met with a swift punch to the face from Gao Feng, causing blood to spurt from his nose and two front teeth to fly out. The man slid back several meters, teetering on the brink of collapse, but was caught by his companions. Mike's composure began to falter. He turned to the last remaining henchman, who promptly removed his short-sleeved shirt, preparing to challenge Gao Feng in a test of brute strength. He charged at Gao Feng, who deftly ducked and delivered a punch to the man's abdomen. The man gasped in pain, and Gao Feng effortlessly hoisted him onto his shoulder before hurling him toward Mike and his gang. They scrambled to avoid the impending collision as the man crashed heavily to the ground. Mike and his cohorts were left utterly bewildered. Was Gao Feng truly human? He seemed to embody the very essence of a warrior. "Well, Mike, am I not impressive?" Gao Feng stated nonchalantly. "I had no intention of continuing this conflict. Let's conclude our sparring here." Mike's expression soured. He dared not retaliate against Gao Feng, for it would be a most humiliating defeat. He led his subordinates away, and John, running alongside Mike, asked, "Boss, are we just going to let this go? Useless. What else could we possibly do?" Mike snapped in anger. After all, they were in the wrong and had suffered defeat. Zhao Lu and the others stood in astonishment, their mouths agape, while Li Fei and Han Shui behind them wore expressions of sheer fascination. Gao Feng was simply breathtakingly handsome. They were not far behind, particularly that superficial fellow, whose face was a disgrace to martial arts. "Ha ha, our leader is truly remarkable. I wish to learn the art of boxing from you." "Leader, how are you so extraordinary?" They chattered among themselves, the men admiring, the women gazing in adoration. Gao Feng chuckled softly and then led everyone back to the campsite to rest. "Let me say this. While we have an abundance of food, it is essential to enhance our physical training. There are only benefits to be gained, no drawbacks," Gao Feng stated earnestly. The others nodded in agreement, unafraid of physical exertion, trusting in Gao Feng's judgment. With weapons in hand and personal training, survival on this deserted island would pose no challenge. "By the way, there is something I would like to discuss with you," Han Bing said, addressing Gao Feng. Chapter 61. The goddess in peril. The others halted as well. "What is the matter? Let us discuss it together," Gao Feng said with a cheerful smile. Han Bing lowered her head slightly and explained, "Originally, we planned to bathe by the river tonight, but it's not safe there. Could we possibly construct a bathroom?" "Huh, I thought it was something serious." "Sure. We've become accustomed to bathing in the pond," Gao Feng replied, scratching his head and chuckling. He then turned to Li Fei and the others. "We all feel the same way," they chorused. After all, this was a matter of privacy, and bathing by the river was not a viable option. Gao Feng then informed them that there was a vendor at the market selling clay pots. "We can dig a small hole underneath and place it atop the wooden house to bathe," he suggested. Given the sweltering heat, the water would remain warm for an evening wash, and we could also heat water if needed. Although a clay pot costs about half a pig, there are plenty of food resources nearby, so it shouldn't be a problem. Han Bing and Li Fei's eyes lit up with excitement. "We want to go too. We've been eager to visit the market," they exclaimed, They had been clamoring to go to the market for a while, and now they had the opportunity. You can't all go. It's not very safe outside. A few of you should go. Gao Feng immediately interjected. Li Fei, Zhang Xiaomei, Han Shui, Molly, and Kelly, as if in perfect accord, dashed off without a second thought. Han Bing and the others were expressions of exasperation. Wait for us, Gao Feng shouted, shrugging. They paid no heed, eager to reach the market, primarily to explore further. Gao Feng, accompanied by a few others, followed with a wild boar in tow. Lu Shuang and some others were preparing to build a shower room beside the warehouse, while the remaining individuals busied themselves with their tasks. Gao Feng and Zhao Lu chatted as they walked, while Li Fei and her companions quickly vanished from sight. Before long, they arrived at the bustling market. With wide eyes, they eagerly surveyed their surroundings, filled with astonishment. Although it bore some resemblance to the vegetable market back home, it was quite impressive for a deserted island. Let us first locate the clay pot vendor, then we can browse around, Li Fei suggested, and the others nodded in agreement. Over there, I see a pile of clay pots. Han Shui pointed and exclaimed. Li Fei and the others turned in unison, their faces alight with excitement, and hurried towards it. An elderly man was selling his clay pots by the roadside. Come take a look. The quality of these pots is excellent. You won't regret your purchase. He called out to passers-by, but they merely glanced and shook their heads as they moved on. With so few people around, a single purchase would last a long time. Noticing the 5 beautiful girls approaching, the old man eagerly waved. Ladies, come take a look. He beckoned continuously. Would you like 2 clay pots? Li Fei said, panting slightly. 1 for holding water and 1 for bathing. Han Shui pointed at the pots. They expressed their satisfaction by tapping on the pots with their hands. Old man, could you perhaps throw in an extra one? There are many of us at the camp. Molly suddenly interjected as she stepped forward. The elderly gentleman was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled and said, Little girl, you can actually speak Chinese? Although Mary's speech was not entirely fluent, her meaning was crystal clear. Li Fei and the others were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that Mary could negotiate, and they joined in the bargaining. The old man hesitated for a moment before he broke into a smile. Considering your camaraderie and your pleasant way of speaking, I shall gift you one. Li Fei and the others hurriedly expressed their gratitude. However, the old man suddenly paused. In all the chatter, where is your pig? 1 pig will suffice. The old man remained unperturbed. We rushed over, but our elder will be bringing the pig shortly, Han Shui hastily explained. Seeing that they did not appear to be lying, the old man acquiesced. Quickly bring the pig to me. I shall wait here. He squinted and instructed. Oh, by the way, could you please pierce a small hole in the bottom of one of those clay jars? We need it for bathing, Li Fei clarified. Certainly. I can modify it to your specifications, the old man replied with a grin. He then overturned a clay jar, using a sharpened wooden stick to aim at the center, rubbing it back and forth with both hands. Li Fei and the others nodded in acknowledgement. Once the task was completed, they all dashed forward together. The stalls on either side displayed potatoes, papayas, and clothing, which they glanced at without pausing. At that moment, Han Shui was captivated by a small stall adorned with wooden combs, bamboo water cups, and some soap pods. Come quickly, Han Shui exclaimed. Squatting down in front of the stall, Li Fei and the others followed her. She picked up a wooden comb, examining it closely and testing it out, finding it quite agreeable. You have a discerning eye. This is crafted from oak, and it still carries a fragrant scent. A middle-aged woman sitting on the ground remarked with a smile. Wow, it smells wonderful, Han Shui exclaimed, taking a whiff before passing it to Li Fei and the others. Indeed, it is quite fragrant. How much is it? They inquired. 5 papayas for 1 wooden comb. It's quite inexpensive, the woman replied. What is this? Mary asked curiously. Holding a soap pod. Ha, this is a soap pod, used for cleansing, the woman explained with a laugh. Indeed, very few young people have encountered soap pods. Can it be used for bathing? Han Shui inquired further. Of course, it works perfectly for both washing hair and bathing. Just soak the soap pods in hot water, and the soapy water will be ready for use, the woman elucidated. All these items were exceedingly practical for them. Li Fei and the others were quite satisfied, but shook their heads. However, we have nothing to trade. Li Fei shrugged her shoulders. The others appeared somewhat disheartened. No worries. It's fine to just look. I can wait for you to bring something to trade, she said. At that moment, a commotion arose from a distance. Make way. Are you blind? Can't you see that I am coming through? Who do you think you are? Li Fei looked closely and noticed 3 men approaching from the east. From time to time, they would shove passers-by and shout boisterously. A woman hastily exclaimed, "Ladies, you should leave quickly. They are not to be trifled with. And they're all lecherous." Li Fei noticed a flicker of apprehension in the woman's gaze as she regarded the group. Undeterred, she inquired, "Who are these people? Why are they so brazen?" The woman replied, "I have never seen them before. They seem to have appeared out of nowhere in recent days, coming here to take advantage of others. Everyone here is simply trying to conduct business. It is better to avoid conflict, so we have all been enduring it. We will bring something to exchange shortly," Li Fei quickly added. The woman nodded, signaling for them to leave hastily. Just as Li Fei and her companions set down their belongings and stood to depart, a lecherous man approached them, saying, "Oh dear, you have no money to exchange? How about I give it to you?" Chapter 62. The appearance of Li Fei. 2 others, one portly and the other slender, were captivated by the beauty before them, their eyes widening in instant admiration. "Sister Fei Fei, we must leave quickly," Han Shui urgently urged, rising from her seat. The trio swiftly advanced towards them. The woman shook her head in resignation. They were in trouble now. "What do you want? If you value your lives, get lost," Li Fei admonished fiercely. Han Shui and Mary tensed up, caught off guard. Li Fei and Zhang Xiaomei positioned themselves protectively behind them. "Oh, a little firecracker, I quite like that. Just come with me, and you can choose anything from the market," the lecherous man leered, inching closer to Li Fei, saliva dripping from his mouth. "Get lost, you shameless scoundrel. We are not afraid of you." Zhang Xiaomei spat defiantly at the man. "Ha, then bring it on. I relish a spirited woman. They have character," the lecherous man said with an air of arrogance. The portly and slender accomplices moved in closer. Li Fei stood her ground. There are moments when one must face challenges alone, without relying on Gao Feng. After all, during their leisure time, aside from practicing archery and spear throwing, she and Xiaomei had also learned some combat skills from Gao Feng. Li Fei drew her dagger and stepped forward, thrusting it directly at the lecherous man's chest. He was momentarily taken aback before quickly dodging her attack. He had not anticipated that the woman before him would strike first. "You'll regret this. I will make you pay," he shouted in fury, charging at Li Fei with a clenched fist. Seeing that she could not match his strength, Li Fei swiftly rolled to the ground, positioning herself behind him. A hint of a smile played on her lips as she aimed for his back, hurling the dagger with precision. It sank deep into his flesh. With her prowess in archery, throwing a dagger was no challenge for her. "Ouch, that hurts like hell," the lecherous man cried, hopping about as he clutched his back, desperately trying to remove the dagger, but the pain rendered him hesitant. Soon, a crowd of onlookers gathered around. The portly and slender men remained locked in a standoff with Zhang Xiaomei, deterred by the sight of her dagger and the injury inflicted on their companion. They feared that any aggression might lead to their own demise, especially given the scarcity of medicine in the market. Seizing the opportunity, Li Fei delivered a swift kick to the lecherous man's abdomen, causing him to kneel in agony. "Please, beautiful, spare me. I won't dare again," he pleaded repeatedly. Li Fei approached, retrieving her dagger and moving back to Zhang Xiaomei's side. She boldly called out to the portly and slender men, "Hey, you two, surrender." The 2 fools exchanged glances and, sensing the gravity of the situation, raised their hands in surrender. They had not expected to encounter a beautiful assassin in such a setting. It seemed that the more exquisite the woman, the more perilous she could be. At that moment, Gao Feng and his companions had just exchanged their clay jar and were making their way toward Li Fei and the others. An elderly gentleman had even praised their business acumen, offering them an extra jar. As they approached, they heard the sound of Li Fei's voice, fierce and commanding. Cutting through the commotion, Gao Feng swiftly navigated through the crowd. He was taken aback by the scene before him. First, he noticed the lecherous man sprawled on the ground. Then he glanced at Li Fei and the others, who were enscathed and vehemently reprimanding the 3 individuals. It seemed that Li Fei had made considerable progress. Upon seeing Gao Feng approach, Her face radiated with pride. "What do you think? I'm quite impressive, aren't I?" she exclaimed, pointing at the lecherous man on the ground. "You truly have opened my eyes," Gao Feng remarked, turning his gaze towards the three. At that moment, the stout and thin men had just helped the lecherous man to his feet. The three of them, upon catching sight of Gao Feng's piercing gaze, were instantly filled with trepidation, kneeling on the ground, fearful of making a move. They understood that the individual before them was not to be trifled with and prayed for their lives. Zhang Xiaomei proceeded to recount the events that had transpired. "Oh, you have quite the audacity, daring to provoke trouble," Zhao Lu scolded angrily. He then rallied a few individuals to confront them. The gathering crowd chimed in, insisting that the trio be banished from the market, never to return. "They are utterly vile, always taking without giving," they exclaimed. The three, battered and bruised, pleaded, "We promise not to harass you again. Please spare us, especially since one of us is injured." Gao Feng examined the lecherous man's wound, which was quite severe. "You've brought this upon yourselves. Without medical aid, your fate lies in the hands of destiny," he remarked. "Quickly apologize to everyone, and do not dare to return. Leave at once." Li Fei scolded the three vehemently. They nodded repeatedly, assuring her, and limped away. The crowd, filled with joy, approached Li Fei and her companions to express their gratitude. They proclaimed that in the future, they would receive everything at half price of the market. Li Fei, feeling bashful, scratched her head. Han Shui, Mary, and the others were equally in awe, particularly Han Shui, who had not anticipated Li Fei's prowess, especially since she often bantered with her. "Sister Fei Fei, I shall no longer dare to quarrel with you," Han Shui said, lowering her head. "I have encountered someone formidable. I cannot possibly compete, haha." Li Fei responded with a smile. Soon, the onlookers dispersed, resuming their own activities. "Fei Fei, you all did splendidly today from now on. Everything you purchase here will be at half price." Gao Feng laughed heartily. Just as they were preparing to leave, a woman approached with a bundle of wooden combs and soap pots. "I've heard you need these urgently for bathing. You've been a great help. So these are on the house." Li Fei observed that the woman was not young and that her work was arduous. She felt it inappropriate to take them without compensation. As she hesitated, an elderly man appeared, dragging half a pig with great effort. "Here, I'm returning half a pig to you, as promised. Today's half-price deal is in effect," he said with a beaming smile. Gao Feng gave a thumbs up, relieved to have something to offer. Li Fei handed the pork to the woman, who beamed with joy, admitting she had not eaten meat in a long time. "All right, everyone, let us head back to the camp with our clay pots. We've had quite the fruitful harvest today," Gao Feng said with a smile as they walked along, chatting. Zhao Guang and his companions have successfully constructed the wooden cabin, alongside which they placed a meticulously crafted ladder that leads directly to the rooftop. At that moment, Gao Feng and his group had just returned to the campsite. Zhao Guang, accompanied by several individuals, hoisted a clay jar to the top of the cabin, instructing others to draw water and fill the jar. The weather was sweltering, ensuring that the water within the jar would soon warm under the sun, remaining tepid for evening baths. The hole beneath the clay jar had been sealed with a wooden stick, which could be removed when needed. Han Bing and her friends were joyfully bouncing with excitement. Li Fei and her group followed the method suggested by the woman, using hot water to soak soap pods. Subsequently, the soap solution became ready for use, both clean and hygienic. This time, everyone could take turns bathing, Han Bing cheerfully announced to the group. Chapter 63. Something awry the gathering was content. After dinner, Li Fei and her companions began to take turns in the shower, using soapberry water, which proved to be remarkably effective. Not only did it benefit Li Fei and her friends, but the entire camp experienced similar results. The next morning, a frantically Shui rushed into the camp, exclaiming loudly, "Boss, something terrible has happened. There's been a death. What is the matter? What has occurred?" Wang Hu emerged from his quarters, stretching leisurely. "We went fishing by the river and discovered a corpse, and it belongs to someone from Mike's camp," Li Shui gasped, breathless. "What? Let us hurry and take a look." Wang Hu, momentarily taken aback, summoned a few individuals and set off, as the body was located closest to his camp. Despite his strained relationship with Mike, Wang Hu wished to avoid any misunderstandings. Before long, Li Shuai led Wang Hu to the scene, where Mike was already waiting with a dozen others. Upon seeing Wang Hu approach, Mike did not allow him to speak. Instead, he furiously pointed a finger at Wang Hu, saying, "Old Wang, one of my men has perished near your camp. How do you explain this?" Wang Hu, feeling unjustly accused, retorted, "Damn it, my people found the body this morning. How can you blame us for this? Enough of your excuses. I believe you killed him to silence him and planned to dispose of the body in the river, but we discovered it in time," Mike shouted vehemently, eager to see how Wang Hu would extricate himself from his predicament. Their camps had maintained a facade of cordiality, though Mike's camp outnumbered Wang Hu's by less than double. However, neither side dared to engage in conflict, for in a true fight, neither would emerge unscathed. Now, Mike sensed an opportunity to subdue Wang Hu, aiming to assert his dominance, as Wang Hu was the only one in the high ground who defied him. "It was not us who committed the murder. You need to provide evidence." Wang Hu glared at Mike, adopting a stance of readiness to fight. "What evidence do you need? A man is dead. What more proof do you require?" Mike clenched his fists and stepped closer to Wang Hu. Li Shuai, unsure of how to intervene, found himself without a chance to interject. He decided to summon Gao Feng, believing his cunning would serve them well. Li Shuai promptly sent a junior to fetch Gao Feng, who quickly darted away. "Do you want to fight? Come on. I am not afraid of you." Wang Hu tightened his fists, glaring fiercely at Mike. The onlooker stepped back to clear a space for the confrontation. Although Wang Hu was slightly shorter, he possessed a stronger physique than Mike, leading to an unspoken stalemate between them. Both were consumed by anger. Mike struck first, throwing a punch at Wang Hu, who deftly dodged. They exchanged blows, fiercely colliding in a series of rounds, neither able to best the other, suggesting their strengths were evenly matched. The standoff continued. Meanwhile, Gao Feng had just finished breakfast and was preparing to head out for a hunt, coincidentally encountering the messenger Li Shuai had sent. After he meticulously explained the situation to Gao Feng promptly responded, "Please wait a moment. I need to clarify a few things." He then addressed Zhao, Lu, and the others. "You each have your roles. I will handle this alone, and none of you are permitted to follow me." Gao Feng was aware that some were concerned for his safety and might attempt to accompany him, hence his direct proclamation. Zhao Lu nodded, recognizing that Gao Feng had carefully considered this decision and chose to abide by his arrangement. Gao Feng pondered that if he did not intervene, Mike's next target would undoubtedly be his camp. The young subordinate swiftly escorted Gao Feng to the scene of the incident. Meanwhile, Wang Hu and Mike's tensions had not diminished in the slightest. Mike was utterly unyielding to reason, which was a source of frustration for Wang Hu. Li Shuai approached the corpse and crouched down for a closer examination. He immediately sensed something was amiss. The corpse was missing an arm. It did not appear to have been severed, but rather bitten off. Mike had clearly come to stir trouble, disregarding their explanations. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, Li Shuai spotted Gao Feng arriving, which brought him a sense of relief. "Stop fighting. Have you examined the body?" Gao Feng quickly approached the two. They remained fixed in a fierce stare at one another, as if they could devour each other. "What concern is this of yours? A person is dead, and what more is there to observe?" Mike shot Gao Feng a disdainful glance. Wang Hu surmised that it was Li Shuai who had summoned Gao Feng, and he soon realized that Gao Feng must have a plan. "Gao Feng, come take a look. There is something wrong with this corpse." Li Shuai indicated the lifeless body on the ground. Gao Feng moved closer, crouching down to scrutinize it, and he too sensed that something was off. Wang Hu let out a cold snort directed at Mike and approached as well. "I want to see what tricks you can pull. My man is dead, and you must provide me with an explanation," Mike remarked with a look of disdain, yet he too moved closer, knowing Gao Feng would side with Wang Hu. Gao Feng soon discerned that the arm of the corpse appeared to have been severed by some large animal, with the wound now infected and decayed. He instructed the others to stand back, urging those behind to retreat several meters. "This individual crossed the river from the opposite side last night and ended up dead by the riverbank," Gao Feng stated, pointing across the wide river, which was bordered by dense woods. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Have you all ventured there?" Wang Hu and Mike looked at each other in confusion. Wang Hu replied, "What would he go there for? Our camp has not been there." Gao Feng then realized that this deceased person likely had companions. He gestured towards the body and looked at Mike. "Might I ask if your camp is missing only him?" Mike cast a glance at John beside him, who had notified him of the death before dawn. There are two more missing, John retorted, looking defiantly at Gao Feng. Precisely. The truth lies across the river. Gao Feng said triumphantly. Recently, many have arrived at the high ground, and food will surely become scarcer. They're likely searching for sustenance over there. Upon hearing this, Wang Hu and Li Shuai felt a spark of realization. Gao Feng's words resonated with them, as indeed, there had been a considerable influx of individuals to the high ground recently, albeit scattered and disorganized. Mike, with an expression of disdain, interjected, "What? Is the perpetrator truly across from us?" He glanced at the body, noting the absence of two comrades. Curiosity piqued. He mused about Gao Feng's capabilities and remarked, "Gao Feng, what do you propose we do? We must investigate the other side to uncover the truth. Otherwise, the high ground may be in jeopardy." Gao Feng furrowed his brow, thoughtfully. "Very well. Let us each take two individuals and venture across," Mike promptly suggested. Li Shuai, prepare a bamboo raft. "We shall cross the river to explore," Gao Feng instructed. Li Shuai nodded in agreement and promptly gathered a few companions to procure some bamboo for the construction of the raft on site. Chapter 64. The deadly slime. They had not traversed to the other side and had to improvise a solution. "You must bury this corpse, otherwise it will taint this place," Gao Feng instructed John beside him. John, realizing the deceased was one of their own, promptly dispatched several comrades, who used wooden poles to lift the body and dragged it into the woods for burial. Before long, Li Shuai and his companions approached, dragging a large bamboo raft. They placed the raft by the water's edge. Meanwhile, Gao Feng, Mike, John, and Wang Hu boarded the raft along with Li Shuai. Li Shuai propelled the raft, rowing towards the opposite bank. Upon safely reaching the other side, he pulled the raft ashore. As Gao Feng arrived at the bank, he noticed a damaged bamboo raft nearby. It instantly occurred to him that the three individuals had also constructed a rudimentary raft to arrive here. They began to search the vicinity for any clues. "Boss, come here. There are bloodstains," Li Shuai exclaimed, having discovered a pool of blood on the ground leading into the forest. Gao Feng and the others immediately heightened their vigilance. "This must be from the injured person. Let us proceed with caution," Gao Feng remarked, gazing into the woods as they cautiously ventured inside, uncertain of what awaited them. Aside from a few small animals, they encountered no immediate danger within the forest. Thus, they traversed through it, emerging onto a hillside. "There are no more bloodstains here. Should we continue?" Li Shuai inquired. "Why stop? Aren't we in pursuit of the murderer?" "I'm still missing two brothers," Mike retorted, casting them a glance before leading John up the slope. Gao Feng and the others followed suit, ascending the incline. When they looked down, the sight before them was utterly astonishing. To their left lay a grove of dead trees, while to their right stood a lush forest. "What on earth is happening? Why are the trees dead?" Gao Feng questioned, proceeding downwards. The group stood momentarily stunned, sensing that the truth was within reach. They first approached the grove of dead trees. Soon, an overwhelming stench of decay wafted from that direction. Cautiously wielding their spears, they advanced. The ground was littered with dry branches that creaked underfoot. Suddenly, they were taken aback by the sight before them. "Whose white bones are these?" Mike gasped, chills running down his spine. The others, equally shocked, stared in disbelief at the pile of bones lying on the ground beside a lake. If there's a lake, how could the surrounding trees possibly be dead? Li Shuai pondered, walking towards the lake with a puzzled expression. In the center of the grove of dead trees was a small lake, approximately the size of a football field, with water of a striking green hue. Surrounding it, within a radius of several kilometers, all vegetation had perished. As they ventured further, the stench intensified. "Do not approach the lake. It is an acid lake," Gao Feng shouted urgently. It was then that Li Shuai and the others realized the foul odor emanated from the water. How could there be an acid lake, and what are these bones? Mike's countenance darkened. They have been in the highlands for quite some time, yet remain oblivious to the existence of a certain place to the east. The acid lake is a result of geological processes, while the white bones are presumably those of animals. Gao Feng furrowed his brow. "Mike, isn't that the little brother you were searching for?" Wang Hu shot a glare at Mike, then pointed to the tattered clothing on the ground nearby. Mike and John widened their eyes and rushed over. "What? Why are there only clothes? Where are the people?" Mike exclaimed, confusion etched on his face. However, they soon discovered two human skeletons, with remnants of clothing still clinging to them. Those are the people from Mike's camp. As they prepared to retreat, a series of crisp, crackling bone sounds echoed. Everyone turned to look. A colossal lizard, clutching a fawn in its jaws, was traversing the bones before stopping to feed. Thick, viscous fluid dripped from the corners of its mouth onto the ground. All were paralyzed with fear. "This is the killer you were seeking. Go take care of it," Gao Feng said coldly to Mike. "That damn lizard must be mutated. It's larger than the world's biggest Komodo dragon. Sending me to confront it is suicidal." "We need to get out of here," Mike whispered as he began to back away. Suddenly, a crack resonated. Mike had stepped on a bone. "Run," Gao Feng shouted, and they bolted towards the adjacent forest. The giant lizard, alerted by the noise, dropped the half-consumed fawn and charged towards them. It was sprinting rapidly, closing the distance. Its mouth gaped wide, tongue flicking as if ready to seize them. "Climb the tree. Whatever you do, don't let it bite you, or you'll surely die," Gao Feng shouted, racing toward a massive banyan tree. They quickly reached the tree, grasping the roots that hung down from the branches, and began to ascend. Just then, the lizard lunged towards John's rear. "Oh, dear God," John gasped, his face pale, barely escaping its jaws. Gao Feng and the others reached a sturdy branch, watching the lizard intently from above. The creature circled beneath the tree, occasionally raising its head to flick its tongue, searching for the scent of prey. "What do we do?" Wang Hu asked, drenched in sweat. "We can only wait for it to leave," Gao Feng replied with a shrug. "What is that stuff falling from its mouth?" "It's disgusting." Mike clung tightly to the trunk, fearful of falling. Its hunting technique involved a slime filled with potent toxins and bacteria. A single bite would lead to rapid infection. Gao Feng elucidated. "Then why does it go to feed near Acid Lake?" Li Shuai inquired. "Perhaps it finds that location undisturbed during its meals," Gao Feng observed, his gaze fixed on the giant lizard. It seemed to grow impatient, making its way towards Acid Lake. "Has it left? We must return to the camp. This place is far too perilous." Mike, no longer brimming with bravado, had turned timid. "We will only leave once it is safe. We must ensure the lizard has departed," Gao Feng stated solemnly. He glanced around and indeed found the surroundings eerily silent. With that, he embraced the tree trunk and slid down. Observing his actions, the others followed suit and descended. As they did, Gao Feng and his companions had been wholly focused on Zhu Shi. Once the tension eased, they realized that the forest appeared ominously foreboding, sending chills down their spines. Perhaps it was the recent presence of Zhu Shi that rendered the atmosphere so unsettlingly quiet. There wasn't even a single bird's call to be heard. "We must move swiftly and remain silent," Gao Feng whispered as he cautiously navigated forward, spear in hand, vigilantly scanning the area, fearful that any noise might attract some lurking creature. Wang Hu and the others also crouched low, surveying their surroundings, striving to quicken their pace. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from behind them. Instantly, Gao Feng and his companions felt a tightening in their backs, and, without a second thought, they bolted away, disregarding all else. Chapter 65. Narrow escape and gathering. As Gao Feng sprinted, he glanced back, only to see two small lizards in hot pursuit. Despite their diminutive size, their speed was astonishing, and they quickly closed the distance. At that moment, Wang Hu accidentally tripped over a branch on the ground. One of the lizards lunged at him, prompting Gao Feng to rush forward with his spear, driving it fiercely into the creature. It let out a chilling cry and came to a halt. Gao Feng swiftly helped Wang Hu to his feet, urging him, "Are you all right? We must hurry." Wang Hu, unable to spare a moment for gratitude, raced towards the slope. Gao Feng reached the summit first and looked down. Li Shuai and the others were gasping for breath, desperately clawing their way up. The two lizards continued to pursue them relentlessly, though the injured lizard was evidently lagging behind. Suddenly, a massive lizard appeared and devoured the wounded one. Gao Feng's heart sank. He had not anticipated that such creatures would turn on their own kind. The colossal lizard soon turned its attention towards them as well. The remaining small lizard, frightened by the giant, scurried off to the side. "Do not stop," Gao Feng shouted, reaching out to pull the leading Li Shuai. He then whispered urgently, "Make haste to the water's edge and prepare the bamboo raft." We cannot allow Mike and the others to get ahead. Li Shuai understood immediately and dashed towards the riverbank, fearing that Mike and his group might reach the raft first. In perilous situations, some individuals only think of their own escape. Once the others had crossed the hillside, and with the giant lizard fast approaching, Gao Feng swiftly lifted a large stone and hurled it at the beast. The stone struck the giant lizard without inflicting any harm. It continued its pursuit, flicking its long tongue in the air. Finally arriving at the riverbank, Gao Feng saw that Li Shuai and the others had already pushed the bamboo raft into the water. Time was of the essence, for the giant lizard was closing in. Li Shuai waved frantically. At that moment, the beast was merely 10 meters away from Gao Feng. Mike shouted loudly, "What are you waiting for? Row the boat. Do you want us all to die here?" John echoed the urgency from the sidelines. "Quick, throw the spears." Wang Wu bellowed. Only he and Li Shuai complied, hoping to buy Gao Feng a moment's respite. In an instant, Gao Feng leaped onto the raft, and with a powerful shove, Li Shuai propelled it onto the river. Heading towards the opposite bank, Gao Feng exhaled in relief. The river flowed swiftly. The giant lizard approached the water's edge, incessantly flicking its tongue and sniffing the air. However, it did not pursue them further and instead retreated. "By the heavens, what were you two just doing?" Wang Hu scolded Mike angrily. "Huh, we threw our spears. What if the giant lizard had come after us? We would have had nothing to defend ourselves with," Mike replied shamelessly. Li Shuai then realized why Gao Feng had insisted he stay to guard the raft. Otherwise, these two would have been the first to flee, claiming the high ground for themselves. "Quickly return. This place is perilous. We must bolster our defenses." Gao Feng gazed in the direction of the giant lizard and remarked, "The creature is adept in water, yet it has not pursued us," indicating the forest teams with abundant resources. Thus it refrains from taking risks. Wang Hu and Li Shuai nodded in agreement. Mike, however, displayed an air of indifference, stating, "Very well, come to my camp this evening. We shall convene, and I have delightful treats to share." "What is the purpose of this meeting?" Gao Feng inquired with a serious demeanor. Mike, casting a disdainful glance at Gao Feng and the others, replied, "Naturally, it is for the safety of our high ground. Should the giant lizard approach, we can resist together." Mike perceived this as an opportunity. If Gao Feng and his companions came to his camp, they would be obliged to heed his leadership. After a moment's contemplation, Gao Feng concluded that if Mike genuinely intended to join in resisting danger, it would indeed be beneficial. Moreover, the prospect of fine cuisine was enticing. So he nodded in acquiescence. "Very well, I shall attend." Wang Hu and Li Shuai exchanged glances, initially taken aback, but ultimately nodded in agreement as well. "That's the spirit." "Huh," Mike exclaimed triumphantly, patting Wang Hu on the shoulder. Wang Hu, looking somewhat disgruntled, shrugged him off. They paddled to the riverbank, each returning to their respective camps. Mike and John walked ahead, brimming with satisfaction. "Why did you agree to go to his camp? He has no good intentions." Wang Hu questioned, bewildered. "There are delectable treats to be had. Why not seize the opportunity?" Gao Feng replied with a smile. Li Shuai and Wang Hu chuckled in response, taking the bamboo raft back with them. Upon returning to the camp, it was already noon, coinciding perfectly with Li Fei and her group preparing lunch. "Where have you been? Come sit beside me and share your tale," Li Fei urged, quickly adding more firewood and placing a bamboo chair beside her. Gao Feng approached with a smile and took a seat. In an instant, a crowd gathered around. The pork in the pot was bubbling away. Gao Feng recounted the events in detail. The listeners were left agape, astonished. That Mike is utterly reckless, unjustly accusing others. He is truly despicable. Will the giant lizard venture here? I am somewhat apprehensive. That acidic lake is terrifying. If one were to accidentally fall in at night, they would surely be reduced to nothing. Surely, there are many other monsters lurking in that forest, not just the giant lizard. The crowd voiced their opinions, gesturing animatedly. Gao Feng then mentioned the gathering at Mike's camp that evening. "What? That is impossible, boss. It must surely be a trap. His subordinates are no good either. Boss, we should accompany you, armed for safety." Another round of discussion ensued. Gao Feng shook his head, prompting them to cease their chatter, regardless of his intentions. "If there is any danger to the high ground, it is a common enemy for us all. We must remain discerning," Gao Feng explained. Boss, I shall take a few people with you this evening. Zhao Lu expressed his concern. Ah, and we must be vigilant regarding the riverbank's movements, Gao Feng added, furrowing his brow. Zhao Lu nodded in acknowledgement. After their meal, they took some time to rest. The sun had yet to set. Soon enough, Mike sent someone to notify Gao Feng. Then, Gao Feng gestured for Li Fei and the others to relax, assuring them that they could discuss matters amongst themselves. Gao Feng, accompanied by Zhao Lu and Zhao Guang, proceeded onward, each wielding a spear and bearing a dagger at their waists. Mike's encampment was situated not far from the high ground, in a clearing surrounded by wooden stakes. Within, there was a row of well-constructed wooden cabins, while the remainder consisted of rudimentary triangular shelters. The central cabin appeared to be the most exquisite. Within the camp, individuals of various complexions could be seen, including those with yellow skin and some with darker skin tones from South Asia, though the majority were Caucasian. It seemed there existed a hierarchy within their camp. In the center, a fire pit was constructed where meat was being roasted. Upon Gao Feng's arrival, Li Shuai greeted him with a smile. Noticing Wang Hu and Li Shuai seated by the fire, Gao Feng approached and settled down beside them, joined by several others in the vicinity. Curiously, Gao Feng inquired of Li Shuai about the newcomers. Li Shuai shrugged, explaining that they were individuals from nearby smaller camps, unexpectedly summoned by Mike as well. Chapter 66. Gastronomy and Torture. After a while, Mike emerged from his wooden cabin, flanked by two stunning women, each with lustrous brown hair, captivating gazes, and statuesque figures. This fellow truly knows how to indulge himself, holding two beauties at once. Zhao Lu gritted his teeth, eager to witness his performance. Zhao Guang wore a mocking expression. Mike settled opposite Gao Feng, one beauty reclining in his embrace while the other tenderly massaged his back. Surrounding him were several leaders from other small camps, indicating that Mike had successfully recruited them. Indeed, all the expected guests had arrived. It was time to present the fine offerings. With a broad smile, Mike instructed his subordinate nearby, and soon John, accompanied by a few others, headed toward the warehouse. At this moment, Mike pushed the women aside, straightened his posture, and cleared his throat. Addressing everyone, he declared, "I have gathered you all today, firstly to enjoy a meal together, and secondly to discuss an important matter. The population in the highlands has increased, resulting in a faster depletion of resources. My men ventured across the Canyon River to assist in sourcing food, but tragically, 3 brothers lost their lives. One perished near Wang Hu's camp. Instead of blaming him, I collaborated with them to identify the perpetrator and restore his honor." At this point, Wang Hu was visibly displeased. He began to protest, but Gao Feng restrained him, signaling for Mike to continue his speech. Across the canyon, there are giant lizards and potentially even more perilous creatures. For the safety of the highlands, I propose that if any beasts attack, we unite to confront them. A proud grin spread across his face as he glanced at Gao Feng and then at the leaders beside him. The chiefs from the other camps regarded him with admiration. "Mike, we will heed your counsel from now on. You have indeed made significant contributions," they chimed in unison. Gao Feng pondered to himself, sensing that they had conspired together. "But how shall we unite?" he inquired calmly. Wang Hu and the others remained silent, waiting for Mike to elaborate. Taking a sip of water, Mike continued, "Should the highlands face danger, all camps represented here shall contribute manpower in proportion to their numbers. It must be based on the number of men," Gao Feng interjected, acknowledging that half of his camp comprised women. Mike nodded in agreement, and the others concurred, deeming this method relatively fair. Finally, the pivotal question arose. Mike stated, "Concerning the matter of unified leadership, I believe there should be someone to command us all. I would like to hear everyone's thoughts on this." After much anticipation, his words finally took shape. Since it was a collective decision, it ought to receive unanimous consent. Gao Feng fixed his gaze on Mike. "We all support Mike's decision." The other camp leaders affirmed. "Naturally, let us deliberate together. In the future, any matters can be brought to my camp for discussion, and I shall provide the meals." Mike replied with a beaming smile. At this moment, he had taken a significant step toward success. Let Gao Feng and his companions convene at their own camp. From now on, the decisions shall be solely theirs. After all, Mike's camp boasts the largest number of individuals. and the leaders of the smaller camps are beholden to him. As long as they can act according to their words in times of peril, that suffices. Gao Feng and Wang Hu exchanged glances, silently acknowledging their thoughts. At that moment, John arrived with several others, distributing small boxes to each camp member. Upon opening them, Gao Feng and the others discovered they contained powdered seasonings, a rarity not found in the market. With these spices, any dish could be delectable. Let us indulge in the grilled meat. It is already prepared, Mike cheerfully proclaimed. The aroma of the barbecue wafted throughout the camp, and Gao Feng and his companions were ravenous. After sharing a meal for a time, Mike stood, embracing a beautiful woman, and departed. John, can we take the barbecue with us? Zhao Lu inquired, savoring the unexpectedly delicious meat seasoned to perfection. What are you thinking? There's plenty here, but you cannot take any. John retorted, glaring at Zhao Lu. Fine, then hurry and grill me some more. I wish to eat to my heart's content, Zhao Lu replied, rolling his eyes and continuing to feast. At that moment, the man responsible for grilling approached with more meat, visibly salivating at the sight of it. It was evident that these individuals would not be partaking in the barbecue. What are you dawdling for? Get to grilling, you fool, John bellowed, causing the man to nod vigorously in fear. Gao Feng remained silent, focused solely on his meal. It's getting late. Let us return swiftly after we eat. He instructed Zhao Lu and the others. No need to rush. After dinner, I shall take you to have some fun, John said with a mischievous grin. Gao Feng and Wang Hu exchanged puzzled looks, but did not dwell on it, curious to see John's intentions. After the meal, John led Gao Feng, Wang Hu, and the others into a room. Enjoy yourselves, haha. I won't be joining you, John said before leaving. The scene within the wooden cabin left everyone speechless. Damn it, these scoundrels, Zhao Lu cursed vehemently. In the center of the cabin stood a chair to which a naked woman was bound, motionless. Her body bore the marks of countless beatings, and she appeared to have lost consciousness. Let us go, Gao Feng declared, leaving without hesitation. Zhao Lu and the others followed closely behind. Boss, what the hell is wrong with Mike and the others? What does this mean? Zhao Lu asked, bewildered. Mike is trying to convey the message that this is the consequence of disobedience, Gao Feng explained. Damn that scoundrel, Wang Hu shouted in anger. Soon, the group departed from the camp. At that moment, Mike peeked out from his door. If you don't eat the good things I offer, then stop pretending, he spat. Retreating inside. In times of danger, we must heed Mike's words and stay vigilant. If any issues arise, we should notify one another in advance. Gao Feng advised Wang Hu. Indeed, that Mike has gone mad with ambition to become the leader of the high ground. Wang Hu seethed. They then parted ways, each returning to their respective camps. Let it be, Zhao Lu remarked, as long as it is fair, we shall all exert ourselves together. If it is not, we shall each mind our own affairs. Indeed, let us make a concerted effort to confront him. If we cannot reach an agreement, we shall withdraw, Zhao Guang chuckled. Gao Feng and the others erupted in laughter. By the time they returned to the camp, darkness had already enveloped the surroundings. Each of them retired to their respective quarters. As Gao Feng approached the wooden cabin, he felt an uncomfortable stickiness all over his body and decided to head to the shower room for a cleansing. Upon entering the room, he was met with absolute darkness. He reached out above him, and suddenly, a woman's piercing scream shattered the silence. Without warning, she delivered a punch. And though Gao Feng could not see a thing, he felt the impact on his chest. A blow that stung, yet was not overly painful. Chapter 67. The Abyss, who is it? I'm in the middle of my bath. Who dares? Li Fei exclaimed angrily. Fei, it's you. I thought no one was here, so I came in, Gao Feng said, his face flushed with embarrassment. What are you doing here? I haven't even rinsed off yet, Li Fei retorted, equally embarrassed. Hearing the commotion, the others in the camp peeked out from their quarters, glancing towards the shower room and exchanging knowing looks. They realized that it was merely a playful interaction between Li Fei and Gao Feng, and they snickered before retreating back to their wooden cabins for rest. Cease. Look at them. It's utterly ridiculous. Han Shui lay on her bed, fuming like a spilled jar of vinegar. They're a couple. What's the big deal? Han Bing chuckled in response. But they shouldn't be so public about it. Han Shui pouted. From their conversation, it seems Gao Feng didn't intend to intrude. Let's just get some sleep, Han Bing yawned and turned to rest. After finishing his bath, Gao Feng returned to his bed, relishing the comfort of a post-bath slumber. The next morning, Gao Feng woke early and noticed several people in the camp exercising in the center. Some were lunging with long spears, others were practicing archery, while a few were honing their martial arts. "Well done," Gao Feng shouted with a smile. "Boss, look! There's a massive cloud hovering over the forest where the giant lizards are." Zhao Lu pointed at the sky. Gao Feng glanced up and confirmed it was indeed that area. No wonder the forest was so lush. All the rain must be falling there. Crack! Crack! Several bolts of lightning simultaneously tore through the sky, followed by a rumbling sound like rolling thunder. The camp inhabitants were startled by the noise, halting their exercises to gaze at the sky. Zhao indicated. "As long as it doesn't rain here, we'll be fine," Gao Feng shrugged. "Boss, do you think the giant lizards or any beast might be scared and run over here?" Zhao Lu asked, scratching his head. Gao Feng felt a jolt of concern. It was certainly a possibility. He promptly instructed, "Zhao Lu, take a few people and grab your weapons. We're heading to Wang Hu's camp." "What are we going there for?" Zhao Lu inquired curiously. "The river near his camp is the narrowest. If the giant lizards come, they'll likely cross there," Gao Feng explained. "Zhao Guang, you stay here and guard the camp. Don't go anywhere until I return," Gao Feng directed Zhao Guang. "Understood. We have enough food for today," Zhao Guang nodded. Gao Feng then set off with Zhao Lu and 3 others, armed with shields and weapons. "Boss, why does it rarely rain here?" Zhao Lu asked as they walked. "This is elevated terrain. It's higher than the surrounding areas," Gao Feng replied nonchalantly. Zhao Lu seemed to grasp some of the explanation, but remained puzzled. Soon, they arrived at Wang Hu's camp, only to find that he was absent. "Our boss took some men to the riverside," one of the guards informed them. Gao Feng nodded and said, "Let us go find them." As they walked, the thunder occasionally rumbled in the distance. "Boss, do you think the giant lizards across the way would be frightened by the thunder and run over here?" Li Shu asked Wang Hu. "If you were an animal, what would you do?" Wang Hu fixed his gaze on the opposite side. He continued, "Ordinary thunder is bearable, but this thunder is deafening, akin to a landmine exploding right beside you. I would certainly seek refuge in a place devoid of rain." Li Shuai suddenly comprehended. When Gao Feng arrived, Wang Hu and the others, a total of 10 individuals, were intently watching the other side. "Is there any movement?" Gao Feng shouted. They turned abruptly. "Gao Feng, have you thought of it too?" Gao Feng nodded, fixating his stare on the riverbank. "I hear strange sounds, intermittent and unidentifiable," Wang Hu remarked. "Look, the branches on the opposite riverbank are shaking," Zhao Lu exclaimed, pointing. The group collectively turned to look. Indeed, there were colossal lizards, 2 of them, no less. They were incessantly flicking their tongues, scenting the air across the river. "Damn it, they are larger than the world's most gigantic Komodo dragon. And there are 2 of them." Wang Hu cursed. "They vanished. They've disappeared," a younger member noted. After a while, the 2 giant lizards emerged from the water, swimming towards Wang Hu. "Damn it, let us run. A bite from them could be fatal," Wang Hu said, slightly bewildered. "We cannot allow them to approach the camp. We must divert their attention," Gao Feng stated sternly. Indeed, the camp's fence is utterly ineffective against them. Wang Hu is now visibly anxious. "Fire the arrows," Zhao Lu shouted. Swish, swish. Swish, the arrows struck the giant lizards, but they felt nothing. "It's futile. Their skin is too tough," Gao Feng remarked. At that moment, the lizards had just emerged from the water. "First, lead them to the southern high ground, then scatter," Gao Feng shouted to Wang Hu. The 2 giant lizards, upon spotting so many potential prey, seemed to go berserk, charging after them. They ran while thrusting their spears. But the lizards showed no fear unless they were stabbed in the belly, which was quite difficult to achieve. They managed to lure the lizards to the southern high ground. Just then, Gao Feng noticed Mike and a team hunting ahead. "Hurry, stop dawdling," Gao Feng yelled. Mike heard the commotion and turned to look at Gao Feng and the others. Upon seeing the giant lizards pursuing them, panic struck and they took off running. At that moment, a hapless member of Mike's camp tripped and was bitten on the thigh by one of the lizards, blood gushing forth. He screamed in agony, and the lizard released him only to pursue again. Once bitten, the lizard was unconcerned about the prey escaping. that man would soon succumb to a fatal infection. Suddenly, a massive pit appeared in the grass ahead, unnoticed by everyone. Gao Feng and the others, along with the two giant lizards, tumbled in. Moments later, Gao Feng felt a wave of dizziness. As he slowly stood, he realized the pit was about 10 meters deep with a base the size of a classroom, rendering escape impossible. He quickly sought out Zhao Lu and the others. "Wake up," Gao Feng said, tapping Zhao Li's shoulder, but he remained unconscious. "Boss, how could there be such a deep pit?" Zhao Lu slowly opened his eyes and cursed angrily. Fortunately, the ground below was soft earth. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Gao Feng shrugged. The members of Mike and Wang Hu's camp were also relatively unscathed. "Damn it, we're in trouble now. Those two giant lizards are here as well." One of them quivered. The giant lizard shook off the dirt from its body and turned its gaze towards Gao Feng and the others. Both sides stood at a distance from one another. "Damn it, why did you lead them to our hunting ground?" Mike shouted furiously. "We intended to lure them away from the high ground. Who would have thought we would encounter you? Consider it your misfortune." Gao Feng retorted with a cold snort. Mike was momentarily at a loss for words. "We should think of a way to deal with them," Wang Hu suggested. Chapter 68. The Battle with the Giant Lizard and the Path to Survival Outside. They could only flee, but here they had no choice but to confront their fate. The two giant lizards suddenly spotted a crowd ahead. They continuously flicked their long tongues, scenting the air and sizing up the group of people before them. Panic gripped everyone. "Gao Feng, why aren't you standing at the front with your shields?" "We only have spears," Zhao Lu chastised. At that moment, Mike began to scheme. "What does your possession of shields have to do with us?" Zhao Lu retorted. "Without shields, the likelihood of getting bitten by those lizards increases. Doesn't that render us even more vulnerable?" John shamelessly chimed in. "Do you believe we would push you to the front with Gao Feng as people?" Wang Hu confronted Mike vehemently. Mike immediately fell silent, realizing that Gao Feng and Wang Hu were united. Together, they numbered 16, while his own group consisted of only 10, and Gao Feng's team had 5 shields. If he were to thrust himself forward, he would undoubtedly be caught in a pincer attack. "We are all leaders. In times of difficulty, shouldn't we be the first to step up to protect those in the camp, rather than merely making sarcastic remarks?" Gao Feng asserted as he seized a shield and stepped forward. Zhao Lu addressed Mike. "Please, Mike." Li Shuai followed Wang Hu. Taking the shield, Zhao Lu offered and stepping up. "Their leader is at the forefront. Shouldn't you do the same?" The members of Mike's camp turned their gazes toward him. Reluctantly, Mike pulled John along. He could only feign bravado, declaring, "What's there to fear?" They followed suit, albeit their legs quivered with trepidation. Mike and John cautiously aligned themselves with Gao Feng's group, fixating on the movements of the giant lizards. "Ha! This is what true leaders ought to do," Wang Hu mocked Mike. Gao Feng and his 5 companions held shields in their left hands and spears in their right. The others prepared to strike at the giant lizards, aiming to minimize injury. "Keep your eyes peeled for an opening," Gao Feng instructed the group behind him. They nodded in unison, grateful to have such a leader. The giant lizards, seeing only 5 opponents before them, charged forward with swagger. One lunged at Mike and John, while the other advanced toward Gao Feng and Wang Hu. With a thunderous crash, one giant lizard reared up and slammed its forepaws against the shields of Gao Feng and his companions. Its maw dripped with foul, viscous saliva, creating a nauseating sight as it splattered onto the shields. The creature continuously snapped its jaws forward, aiming to bite. "Aim for its underbelly," Gao Feng shouted, thrusting his spear toward its abdomen before swiftly retracting it. Wang Hu and Li Shuai mirrored his actions. The giant lizard, wounded, recoiled, howling in pain as it swayed its body in search of another opportunity. The trio pressed forward, utilizing their shields for protection. "I'm scared," John cried out as Mike shoved him to the front. The giant lizard lunged with tremendous force, knocking John to the ground despite the shield's presence. "Help! Help!" John screamed in desperation, but no one paid him any heed. The giant lizard then charged toward Mike. Mike clutched his shield and hastily retreated toward his comrades, who were thrown into disarray as they continuously fell back, striving to maintain a safe distance from the colossal lizard. "What on earth are you doing, Mike?" Zhao Lu shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Suddenly, the gigantic reptile lunged forward in a frenzy, seizing the arm of the foremost individual, a member of Mike's camp. The creature then yanked him away, eliciting desperate screams. Following this, its tail struck a member of the Wang Hu camp, who brandished a spear, thrusting it at the monstrous beast, though none dared to approach too closely. I can't fight it. Can I just run? Hurry up and kill it, Mike muttered from within the crowd. Zhao Lu snatched the shield from him. Aim for its belly. That's its weakest point, he instructed, raising the shield. On Gao Feng's side, the giant lizard had sustained severe injuries to its lower body and was slowing down, frequently retreating in an attempt to evade further assaults. However, Gao Feng, Wang Hu, and their comrades advanced steadily, and soon the lizard collapsed, unable to rise again. They swiftly delivered the final blows, and the creature met its demise. John, terrified, stood up and hid behind Gao Feng. What a coward, Gao Feng exclaimed at Mike, turning to John. Why didn't you say you three were battling just one? Mike still had the audacity to remain shameless. Gao Feng and the others exchanged exasperated glances. Does the lizard get to choose who it attacks? Why doesn't he just devour you? Wang Hu cursed. With only one giant lizard remaining, it became significantly easier to contend with. The entire group of Gao Feng stood united, persistently stabbing at the lizard. In a desperate, suicidal charge, the creature lunged at them, but they seized the moment to pierce its belly. The lizard staggered and fell, and they withdrew their spears to deliver the finishing blows until it finally ceased to breathe. "Boss, help me!" cried the man who had been bitten, his complexion pale as he foamed at the mouth. Clearly, the lizard's venom was potent. "What are you shouting for? John, go apply some herbs on him," Mike commanded. John hastily retrieved a handful of herbs from his waist, chewed them, and then applied them to the man's wound before tearing a strip from his clothing to bandage it. "Now what? The lizard is dead. How do we get out?" Mike glanced upwards. "Let us form a human ladder," someone shouted. "That's an idea. Let us give it a try," Mike replied loudly. Before long, his men began to tumble down. Gao Feng shook his head. "It seems unfeasible. The earthen wall is too slick." "Boss, what should we do?" Zhao Lu looked distressed. Just then, the man who had been bitten suddenly collapsed, unable to hold on any longer. "Boss, he is not going to make it," one of Mike's men said. "Damn it. Is a bite from the lizard this severe?" Mike slammed his fist against the nearby wall. Gao Feng suspected that the individual who had been bitten earlier was likely already dead. They could only rely on themselves now, as they found themselves in a dire predicament. Gao Feng noticed that the large pit appeared to be slightly concave. The wall was also slick, and he began to poke at it with his dagger. The earthen walls crumbled in large chunks, likely due to the underlying subterranean river causing the collapse. Gao Feng, realizing this, suddenly shouted, "Can you all swim?" The crowd was taken aback, unsure of what plan he had conceived. "What is the purpose of that question? Do you have a solution?" Mike inquired, his expression one of confusion. "We believe in you. Speak up," both Wang Hu and Li Shuai urged in unison. Gao Feng then explained, "There may be a hidden river below. I intend to use the water to fill the pit, allowing us to float and escape." "Really? That would be wonderful." "I can swim," one exclaimed. "What if I can't?" Another voiced their concern. "Let us take stock. Everyone should account for those they are responsible for in their respective camps," Gao Feng stated with gravity. Wang Hu and Mike nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they armed themselves with stone knives and spears, utilizing whatever tools they possessed, and began to dig downward. Chapter 69. The Bait. As they delved deeper into the earth, water began to seep forth when they reached a depth of 1 meter. "All right, everyone brace against the wall and prepare. Do not let the muddy water choke you," Gao Feng exclaimed. No sooner had he spoken than a powerful jet of water surged from below, causing the water level in the pit to rise gradually. Excitement rippled through the group. "There is someone in our camp who cannot swim. Just hold on to me," Gao Feng instructed, and the individual nodded vigorously. The water level continued to escalate, but thanks to Gao Feng's prior arrangements, panic was averted. They were now less than 2 meters from the surface. However, Gao Feng quickly noticed that the earthen walls in 2 directions began to crumble, large clumps of soil plunging into the water, posing a risk to those below. "This is bad. Everyone, Evacuate quickly and be cautious of the falling debris. Gao Feng shouted. You go up first and then pull others, he insisted, using his right hand to thrust the non-swimmer upwards. The individual tumbled onto the surface, rolling several times before coming to a halt. He promptly grabbed a spear and called out from the edge of the pit, Boss, catch! Gao Feng seized the spear and leaped from the water, landing securely on the ground. The others, in a state of urgency, emulated Gao Feng's actions. Gao Feng first helped each member of his camp ascend. At this moment, members of Wang Hu's camp also emerged. Several from Mike's camp were struck in the head by falling soil and nearly lost consciousness, but ultimately, everyone was pulled to safety. Exhausted, Gao Feng and the others sat on the nearby ground, gasping for breath. It's truly thanks to Gao Feng's quick thinking, Wang Hu remarked with a smile. We should head back. The pit is collapsing more and more, Gao Feng observed, glancing at the deepening chasm. It would be wise to avoid this place. Let us mark it. Wang Hu promptly agreed, and the group nodded in unison as they made their way back to higher ground. After only a few steps, they stumbled upon the body of the individual who had been killed by the giant lizard. He was from Mike's camp, his face pale and his body rigid. What dreadful luck. We've lost 2 brothers on this outing, Mike lamented, his expression one of disbelief. Subsequently, he and a few others buried the fallen comrade. This was a lizard we collectively hunted. Had it been an isolated camp, the consequences would have been dire. If there are any dangers on the high ground, please notify everyone immediately, Gao Feng stated with grave seriousness. The group nodded in agreement. Before long, Gao Feng and his companions reached the high ground. With a market just ahead, Wang Hu and Mike parted ways to return to their respective camps. Boss, aren't we heading back to the camp? Zhao Lu inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. We will return shortly. First, we must find that salt vendor. His salt extraction site poses a danger, which is another potential hazard. Gao Feng explained as they walked. They soon arrived at the stall of the young man selling salt. Where is he? Has he gone to fetch salt? Gao Feng mused while scratching his head. At this moment, the elderly vendor selling potatoes lifted his head after a moment of contemplation and remarked, Usually, he returns within a day, yet it has been 2 days without any sign of him. After he spoke, a passerby approached to purchase his potatoes, and the old man busied himself with the transaction. Concerned for the young salt seller's safety, Gao Feng pondered the situation and decided to investigate. He turned to Zhao Lu and said, You all head back to the camp first. I intend to go somewhere. Zhao Lu, filled with confusion, insisted on accompanying him after understanding the situation. Boss, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. After stating this, he gestured for the others to return to the camp. All right, take your shield and come with me, Gao Feng replied, glancing towards the west. Zhao Lu nodded and followed suit. Boss, you must be hungry. Have some food. We've been on the road for quite some time. Zhao Lu pulled out some roasted meat from his pocket and offered half to Gao Feng with his dagger. Gao Feng accepted with a smile, and they continued to eat as they walked. Boss, this elevated terrain feels increasingly perilous, Zhao Lu remarked after taking a bite of meat. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Let us hope it is nothing serious. Gao Feng paused before continuing. We still have not ascertained what lies across the river in that mysterious forest. It would be troublesome if that fellow were to be pursued by something. Zhao Lu analyzed the situation astutely. Your analysis is quite sound. Gao Feng acknowledged with a nod of approval. I've learned from you. Zhao Lu chuckled. Soon, Gao Feng noticed special markings on the trees at regular intervals. These must have been left by the young salt seller, he deduced, crouching down to point at a small arrow mark on a tree. Despite its diminutive size, Gao Feng had spotted it, and he also observed traces left in the areas he traversed, such as severed branches and overgrown grass. Zhao Lu, feeling exhilarated, exclaimed, I've learned something new. Gao Feng nodded, and they followed the markings diligently. Boss, just ahead is the river, Zhao Lu pointed out. Let us swim across. Gao Feng instructed. Without hesitation, the two plunged into the river, reaching the opposite bank shortly thereafter. Gao Feng quickly discovered the footprints of the salt cellar. Boss, we should also bring back some salt, Zhao Lu suggested eagerly. Let us assess the situation first, Gao Feng replied, a hint of doubt in his voice. At that moment, Gao Feng heard the sound of someone running ahead. Quick hide, he shouted to Zhao Lu. They swiftly concealed themselves behind a large tree. After a short while, A man appeared, carrying a bag and clutching his arm as he emerged from the woods. It was the salt seller, and Gao Feng recognized him immediately. "Stop," he called out, stepping into view alongside Zhao Lu. "What brings you here?" The salt seller exclaimed, astonished. "You've been absent from the high ground for 2 days. We feared you might have been captured by wild men while gathering salt," Gao Feng said, furrowing his brow. "How could I be captured? I merely sustained an injury, which delayed my return," the salt seller replied. "So, you encountered the wild men?" Gao Feng's expression tightened with concern. "Damn it, I had the worst luck. While I was collecting salt, those wild men showed up and spotted me. Thankfully, I managed to flee quickly, but I was still slashed," the salt seller recounted, filled with anger. "Were they not pursuing you?" Gao Feng squinted his eyes. "Impossible. I am remarkably swift. They gave up the chase after a short while," replied the salt merchant, clutching his arm. Gao Feng immediately glanced behind him, sensing an unsettling presence, as if he were being watched. "I advise you to return swiftly. It is perilous there, and I shan't dare venture back," he continued, noticing that the merchant had already treated his arm with herbs. Gao Feng realized that this individual possessed some knowledge of self-preservation. Once the salt merchant finished speaking, he prepared to leave. Gao Feng and his companions also intended to head back when, suddenly, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air behind them. "Quickly, take cover," Gao Feng shouted, pushing the two of them forward before rolling away himself. The spear plunged into the earth where they had just stood. "You have unwittingly become bait. Hurry to the riverbank." With no time to explain, Gao Feng urged Zhao Lu to flee. The salt merchant was momentarily stunned, incredulous at the situation. But soon he too took off in a sprint. Chapter 70. The escape. Can you hold your breath? Jump into the river and do not surface. They have spears. Gao Feng glanced back as he ran. He thought that to temporarily evade the wild men's spear attacks, hiding in the water would be the most prudent course of action. About 20 wild men were charging towards them, each adorned with red stripes and wearing skull necklaces. "I can't!" Before the salt merchant could finish his protest, Gao Feng seized him and leaped into the river, with Zhao Lu following suit. After a moment, the salt merchant could no longer endure it. Struggling in the water, he attempted to break free from Gao Feng's grasp. However, now was not the time. Gao Feng sensed the wild men still lingering at the riverbank. He firmly held the salt merchant's head underwater, for their safety depended on it. After approximately a minute, Gao Feng tugged at Zhao Lu beside him, signaling him to surface quickly. He hoisted the salt merchant up as well. Both Gao Feng and Zhao Lu gasped for air, while Zhao Lu inadvertently swallowed a few mouthfuls of water. "Boss, I don't see the wild men. They must have left, right?" Zhao Lu spat out some river water. "Let us swim to the other side." Gao Feng continued to hold onto the salt merchant, who had become motionless. "Let us not worry about him for now. He must have fainted from drinking too much." They swiftly reached the opposite bank. Zhao Lu helped the salt merchant up and pinched his nose. "Ugh." The salt merchant coughed up water and awoke with a shout. "Am I dead? Where is this?" "Wake up and take a good look," Zhao Lu said, slapping him across the face. The salt merchant shook his head, finally regaining his senses. Gao Feng stood up, keeping a watchful eye on the opposite side, and then spoke. "If we hadn't come, you would have led the wild men back to the high ground." Realization dawned on him. These wild men were indeed perilous. "We should return tomorrow. Nightfall is approaching," Gao Feng added. He was uncertain how many more of the red-striped wild men remained, and had a nagging feeling they would be pursued. Thus, they decided to stay put. The two nodded in agreement. Then, the salt merchant, Hu Cheng, expressed his confusion. "Should we sleep nearby? Isn't that too dangerous? Let us find a large tree and sleep up there," Gao Feng suggested, pointing upwards. They introduced themselves briefly. Under the moonlight, Gao Feng noticed numerous dark figures suddenly appearing on the river surface. "Quickly, up the tree, they are coming." He led them into the dense woods. "This tree is tall. Let us climb," Gao Feng instructed the two. "Hu Cheng, you go first," Zhao Lu urged. Hu Cheng hesitated, struggling with the vines as he attempted to climb. "You're so clumsy." Zhao Lu kicked him, urging him on. Don't kick." Hu Cheng immediately quickened his pace. Gao Feng remained vigilant, closely observing the surroundings. Soon after, Zhao Lu also ascended the tree. Without a word, Gao Feng grabbed the vines, using his hands to swiftly scale the trunk. Hu Cheng looked on in astonishment, wondering how this fellow was more agile than a monkey. Before long, the wild men reached the shore, igniting torches and splitting into two groups to begin their search in the vicinity. Lying quietly on the tree trunk, Gao Feng whispered softly. His gaze was fixed intently below. A group of individuals, brandishing torches, approached and lingered beneath the tree for a moment. The tension in Gao Feng and his companions rose to a peak. Once the wild men had departed, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. The wild men have left. Let us descend, for it is rather uncomfortable up here. Hu Cheng remarked, feeling the discomfort from the rough bark. If you wish to die, then go down, Gao Feng retorted with a disdainful snort. As Hu Cheng glanced downward, the group that had just passed by turned back. It seemed they were aware of Gao Feng and his companion's presence nearby, sending Hu Cheng into a state of panic. Perhaps it is best to remain in the tree until tomorrow, he suggested. However, the distance to the high ground was not great, merely half a day's journey. Will they not pursue us? Hu Cheng's anxiety escalated. He then smiled. There are many people in the high ground. If they unite, they could certainly defeat them. Damn it, would you be willing to charge ahead? Zhao Lu scolded angrily. Hu Cheng was left speechless, unable to respond. Gao Feng had already contemplated this issue, so he stated, if we can delay, we should. Even if the wild men find us, resistance is our only option. By the way, are you the only one from the high ground to come here for salt? Gao Feng continued. That should be the case. No one else would dare risk such a perilous journey for salt. Hu Cheng scratched his head. Gao Feng nodded. Everyone, let us rest quickly. We shall set out at dawn. With that, Gao Feng reclined on the tree trunk and fell asleep. As dawn broke, he slid down from the tree early. Hey, wake up. It's time to go. Zhao Lu tapped Hu Cheng's arm. What are you doing? Do you not see my injury? Hu Cheng awoke with a start, clutching his arm in pain. Would you have woken otherwise? You sleep like a dead pig, snoring so loudly that I refrained from commenting. Zhao Lu replied before sliding down the trunk. Hu Cheng followed suit. Is your arm all right? We need to hurry, Gao Feng remarked nonchalantly. Hu Cheng nodded. I need to relieve myself. Wait for me a moment. Gao Feng set his spear down and walked a short distance away. He approached a nearby tree to urinate. Damn, wild men, Gao Feng glanced sideways. Hadn't they been nearby last night? A wild man was also relieving himself beside him. They exchanged a glance. The wild man prepared to let out a fierce roar. Gao Feng quickly pulled up his trousers and struck him in the chest with a punch. The wild man stumbled backward in pain, but the commotion had already alerted the others. Gao Feng turned and fled. There are wild men. Hurry back. I will lead them away and catch up with you, he shouted as soon as he spotted Zhao Lu. Zhao Lu and Hu Cheng were momentarily bewildered before they too sprinted away. At that moment, 7 or 8 wild men surged forward in pursuit. Gao Feng paused briefly to draw their attention. Upon spotting him, the wild men let out furious roars and charged at him, their skull pendants swinging wildly as they ran. Gao Feng dashed toward the dense thicket on the other side. Sounds of slicing air echoed behind him. Gao Feng swiftly concealed himself behind a large tree. Thud, thud, thud. 3 spears struck the tree. He then darted forward, seeking refuge among a cluster of weeds. The assailants retrieved their spears and continued their pursuit. The group of 7 or 8 savages wielded their weapons, probing through the underbrush. Gao Feng noticed one of the savages drawing near. With a sudden lunge, he thrust his spear into the savage's throat and swiftly withdrew it. The savage collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Seizing the fallen savage's spear, he hurled it at another savage nearby, eliciting a piercing scream. Gao Feng, unwilling to linger, merely sought to exhaust them. Enraged, the savages relentlessly pursued him. They soon realized he was leading them in circles. One savage let out a furious roar, prompting them to halt their chase abruptly. The savages then swiftly darted off in different directions. Chapter 71. Deceit. Gao Feng soon realized that the wild men pursuing him had ceased their advance. Their sudden halt indicated they had discovered something. This was dire. He needed to retreat, following in the direction of the wild men. He found they were indeed heading towards the high ground. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air from both sides. 2 stone knives, one soaring high and the other low, hurtled towards Gao Feng. He swiftly crouched, twisting his body and lay flat in midair. The upper stone knife grazed his shoulder, while the lower one tore through his pant leg. Astonishingly, the wild men had launched a surprise attack. Gao Feng quickly glanced around, but the wild men had vanished without a trace. It was nearly noon, and an ominous feeling crept over him. The wild men had likely reached the high ground by now, and they were formidable adversaries. He hastened his pursuit. Meanwhile, Hu Cheng had followed Zhao Lu back to the camp, where everyone was taken aback. Zhao Lu, pressed for time, left a portion of the group to guard the camp. He dispatched others to inform Wang Hu and Mike to bring reinforcements to the western side of the high ground to support Gao Feng. Zhao Lu hurriedly led 20 armed individuals towards the high ground. He had no time to alert those at the market to evacuate. They would have to fend for themselves. As they approached the western side of the high ground, they encountered the group of wild men adorned with skulls, charging at them with spears and stone knives. There were fewer than 20 of them, each displaying a fierce countenance that suggested they were no ordinary savages. Zhao Lu, concerned for Gao Feng's fate, shouted without hesitation, "Loose the arrows!" The wild men wielding stone knives stood at the forefront, slashing the air. Bamboo arrows were severed in mid-flight. Panic ensued among Zhao Li's group as the wild men wielding spears lunged forward. They raised their shields to defend, retaliating with their own spears. The wild men possessed immense strength. Each strike against the shields sent shockwaves through their ranks. Soon, they could no longer withstand the onslaught, and several shields were pierced, injuring the arms of those behind them. Startled, Zhao Lu and his companions realized that wooden shields could only endure so much. They fought while retreating. "Quickly reinforce!" they yelled. Just then, the voices of Wang Hu and Li Shuai echoed behind Zhao Lu. "Brothers, hold firm. Reinforcements have arrived," Zhao Lu shouted as he thrust his spear at the wild men. Wang Hu, leading 20 men, charged forth. Initially taken aback by the wild men's fearsome appearance, they steeled themselves and joined the fray with their spears. At that moment, the clash of spears ignited sparks in the air. "Zhao Lu, how are these wild men different from the last time?" Li Shuai inquired. "I have yet to encounter wild men like these. They must be here to feast on flesh." "Onward!" Wang Hu bellowed in fury. The wild men, far from retreating, became increasingly exhilarated. The leader of the wild men let out a furious roar, a sound reminiscent of a beast. The birds in the forest were startled and took flight in a flurry. The wild man wielding a stone knife swung at Zhao Lu and his companion spears. In no time, many spears were severed in two. "What shall we do?" Someone cried out in panic. They began to retreat slowly. The wild men, revealing their yellowed teeth, erupted in mocking laughter. In their eyes, these hairless beings were utterly defenseless. The townsfolk, hearing the bizarre howls, grew curious, with some rushing to see the commotion. Unfortunately, they were met with flying stone knives from the wild men. 3 individuals had their skulls cleaved, blood spilling onto the ground. "Run! The hairy monsters are coming!" The remaining people, terrified, abandoned their belongings and fled. Wang Hu and Li Shuai, witnessing the scene, felt a chill run down their spines. These wild men are truly ruthless. Suddenly, Wang Hu thought, "Damn it. Didn't we notify Mike? Where are his people? What about those in the small camp?" It then dawned on Zhao Lu that Mike was the closest and yet had not arrived. The messenger finally recalled and said, "Mike's people said he was injured today and instructed us to hold our ground. He would send someone shortly." "Damn it, that is clearly an excuse. They talk a good game, but when trouble arises, they don't show up," Wang Hu cursed. In just a brief moment, they had already sustained more injuries. "This won't do. We need to feign a retreat. Li Shuai and I will draw their attention. You take your people to search for Gao Feng. Perhaps he has encountered wild men as well," Wang Hu said, a plan forming in his mind. "Brother Wang, this could put you in great danger." Zhao Lu expressed his concern, but nodded in agreement afterward. Wang Hu led Zhao Lu and the others in a retreat. As they ran, Zhao Lu handed them several shields, urging them to be cautious. Wang Hu then halted abruptly, using a shield to block the wild men's strikes, while Zhao Lu's group quickly concealed themselves. Wang Hu noticed that the wild men's focus was entirely on him. "Shields are indeed effective. Brothers, hurry and retreat. Follow me to Mike's camp," Wang Hu shouted. Li Shuai instantly grasped his leader's intentions. This was a ploy to compel Mike to send reinforcements. Without hesitation, Zhao Lu led his team towards the western heights. They had not pursued for long when they spotted Gao Feng approaching. "Boss, your shoulder is injured," Zhao Lu remarked with concern. "It's nothing. I treated it along the way." "What's the situation?" Gao Feng furrowed his brow. Zhao Lu briefly recounted the events regarding the wild men and the camp. Upon understanding, Gao Feng nodded with a smile. "Come with me to rescue Wang Hu and the others," he said, immediately setting off in pursuit. As they neared Mike's camp, Gao Feng saw that Mike and Wang Hu's group had already engaged in battle with the wild men. So Mike is not feigning illness. He came out to resist while the wild men prepared to attack his camp. Zhao Lu cursed. Gao Feng snorted and charged forward, noticing that only about 20 people had emerged from Mike's camp. Astonishingly, despite being outnumbered, the wild men appeared to have the upper hand. Gao Feng swiftly led his companions to the rear of his savage tribe. He was the first to raise his spear and thrust it towards one of the wild men. The savage let out a piercing scream before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. The other wild men immediately turned around, realizing they were ambushed. The leader of the group, a towering figure with a white bone protruding from his nose, roared in fury and charged towards Mike and Wang Hu. They were taken aback as the savages seized 3 of their companions and fled. "Help! Boss, save me!" The captured individuals cried out in desperation. After them, Gao Feng shouted, and they hurriedly pursued. With each stretch of the chase, the band of wild men mercilessly killed one of their own captives. "Damn it, those filthy bastards!" Mike exclaimed, running at the forefront with rage. Suddenly, the leader of the wild men halted. With a single punch, he sent Mike crashing to the ground. Writhing in agony, Mike howled in pain, while the savage wore a mocking smile at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 72. Poisoning. Gao Feng brandished his spear, thrusting it forward with determination. However, the wild chief effortlessly seized the weapon, rendering Gao Feng's efforts futile, as the spear could not breach his defenses. The sight of this formidable foe left Gao Feng in sheer astonishment. In a flurry of movement, Zhao Lu and his companions unleashed a volley of arrows. The wild chief merely waved his hand to deflect them. He nonchalantly extracted the arrows embedded in his flesh, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth before he turned and fled. Gao Feng pursued him relentlessly, soon discovering the 2 abducted individuals ahead. Without hesitation, he hurled the spear towards the wild chief. With a furious roar, the chief abandoned the captives and retreated. "Help! I'm hit!" The 2 captives cried out in despair. Gao Feng and his companions ceased their chase and hurried to assist them. The wild chief had deliberately spared their lives to buy time. One of the captives was from the Wang Hu camp, while the other hailed from the Mike camp. Their shirts were soaked in blood, and they clutched their wounds, wailing in agony. "Quickly, we must assist them," Gao Feng urged, glancing in the direction where the wild chief had vanished. He shook his head in resignation, realizing that the high ground was in grave peril. Wang Hu and Mike quickly rummaged through their packs for hemostatic herbs, chewing them before applying the concoction to the wounds, expending considerable resources to staunch the bleeding. "You scoundrel! How could you lead the wild men to our camp?" Mike shouted, directing a fist towards Wang Hu. "You are the real deceiver," Wang Hu retorted angrily. "Did I not bring people out with me?" Wang Hu defended himself. "It's too late now." The 2 men grappled with each other until Gao Feng intervened, pulling them apart. "Stop fighting. The wild men have set their sights on the high ground," Gao Feng said, his face etched with concern. Reluctantly, they ceased their quarrel, neither willing to concede. "With the wild men approaching, we must unite our efforts to resist," Gao Feng continued. Then turned to Mike. "Aren't the people from the small camp under your command? Next time, bring them along. Your shield is commendable. Why not share some with everyone?" Mike scoffed. "It must be exchanged for pork, or the discussion is moot." Gao Feng shot him a glare. "What's so impressive about that? Brothers, let us return." Mike bellowed, leading his group back. "Bah, what a piece of work," Wang Hu grumbled. "Thank you, Brother Wang, for your cooperation with Zhao Lu," Gao Feng said with a smile, then instructed Zhao Lu to retrieve 5 shields to present to Wang Hu and his companions. "These shields are splendid. They will prove invaluable in a critical moment," Wang Hu exclaimed, his face alight with surprise. "If you wish to learn, I can have the people from the camp teach you," Gao Feng offered. Wang Hu and his group nodded in agreement. They then made their way back to their respective camps. Zhao Lu, where is Hu Cheng? Gao Feng inquired, a look of curiosity on his face. Huh, that fellow was frightened and insisted on joining us. We can also seize the salt he carries, Zhao Lu replied with a grin. That chap is quite clever. Let us return, Gao Feng remarked nonchalantly. Upon their return to the camp, Li Fei rushed forward and embraced Gao Feng. Why did you take so long to return? I was nearly beside myself with worry. Gao Feng chuckled, scratching his head. Is your shoulder injured? Li Fei noticed the bandage wrapped around Gao Feng's shoulder, and her expression darkened. It's nothing, just a minor wound, Gao Feng replied with a smile. At that moment, Zhao Lu beckoned everyone closer. Gulme, Gulme, Gulme. Let me tell you about the significant event that just occurred. He grabbed a stool and settled in the middle of the camp, drawing a gathering of curious onlookers, including Li Fei. Han Shui, accompanied by several injured individuals, headed to the infirmary first. Gao Feng followed suit, observing the shelves lined with numerous old bandages and an array of herbal remedies on the table. Han Shui carefully treated the wounds anew. This one's quite deep, so we'll use Yunnan Bai Yao. It will aid in a quicker recovery, she said reassuringly after finishing the bandaging. They then exited to listen to Zhao Li's animated storytelling. You truly are the expert, Gao Feng remarked with a grin. That is a given, Han Shui replied with a smile as they left together. Zhao Lu's tales were extravagant, leaving the audience in a state of astonishment, their mouths agape, as if petrified in place. Even after Zhao Lu concluded, they still felt a lingering sense of excitement. Hu Cheng, where's your salt? Let everyone see. Gao Feng directed his gaze towards him. All eyes shifted to Hu Cheng. Ha! Boss, since I've joined you, let me share, Hu Cheng said with a beaming smile. He then produced chunks of salt from his backpack. Is this salt? The crowd was bewildered. Don't rush. This is salt, or... Watch my technique, Hu Cheng explained with a grin. The audience was taken aback. Having never heard of salt or before, they gathered around as he placed the ore into a bucket, crushed it with a wooden stick, and added water until it dissolved completely. He then filtered the impurities with an old cloth and boiled it, allowing the crystals to form. With each step, Hu Cheng provided a detailed explanation. Soon, they had collected a small bucket of salt. After dinner, Gao Feng instructed Zhao Lu and Zhao Guang. Now that the wild men have set their sights on the high ground, we must increase the camp's guard personnel. Tomorrow, we will set traps around the camp to prevent surprise attacks. They nodded in agreement. Damn it, that Wang Hu always opposes me. Just because Gao Feng is with you doesn't mean I want to deal with you. Mike slammed the table in frustration. Boss, I have a plan, John chimed in. Mike's eyes lit up, revealing a mischievous smile. Late at night, under the bright moonlight, silence enveloped the surroundings. Several shadowy figures evaded the guards, stealthily scaling the fence surrounding Wang Hu's camp. They swiftly scattered a pungent powder around the wooden structures before vanishing into the night. The following morning, the camp of Wang Hu was nearly incapacitated. The individuals there were engulfed in discomfort, their heads swirling, with the majority collapsing to the ground to vomit. What on earth is happening? Wang Hu exclaimed, clutching his stomach in anger. Li Shui, struggling to maintain his composure, replied, Boss. The entire camp is permeated with a pungent odor. It seems someone has poisoned us. Do you know what kind of poison this is? Wang Hu retched and wiped his mouth. Both Li Shui and the others shook their heads in response. Soon, Gao Feng received the news and hastened over with Han Shui and a few others. Han Shui was still carrying her medicinal herbs. She knelt down to meticulously examine their symptoms and glanced at the powder on the ground. Furrowing her brow, she stated, This is a powder derived from toxic mushrooms. Inhalation can lead to poisoning. Fortunately, I have licorice with me. Chapter 73. The Cherry Blossom Girl is not simple. Han Shui, accompanied by a few companions, quickly kindled a fire to brew licorice water. This concoction possesses detoxifying properties, proving immensely beneficial for those afflicted by mushroom poisoning. The members of Wang Hu's camp, observing Han Shui's diligent efforts, were filled with profound gratitude. Before long, Han Shui administered the prepared licorice water, allowing them to drink in turn. Thanks to you, we are saved, Wang Hu exclaimed gratefully after consuming the remedy. However, upon surveying the chaos that engulfed the camp, his anger flared anew. It must have been that scoundrel. Mike, he asserted. Yes, once we recover, we must seek vengeance. We cannot let this slide. The others chimed in, their voices laced with indignation. Now is not the time for recklessness. If the high ground descends into chaos, the wild men will surely seize the opportunity to launch an ambush, and that would spell disaster. Gao Feng elucidated. He continued, your camp must remain vigilant. Had it not been for the necessity of manpower to contend with the wild men, this incident may have escalated beyond mere poisonous mushrooms. A chill ran down Wang Hu's spine as he internalized Gao Feng's words, realizing their accuracy. Damn it, we overlooked this. We must intensify our patrols, he asserted, forcing himself to stand tall as he surveyed the surroundings. This time, I shall personally lead the team. If we find them again, there will be no mercy, Li Shuai declared through gritted teeth. Very well. I shall reserve the remaining licorice for you. Ensure you drink plenty of water. It will hasten your recovery, Han Shui remarked, wiping the sweat from her brow, weary from her labors. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Oh, by the way, you are quite skilled. Perhaps you could impart some medical knowledge to us? Wang Hu suggested with a smile. Han Shui, scratching her head, replied with pride, certainly. Once you have recovered, you may send a few individuals to our camp for training. I will be happy to teach you. Wang Hu and Li Shuai nodded vigorously in agreement. Subsequently, Gao Feng and Han Shui returned to the camp. Boss, the traps around the camp have been set. Lu Shuang reported with a smile. Gao Feng nodded in satisfaction, but Lu Shuang's expression turned grave as he added, Boss, there's a noticeable decline in nearby game. To secure adequate food, we must venture further afield. After pondering briefly, Gao Feng acknowledged the truth in Lu Shuang's words, especially considering the emergence of wild men in the area. I shall take a team south of the high ground in search of game, while Zhao Guang will oversee the camp's safety, he commanded. He advised everyone to focus on fishing in the near term, returning to the camp promptly without lingering outdoors for too long. The group nodded in agreement. With that, Gao Feng set off with Lu Shuang, Zhao Lu, and 2 others. Boss, is it in the direction of the deep pit from last time? Lu Shuang inquired. Indeed. I recall Mike went there to hunt. There should be plenty of game. Gao Feng explained. Boss, if only we could replace our arrows with iron-tipped ones and affix feathers to the shafts, they would be far more effective. Those bamboo arrows were utterly useless in the confrontation with the wild men, Zhao Lu remarked, his expression darkening. Lu is right. Lu Shuang concurred emphatically. This has been my concern as well. We shall devise a solution. Gao Feng encouraged his companions. Unbeknownst to them, they had already approached the vicinity of the deep pit. From a distance, one could discern that the deep pit had filled with water, its area now larger than before. They searched the vicinity for a while. Boss, there are no wild animals around here. Did Mike and the others catch them all? Damn it, Zhao Lu cursed. Everyone be cautious. If there are none nearby, we shall proceed forward, Gao Feng replied, shrugging his shoulders. Boss, ahead lies a dense forest. There should be plenty of wildlife there, Zhao Lu shouted as he sprinted ahead. Soon, Gao Feng and the others followed suit. The melodious calls of birds filled the air, bringing them joy, for it suggested an abundance of animals in the area. It wasn't long before Zhao Lu spotted a spotted deer. Gao Feng and his companions quickly gave chase, although they were a bit far from the high ground. The promise of ample food made it worthwhile. Besides, there were unlikely to be any wild men here. They resided to the west. Let us split up and encircle it. We mustn't let it escape, Gao Feng whispered, slowly drawing his bow. The spotted deer noticed a fallen berry on the ground and paused to eat. Whoosh! Gao Feng was the first to release an arrow, which unfortunately struck it in a rather compromising place. The deer, startled, bolted forward. What a blunder, Gao Feng said with a bitter smile. Zhao Lu and the others nearly burst into laughter as they prepared to shoot. Suddenly, a powerful arrow whistled through the air from the nearby woods, striking the deer squarely in the belly. It collapsed to the ground, convulsing before succumbing to death. Gao Feng and his companions were taken aback. Who shot that arrow with such skill? He shouted. Everyone, be alert. There are others in this forest. At that moment, 3 men and 1 woman emerged from the opposite side, approaching the fallen deer. They stood face to face with Gao Feng's group, both sides equally bewildered, unsure of what was happening. Tension filled the air as they immediately drew their bows, neither side daring to make the first move. What were they discussing? Gao Feng and his group, though confused, recognized it as the language of the islanders. The newcomers glared at them with evident anger, especially the woman at the forefront. Despite her cute appearance, her eyes bulged with intensity, as if she could devour them whole. Boss, could they be the islanders that Li Shuai mentioned? I didn't expect them to be hiding here, Zhao Lu remarked, fixing his gaze on them. Then Lu Shuang uttered a greeting in the island language. Kong in I Chi Wa, hello. The woman responded with a mocking smile, offering no reply. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Who are you? Gao Feng demanded, focusing intently on the woman. The woman had a round face with bangs and a ponytail, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt adorned with cherry blossom patterns and shorts. She looked charming, her figure curvaceous. If she weren't wielding a bow aimed at Gao Feng, he might have mistaken her for an innocent girl. It seemed he had been overly optimistic. The woman initially appeared taken aback, then narrowed her eyes, as if she understood. That spotted deer belongs to us. You better scram, or we'll kill you. The cherry blossom girl spoke in halting Mandarin, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. It seemed they could indeed converse in the language. To their surprise, the cherry blossom girl's words were laced with venom. Zhao Lu immediately bristled, asserting, "We shot it first. It rightfully belongs to us." They glanced at the bamboo arrow protruding from the deer's rear, erupting into laughter. "What is so amusing? I hope it makes you laugh yourselves to death," Lu Shuang remarked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Whatever I kill is mine. Let us see who dares to take it." The cherry blossom girl's fury ignited instantly, and tensions escalated, the air thick with impending conflict. Gao Feng observed that they wielded compound bows, their arrows tipped with iron and fletched with feathers, precisely what they lacked. "Let us set aside our bows and engage in a contest of fists and feet. I will face all of you alone. If I lose, you may claim the deer. If I win, you must depart. What say you?" Gao Feng proposed calmly. Chapter 74. Steel. In an instant, they burst into laughter. "How absurdly overconfident you are," scoffed Sakura. She recognized that Gao Feng was not to be underestimated, considering her own experience in judo, where few from her camp could match her prowess. Both parties lowered their bows and arrows. Sakura, hands on her hips, stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at Gao Feng and his companions. Zhao Lu, feeling provoked, retorted, "You little brat, let us see just how arrogant you truly are." He stepped forward boldly. Sakura's eyes narrowed as she swung her fist toward him. Zhao Lu raised his arm to block, but she swiftly followed up with a high kick that struck him squarely in the chest. He staggered back several steps. "You're quite fierce, Sakura. I underestimated you," he admitted. Pointing at Gao Feng, she declared, "That one was pathetic. You come and be my opponent." Frustrated, Zhao Lu retreated to the side, realizing he could not best her. Gao Feng shrugged and stepped forward calmly, eager to ascertain just how formidable this Sakura truly was. Without hesitation, she launched another punch, and Gao Feng, with open arms, received it directly. Grasping her delicate fist, he felt her strength, substantial, but still lacking. A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He hadn't anticipated that this seemingly cute Sakura would possess such power. Her earlier bravado was merely a prelude to temper her spirit. Her expression turned icy as she quickly broke free. Infuriated, she unleashed a series of side kicks aimed at Gao Feng's waist, yet all were thwarted by his arms. Gao Feng seized her extended leg and pushed forward, causing Sakura to retreat until her back met a tree. He lifted her leg to his shoulder, leaning in closer, a gentle floral fragrance enveloping him. "What do you intend to do?" Sakura's cheeks flushed, and she began to strike his chest with both hands. After feeling the sting, Gao Feng lowered her lovely leg and stepped back, regarding her with a mocking gaze, appraising the striking beauty before him. "Shouldn't you be at home, tending to your child, instead of causing a ruckus here?" he quipped. Sakura, feeling discomfort from Gao Feng's earlier maneuver, retorted, "You have no shame?" her voice laced with anger. Meanwhile, the three compatriots of Sakura observed their leader's predicament and shouted at Zhao Lu, "Baki Yuru, we'll take you on." Undeterred, Zhao Lu and his companions engaged in a brawl with them. In this 3 versus 4 skirmish, neither side gained the upper hand. Suddenly, Sakura swung her fist again, and Gao Feng met her force head-on. Ah! She cried out in pain, noticing Gao Feng's expression shift to one of irritation. Realizing she was outmatched, she declared, "Withdraw. This deer is yours. Please do not return here. Otherwise, we shall not hesitate to eliminate you." With that, Zhao Lu and his companions halted their tussle and retreated to their respective sides. Gao Feng inquired directly, "Were you the individuals who previously had a conflict with the Highlands?" "And if we were leaving," came their curt reply. The cherry blossom maiden cast a glance at Gao Feng, unabashedly expressing her thoughts. Subsequently, she withdrew the arrow embedded in the deer and, accompanied by her followers, ventured into the woods. Damn it, this flower girl is unassailable and yet so audacious. Although her appearance is undeniably captivating, what a pity. Zhao Lu shook his head. "Look, Brother Lu is getting tempted again." Lu Shuang and the others laughed heartily. "Should we head back directly, boss?" Zhao Lu inquired, glancing towards the direction the cherry blossom maiden had departed. "What's wrong? Do you wish to pursue them to their camp? They have a good 100 people there." Lu Shuang chuckled. "We will go to their camp, but not right now." Gao Feng furrowed his brow. Zhao Lu and the others were taken aback. Could it be that Gao Feng had taken a liking to the cherry blossom maiden? She was indeed remarkable. It was hard not to be envious. "Did you see their bows? They are far superior to ours," Gao Feng elucidated. "Are you referring to the iron-tipped arrows?" Zhao Lu suddenly realized. "What shall we do, boss?" "Let's go steal them tonight," Lu Shuang suggested with a tilt of his head. Gao Feng patted his shoulder and nodded. "We'll wait until deep into the night to steal them, unnoticed. Once we acquire their bows, we shall not fear the wild men." A slight smile graced Gao Feng's lips. Zhao Lu and the others beamed with excitement, raising their fists in the air. They then captured 2 more deer. As the sky gradually darkened, they found a clearing, ignited a fire, and prepared the venison. As they roasted the meat, they sprinkled some seasoning. "Boss, the seasoning from Mike and the others makes the meat smell divine," Zhao Lu said, saliva dripping from his mouth. "But it's just too little," Lu Shuang remarked. Soon, Gao Feng and the others were satiated. They rested against the trees. When midnight arrived, the bright moon hung high, and the surroundings were enveloped in silence. It was an opportune moment to set off. Gao Feng roused Zhao Lu and Lu Shuang. He instructed the rest to wait at that location and simply rest. "Boss, that cherry blossom maiden headed in that direction." Zhao Lu was the first to dash ahead. "Be sure to remain quiet," Gao Feng cautioned softly. They nodded in acknowledgement. The 3 of them made their way south through a dense thicket. Ahead lay a range of low hills. By the luminous moonlight, Gao Feng noticed a dark area at the base of the hills. They cautiously approached. It was indeed the camp of the islanders. Their encampment was surrounded by a fence. "Everyone, be careful," Gao Feng whispered. The trio concealed themselves in nearby foliage, peering inside. They observed that the 2 guards had already succumbed to slumber at the entrance. "Let's go, we'll climb in from the side," Gao Feng said, tapping the shoulders of the 2. They arrived at the base of the fence on the campsite, and Gao Feng peered through a gap. The campfire had long since extinguished, leaving only a few embers glowing faintly. There were 2 rows of wooden cabins inside. "Locate the compound bows and arrows, take them, and retreat immediately. If we cannot steal them, make haste to flee," Gao Feng instructed. Zhao Lu and the others nodded in agreement. Gao Feng went over first, followed closely by the other 2. The 2 of them were in charge of a row, while Gao Feng was responsible for another. Before they could approach, the air was filled with the sounds of snoring, grinding teeth, and flatulence. Gao Feng proceeded to the last wooden cabin in search of something. Illuminated by the moonlight, he peered through a gap and beheld a dazzling sight within. This was a row of feminine dwellings. Just then, a woman's hurried voice reached his ears, emanating from a nearby cabin. At that moment, the sound reminiscent of an actress from the island nation flickered through his mind. Following the sound, Gao Feng glanced over and discovered the Sakura girl from earlier, now rowing a boat with a man. What a striking contrast, he mused. He quickly made his way to the innermost wooden cabin, which appeared to be an armory. Gently pushing the wooden door, he made no sound whatsoever. On the walls hung 5 bows along with quivers. Elated, Gao Feng carefully took them all down, while the rest consisted of various spears. Chapter 75. Pursuit, he slung the bow and arrows over his shoulder and gently closed the door. At that moment, Zhao Lu and Lu Shuang arrived, equally drawn by the sounds within, their eyes wide with intrigue. They listened, enraptured. Gao Feng approached them quietly, tapping their shoulders as a signal to gather their weapons and retreat swiftly. The three of them quickly scaled the wall and made their way back. Damn, that girl has an incredible figure, Zhao Lu gulped. What contrast. Haha, but I like it. Lu Shuang echoed his sentiment with evident envy. Boss, let's take their camp and share the women among the brothers. Zhao Lu grinned mischievously. Enough chatter. Let us hurry back. Gao Feng interjected with a cold snort. Lu Jiu, be careful or I'll tell Kelly. Lu Shuang joked, grinning widely. Zhao Lu immediately fell silent. The trio found their way to a resting area. Together, they hoisted the spotted deer and, under the cover of night, returned to their camp. By the time they arrived, the sky was still early in its twilight. They stored the deer in the warehouse before retreating to their quarters for rest. The following morning, Li Fei, having risen early, murmured, "Where is Xiao Feng?" and headed to Gao Feng's room to check. Upon entering, she found Gao Feng peacefully asleep, and she let out a sigh of relief. "Fei Fei Jia, come quickly." Zhang Xiaomei called from outside. Li Fei dashed out to see a group admiring their bows and arrows. Is it a compound bow? The arrows are exquisite, with iron tips and feather tails, she exclaimed, rushing over. Indeed, the compound bow is powerful, and it comes with a quiver containing 15 arrows, Han Bing explained, preparing to demonstrate. Soon, they set up wooden stakes as targets in the center of the camp. They took their positions and, with a whoosh, released a volley of arrows. The arrows struck the stakes with remarkable force, embedding deeply. Impressive. Li Fei Shota. They exerted considerable effort to retrieve the arrows. You all have trained well, Gao Feng remarked as he emerged. He seized a bow and effortlessly fired an arrow that split a stake in two. Such is the prowess of our leader. The onlookers marveled, astonished. There's the spotted deer we captured yesterday in the warehouse. We should take care of it, Gao Feng said, stretching leisurely. Excitedly, Li Fei and the others rushed off to attend to it, while Han Shui gathered a team to start a fire for cooking. Gao Feng. There were no unusual occurrences near the camp yesterday, Zhao Guang reported as he approached. Gao Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, Zhao Lu and Lu Shuang emerged. Boss, someone is coming, a guard exclaimed, hurrying over. Gao Feng promptly took up his bow and stepped outside, where he saw two men from the Mike camp approaching. Wild men have been sighted near the high ground. We've notified everyone at the camps to assemble there. Please hurry, one of the younger men urged. After delivering their message, they departed hastily. Gao Feng realized that the Mike camp was the nearest to the high ground, and they had acted swiftly this time. He instructed Zhao Guang to guard the camp, leaving them with 2 composite bows for unforeseen circumstances. Let us depart, Gao Feng commanded, signaling Zhao Lu and the 15 others to arm themselves and set off. They soon reached the high ground, where Mike and his group awaited their arrival, accompanied by several individuals from other small camps. Moments later, Wang Hu and Li Shuai joined them. You all seem well, Gao Feng remarked, astonished at Wang Hu and his companions. I must express my gratitude to Han Shui. I owe her a proper thank you. Wang Hu responded with a smile. However, his expression darkened as he glared at Mike and his group. Unlike certain individuals who resort to underhanded tactics, should I catch them, they will surely meet their demise. What nonsense is this? Mike retorted defiantly. Quickly, tell me what transpired earlier. Gao Feng urged, his impatience evident. Several of our patrol members have gone missing near the high ground. They have undoubtedly been captured by the wild men, Mike explained. At this moment, a woman from the nearby market cried out, Oh, my daughter has also been taken by the wild men. Gao Feng and the others rushed toward her. Which direction did the wild men flee? He asked urgently. Speak quickly. There may still be time to rescue them. Upon hearing hope for her daughter, the woman hastily wiped her tears and replied, They ran westward, seemingly with dozens of them. My poor daughter, please go and save her. Why weren't you taken as well? Gao Feng inquired further. Perhaps because I was ill. They merely knocked me unconscious. The woman coughed persistently. These wild men are not foolish, Zhao Lu remarked. Pursue them. Gao Feng shouted. I will ensure they pay for daring to capture my people. Mike swore as they ran. I hope you fulfill your promise. Gao Feng shot him an incredulous glance. Quickly, they followed the trail left by the wild men into a dense thicket. As they delved deeper, an overwhelming stench assailed them, forcing them to cover their noses. Numerous footprints marked the ground, with blood staining the branches. It was evident that there had been a struggle. Everyone be cautious. We're drawing nearer, Gao Feng whispered. What is there to fear? We are many, Mike scoffed. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead. Gao Feng and his group rushed forward, weapons drawn, to find 5 wild men attacking 2 men, who were scattered individuals from the market. The men, armed only with wooden sticks, were retreating, their bodies covered in wounds. The wild men charged forward, brandishing stone hammers to strike. One man sustained a fatal blow to the head, blood splattering the ground, while another was struck in the chest, collapsing and coughing up blood on the brink of death. In a swift volley, arrows flew, piercing the chests of some wild men and impaling others in the arms. The wild men, taken aback, emitted furious roars. Without granting them a moment to react, Gao Feng lunged forward with his spear, piercing one wild man and swiftly withdrawing to strike another. Everyone unleashed their fury, and the remaining savages were swiftly pierced like a swarm of hornets. Gao Feng and his companions withdrew their arrows, meticulously cleaning the bloodied shafts against the savages' garments before stowing them away in their quivers. Boss, I fear he may not survive, Zhao Lu said as he propped up the gravely injured man. Gao Feng rushed over, applying pressure to his wound. Quickly, tell me where the others have been taken. The man coughed up a mouthful of blood, but uttered not a single word. With his last ounce of strength, he pointed in a direction before collapsing. The anger among the onlookers was palpable. They were determined to ensure that this band of savages paid in blood for their transgressions. Without hesitation, they hastened to follow. As the group of savages lay just ahead, Gao Feng quickly regained his footing and surged forward in pursuit. Chapter 76. Rescue. Gao Feng and his companions parted the dense underbrush and peered ahead. Not far off, a small hill rose, beneath which lay the camp of the savages. At the base of the hill were 3 stone caves, serving as their dwellings. A number of savages were gathering firewood in the center of the camp, encircled by a makeshift fence, with 2 towering sentinels stationed at the entrance. Gao Feng and his group did not spot the individuals they were searching for, likely having been captured and confined within the stone caves. He estimated that the savage camp housed approximately 80 individuals, while they had only arrived with 70. Moreover, this band of savages was formidable, making direct confrontation unwise. Anxiety washed over them as they realized the savages outnumbered them. They quickly huddled together to devise a strategy. We must outwit them, one suggested, while another voiced apprehensions about facing such numbers. Amidst the murmurs, Wang Hu and Li Shuai turned their attention to Gao Feng. Recognizing his ingenuity, he contemplated and proclaimed, "We shall split into 2 groups. One group will distract the savages without engaging in combat, while the other will infiltrate the camp to rescue our comrades. Who will draw the savages away?" Mike's eyes sparkled with determination. He volunteered for the perilous task, wishing to spare his companions from danger. "Let Wang Hu and the others go. The ones we seek are within the savage camp," Gao Feng retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Mike. Mike fell silent, then remembered his own brothers were still among the savages. "It is imperative that I join you in the rescue," he insisted, resolve etched on his face. "When shall we act?" Wang Hu inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. Before Gao Feng could respond, a series of anguished cries erupted from the savage camp. "Help! Help! I do not wish to die. Damn you, you filthy beasts! Let me go." Gao Feng and his comrades stood up, crouching as they gazed toward the camp. They witnessed 3 men and 1 woman being dragged from the far right stone cave by the savages. The savages brought them to the fire pit, laying them on the ground one by one. One savage raised a stone hammer and struck mercilessly at their skulls, each blow resulting in a gruesome explosion of blood. The savages then stripped the victims of their garments, binding them to wooden stakes and preparing to roast them over the flames. By heavens, one of those being roasted is from our camp. They are utterly barbaric. Mike fumed. His outrage resonated with the group, all of whom were seething with indignation. These brutes deserve to perish. Wang Hu seethed. Gao Feng, however, did not see the woman's daughter amidst the chaos. The remaining captives were still inside the stone cave. We must wait for them to lower their guard. That is when they will be most vulnerable, Gao Feng declared, a spark of fury igniting his resolve. Wang Hu and the others paused, then comprehended his strategy. After approximately half an hour, they would execute their plan and retrace their steps after rescuing their comrades. The group assembled in the highland woods. Gao Feng addressed Wang Hu, who nodded gravely in response. Casting a glance at the wildmen's encampment, Gao Feng noted that they had all retreated to their stone dwellings for rest. Now was the opportune moment. Let us act, Gao Feng shouted. Wang Hu and Li Shuai, along with their comrades, swiftly charged towards the guards of the wildmen's camp. The two sentinels were currently dozing. With a swift thrust, the spears hurled by Wang Hu pierced through them like a sieve. With their final breaths, the guards let out a loud cry, instantly alerting the wild men within the camp. In no time, 4 or 5 dozen wild men emerged from the stone houses, brandishing spears and roaring fiercely as they rushed towards the entrance. Do not engage them. Simply run in one direction and be mindful of your positioning, Wang Hu instructed his men. They promptly turned and dashed into the dense thicket. At that moment, the wild men had set their sights on Wang Hu and his group, pursuing them relentlessly. Boss, I counted approximately 50 wild men emerged, with around 30 remaining inside. Zhao Lu whispered. That's quite sufficient. Charge in with me. We must rescue them. Gao Feng shouted, brandishing his spear as he led the way. He focused on the stone house that held the captives, the one on the far right. Just then, around 20 wild men burst forth from the dwelling. Kill them, Gao Feng commanded. With a flurry of arrows, the first 5 wild men fell, pierced through. Well done, Gao Feng exclaimed, filled with excitement. He raised his spear, targeting their necks, dispatching one wild man with each precise thrust. Mike and the others surged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the remaining wild men. In a short span, only a mere 10 wild men remained. Gao Feng forged ahead, clearing a path as he led Mike and the others into the stone house to rescue the captives. Though the exterior of the stone house appeared small, the interior was surprisingly spacious, akin to a classroom. They quickly discovered 4 wild men charging towards them, armed with spears. With a swift release, 2 arrows struck true, finding the foreheads of 2 wild men, silencing them instantly. Annihilate the rest, Gao Feng commanded, as he and his comrades thrust their spears at the remaining 2 wild men, swiftly dispatching them. They ventured deeper into the stone house, where they found 10 highland captives bound. Among them was a young girl, appearing no older than 18 or 19, who, upon seeing her rescuers, burst into tears. Gao Feng and his companions quickly used their daggers to sever the ropes binding the captives. Hurry, let us free them, Gao Feng ordered, continually glancing outside, fearful that the wild men who pursued Wang Hu might return, which would spell trouble. Fortunately, the captives had only sustained minor injuries, allowing for a swift escape. As Gao Feng led them out of the stone house, wild men were already charging in, and they fought their way through. Boss, trouble. The wild man leader has slain several of our men and is outside, shouting furiously. One of the younger members exclaimed in panic. Quickly, exit the camp. That wild man leader is surely calling back the ones we chased away, Gao Feng shouted. They swiftly ran outside the stone house, where they beheld the wild chieftain engaged in a fierce battle against his own men. Gao Feng hurled a spear, which struck with a thud against the chieftain's shoulder. You all retreat quickly. I will hold them off, Gao Feng shouted. The wild chieftain, seething with rage, yanked the spear from his shoulder and let out a furious roar before throwing it at Gao Feng, who deftly sidestepped the attack. The chieftain then swung his fist directly at Gao Feng's chest. In response, Gao Feng retaliated with a punch of his own. With a resounding clash, their fists collided, and Gao Feng felt the strain of the encounter. The imposing presence of the wild chieftain instilled a profound sense of pressure. The chieftain, wide-eyed with surprise at Gao Feng's strength, quickly decided to retreat. Zhao shouted at Gao Feng. Chapter 77. The choice Zhao Lu and his companions retreated while fending off the wild men, having already exited the confines of their camp. Gao Feng seized the opportunity and swiftly dashed toward the entrance. The wild chieftain let out a furious roar, brandishing his stone hammer in pursuit. Gao Feng raised a spear and lunged at the wild men approaching Zhao Lu. Moments later, several of the wild men fell to the ground, momentarily stunning their comrades, who began to retreat. Seizing the chance, Gao Feng and his group hastily withdrew. Suddenly, the wild chieftain bellowed again. From the nearby woods, the sounds of wild men running echoed ominously. "This is bad. The wild men we chased are returning. We must retreat quickly," Gao Feng shouted while running. He led them back along their original path. Soon, he spotted Mike and his group ahead. They had rescued their comrades from the camp and were sprinting faster than anyone else. However, Gao Feng and his companions quickly caught up and surpassed them. "Thanks to our regular training, we're in great shape," Zhao Lu remarked with a slight smile, his excitement palpable. "How did you manage to run so fast?" Mike gritted his teeth in frustration. "Hurry, run. They are all coming after us," John shouted in terror. Suddenly, the young girl who had been rescued stumbled and fell to the ground. Without hesitation, Gao Feng scooped her up and continued running. "Are you all right? We'll reach the high ground soon. Your mother is waiting for you," he reassured her. She shyly nodded in response. The wild men, infuriated, hurled their spears, causing several in the rear of the group to collapse. Before long, they reached the wooded high ground, and Gao Feng spotted Wang Hu and his group. "We are now equal in numbers to the wild men. We shall confront them soon," Gao Feng shouted. Wang Hu and the others aimed at the pursuing wild men and hurled their spears. Whoosh! Several wild men in the front were struck in the chest. Their faces contorted in rage as they howled. Gao Feng set the little girl down, instructing her to hide nearby. The group ceased their flight, gathering to face the wild men. The rescued men, armed with wooden clubs, joined the fray, bolstering Gao Feng's morale. "Let us vanquish them," Gao Feng declared, charging toward the wild men with his spear. A volley was unleashed, and the foremost wild men fell instantly. "Charge!" Wang Hu and his companions surged forward. Mike, initially hesitant, was urged on by the camp members and joined the charge. The wild chieftain, wielding his stone hammer, had already felled several of Gao Feng's comrades. Gao Feng, spear raised, charged directly at the wild chieftain. Their eyes locked in a fierce confrontation. Gao Feng thrust at the chieftain's chest, only to have his spear seized just 20 centimeters from its target. The wild chieftain suddenly hurled his stone hammer. Gao Feng sidestepped to evade it, and with renewed vigor, he began to push the spear toward the wild chieftain. Both exerted their full strength in a fierce struggle. Moments later, a resounding crack echoed as the spear split in two. Gao Feng fixed a fierce gaze upon his opponent, astonished by the wild man's remarkable strength. The wild chief then swung his fist towards Gao Feng, who defiantly shouted as he retaliated with a punch. At that moment, Mike exchanged a glance with John, and their group gradually retreated to the back of the line, allowing Gao Feng and Wang Hu's men to advance first. Casualties mounted on both sides, with the wild men suffering slightly greater losses. Suddenly, the wild chief let out a furious roar, prompting the wild men to cease their assault. What was happening? Zhao Lu wore a bewildered expression as their group slowly gathered together, standing in a standoff. Gao Feng positioned himself before the wild chief, unwavering in his stare. The wild chief bellowed provocatively, repeatedly thumping his chest, beckoning Gao Feng to attack. The rest of the combatants gradually stepped back, allowing Gao Feng and the wild chief to engage in a brief exchange of blows. The wild chief, clearly struggling, failed to gain the upper hand. Gao Feng discerned his hesitation, yet he too had expended considerable energy. With a sudden roar, the wild chief turned and retreated, followed by the remaining wild men, who slowly withdrew with their weapons. "Should we pursue them?" Zhao Lu shouted. Breathing heavily, Gao Feng half-crouched and replied, "I underestimated them. Why not chase? We must eliminate them." Mike then emerged from the back. "If you wish to go, then go," Wang Hu remarked, casting them a disapproving glance. At that moment, they had lost 5 men in their camp. Mike fell silent, having lost 7 in his own. Even with a shield, Gao Feng had 4 comrades fall. "Our losses are too significant. We must retreat and reassess," Gao Feng stated as he regained some composure and stood. They returned to the wooded area they had recently occupied. Our camp has suffered the most casualties. We need reinforcements. You should join us. Mike addressed the 7 or 8 rescued men. We will join Gao Feng's camp. Indeed, Gao Feng is the strongest. I will join Wang Hu's camp. They all voiced their decisions, provoking Mike's ire as he contemplated striking them. Joining a camp is a choice. What do you intend to do? Gao Feng intervened, having noticed Mike's lack of enthusiasm in resisting the wild men. If they continued fighting alongside the wild men, it would be Gao Feng and Wang Hu's camps that would suffer the most. Fortunately, the wild men could not withstand the pressure and chose to retreat. We do not care, Mike replied, his expression darkening. Ultimately, half of the individuals joined Gao Feng, while the other half aligned with Wang Hu's camp, sufficiently replenishing their ranks. What about the others at the marketplace? Gao Feng inquired. We should have them join the camp as well. We can resist the wild men together, Wang Hu suggested. I don't know. Upon hearing of the wild men, some fled while others hid. One man scratched his head in response. Gao Feng and Wang Hu shook their heads. We'll address it later. We will recruit them if we encounter them. As they prepared to return, a girl suddenly dashed out, calling to Gao Feng, Big brother, wait. Can my mother and I join your camp? Of course, he replied. Gao Feng and his companions paused, smiling as they spoke to him. My mother is ill and requires treatment. I can assist you with your tasks. The young girl's eyes glistened with tears. She then hurried to the side to help her mother over. Thank you for saving my daughter. I am willing to toil for you. The woman knelt down in gratitude. Gao Feng quickly helped her to her feet. Let us proceed to the camp, he said, leading them back. The girl, who had just been accepted into university, was named Wang Xin. Her mother had promised to take her on a trip, but then this unfortunate event occurred. Upon returning to the camp, Han Shui first tended to the wounds of the injured, then turned her attention to Wang Xin's mother. Your clothes have been torn by the wild men. Let us remove them to use as bandages. I have prepared a new outfit for you. After Li Fei spoke, she walked towards her room, with Gao Feng following her inside. It fits well, though it is a bit snug, Gao Feng remarked with a smile. They then stepped out together. Chapter 78. The tomb as twilight descended. Han Bing and her companions were diligently preparing venison, while Wang Xin busied herself tending to the fire. Zhao Lu and the others gathered around the flickering flames. Ah, those skeletal savages are truly formidable. That wild chief is particularly terrifying. I witnessed him crush a man's skull with a single blow, one remarked. Indeed, our leader is unmatched. The wild chief's eyes nearly bulged out of his head, as if he were petrified in place. Another chimed in, laughter erupting among them. As the conversation flowed, fatigue enveloped the group. Let us indulge in a hearty meal. I shall join you in the hunt tomorrow, Gao Feng announced as he took a seat. Sounds good. The others replied in unison. Oh, by the way, we found some wild potatoes today. I'll slice some to add to the pot. Li Fei suddenly remembered, rushing to assist. Soon, the pot of venison stew with potatoes was ready. Quickly, grab a bowl and line up. Han Bing called out. There were spare bowls and utensils in the storeroom, which Li Fei fetched for the newcomers. Before long, each person held a bowl brimming with meat, potatoes, and broth. They gathered around the fire, savoring their meal while engaging in lively conversation. This is absolutely delicious. I haven't had meat since I was with my mother, Wang Xin exclaimed, her eyes widening at the sight of the meat. You should be more resourceful and lend a hand. They're the ones who rescued us, her mother gently reminded her. I understand. I will be considerate, Wang Xin replied with a smile and a nod. You all should stay in our house from now on, Han Shui suggested to them. Thank you, the mother and daughter responded earnestly. We need to arrange for the men as well. If necessary, we can build another room tomorrow, Gao Feng instructed Zhao Lu, who nodded in agreement. After finishing their meal, they prepared to rise and depart. Suddenly, an ear-piercing screech echoed from above, startling everyone into instinctively crouching down. Look, what is that dark mass in the sky? Li Fei asked, pointing upward. Gao Feng and the others looked up. Bathed in moonlight, the sky appeared ominously dark. A swarm heading northward. Those must be bats. It's fine. They're just flying away, Gao Feng reassured as he helped Li Fei to her feet. What are they up to? Li Fei continued to gaze at the sky. Bats emerge at night to forage. Perhaps they've had their fill and are returning to roost. Gao Feng chuckled. All right then. Li Fei pouted playfully. Leader, let us hunt in that direction tomorrow. We might make some interesting discoveries, Zhao Lu suggested curiously. Gao Feng nodded, admitting that he had yet to explore the northern heights. Let us rest up, he concluded. The following morning, Gao Feng and the others had a simple breakfast of fish soup and berries. They divided their tasks and set to work. Zhao Lu, let us venture north and see what we can find, Gao Feng stated calmly. I've been wanting to go there. I've never been, Zhao Lu replied, nodding in agreement. Subsequently, they set forth with shields and weapons, embarking on a journey that lasted approximately half an hour. The surroundings were dominated by dense woods, with scarcely a chirp from the birds. Gao Feng began to doubt whether they had taken a wrong turn. Boss, it seems there's no game here, Zhao Lu remarked, somewhat disheartened. Come quickly, there's a stone tablet over here, called one of the younger members. They all approached, discovering an unassuming stone tablet partially buried on a hillside. It protruded about half a meter above the ground, its surface encrusted with dust. Zhao Lu crouched down, employing his dagger to scrape away the dirt. Gao Feng noticed that 3 characters were faintly inscribed upon it. Angel Island. Damn it. It should be called Demon Island instead, Zhao Lu cursed. Ha! Given how perilous this desolate isle is, it certainly deserves a more fitting name than Angel Island, others chimed in. Gao Feng pondered for a moment. Perhaps the inscription on the tablet refers to the resources on this deserted island? Zhao Lu and the others grew increasingly perplexed. Let us search the vicinity for any discoveries, Gao Feng suggested, rising to survey the surroundings. He observed that the area around the tablet was thickly covered with branches and leaves, with several mounds dotting the ground. A few of you, come help me dig down along the tablet, Zhao Lu said, promptly crouching down to start excavating with his dagger. After a while, they were drenched in sweat. Damn it, there's nothing here, Zhao Lu exclaimed in frustration. At that moment, one of the younger members accidentally stepped into a void and nearly fell. Gao Feng reacted swiftly, catching him just in time. Boss, there's a hole below, the young man shouted. Everyone gathered around, clearing the surrounding branches and leaves to reveal a dark, gaping hole before them. The entrance sloped downward, large enough to accommodate a person. What should we do, boss? Let us go down and see. There might be treasure, Zhao Lu said excitedly. Gao Feng recalled the bats from the previous night, wary that the hole could harbor them. The group hesitated, stammering, reluctant to descend. These creatures are known carriers of numerous viruses. A single bite from a bat could be quite perilous. Zhao Lu, go fetch a torch. I'll investigate, Gao Feng instructed, frowning at the entrance. He had an unsettling feeling that this might be a tomb, perhaps holding some significant discovery. Zhao Lu retrieved some ragged cloth from his gear, wrapped it around a stick, and ignited it, handing it to Gao Feng. They always carried these strips of cloth for the purpose of dressing wounds during their excursions. Stay here and wait for me. I'll be back shortly, Gao Feng said before crouching down and carefully making his way inside. Zhao Lu and the others anxiously peered down from the surface. Holding the torch aloft, Gao Feng descended the slope, finding the underground space to be less than 3 meters high. Suddenly, a foul odor of animal feces assaulted him, nearly causing him to retch. Covering his nose, he cautiously advanced, discovering that the ground was littered with droppings. A sudden rustling sound sent a chill down his spine. The walls were earthen and devoid of any visible features, shrouded in darkness, and the chamber was roughly the size of a classroom. He abruptly raised the torch above his head. What the heck? Gao Feng exclaimed. The wall above was adorned with an array of inverted, pitch-black bats, clinging to the roots of the trees above. Startled by Gao Feng's sudden movement, they fluttered chaotically, emitting a cacophony of shrill squeaks. Gao Feng waved the torch vigorously, and the bats surged towards the exit in a frantic flurry. Only then did he exhale in relief, before advancing with the torch to the innermost corner. There lay 2 wooden coffins, hewn from solid trunks. Curiosity piqued, Gao Feng observed intently. Boss! Zhao Lu and the others rushed in, torches in hand. Upon seeing Gao Feng was unharmed, they too breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Feng shrugged, and they opened one coffin, finding it empty, while the other contained 2 sets of human bones. Chapter 79. The carnivorous flower upon the coffin's lid were inscribed their English names. It appeared to be a couple, presumably explorers. But why were they interred here? Gao Feng curiously inquired. Boss, why are they in the same coffin? Shouldn't they be separated? Zhao Lu asked. Perhaps they feared solitude, especially in such a desolate place. Gao Feng replied nonchalantly. This is rather meager, isn't it? I expected to find treasures here, Zhao Lu remarked, as they searched the vicinity without uncovering anything of value. Let us leave quickly, Gao Feng stated, promptly closing the coffin. It reeks terribly inside. Zhao Lu and the others covered their noses in disgust. Soon, they emerged into the open air, where bats still circled nearby, emitting eerie squeaks. We must hurry away from here, Gao Feng urged, leading Zhao Lu and the others back. After a short while, he noticed that the adjacent grove was sparsely populated with trees, and many low-lying plants thrived on the ground. They approached and examined them closely. The leaves had been gnawed and turned a sickly yellow by insects. When he unearthed one and held it aloft, his eyes sparkled with excitement. This is wild potato, Gao Feng exclaimed jubilantly. Zhao Lu and the others turned to look, equally exhilarated. They saw several potatoes, each the size of an egg, clinging to the roots. Let us dig them up, Gao Feng urged. Everyone sprang into action until their baskets were filled to the brim. Boss, there are quite a few here. This should last us for a while, Zhao Lu pointed out, and the group nodded in agreement before returning to their camp. Their expedition had finally yielded a bountiful harvest. Upon reaching the camp, they unloaded the potatoes into the storage shed. Li Fei and the others followed closely behind, exclaiming, "Wow, so many potatoes!" For lunch, we can have fish and stew with potatoes. Gao Feng and the others nodded in delight. By now, it was nearly noon. Li Fei took Zhang Xiaomei and the others to start the fire and boil water. Where's Lu Shuang? Isn't he back from hunting yet? Gao Feng scanned the area, noticing that only their group was missing. Earlier in the morning, they had ventured eastward and should have returned by now. Zhao Guang scratched his head in confusion. Gao Feng recalled that the river was nearby and not far from Wang Hu's camp either. You all stay here. I'll go take a look, he said, feeling an ominous premonition. He then set out with Zhao Lu and a few others in search of Lu Shuang. Hurry back. It's almost noon. Li Fei called out to Gao Feng. You all start eating. Gao Feng waved his hand dismissively. They hadn't ventured far when they spotted Lu Shuang's team rushing toward them, but Lu Shuang was nowhere to be seen. Boss, something is wrong, they shouted, waving frantically upon seeing Gao Feng approach. What is the matter? Why the panic? Gao Feng asked as he helped the first person who had stumbled. He noticed that several individuals bore scratches on their bodies. We were catching wild rabbits in the woods when suddenly a giant eagle, as tall as a person, swooped down from the sky. Its beak was terrifyingly large, and its claws were sharp as saw teeth. As it approached, it seized our comrades, and we resisted with our spears, though a few sustained injuries. In a bid to save me, Lu Shuang pushed me aside, only to be captured by the giant eagle, which grasped his shoulder and took flight. We cannot get close to it. What shall we do, boss? A man lamented. Where did it fly off to? Gao Feng gazed skyward and pointed towards the east. Indeed, it had emerged from that forest. All right, you all hurry back to tend to your wounds. Leave the rest to me. Anger etched on his face. Gao Feng wondered what kind of formidable beast the giant eagle was. Boss, we shall assist you as well. They insisted, clenching their fists. The forest is perilous. If you go, I shall be distracted, Gao Feng said, patting one of their shoulders. Very well. Heed the boss's words and return swiftly. We few shall accompany him, Zhao Lu interjected. Boss, please take care, they cautioned, nodding as they walked away, glancing back frequently. Not long after Gao Feng and Zhao Lu had departed, Wang Hu and Lu Shuang appeared, hastily carrying an injured man. What happened? Gao Feng rushed over to inquire. Damn it, a giant eagle just blinded him in his right eye, and another was taken away. We cannot tend to this injury. We thought to bring him to you first and then return to rescue the others, Wang Hu explained anxiously. Boss, I don't want to die. Please save me. The man, clutching his eye, cried out in agony, blood staining his hands as he trembled uncontrollably. Hurry to the camp. Han Shui and the others are there. Gao Feng urged urgently. Wang Hu promptly dispatched several individuals to carry the man with the eye injury towards Gao Feng's camp. We shall accompany you to rescue others, Wang Hu and Li Shuai said in unison. Subsequently, Gao Feng, Wang Hu, and their party of 10 set forth. They swiftly arrived at the riverbank, where Li Shuai had already prepared 2 bamboo rafts. The 10 of them quickly crossed to the opposite shore. Everyone, be cautious. The forest is treacherous, Gao Feng warned as he sprinted ahead. They soon climbed over the hillside and reached the forest below. It remained eerily unchanged, a thin mist enveloping the entire woods, causing a shiver to run down their spines. Yet, with the imperative to rescue others, they could not afford to dwell on their fears. Boss, do you think they're still alive? Zhao Lu murmured as they walked. Regardless of whether they live or die, we must save them, Gao Feng declared resolutely. His gaze fixed ahead. You are right. That is our purpose here, Wang Hu said through clenched teeth. Be careful not to slip, Gao Feng cautioned, noticing the damp ground. The surface slick with dark mud. They proceeded while observing their surroundings. Suddenly, a foul stench of decaying corpses wafted towards them, nearly causing them to retch. What is that ahead? Why does it smell so terrible? Zhao Lu quickly covered his nose. Let South stay close together. I sense danger ahead, Gao Feng advised. Wang Hu and Zhao Lu tightened their grips on their spears as they cautiously approached. The stench of decaying flesh grew, increasingly potent. Suddenly, the scene before them rendered them utterly speechless. There stood numerous towering flower stalks, each exceeding 2 meters in height, their stems as thick as a bowl. The blossoms resembled vast funnels, a deep crimson hue, with flower discs the size of basins. The plants were spaced less than 2 meters apart, and the foul odor emanated from their blossoms. Gao Feng and his companions were paralyzed with fear. These are man-eating flowers. We must tread carefully and not disturb them, Gao Feng whispered. He then drew forth a stone knife. At that moment, one of the man-eating flowers suddenly split open at its center, forming a gaping maw that writhed as it lunged, sinking its teeth into the head of the individual nearby. Help! Help! He screamed in terror. Chapter 80. The gaping maw of the man-eating flower writhed incessantly, attempting to draw him within. Gao Feng rushed over, determined to extricate him. Yet the flower's strength was formidable, rendering him unable to pull him free. He wielded a stone knife, aiming to sever the stalk. Only by doing so could he save him. With each swing, blood flowed from the wounds inflicted. Had the flower truly become sentient? Ignoring all else, Gao Feng focused solely on delivering decisive blows. Soon, the man-eating flower was severed, and the enormous blossom fell away. Gao Feng yanked him out as one would a stubborn carrot. At that moment, he was enveloped in a viscous slime and had already lost consciousness. Thankfully, he had not been digested. Otherwise, he would have met his end. Awakened, Gao Feng hastily cleared the slime from his face and gently patted his cheeks. Am I dead? He exclaimed suddenly, eyes wide open in terror. Upon realizing it was Gao Feng who had saved him, he exhaled in relief. Thank you, boss. You scare me to death. The moment I entered, everything went dark, and I couldn't find my way back out. His face was a mask of horror. Nearby, Wang Hu had also rescued someone who had been bitten, employing the same method. Subsequently, Gao Feng led the group, forming a back-to-back formation as they hastily navigated through the grove of man-eating flowers. Only then did they truly breathe a sigh of relief. What a fright. Zhao Lu was still recovering from the ordeal. That was absolutely exhilarating. Thank goodness I wasn't swallowed. Otherwise, I would have suffocated from lack of oxygen and been digested. Li Shuai gasped, panting heavily. We must remain vigilant, Gao Feng cautioned, casting his gaze forward. The trees ahead loomed tall, as if reaching the heavens. He looked up at the dense canopy above, pondering Lu Shuang's current predicament. By heavens, these trees must be thousands of years old, Zhao Lu exclaimed in awe. His mouth agape. The trees were entwined with numerous vines, cascading down like verdant curtains. Gao Feng, have you made any discoveries? Is the giant eagle's nest possibly situated among these trees? Wang Hu inquired, his brow furrowed as he regarded Gao Feng. Gao Feng nodded. Everyone, search the trees and see if you can find any animal nests. They proceeded, keeping their eyes upward. The thick trunks of these trees provided an ideal setting for the nests of large birds. Suddenly, a faint chirping echoed from above. Gao Feng's ears perked up. He quickly followed the sound. Yes, they must be right above us, Gao Feng stated, standing beneath a towering tree, craning his neck. This tree stood over 30 meters tall, lush and abundant with branches. A large, dark nest was perched at its pinnacle. Wang Hu and the others swiftly gathered around. What shall we do, Gao Feng? I can ascend with you. Too many of us could prove hazardous, Wang Hu remarked, eyeing the nest. All right, the rest will remain below to provide support. Gao Feng agreed with a nod. Gao Feng and Wang Hu, one carrying a shield for protection, prepared to face the challenge ahead. They clung to the vines with their hands and braced their feet against the tree trunk, swiftly ascending to the first fork in the tree. Gao Feng led the way, with Wang Hu following closely behind. They climbed bit by bit, and Wang Hu occasionally glanced down, his heart racing at the dizzying height. Zhao Lu and the others stared up anxiously, their hearts in their throats. Don't look down. Pay attention to your footing. The trunk is quite slippery, Gao Feng cautioned, casting a glance at Wang Hu. Nodding in acknowledgement, Wang Hu focused his attention on the nest ahead. They gradually approached the enormous nest. Gao Feng could distinctly hear not only the calls of birds, but also the voices of people. Don't come over here. Let us fight them together. A panicked voice cried out. I'm scared. Hurry, Lu Shuang and the others are up there. Gao Feng recognized Lu Shuang as furious shouting and urged Wang Hu to move quickly. They hurriedly reached the base of the nest. The nest was immense, large enough to accommodate a bed. Gao Feng took the initiative, raising his stone knife and striking towards the center of the nest. Soon, a small hole was carved out. Lu Shuang and the others jumped back in fright, inching away from the expanding opening. Boss, you really came to save us, Lu Shuang exclaimed through the hole, tears streaming down his face. Gao Feng saw them bloodied, their clothes torn, trembling in fear. He leaped through the opening, landing atop the nest. Lu Shuang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They were finally safe. On the other side of the nest, Gao Feng spotted 4 eaglets, each as large as a full-grown eagle. They were fully feathered, their claws well-formed, exhibiting considerable potential for aggression. With a shield in one hand and a stone knife in the other, Gao Feng charged forward. The eaglets relentlessly attacked the shield with their sharp beaks and claws. Seizing an opportunity, Gao Feng managed to slay one after several strikes. At that moment, Wang Hu also leaped up, mirroring Gao Feng's actions. Soon, all 4 eaglets lay dead. Turning to Lu Shuang and the others, Gao Feng saw their tear-streaked faces. He noticed their thighs were clawed and bleeding, indicating why the giant eagle had felt secure enough to feed them to its young. What will we do about their injuries? Wang Hu asked, visibly distressed. Let us bind them with vines. We'll carry one each on our backs and take them down, Gao Feng suggested, quickly gathering some vines. No problem. Carrying them will be a breeze, Wang Hu replied. We've truly become a burden for the bosses, Lu Shuang lamented, sobbing. Gao Feng swiftly secured Lu Shuang to his back, and Wang Hu did the same. You guys go down first and be careful, Gao Feng instructed, glancing into the distance. The forest was vast, shrouded in white mist, with no end in sight. While Wang Hu descended, Gao Feng disposed of the 4 dead eaglets, tossing them down. Hey, take these down with you. We can roast them to eat, he shouted to those below. Zhao Lu and the others hurriedly dodged, unsure of what was falling. Boss, hurry. The giant eagle is returning, Lu Shuang cried, clutching Gao Feng's shoulder as he peered into the distance. Gao Feng abruptly turned around, witnessing the colossal eagle flapping its wings, emitting a furious roar as it swiftly advanced towards them. Hurry, keep up, Wang Hu shouted at Gao Feng. At that moment, they were already gripping the vines, sliding downward. Hold tight, Gao Feng exclaimed, then lowered his body, navigating through the opening to the nearest tree branch. With both hands grasping the vine and feet pushing against the trunk, Gao Feng slid down rapidly. Meanwhile, the giant eagle had reached its nest, peering through the opening with one large eye, fixated intently on Gao Feng. Suddenly, it began clawing at the entrance, attempting to widen the gap, eager to squeeze through and pursue them. Moments later, The nest was in tatters from its relentless scratching, and the giant eagle, flapping its wings, began its descent. At this point, Wang Hu and the others had already reached the ground, while Gao Feng and his companions had only descended halfway. Chapter 81. The Killing of the Giant Eagle Boss. The colossal eagle is descending. Lu Shuang clutched Gao Feng tightly, unable to bear the sight. Aim carefully and strike fiercely. Zhao Lu and the others had already drawn their bows, targeting the immense creature. The giant eagle swooped down, its wings stirring up gusts of wind that scattered branches in disarray. Gao Feng felt a powerful rush of air overhead and grasped the vines tightly to steady himself. With a whoosh of arrows, a volley was released, piercing the eagle's wings. It let out an agonizing screech that resonated with a bone-chilling intensity. Stumbling, it struggled to remain airborne, desperately flapping its wings to avoid crashing to the ground. Its claws scratched at the arrows embedded in its body. Beware of its talons. Zhao Lu and the others, startled by the sight, quickly scattered. Gao Feng, however, moved to the opposite side of the tree and swiftly descended to the ground. Run back quickly, Gao Feng shouted, glancing back with urgency. The eagle soon fixated on them again, ignoring its pain as it lunged forward. What should we do, boss? Zhao Lu yelled, trailing closely behind. Never mind that. Lead it to the carnivorous plants. Gao Feng called back, carrying Lu Shuang as he ran. What? Carnivorous plants? Lu Shuang, clinging to Gao Feng, looked bewildered. You'll find out soon. It's going to be exhilarating, Gao Feng replied with a slight smile. They could utilize the plants to eliminate the giant eagle. While Zhao Lu and the others continued to shoot at the creature, they swiftly dashed into the thicket of carnivorous plants. Back to back, everyone. Protect yourselves, Gao Feng commanded, handing Lu Shuang a stone knife while he armed himself with a spear. The carnivorous plants sensed the commotion, their blossoms swaying as they opened wide, eager to devour any prey that approached. Maintaining their formation, Gao Feng and his companions prepared to defend themselves. The giant eagle, consumed by rage, focused solely on annihilating them, screeching as it charged toward the carnivorous plants. Its massive presence quickly drew the attention of the plants, which opened their jaws wide to snap at the giant eagle. Soon, 5 or 6 of them clamped down on it, but the eagle's strength was formidable. It flapped its wings vigorously, claws tearing into the plants, some of which were already shredded. It was gradually breaking free. Gao Feng recognized this as an opportune moment. Oh no, it's about to escape. We cannot allow it to leave the forest alive. Otherwise, we will be in greater peril. Let's finish it off, Gao Feng shouted, raising his spear as he charged at the giant eagle. Oh, let us kill it. Lu Shuang, perched on Gao Feng's back, raised a stone knife and shouted as well. Though fear gripped him amidst the chaos of the eagle and the plants, Wang Hu and Zhao Lu rushed forward as well. Gao Feng thrust his spear into the eagle's abdomen, causing it to bellow in agony and thrash even more violently. With a flurry of arrows, one struck and blinded the eagle in one eye. By this point, the eagle was drenched in its own blood, a ghastly sight reminiscent of a ravenous demon. Suddenly, it released its claws, no longer grasping the man-eating flower, but instead lunged towards Gao Feng. Caught off guard, Gao Feng was seized by the shoulder. The claws clung tightly to his shoulder, refusing to let go. In pain, Gao Feng relentlessly thrust his spear at the colossal eagle, each strike causing its blood to gush forth. How dare you seize my leader? I shall slay you, Lu Shuang shouted, wielding a stone knife to hack at the eagle's talons. Zhao Lu and the others, fueled by rage, raised their spears and madly attacked the giant bird. Soon, the eagle ceased its struggle and collapsed. At that moment, Lu Shuang severed the claw that had been gripping Gao Feng's shoulder, yet the claw remained embedded in his flesh. Boss, this. Lu Shuang hesitated, unsure of what to do. Without uttering a word, Gao Feng yanked the claw from his shoulder and tossed it aside, blood streaming from the wound. Quick, stop the bleeding for the boss, Lu Shuang cried out. Moreover, we must hurry out of here. Gao Feng fixed his gaze on the fallen eagle, contemplating the vast amount of meat that should not go to waste for the man-eating flowers. Drag it back. It would be a pity to leave it for the man-eating flowers, he exclaimed, then seized Lu Shuang's knife. At that moment, several man-eating flowers still clung to the giant eagle. Gao Feng swung the stone knife at the flowers, with Zhao Lu and the others joining in the assault. Soon, the man-eating flowers were severed. The scene was chaotic, blood saturating the ground, mingling with the putrid scent of decay, a truly distressing aroma. Zhao Lu and Li Shuai's group hastily pulled the colossal eagle away from the area. With each step, Gao Feng and his companions found themselves trudging through a sticky mess, akin to wading through a swamp. The man-eating flowers swayed menacingly, attempting to attack them, but were fended off by the stone knives. Before long, they emerged from the patch of man-eating flowers, breathing a sigh of relief. "Boss, please set me down. You must be exhausted." Lu Shuang whimpered. Gao Feng nodded, and he and Wang Hu lowered Lu Shuang and the other injured individual to the ground. They were utterly spent, collapsing onto the nearby open space. That was incredibly thrilling, Zhao Lu shouted. More exhilarating than any movie. Let us find some wood nearby to fashion a stretcher. We cannot have the bosses carry us any longer. Zhao Lu instructed Li Shuai. Li Shuai nodded and took a group with him. Soon, they fashioned 2 stretchers and lifted Lu Shuang and another injured person onto them. "Boss, is your shoulder all right?" Zhao Lu asked, his expression darkening as he regarded Gao Feng's wound. "Let us rest for a moment, then we must hurry back," Gao Feng said, rising to his feet. He noticed Wang Hu panting heavily, his arm also injured. "Wang Hu, how are you?" Gao Feng inquired again. "No big deal. Let us go back and feast on eagle meat," Wang Hu replied with a smile, though he too was quite fatigued. "How about we go to my place? We can enjoy a hearty meal to recuperate," Gao Feng suggested with a grin. Wang Hu nodded in agreement. Before long, they reached the riverbank and used a bamboo raft across. "As for my brother's leg, I'll have to trouble Han Yue. I'm unsure how well my men have learned." Wang Hu scratched his head. "Let us return to my place together. I wonder how your injured brother is faring," Gao Feng said to Wang Hu. Wang Hu and Li Shu nodded gravely. They were all somewhat injured. Before long, Gao Feng led Wang Hu and the others back to the camp. Li Fei had been anxiously waiting outside the camp with the group for quite some time. As Gao Feng ventured into the forest across the river to rescue someone, her heart raced with worry. It was a relief to see Xiao Feng and the others returning. Li Fei, standing on her tiptoes, spotted Gao Feng from a distance. The people in the camp turned their gaze towards them, filled with joy. Li Fei was the first to rush over. Upon seeing Gao Feng's clothes torn by some object, stained with blood, her heart sank. "Why is there so much blood?" Li Fei scrutinized Gao Feng with tear-filled eyes, fearing he had sustained serious injuries. Chapter 82. The astonishing feast. She noticed that Gao Feng's shoulder was injured. What could have caused such a wound? Li Fei's expression darkened as tears cascaded down her cheeks. "Let us return for now. We can discuss this later," Gao Feng gently urged, wrapping his arm around Li Fei as they made their way back. The camp members were startled upon seeing the enormous eagle, exclaiming in surprise at its sheer size. They quickly followed to take a closer look. "Hurry, we need to get the injured to the medical room," Han Shui called out loudly. "Is there enough manpower?" "There seem to be quite a few casualties," Gao Feng inquired with concern. "We have enough. My sister, Ma Li Kelly, and Wang Xian are all helping me." "Oh, and a few from Wang Hu's camp have also come to assist," Han Shui replied with a smile. Gao Feng nodded in satisfaction. "Zhao Guang, you handle the giant eagle. Li Fei, you are in charge of cooking today, as Wang Hu and the others will be dining with us," Gao Feng said with a smile. Subsequently, they each busied themselves with their tasks, while Gao Feng headed to the medical room. "How is the one with the eye injury?" Wang Hu anxiously asked upon seeing the young man lying motionless on the wooden bed. "His right eye is lost. The wound has been treated and should not infect other areas, but this is all we can do," Han Shui replied with a hint of resignation. "All right, as long as his life is spared." Wang Hu wiped the sweat from his forehead, still deeply concerned for his comrades. At that moment, Lu Shuang, lying on the wooden bed, insisted, "First, let our leader be treated." Gao Feng entered and gestured for him to be quick and stop the chatter. "Bear with it," Han Shui said as she cleaned Lu Shuang's injured thigh, applying medicine and bandaging it. "Having a beautiful lady attend to me, it doesn't hurt at all." Lu Shuang chuckled through the pain. Han Shui shot him a disapproving glance, while Han Bing and the others assisted her in treating the remaining injuries one by one. Meanwhile, Zhao Guang and his team were dealing with the giant eagle. "How do we handle something this massive?" Someone nearby asked. Pour hot water over it, then pluck the feathers, Zhao Guang replied, eyeing the eagle, which stood nearly as tall as a person. As the water boiled, Li Fei used a bamboo ladle to pour hot water over the eagle. Soon, she was drenched in sweat, questioning, can this even taste good? It should. As we have plenty of seasoning, Zhang Xiaomei replied, scratching her head. She proceeded to pour hot water over the 4 chicks as well. Zhao Guang and his team quickly began to pluck the feathers. Before long, the giant eagle was completely stripped, and they used axes to chop it into pieces with a resounding thud. At that moment, several large pots over the fire were already boiling. They placed the chopped meat into the pots, while Li Fei and her team washed numerous potatoes and added them to the mix. With so many people, we wouldn't have enough meat otherwise. Half an hour later, Li Fei called out, come and eat. She and her team had also prepared bowls and chopsticks for Wang Hu and his group. Gao Feng and the others had been hungry all day. As darkness fell, everyone gathered around, including the injured. Lu Shuang, leaning on a crutch, slowly made his way to sit by the fire. Li Fei and her team served the injured first before distributing food to the others. Wang Hu, Li Shuai, and the others sat closely beside Gao Feng. Delightful indeed. This is my first time tasting the majestic eagle meat, Wang Hu exclaimed with a smile after taking a bite. Is that so? I must try it as well. Li Shuai replied with a grin. Soon, everyone gathered around the fire, indulging in their meal. Lego, why don't you share with us what transpired? Han Shui inquired with curiosity. Of course, let me gather my thoughts, Zhao Lu said, sipping some soup to clear his throat. Before he could begin, he was interrupted by Lu Shuang. Lego, allow me to share my tale first, Lu Shuang pleaded with eager eyes. All right, go ahead, Zhao Lu chuckled, nodding in agreement. The group erupted into laughter, eagerly awaiting the stories. Li Fei and the others paused, their utensils halted, all eyes fixed on Lu Shuang. At that moment, the giant eagle seized my shoulder and soared into the sky. As it lifted me higher, I looked down and was terrified to see I was at least 100 meters off the ground. I was so frightened that I nearly lost control of my bladder. Fearing I'll be tossed down, I struggled against its grip, but its claws held me tightly as we flew towards a forest. Before long, I spotted a massive nest with 4 eaglets eagerly awaiting their meal. The giant eagle dropped me into the nest, and I felt its claws scratch my legs, causing me to faint from fright. I was awakened by the eaglets, who intended to devour me. Shortly after, another person was dropped into the nest, already injured and unconscious. When I saw the giant eagle approaching again, I played dead until it left. Once it was gone, I shook the other person awake and grabbed a nearby branch to fight off the 4 eaglets. But let Legua recount the rest of the story, Lu Shuang concluded, his throat slightly dry, taking a sip of soup. How thrilling. If I were taken into the sky, I would surely be terrified. That giant eagle is dreadful, treating humans as mere food. It deserves to be punished. Yet, no matter how formidable it is, we ultimately devoured it, Lu Shuang remarked. What you experienced was indeed perilous. But what we encountered next was even more treacherous, Zhao Lu stated, his eyes wide with intensity. Everyone turned their attention to Zhao Lu. He meticulously recounted the tale of the man-eating flower and the battle with the giant eagle. Every listener was left agape, utterly astonished, forgetting their meals in fear of interrupting Zhao Li's impassioned narrative. Once he concluded, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Hurry and eat. The meat is getting cold, Gao Feng urged, relishing his meal without being swayed by Zhao Li's fervor. Before long, everyone had their fill. Wang Hu stood and addressed the newcomers. How is your learning progressing? They scratched their heads, acknowledging they still had much to learn. There's no rush. Medical knowledge takes time. They can come whenever they have the opportunity, and I assure you, I will teach them, Han Shui reassured, patting her chest. Indeed, haha, Wang Hu laughed. Subsequently, Wang Hu led them back to the camp. By this time, darkness had enveloped the surroundings, and Gao Feng and the others returned to their quarters to rest. After washing up, Li Fei quietly approached Gao Feng's room. Noticing he was still awake, she sat at the edge of his bed and asked, How is your shoulder? The forest is exceedingly perilous, sending chills down my spine. What if something were to happen to you? At this point, Li Fei's expression darkened, and she became hesitant in her speech. I feel much better with you by my side. I shall be all right. Gao Feng tightened his grip on her hand. Indeed, it has been a long day. We should retire early. Li Fei gently kissed Gao Feng's forehead before rising and slowly making her way out. Gao Feng smiled at her retreating figure and then surrendered to slumber. In the dead of night, a sudden scream pierced through the tranquility outside the camp, causing Gao Feng to bolt upright. What could possibly have transpired at this hour? Chapter 83. The mosquito punishment. Without uttering a word, Gao Feng swiftly dashed outside. "Boss, a man from the island nation has fallen into our trap," exclaimed an irate guard as he hurried over. At that moment, all the members of the camp emerged, armed and ready. "Come on, let's see what this scoundrel intends to do," Gao Feng declared, brandishing his spear as he rushed forward. Zhao Lu, holding a torch, led the way. "Boss, it's this scoundrel, still hollering in the pit," Zhao Lu announced upon reaching the edge of the trap, peering in with his torch. Gao Feng leaned closer and beheld a gaunt man lying at the bottom of the pit, his thigh impaled by bamboo. The moment the man noticed their presence, he erupted in curses. "Baka, Baka Yuru, this scoundrel. How did the bamboo tip not pierce you to death, you bastard?" Zhao Lu retorted angrily. In a fit of rage, Gao Feng seized a hefty piece of wood and hurled it down. With a resounding thud, the Baka was knocked unconscious. "Retrieve him. Let's administer justice upon this beast," Gao Feng fumed. Zhao Lu then dispatched a comrade to exercise caution with the bamboo spikes. Using vines, he bound the Baka, and along with several others, they hoisted him out. The sight was gruesome. His thigh was a bloody mess, nearly unbearable to witness. Subsequently, Zhao Lu secured him to a wooden post in the center of the camp. "Wake him up. Why is he pretending to be dead?" Zhao Lu ordered, promptly fetching a bucket of water and dousing the man. "Nanny, Baka Baka," he shouted upon regaining consciousness, cursing incessantly. "Ruffian, strike him," Gao Feng commanded, delivering a sharp slap to the man's face. Several underlings then joined in, unleashing a torrent of blows. Remarkably, the man held his ground, glaring fiercely at Gao Feng and the others. "What do you want?" he spat defiantly. Gao Feng, enraged, retorted, "What business do you have here?" The Baka momentarily faltered, unable to comprehend their words. "Search him for any belongings," Gao Feng instructed. Before long, Zhao Lu unearthed a bamboo tube, a cloth bag, and a pair of fabric gloves from the man's possession. The bamboo tube was the size of a flute. Upon opening the cloth bag, Zhao Lu discovered several bamboo arrows, each as thick as a pen. "Do not move. These arrows may be poisoned," Gao Feng warned, furrowing his brow. Zhao Lu cautiously withdrew his hand. "Allow me to examine this." Han Shui emerged from the crowd. She inspected the arrows, inhaling their faintly acrid scent, which surged to her head. "These arrows are coated with poison, likely derived from some creature's toxin. Everyone, be vigilant," Han Shui elucidated. Zhao Lu then carefully wrapped the arrows. This fellow intended to infiltrate while wearing gloves and launch a surprise attack with a bamboo tube. What audacity! Thankfully, we had set up traps in advance. Gao Feng remarked with a dismissive snort. "Boss, I believe this man was specifically targeting you," Zhao Lu seethed. "Indeed. Let's execute him for daring to plot against our leader. I shall flay him alive. Damn those cursed islanders." The crowd echoed with fury. One could only imagine the plight of the other camps, likely facing similar ambushes. Their fates remained uncertain. They intended to leave the Highlanders leaderless, seizing the opportunity to slaughter the inhabitants. Gao Feng explained, "This group of islanders is truly ruthless. It would be unjust to let him die so easily. Is there any way to ensure his demise is agonizing?" Gao Feng inquired. Zhao Lu chuckled. "Let us strip him of his garments, cover his body in berry juice, and bind him in a mosquito-infested forest. It won't take until nightfall for him to succumb." "A splendid plan. Let us proceed," Gao Feng replied with a sly smile. Subsequently, Zhao Lu and his companions stripped the fool, inflicting a few wounds, coating him in berry juice, and silencing him. Finally, they found a place abundant with insects and secured him to a tree. The fool struggled incessantly, emitting muffled cries. Zhao Lu and the others spat at him, declaring, "He truly deserves this. Let us return to rest. We shall see the outcome tomorrow," Gao Feng said indifferently. They then returned to the camp to rest. The following morning, Gao Feng rose early, his shoulders significantly improved. He performed a series of punches into the air, followed by several backflips. Impressive, as expected of the leader. Li Fei remarked as she emerged, giving him a thumbs up. She and the others proceeded to prepare breakfast. Surely, that fool could not have survived. Gao Feng mused. The birds in the trees continued their chirping, while Zhao Lu dashed out from the cabin, snatching a stick and hurling it. Li Fei and the others erupted in laughter. Soon, they shared a breakfast of fish and berries. Just then, Wang Hu and Li Shuai approached with several others, their faces etched with anger. Gao Feng, did anyone launch a surprise attack on your camp last night? Wang Hu inquired. Gao Feng nodded. A fool attempted an ambush, but we captured him. What about you? After that poisoning incident with Mike, we heightened our defenses. Last night, that islander tried to scale the fence and was caught by me, Li Shuai replied angrily. Gao Feng and Wang Hu sat down to exchange information. How did you deal with that fool? Gao Feng asked casually. Wang Hu replied fiercely. We chopped him up and disposed of him in the river. Gao Feng raised his thumb in approval. Haha, we bound that fool in the forest. Covered him in berry juice, preparing for him to be devoured by mosquitoes. What a fitting punishment, Zhao Lu boasted proudly. Wang Hu and Li Shuai were taken aback. Then laughed heartily. Indeed, a brilliant strategy. They suddenly thought of Mike's camp. I wonder how that scoundrel is faring, Gao Feng mused. It would be best if the islanders poisoned him, Wang Hu asserted angrily. Yes, they are all wretched beings, Li Shuai added. Well then, let us visit their camp to gather information and discuss how to deal with the islanders, Gao Feng declared. Wang Hu and the others nodded in agreement. With that, Gao Feng led Zhao Lu and the others alongside Wang Hu as they set off. They had not traveled far. Last night, I beheld that unfortunate soul, rendered to nothing but bones. It is difficult to fathom the agony he must have endured. Without a second glance, they proceeded onward. Soon, Gao Feng and his companions arrived at the entrance of the Mike camp. The two sentinels, brandishing their spears, aimed them at Gao Feng and his group. You are not welcome here. Begone. With a resounding slap, Gao Feng retaliated, striking one of them squarely in the face. The guard, clutching his swollen visage, spun about several times, steadied only by his comrade to avoid collapsing. We are here to see your leader, yet you display no semblance of awareness, Zhao Lu shouted from the side. The two guards, paralyzed with fear, stood petrified in place. Subsequently, Gao Feng and his companions strode inside. Chapter 84. Fighting poison with poison, how did you all arrive? At that moment, Mike emerged from the cabin. Gao Feng noticed that his complexion was far from healthy, indicating that something troubling had transpired. Just came to check if you were still alive, Wang Hu remarked. What nonsense are you spouting? Mike shot Wang Hu a glare. We ought to discuss last night's events. Is it too much to ask to converse inside? Gao Feng replied calmly. Very well, let us go inside, Mike said, momentarily taken aback. Before leading Gao Feng and the others into the wooden cabin. Once seated, Mike's two stunning companions sashayed out of the room. Gao Feng and Wang Hu proceeded to recount the situation at both camps. Mike's expression shifted dramatically from what you've described. That foreigner shot a poisoned arrow through the crack in the door and then vanished. I fell out of bed while sleeping last night, and John, who was in the adjacent room, snored loudly enough to shield me from the poison. Before Mike could finish, Wang Hu interjected if they were aware of us. How did they know about Gao Feng? Gao Feng scratched his head. There was a confrontation during the hunt. That cherry blossom girl seemed quite formidable. Are you referring to that woman named Qiu Jiu? She is the second in command at their camp and certainly has some skills, though not overly impressive, Wang Hu chuckled. By the way, what is their leader's name? Gao Feng inquired, turning to Mike. His name is Jing Siyuan. This man is ruthless and enjoys ambushing his foes. I have suffered losses at his hand before, Mike said, slamming his fist on the table. At that moment, Mike's two beautiful companions returned with a large platter of fruit, placing it on the table and casting flirtatious glances at Gao Feng and the others, encouraging them to partake. Without hesitation, Gao Feng took a papaya and savored its sweetness. They launched a surprise attack in the dead of night, resulting in 2 casualties. Do you think they might strike again tonight? Gao Feng pondered aloud, taking another bite of the papaya. Now that their plans have been exposed, they should have fled far away by now, Wang Hu clarified. Mike shook his head. I am uncertain of the nature of the poison they employed. It is exceptionally potent. John is still lying there, unmoving. Is there any hope for him? Let's go take a look, Gao Feng urged Mike. Mike nodded and led them to John's cabin. Inside, John lay motionless on the wooden bed, while a middle-aged woman stood beside him. She shook her head at Mike, saying, "Boss, I have administered copious amounts of licorice water to counteract the poison, but he has been affected too severely and is nearing death." Mike nodded, and the woman exited with the bowl. Gao Feng approached and noticed two tiny wounds on John's neck. His face had drained of color, appearing ghostly pale, with a trickle of white foam at the corner of his mouth. "Last night, that foreigner shot John in the neck and fled immediately," Mike explained. After a moment, the woman re-entered, leaned over John's chest to listen for a heartbeat, and confirmed his demise. "From what I know, the venom on that bamboo arrow is not snake poison. It is likely from a frog," she stated, before covering John's body with a tattered cloth. A chill ran down Gao Feng and the other spines. They had not anticipated the potency of the toxin. The treachery of hidden dangers is indeed harder to evade than the open assaults. Soon after, Gao Feng and his companions returned to the cabin of Mike. "It infuriates me. I must seek vengeance upon them," Mike exclaimed vehemently. "But not now. They are undoubtedly on high alert," Gao Feng reasoned. The group deliberated on strategies that would minimize casualties, especially considering the lurking threat posed by wild men to the west of the highland. "Gao Feng, aren't you familiar with their encampment? How about we launch a surprise attack at night?" Wang Hu proposed, his eyes lighting up with the idea. "Indeed, let us strike them when they least expect it." Mike concurred, albeit with a hint of anger. Yet, Gao Feng voiced his concerns. Given their proficiency in ambush tactics, they will surely be prepared for such an assault. "What then? We cannot simply allow this to pass," he remarked, his expression darkening. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Gao Feng's mind. "Mike, do you not possess that toxic mushroom powder? How much do you have left?" Mike glanced at Wang Hu and the others, his face flushing with embarrassment. "Why do you ask? I have it. I want to hold your past foolishness against you," he retorted, casting a disdainful look at Wang Hu, who had previously fallen victim to Mike's treachery with the very same poison. "I have some left. I will fetch it." Mike managed a weak smile. Shortly thereafter, a woman brought forth a small box containing the toxic powder. "We shall scatter this poison outside their camp tonight. If the wind cooperates, their inhalation will ensure their demise." Gao Feng's demeanor turned cold. "Indeed, it's a splendid plan," Wang Hu exclaimed, filled with enthusiasm. "But what if we charge in and succumb to the poison ourselves?" he inquired. The woman reassured them. "As long as we cover our noses with damp cloths, we shall be safe." They all nodded in agreement. Gao Feng recalled his previous visit to their camp, estimating that around 50 combatants inhabited it. They resolved to bring 50 men, confident that their own poisoning would lead to the annihilation of their foes. They agreed upon a rendezvous time to gather in the southern region of the highland. The night quickly approached, and Gao Feng, accompanied by Zhao Lu and 8 others, armed with shields and weapons, set forth. Before long, they assembled and advanced toward the encampment of the islanders, traversing a dense thicket of trees. "Boss, why is there no wind tonight?" Zhao Lu lamented. "Do not fret. We have yet to arrive. The wind may yet rise," Gao Feng replied calmly. They moved stealthily, vigilant for any signs of danger, and swiftly navigated through the woods. As they emerged from the foliage, a gentle breeze began to stir, perfectly aligning with their intentions. "Fortune is indeed shining upon us. We shall eliminate them without mercy," Gao Feng declared as they neared the camp. They noticed 2 guards dozing off outside the encampment. Without granting them a moment to react, Gao Feng and Wang Hu swiftly approached, covering their mouths with one hand while plunging their daggers into their throats with the other. Subsequently, they dragged the bodies into the woods. Gao Feng gestured for everyone to don the masks fashioned from tattered cloth, which had been pre-soaked. The group promptly retrieved their masks from their pockets and donned them, standing by in readiness. Gao Feng and his associates dispatched several underlings, who began to scatter the toxic powder at the front of the camp. As they dispersed the powder, they whispered, "Let the wind blow fiercely. Hurry and inhale, you islanders." Once they completed their task, they swiftly retreated. Gao Feng noticed an unsettling silence enveloping the camp, devoid of any light, which struck him as peculiar, yet he did not dwell on it. "Look, The toxic powder has been lifted by the wind like a white mist. Swirling into our camp, someone softly exclaimed. Chapter 85. The Cunning Islanders at last. It is their turn to taste the bitterness of poison, Mike exclaimed vehemently. The toxic powder was swiftly consumed. Gao Feng noticed several dark shadows within the camp, swaying unsteadily before collapsing. Boss, some of them have fallen. Zhao Lu whispered urgently. Eliminate them all. Find Jing Tsuan and bring him to me. I intend to flay him alive, Gao Feng commanded. The others nodded in agreement. Charge. Kill them. Wang Hu cried as he brandished his spear and rushed forward. Slay them. The crowd shouted in unison, following suit. Upon rushing over, Gao Feng observed that the fallen figures were black men, some frothing at the mouth, others writhing on the ground, clutching their stomachs. Yet, they still clutched their weapons. Without hesitation, Gao Feng plunged his spear into them. At that moment, a dozen black men emerged from the wooden cabin, mouths agape, charging at them frantically. They had succumbed to the poison, yet remained silent. With a swift volley, they fell one after another. Wang Hu and his men swiftly dispatched them. Quickly, search for the islanders. Gao Feng furrowed his brow, sensing a foreboding anxiety. He noticed one black man still lying on the ground alive. He rushed over, pressing the spear against the man's throat. Were the others hiding? The man gasped, frothing at the mouth, struggling to articulate. What? Gao Feng was taken aback. The man had no tongue. Moments later, the black man ceased to breathe. Were these individuals mere slaves of the islanders? Such cruelty to have severed their tongues. Boss, we haven't seen any islanders, Zhao Lu shouted furiously, having thoroughly searched the wooden cabins. Burn these cabins to the ground. Gao Feng bellowed in anger. Before they could ignite the structures, a whistling sound pierced the air from outside the camp. Quick, take cover. There's an ambush, Gao Feng shouted. Yet, several men were struck by arrows. Help me. Save me. They cried in agony. Gao Feng should have anticipated this, but had been negligent. Hurry. Use your shields to rescue them, he urged desperately. Zhao Lu, accompanied by 5 or 6 others, took up their shields to assist. The islanders unleashed another volley, but the arrows merely struck the shields. Retreat to behind the cabins. Gao Feng quickly instructed, rising and making his way behind the wooden structures. They hurriedly sought refuge there. Gao Feng, however, peeked out, surveying the area beyond the camp. In the moonlight, he could clearly see a horde of dark figures emerging from the forest. Ha! You have fallen into our trap. You shall all perish. A short, middle-aged man brandishing a katana stood outside the camp, hurling insults at Gao Feng and his men. This was the lecherous Jing Tsuan. Wang Hu also leaned out, cursing in anger. Beside Jing Tsuan stood Qiu Jiao, wearing a sinister smile, exuding an air of triumph. Flanking them were a line of archers and a row of spearmen, numbering around 70 to 80. At this moment, Jing Tsuan and Qiu Jiao whispered to each other. The content of their exchange, unknown. What should we do, boss? Zhao Lu inquired. Outside, Jing Tsuan brandished a knife and shouted, Throw it to me. Rather than charging directly at Gao Feng, they ignited a dozen torches and hurled them towards the wooden cabin. The torches landed upon the roof, quickly engulfing it in flames. The camp was illuminated, rendering Gao Feng and his companions more conspicuous targets. Damn it, they would sacrifice even the cabin to kill us. Wang Hu cursed angrily. Should we rush out? Mike glanced at Gao Feng, who wore a furious expression. We lack sufficient shields. Rushing out now would make us sitting ducks, Gao Feng replied, shaking his head. Soon, an idea struck him. Wang Hu, how about you and I take a few men and throw burning logs at them? Gao Feng gestured towards the blazing cabin. Excellent. I have plenty of strength. Wang Hu's eyes lit up. You are all a bunch of turtles, too afraid to come out. Qiu Jiao jeered, hands on her hips, hurling insults at Gao Feng and his group. They were met with a barrage of mockery and continued taunts. Damn it, once I get out, I'll make sure to deal with that insufferable woman. Zhao Lu spat furiously. Before long, Gao Feng, Wang Hu, and 5 other strong individuals dismantled the burning wood. Observing the crackling flames, a slight smile crept across Gao Feng's lips. Zhao Lu, you and your dozen men take your shields and stand in front of us. We will follow closely behind and throw the burning wood at them. The rest of you, charge forward and engage them, Gao Feng commanded. The group nodded. their previous panic dissipating upon hearing Gao Feng's plan, their spirits invigorated. Onward, Gao Feng declared as they readied their torches. Keep your heads down and stay vigilant, Zhao Lu instructed, leading a dozen men with shields in front. Gao Feng and his 7 companions followed closely, dragging the burning torches behind them. Fire arrows, Jingxuan shouted upon seeing someone emerge. The arrows, however, merely struck the shields. They are about to rush out. Keep your eyes peeled and don't let a single one escape. Xiaojiao bellowed. Suddenly, Zhao Lu and his group lowered their shields. Gao Feng and his 7, wielding torches, summoned all their strength and hurled them towards Jingxuan's group. 7 massive torches traced fiery arcs through the air, causing Jingxuan's men to scatter in panic. A few unfortunate souls were struck on the head, collapsing unconscious. They had not anticipated Gao Feng's cunning. Charge! Gao Feng shouted, spear in hand, his gaze fixed solely on Jingxuan. Kill them! Mike and his group surged forward from behind the cabin. Jingxuan's men, caught off guard, could do little but engage in close combat. Zhao Lu and his comrades clashed fiercely with Jingxuan's group, with Wang Hu and Li Shuai joining the fray. Jingxuan's side had the numerical advantage and possessed superior physical conditioning, all having undergone training, making them formidable opponents. Mike led the charge towards Qiujiao and her group. Qiujiu led a contingent of approximately 30 fierce women, each wielding a spear, all of whom had undergone rigorous training. The confrontation between Mike's group and Qiujiu's team proved to be evenly matched, a development Mike had not anticipated. In a moment of distraction, he was unexpectedly pierced in the arm by Qiujiu, prompting his comrades to shield him from further harm. Qiujiu and her companions, brimming with triumph, advanced with their spears raised high. Meanwhile, Gao Feng had swiftly locked onto a Namura, having already dispatched several adversaries with his katana, his bloodlust evident. Despite his modest stature of merely 1.60 meters, his movements were remarkably agile. Baka, an Amura, having also targeted Gao Feng, swung his blade with lethal intent. In the pale light of the moon, a chilling white arc sliced toward Gao Feng. Chapter 86, Blade Combat and Seduction. Gao Feng widened his eyes and swiftly sidestepped. He was astounded by the swiftness of Inakura's swordsmanship. Without hesitation, Gao Feng lunged forward with a spear. Crack! Inakura effortlessly severed it, leaving the front half embedded in the ground. A triumphant smirk spread across Inakura's face. Your spear is inadequate. It pales in comparison to my katana. Damn it! Gao Feng hurled the wooden stick in his hand. Inakura's expression shifted dramatically, filled with fury. He swiftly swung his sword, cleaving the stick in half. What the hell? Gao Feng felt a surge of dread. He quickly drew his stone knife and struck. Inakura parried with his blade. Clang! The clash of the katana and stone knife sent sparks flying, illuminating the surroundings momentarily before plunging them back into darkness. Bakayuru, Inakura growled menacingly. Let us see how long you can endure. Gao Feng glared intently, gripping his stone knife with increasing force. Inakura, too, clutched his katana tightly, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. He was rapidly losing ground, being forced back by Gao Feng's relentless pressure. Be careful, Zhao Lu shouted to Gao Feng. Whoosh! A spear hurtled towards Gao Feng. He instinctively recoiled, narrowly avoiding it. The sneak attacker was pierced through the chest by Zhao Li's gunfire, collapsing to the ground. Zhao Lu then engaged in fierce combat with other adversaries. Seizing the moment when Gao Feng was distracted, Inakura leaped into the air, aiming another strike at Gao Feng. Gao Feng hurriedly raised his knife to block, only for the stone knife to be shattered. Inakura's blade was astonishingly sharp, and Gao Feng thought to himself that this katana now belonged to him. Ha! Inakura laughed, lunging again at Gao Feng. With each decisive swing, the blade grazed Gao Feng's skin, tearing through his clothing. A slight sheen of sweat began to form on Gao Feng's forehead. He needed to devise a plan. Meanwhile, Qiujiu and Mike were locked in combat, but being women, their stamina quickly dwindled. Several from their group fell to Mike and his allies. Exchanging glances, Qiujiu and her companions swiftly shed their garments, leaving only bare skin. Mike and his men were momentarily stunned by this unexpected display. Some covered their eyes while others stood frozen, captivated. Kill them, Qiujiu commanded, a smirk gracing her lips. These shameless men still had a sense of modesty. Ignoring their modesty, they screamed and charged at Mike and his crew. One by one, his men began to fall. Suddenly, Mike realized that they were being ensnared by the women's seductive ploy. "Brothers, do not be fooled. Kill them," he shouted, disregarding his injuries and lunging forward. The others, shaking off their daze, surged forward as well. However, Qiuju's seductive tactics soon faltered, and signs of retreat became apparent. On Gao Feng's front, Inakura continued to press forward, his razor-sharp blade posing a constant threat. A moment of carelessness could lead to grievous injury. Noticing numerous vines nearby, Gao Feng quickly severed one with his dagger. The vine was long and supple, capable of being wielded as a whip. Utterly ineffective, it was destined for failure. Imura, with a triumphant expression, charged forward. Before Imura could close the distance, Gao Feng twisted his arm and forcefully swung, the vine tracing a dark arc through the air. With a sharp crack, it struck Imura's face, eliciting a cry of pain and leaving a crimson mark upon his skin. A slight smirk appeared at the corners of Gao Feng's mouth. This is the essence of overcoming strength with flexibility. "Bakayuru," Imura yelled, continuously swinging his weapon. Each strike was met with the vine, forcing him to retreat repeatedly, grimacing in agony, clutching his wounded areas. Seizing the moment, Gao Feng deftly ensnared Imura's ankle with the vine and yanked sharply. With a thud, Imura fell to the ground. Gao Feng rushed over, kicking the knife from his grasp, then delivering another kick that sent him sprawling several meters away. Imura screamed, and suddenly, a dozen islanders swarmed around him, forming a protective barrier. Gao Feng swiftly retrieved a samurai sword, preparing to advance once more. At that moment, the group produced a spherical object from their garments and hurled it to the ground. A puff of smoke erupted, causing Gao Feng to retreat in haste, wary of potential poison. A similar haze enveloped Qiujuan and her companions, dissuading them from advancing. Zhao Lu and Wang Hu, still oblivious to the situation, found themselves confronted by the islanders who had been engaged in combat with them, now rushing to assist Imura. They approached Gao Feng, startled by the billowing white mist. As the smoke dissipated, Imura and his associates had vanished. "What the hell is this smoke?" Wang Hu cursed angrily. "It's not toxic. It's likely a means of escape," Gao Feng explained. "Shall we pursue?" Wang Hu gasped for breath. "How many do they have left?" Gao Feng inquired swiftly. "They probably still have around 20 to 30 left, likely fleeing south," Zhao Lu estimated after surveying the fallen bodies. Their collective stamina had been severely taxed. They had not anticipated such formidable resistance from the islanders. "You all rest here. I shall pursue and investigate," Gao Feng declared before setting off. However, after a brief interval, he returned, having found no trace of Imura and his group. "We sustained casualties. Over 10 of our people are down," Wang Hu remarked, wincing as he tended to his injured thigh. In the moonlight, 4 or 5 female corpses lay starkly on the ground. Some gazed upon them with a glint of desire. "Brothers, let us seize the moment," someone shouted. Soon, several individuals dragged the bodies into the woods. "How can you be thirstier than I?" Zhao Lu scratched his head, disinterested in the corpses. "Damn it, they were just seducing us." And now we lost several brothers, a member of Mike's camp lamented. They then escorted their wounded back to the islanders' encampment. "Quickly search. Take what we can," Gao Feng instructed, glancing at the samurai sword in his hand. At that moment, the wooden cabin was ablaze, the crackling of burning timber resonating throughout the camp. With a single hand, Gao Feng wielded the sword, slicing through the surrounding wooden fence, cleaving it in two. "Wow, what a remarkable blade!" exclaimed Zhao Lu, his face alight with excitement. Subsequently, Gao Feng recalled that the knife must surely have a sheath. He promptly returned to the scene of the skirmish and, indeed, discovered the sheath abandoned by Jing Siyuan. Gao Feng sheathed the knife and prepared to return. At that moment, a low, mournful sound emanated from behind him. He turned abruptly to find a large pack of wild wolves emerging from the forest, rushing towards the corpse on the ground and beginning to feast upon it. He quickly concealed himself behind a tree, fearful of making sound. As one wolf let out a prolonged howl, the pack proceeded to drag the remains into the woods. Only then did Gao Feng breathe a sigh of relief and make his way back to the Jing Siyuan camp. "Boss, I just heard the wolves howl," Zhao Lu said breathlessly as he approached. A ravenous pack of wild wolves carried off the corpse. "Did you find anything at the camp?" Gao Feng inquired. Chapter 87. Iron, ore, and rabbit hunting. The leader rummaged through the fire pit, unearthing a charred chest that contained some animal hides and stones. Zhao Lu scratched his head, while Gao Feng, intrigued by the find, crouched down to inspect the remnants under the moonlight. The animal hides, singed and disfigured, appeared to be wolf pelts. He then picked up a piece of stone to examine it closely. Its grayish-black surface gleamed with a metallic luster. This was iron ore. Gao Feng's face lit up with delight as he carefully stowed away the stones. Standing up, he gazed towards the mountains behind the camp, pondering whether the iron ore originated from there. Even if those islanders discovered the ore without a furnace, they would be unable to smelt it into iron. This dilemma weighed on Gao Feng's mind. After a moment of contemplation, he noticed that Wang Hu, Mike, and the others had also turned up empty-handed, only managing to find a few axes. It seemed that the islanders had long prepared to depart. Wang Hu cursed angrily. Just then, a howl from wolves echoed in the distance, causing everyone to become alert and cast anxious glances towards the dense forest, fearful that the wolf pack might pursue them. "What should we do now?" Mike asked, clutching his injured arm. "Let us return to tend to our wounds first. It's not safe here, with the wolves lurking nearby," Gao Feng replied, observing the weariness etched on everyone's faces. Wang Hu and Mike nodded in agreement. The moonlight illuminated the camp brightly. Li Fei, unable to sleep, worried about Gao Feng's shoulder, which had not yet fully healed, and that he had ventured out again at night. She rose and stepped outside the camp to take a look. Apart from the dark woods, only two drowsy sentinels remained. "Sister-in-law, why aren't you asleep yet?" One guard yawned, his eyelids drooping heavily. The other, equally fatigued, remained silent. "You two should go back to sleep." "I'll keep watch," Li Fei insisted, her gaze fixed on the woods, awaiting Gao Feng's return. "How could I possibly do that?" He scratched his head, suddenly more alert upon hearing her words. "Stop rambling. I can't sleep," Li Fei replied with a smile. "Thank you, sister-in-law." They chuckled softly before retreating to their slumber. Li Fei leaned her bow against the wooden door and sat down, hoping for Gao Feng's swift return. At that moment, Zhang Xiaomei woke up urgently, needing to relieve herself. Not seeing Li Fei, she panicked and rushed outside. Ma Li and Kai Li, hearing the commotion, scratched their thighs and turned over to continue sleeping. Zhang Xiaomei anxiously glanced towards the entrance, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon spotting Li Fei leaning against the door, her eyes fixed ahead. "Sister Fei, the leader is truly fortunate," Zhang Xiaomei remarked as she returned from the restroom and settled beside Li Fei, unable to sleep and opting to wait outside. Li Fei smiled, the moonlight casting a beautiful glow on her oval face, reminiscent of a celestial fairy. "I understand. I will keep you company," Zhang Xiaomei said, blinking. Li Fei nodded in agreement. "Sister Fei, do you think the chili powder we made during the day is more potent than the poisonous mushroom powder?" Zhang Xiaomei inquired, pouting slightly. "Haha, it seems we cannot find any poisonous mushrooms, but wild peppers may suffice," Li Fei remarked with a smile. The two of them engaged in conversation. Suddenly, Li Fei sensed a disturbance in the woods. They both swiftly drew their bows, aiming ahead. It was Gao Feng and the others returning. Li Fei instantly felt a surge of excitement. Gao Feng and his companions were momentarily startled by the sight of the drawn arrows. They promptly lowered their bows and rushed toward them. Li Fei embraced Gao Feng, exclaiming, "Why did you take so long to return?" "Boss, Sister Fei has been waiting for you for ages," Zhang Xiaomei interjected. Gao Feng scratched his head, then playfully pinched Li Fei's cheek. Beneath the moonlight, Li Fei looked truly enchanting. "Haha, sorry for worrying you," Gao Feng grinned widely. "Why isn't Kelly here to greet me?" Zhao Lu craned his neck, peering into the camp. "She's sound asleep." Zhang Xiaomei shot him a glance. "This is the difference. She can't compare to Sister Fei." Zhao Lu sighed. The others burst into laughter. "Quickly, let's return and rest," Gao Feng said, wrapping an arm around Li Fei as they headed inside. "Fei, what are you holding that bamboo tube for?" Gao Feng inquired, scratching his head. "This is my homemade chili powder. It could come in handy at a crucial moment." "Here, Take it, Li Fei grinned, handing it to Gao Feng. Gao Feng chuckled. You should keep it for self-defense. Li Fei pouted. I don't need it. Forget it. Soon, Gao Feng prepared to undress for bed. Don't leave. Sleep here, he said, lying down at the far end of the bed, making space for Li Fei. Embarrassed, she nodded and lay down beside him. Resting her head on Gao Feng's shoulder, she closed her eyes. He kissed her forehead, feeling weary, and soon fell asleep, holding her close. The next morning, Han Shui rose early. She hurried to re-bandage the injured, as they had only provided emergency care the previous day. Li Fei awoke, gazing at the peacefully sleeping Gao Feng. Filled with joy, she kissed his cheek and prepared to make breakfast. Sister Fei, we're running low on meat. Let us go into the woods to hunt some. A wild rabbit den has been spotted nearby, Zhang Xiaomei exclaimed, picking up her bow. You read my mind. It will give them a chance to rest, Li Fei replied, her eyes lighting up. Sister Fei, I want to join too, Wang Xian said cheerfully as she approached. Haha, why don't you help Han Shui instead? She has been quite busy lately, Li Fei suggested with a smile. Wang Xian obediently nodded and ran off to assist Han Shui. Li Fei then set off with Xiaomei, Ma Li, and Kelly, armed and ready, into the woods. Zhao Guang had already gone fishing early in the morning, as the larger animals had dwindled, forcing him to accompany Zhao Dachuan and the others to catch fish. Li Fei and her companions soon arrived near the rabbit den, where 4 holes were situated beside a raised mound of earth. Keep quiet and approach slowly, Li Fei whispered. What if the rabbits have all run away? Molly asked softly. If we came so early, they must still be in their burrows, Li Fei asserted confidently. Subsequently, they each drew their bows, guarding every entrance. Li Fei set down her bow and grasped a long spear. When the hare emerges, you shall shoot, she instructed, and Zhang Xiaomei and the others nodded in agreement. Li Fei thrust the spear directly into the hole, probing several times. A series of chirps echoed from within, signaling impending movement. Li Fei furrowed her brow, while Zhang Xiaomei and her companions fixed their gaze on the entrance. Suddenly, 5 hares darted out from the hole where Ma Li was stationed. With a swift volley, they struck 4 of the hares, while 1 managed to escape. Pursue, Li Fei called, bow in hand as she chased after it. The clever hare zigzagged around the trees. Zhang Xiaomei and her companions failed to hit their target. At that moment, a smile crept across Li Fei's lips as she discerned the hare's escape pattern. With a swift release, an arrow flew like lightning, striking the hare directly in the head. Chapter 88. Prevention. Li Fei swiftly dashed over, seizing the large ear of the wild rabbit and lifting it effortlessly. Well done, shouted Ma Li. Let us head back to the camp, Li Fei replied with a smile. They returned with the wild rabbit in tow. Gao Feng, upon learning that Li Fei and the others were nearby hunting rabbits, felt assured of their safety. He, along with Zhao Lu and a few others, busied themselves with starting a fire and boiling water. Haha, we've had quite the haul, Gao Feng exclaimed to the freshly returned Li Fei and her companions. That was a given. Once I set my mind to it, the rabbits come right to me, Li Fei declared proudly. Impressive. Zhao Lu and the others took the rabbit to prepare it, while Ma Li and Kelly also lent a hand. Let us make sure you all get a good meal, Li Fei said with a grin, before following Xiao Mei to wash the potatoes. At that moment, Zhao Guang and the others returned from fishing. Boss, look, today's catch is enormous, Zhao Guang exclaimed, holding up a large fish. Gao Feng nodded in satisfaction. They proceeded to prepare the fish. The water in the pot was already boiling, just waiting for the meat to be added. He stood up, intending to check on the infirmary. How are you feeling? Any better? Gao Feng asked as he patted Lu Shuang's shoulder. Boss, I'm much better now. I can walk slowly, Lu Shuang replied, setting aside his crutch and taking a few steps. Gao Feng nodded with a smile. The others had already tended to their wounds. Boss, let me take another look at your shoulder, Han Shui said to Gao Feng. It's much improved, Gao Feng shrugged. Han Shui examined it thoroughly, confirming that the wound had nearly healed. Gao Feng noticed Wang Xian bustling about, sweat beading on her forehead. Wang Xian, how is our camp? Isn't it splendid? He asked, affectionately patting her head as if she were a younger sister. Big brother, it's wonderful here. Han Kuya, Han Bing. And Sister Fei Fei take great care of me, Wang Xian replied, her round eyes fixed on Gao Feng. Huh, that's great to hear, Gao Feng chuckled. This little girl can endure hardships. She is very sensible, Han Shui remarked, pinching Wang Xin's cheek. Wang Xin giggled in response. Let us head outside. It's almost time for dinner, Gao Feng announced, prompting everyone to step out. The pot was filled with rabbit meat, fish, and potatoes, a veritable mlang. Dinner is served, Li Fei called out. Everyone lined up in harmony, a delightful scene indeed. Soon after finishing their meal, they busied themselves with various tasks. Gao Feng pondered the weakened state of the group from the island nation, who had fled southward and were unlikely to return for revenge in the near future. His primary concern now was the threat posed by the wild men. Had they truly departed after their last encounter? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Li Fei approached, holding a knife sheath. What are you thinking about? This knife is exquisite. I've engraved a few characters on the sheath, she said, presenting it to Gao Feng and demonstrating some knife techniques. Be careful. It's very sharp, Gao Feng cautioned. He took the sheath, noting that in addition to the cherry blossom design, it bore the inscription Fei Ai Feng. At once, a warmth enveloped Gao Feng's heart. He yearned to escape the desolate island and wed Li Fei. What is it? Are you not pleased? Li Fei, having finished her display of skill with the knife, approached him. I am quite pleased, Gao Feng replied, his eyes glistening with emotion, for they were both deeply in love. He realized that he must ensure Li Fei's safety as well as that of their camp. Zhao, let's explore the vicinity, Gao Feng suggested promptly. I'm on it. Boss, Zhao emerged from Kelly's dwelling. What is the matter? Have you discovered something new? Li Fei inquired with curiosity. Gao Feng scratched his head. All right, stay safe, Li Fei said as she returned the knife to him. Rest assured, sister-in-law. I'm here too. Zhao grinned foolishly. Gao Feng strapped the knife to his back and, accompanied by Zhao, exited the camp. Where are we headed, boss? Zhao asked with intrigue. Now that the islanders have fled, there hasn't been any movement from the wild men. They shouldn't return to the highlands, right? Zhao shared his thoughts with Gao Feng. I can't shake this feeling of unease. We have encountered two types of wild men. Let us head to the western edge of the highlands and investigate. Gao Feng responded as they walked. Zhao suddenly recalled the first wild men they encountered, the chicken-headed ones, and realized it had been a long time since they had crossed paths. If we also come across the skull-headed wild men, that would be troublesome. They soon arrived at the highlands, and due to the absence of wild men in recent days, the market was bustling once more. Gao Feng noticed the elderly gentleman selling clay pots, who appeared to be in poor spirits, likely on guard against the wild men's return. Since he can craft clay pots, could he also forge a furnace? A spark of inspiration ignited within Gao Feng, prompting him and Zhao to approach the elderly man. Good to see you again, sir. Gao Feng initiated the conversation. It's all due to the wild men. The market has seen a significant decline in customers. The old man managed a strained smile. With so few people around, why do you still sell clay pots? Zhao inquired curiously. I have no choice. My hands aren't as nimble as the young ones, so I must make a living, the old man explained. What type of furnace do you use to fire the clay pots? Gao Feng asked. Of course, I build my own clay kiln, the old man chuckled. Can your kiln smelt iron? Gao Feng inquired with a grin. What? Smelt iron? You're joking. My kiln is quite simple. Smelting iron requires a furnace, which is far more complex, the old man clarified. You mentioned that the furnace is complex, but you can make one, correct? Gao Feng felt reassured. After a moment of thought, the old man nodded. If you ever encounter the wild men and find yourself without a place to go, feel free to join us at our camp. We would gladly welcome you, and food will not be an issue, Gao Feng offered, providing the old man with the camp's location. Thank you, but I am accustomed to solitude and prefer not to burden others. However, I will consider it, the old man replied, stroking a clay pot. Gao Feng nodded, refraining from pressuring the old man to join them. They then continued westward into the woods. As they traversed the dense underbrush, a faint odor of decaying flesh wafted through the air. Boss, something's amiss, Zhao whispered, raising his nose slightly. He swiftly drew his bow, surveying his surroundings with keen vigilance. Gao Feng also became alert, catching a whiff of a scent that bore no resemblance to that of an animal's carcass. Could it be? Before Gao Feng could finish his thought, He spotted two lifeless bodies lying on the ground ahead. The two of them hurried over. Zhao Lu began to search the vicinity for any signs of an ambush. Meanwhile, Gao Feng crouched beside the corpses, examining them closely. One was a wild man of the Blue tribe, distinguished by his distinctive chicken coop hairstyle, and the other was a wild man of the Red tribe, marked by a skull-like head. A look of confusion crossed Gao Feng's face. How could these two tribes have clashed? Were they fighting over the talent of the highlands? This is troubling. Both tribes seem to have set their sights on the highlands. Gao Feng remarked, "There are no wild men nearby," Zhao Lu stated as he rushed over. Gao Feng nodded and proceeded to share his conjectures with Zhao Lu. What? Does that mean the highlands are even more perilous? Zhao Li's expression immediately darkened. Chapter 89. The wild man battle. Gao Feng's expression darkened. When soldiers come, one must defend. When water flows, one must dam. The fact that the two factions could engage in combat indicated deep-seated animosities between them, which boded well for our interests. A subtle smile graced Gao Feng's lips. Yes, let them fight. It would be best if they all perished. Zhao Lu smirked with a sinister charm. What should we do? Shall we proceed? He inquired. Yes, let us advance and see what lies ahead, Gao Feng replied, sensing further discoveries awaited them. Beyond this dense forest lay the encampment of the skeletal wild men. They had scarcely moved when the sounds of battle reached their ears. Gao Feng's senses sharpened, and he scanned their surroundings intently, his right hand gripping the hilt of his blade. Birds in the forest took to the skies in a frenzy. Gao Feng and Zhao Lu cautiously approached, soon spotting a multitude of wild men engaged in fierce combat. They swiftly concealed themselves in the underbrush, lowering their bodies to observe the unfolding scene. Boss, they are fighting. It seems there is animosity between the races, Zhao Lu whispered. It is likely a generational feud. Look how frenzied they all are, Gao Feng replied, furrowing his brow. He noted that the Chicken Coop tribe was significantly outnumbered by the Skeleton tribe, approximately 50 to 100. A jolt of alarm coursed through him. The Skeleton tribe had grown in numbers, suggesting they had devised new plans. Gao Feng's attention was drawn to 4 individuals bound to a nearby tree, 3 men and 1 woman. They were paralyzed by fear at the sight of the wildmen's clash, too terrified to utter a sound. The Chicken Coop tribe had evidently also targeted these highlanders. However, Gao Feng could not discern the leaders of either faction. They likely encountered one another en route. Some wielded stone knives while others brandished spears, clashing violently amidst a cacophony of furious roars. Yet, their voices bore significant differences, indicating a lack of mutual understanding in their languages. They fought like fearless warriors, undeterred by their numbers. Boss, those scattered individuals from the market have shielded us, Zhao Lu remarked grimly. They understand the necessity of capturing all nearby scattered individuals. Our camp will soon be in greater peril. We must prepare ourselves, Gao Feng cautioned, his brow furrowing deeper. Before long, the Chicken Coop tribe found themselves unable to withstand the onslaught, yet they did not retreat, for their numbers were vastly inferior. In their frenzied brawl, the wild men neglected the captives. Gao Feng noticed one individual gradually untying the ropes, assisting his companions in the process. They dashed toward Gao Feng's direction. Suddenly, 3 wild men from the Skeleton tribe spotted them. Armed with stone knives, they gave chase as the 4 captives sprinted for their lives. Soon, both the wild men and the captives dashed past Gao Feng. Should we save them, boss? Only 3 wild men are pursuing, Zhao Lu remarked casually. Yes, regardless of their numbers. We can allow them to join our camp, Gao Feng declared, immediately pursuing the fleeing figures. Zhao Lu, too, knocked an arrow and followed suit. Gao Feng seized the opportunity to test the prowess of his blade. He soon heard cries for help emanating from ahead. The wild men pursuing their group drew ever closer. Help me! Help me! Shouted the woman trailing behind, her voice desperate as she called out to the man in the lead. The man merely turned sharply to glance at her, yet did not halt to offer assistance. Instead, he continued to flee with haste. Gao Feng witnessed the unfortunate moment when one of the wild men overtook the woman. Swiftly, he drew his knife and hurled it forth. The blade gleamed with a blinding light under the sun, spinning gracefully in the air before plunging directly into the back of the wild man. With a cry of agony, The wild man collapsed. The woman, initially startled, caught a glimpse of Gao Feng, but, lacking time for gratitude, resumed her flight. Gao Feng extracted the knife from the wild man's body and pursued her without delay. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed past him, piercing the chest of another wild man, who fell to the ground, sliding several meters before coming to a halt. The remaining wild man, now panicked, ceased his chase and turned to charge at Gao Feng, brandishing a stone knife menacingly. Gao Feng leaped into the air, gripping the hilt of his knife, and struck downward. The clash of their weapons produced a shower of sparks as the stone knife shattered instantly. The wild man, taken aback, widened his eyes in shock, his mouth agape. In a swift motion, Gao Feng severed the man's arm and then struck again, cleaving through his thigh. The blood erupted forth in a crimson spray, arcing through the air like twin pillars. The wild man, struggling to maintain his balance, staggered backward. With a rapid dash, Gao Feng drove his knife into the man's heart. The wild man fell rigidly to the ground. Gao Feng withdrew his blade and promptly wiped away the blood. At that moment, Zhao Lu called for the 4 individuals, who halted and followed him. The woman hurriedly expressed her gratitude to Gao Feng, tears streaming down her face. "If it weren't for your intervention, I would have perished." "Xiaoyu, are you unharmed?" inquired a tall, slender man as he rushed to comfort her. "Don't touch me. You only thought of yourself. You never cared for me," Xiaoyu retorted angrily. "I came back, didn't I? Those wild men were formidable. I was frightened as well." Zhang Wei explained. "What use are you? You fled faster than anyone else. Do you even see me, your fiancé?" Xiaoyu scolded vehemently. From Gao Feng and Zhao Lu, it became apparent that Zhang Wei and Xiaoyu were betrothed, having found themselves stranded on a deserted island during their travels. Ever since the emergence of the wild men, they had been evading capture, and today, while foraging for food, they had been ensnared by the skeletal wild men. "Zhao Lu, you all wait here for a moment. I will return shortly," Gao Feng declared as he set off to ascertain the outcome of the 2 groups of wild men. "Be careful, boss." Zhao Lu responded with a nod. Upon arrival, Gao Feng found the area strewn with the corpses of wild men. Through the fallen bodies, he discerned that the skeletal tribe had emerged victorious in this confrontation. The skeletal tribesmen did not pursue further. They must have retreated to their encampment. They believed that the wild men they had chased would swiftly capture and return with the 4 Highlanders. Unbeknownst to them, all had been slain by Gao Feng and Zhao Lu. "We must hasten back and reinforce our defenses," Gao Feng proclaimed. The defeated Chicken Coop tribe would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Gao Feng quickly returned to Zhao Lu, where the bickering between Xiaoyu and Zhang Wei persisted. "How about you join our camp?" Gao Feng inquired. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu replied, "I shall join." She then positioned herself beside Gao Feng. "I can protect you. Today was merely an unfortunate incident," Zhang Wei attempted to explain. However, Xiaoyu was disinterested in his justifications. Chapter 90. The Quest for Sulfur. "What about you?" Zhao Lu inquired of the remaining members. "We shall join as well," responded the 2 men, excluding Zhang Wei. Observing Xiao Yu's determination to participate, Zhang Wei reluctantly acquiesced. "Let Zhao Lu enlighten you on the camp's regulations. Let us return," Gao Feng declared, setting off back. Zhao Lu nodded, and they trailed behind him. By the time they returned to the camp, it was already noon. Li Fei and her companions had prepared lunch, a hearty fish and potato stew. "Boss, are these individuals also joining the camp?" Lu Shuang approached, his leg nearly healed. Gao Feng nodded in affirmation. "Gentlemen, accompany me for a hunt," Lu Shuang beckoned them. "I'm not skilled in hunting. What should I do?" Zhang Wei shouted. "Then join our fishing team," Zhao Guang suggested. "I wish to join Xiao Yu's group," Zhang Wei protested loudly. "Are you even a man?" Xiao Yu shot him a disdainful glance. Only then did he agree to join the fishing team. "This fellow is troublesome," Zhao Lu remarked to Gao Feng. "Let us observe his behavior. If he proves unworthy, we can dismiss him," Gao Feng replied. "You have no meals prepared. Make do with some berries." Li Fei informed Xiao Yu and her companions. They nodded in acknowledgement. After all, as newcomers to the camp who had yet to labor, any sustenance was a boon. At that moment, Zhang Wei shouted, "I want to eat the same as you." Zhao Lu swiftly smacked him. "If you want to eat, then be off." "There is no need for such nonsense," Zhao Lu scolded. "Why resort to violence?" Zhang Wei complained, covering his face, visibly displeased. Subsequently, Gao Feng and the others ignored him, merely offering a handful of berries. As everyone finished their meal, the ground suddenly began to tremble, fissures appearing on the surface. Everyone down. It might be an earthquake. Gao Feng shouted, swiftly shielding Li Fei. What is happening? How could there be an earthquake? The group dropped to the ground, engaging in hushed discussions. After a brief interval, the tremor subsided. Fei, are you all right? Gao Feng helped Li Fei to her feet. I'm fine, she replied, smiling at him. Then she gazed skyward. Look, there's thick, gray-black smoke in the northern sky, as if a volcano has erupted, Li Fei exclaimed, pointing. Gao Feng and the others turned to look in unison. There's a volcano on this island? Gao Feng was taken aback. Then, he quickly realized that near a volcano, they would undoubtedly find what they sought. Gao Feng's spirits lifted. You're still smiling? Li Fei asked, her expression one of astonishment. Gao Feng leaned in closer to her, whispering excitedly. Li Fei's eyes brightened. Is it truly possible? That place seems far too perilous. You cannot go, she protested, her brow furrowing with concern as Gao Feng gently patted her shoulder. Recently, the wild men have increased in number. We must gather some equipment and assess the situation, Gao Feng said, his brow furrowed. Very well, but do take care, Li Fei replied, her face etched with worry. Bring a few individuals with me to the vicinity of the volcano, Gao Feng instructed Zhao Lu. Zhao Lu nodded, preparing his weapon. Gao Feng instructed the remaining members to fulfill their respective duties while remaining vigilant against the wild men. After giving his instructions, Gao Feng set off with Zhao Lu and the others. Before departing, they each carried bamboo baskets. Boss, what are we carrying these baskets for? Zhao Lu inquired with curiosity. You'll find out when we get there, Gao Feng teased enigmatically. As they passed by the stone tablet, a few bats circled overhead, lending an eerie atmosphere to the scene. It was likely the tremors from the earthquake had driven these creatures from their burrows. Gao Feng shrugged and continued onward. They traversed the forest, and ahead lay a flowing river, with another forest on the opposite bank. A colossal volcano loomed at the edge of the woods, shrouded in thick white mist, undoubtedly indicating the presence of a lake beneath it. After swimming across the river, they entered the forest, which was lush and teeming with wildlife, making it an ideal hunting ground. They soon emerged from the woods, where the terrain began to rise. Ascending slowly, they reached a natural lake nestled halfway up the mountain, its waters remarkably clear. The volcano had ceased its eruptions and settled, with some lava having flowed into the lake, creating a dense white fog that enveloped the area. Floating on the surface were numerous dead fish, victims of the rising water temperature that had scalded them. What a pity, Zhao Lu remarked as he gazed at the fish. They continued their ascent, encountering several hot springs with steam rising from their surfaces. Boss, this is a natural hot spring, Zhao Lu exclaimed, testing the temperature, which was not too hot. If only it weren't so far from the camp, we could enjoy a soak, Gao Feng chuckled. Once the high ground is secure, we can come back, Zhao Lu replied cheerfully. As they climbed higher, they were met with an increasingly intense heat. Just a little further. If you spot any yellow lumps or powder, notify me immediately. Those will be the sulfur we seek. Gao Feng wiped the sweat from his brow. It was indeed hot up there, and Zhao Lu and the others nodded in agreement. Shortly after, near a rocky outcrop, they discovered a substantial quantity of yellow sulfur. Gao Feng crouched down, exhilarated at the sight. Yes, this is sulfur. I never expected to find so much, and of such high purity. Boss, are you suggesting we can use this to make gunpowder? Zhao Li's eyes brightened. Well done. If we can indeed manufacture gunpowder, the wild men will be wary of us. It's fortunate that the earthquake reminded me of this, Gao Feng said with a smile. But isn't this still insufficient? Zhao Li questioned, puzzled. Of course. We also need saltpeter and charcoal. We must hurry. I hope we can produce some before the wild men attack. Gao Feng replied with a chuckle. Let us hurry and fill these baskets. But boss, we mustn't share this idea with that scoundrel Mike. Zhao Lu smirked mischievously. He didn't want Mike to get involved, fearing that they might turn against them one day. Soon, they filled their bamboo baskets to the brim. Let us head back, Gao Feng said with satisfaction. Now, only saltpeter remains, and it is quite difficult to procure. There's an abundance of charcoal, which is the simplest of all. Gao Feng and his companions carried sulfur on their backs as they made their way back. They remained vigilant, keenly aware of their surroundings, fearful of encountering any wild beasts. Fortunately, they returned to the camp without incident. By this time, darkness had descended. "Is this sulfur? Can be used to make gunpowder?" Lu Shuang exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. Gao Feng nodded, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Indeed, with sulfur, we have taken a crucial step towards manufacturing gunpowder. Next, we must secure the saltpeter. Everyone, please be alert and inform me immediately of any discoveries." Gao Feng instructed the group. The others nodded in agreement. "What use is this? It would be more practical to catch some fish," Zhang Wei scoffed disdainfully. "What the hell are you talking about?" Zhao Lu shot him a glare. Chapter 91. The preparation of niter and the creation of gunpowder. Zhang Wei promptly fell silent, no longer uttering a word. For dinner, they partook in roasted potatoes and berries. Subsequently, Gao Feng, Li Fei, and Zhao Lu gathered around the fire, engaging in conversation while the others retired for the night. "Is there any niter around here?" Zhao Lu scratched his head, seemingly puzzled. "It appears there isn't any nearby. Niter typically forms in alkaline soils, such as those found near old earthen walls, caves, or latrines." Gao Feng elucidated. "Then, does that mean there are no such minerals?" Li Fei inquired with curiosity. "Natural niter generally forms in arid environments with little rainfall. Given the heavy precipitation on this desolate island, the chances are exceedingly slim," Gao Feng replied promptly. "We have no earthen walls here, but there are wild men's caves." Zhao Lu said with a slight smile. "Who would dare venture there?" Li Fei chucked. "Perhaps we should reconsider searching for niter in a wild man's cave," Gao Feng mused, tilting his head. "Isn't there a latrine near our camp?" Gao Feng shrugged. "Are you referring to the pit we dug outside the camp?" Zhao Lu remarked, covering his nose. Li Fei instantly lost her appetite at the thought. Gao Feng nodded, explaining, "The soil near the latrine contains niter." They suddenly grasped the situation. "But how do we extract it from the soil? The yield must be minimal," Zhao Lu questioned, perplexed. "Watch me tomorrow," Gao Feng replied with a smile. "If it's scant, there are plenty of animal droppings around the burial site, and the soil there must be rich as well. Indeed, as long as we can produce gunpowder, we shall be invincible," Zhao Lu yawned. Li Fei gazed vacantly at the sky. "When can we leave this forsaken island?" Gao Feng embraced Li Fei, offering her solace. "Do not worry, I am here for you." Li Fei nodded, tightening her grip around him. Zhao Lu sighed. "As long as we are alive, there's hope, especially since we have been striving to survive." The three continued their discourse until late into the night before returning to rest. The fire nearby flickered, its embers glowing softly, dancing in the gentle breeze. The following morning, Gao Feng rose early to practice a set of martial arts. Soon after, Li Fei and the others emerged to prepare breakfast, consisting of a simple fish soup and berries. Gao Feng then instructed Li Fei and Zhao Lu to remain, assigning specific tasks to the remaining members. Everyone nodded in agreement. "What are you all preparing for?" Zhang Wei suddenly approached with an inquiry. "Focus on your duties. Do not ask what you ought not to," Gao Feng retorted coldly. Feeling slighted, Zhang Wei muttered and walked away. "What is so impressive about that? Is being the leader all that grand?" At that moment, Xiaoyu joined Han Bing and the others in their gathering efforts. Zhang Wei, with brazen audacity, sidled up to Xiaoyu, whispering, "Let's leave this place. I assure you I can take care of you." Xiaoyu shot him a disdainful glance before following Han Bing and the others. "Quickly, stop dawdling," Zhao Guang shouted at Zhang Wei before leading his group to fish. "Fei Fei, you all are in charge of fetching water," Gao Feng instructed. Shortly thereafter, Gao Feng and Zhao Li's group approached the latrine area, an unpleasant odor wafting towards them. They swiftly blocked their noses with cloth strips. Gao Feng discovered that the nearby soil was dark and hard, precisely the type that contained saltpeter. Soon, they set down their bamboo baskets and began to dig with makeshift wooden shovels. They quickly filled 4 baskets with saltpeter-laden soil and then returned to camp. By this time, Li Fei and the others had prepared 4 buckets, and the water tank was filled to the brim. Gao Feng and his companions emptied the soil into the buckets and then added fresh water. They stirred the mixture with wooden sticks, allowing the saltpeter to dissolve in the water, before sprinkling in some wood ash to absorb impurities. After sufficient stirring, they allowed the mixture to settle. They then poured the upper clear water into a pot and set it over a high flame to boil incessantly. Li Fei and her group used only one pot for boiling, as the others were reserved for cooking meals. How long would this take? Li Fei chuckled, occasionally stirring the pot with a wooden stick. When white crystals began to form at the bottom of the pot that indicated the presence of saltpeter, Gao Feng declared confidently, "Boss, is the remaining soil in this bucket still useful?" "It has already been used once," one of the younger members inquired. "Continue adding water and stirring. When the pot can no longer yield saltpeter, we can dispose of the soil and replace it with fresh soil to continue adding water and stirring," Gao Feng explained. They instantly understood and resumed their stirring. Since they had exerted effort to extract the soil, none of the saltpeter within could be wasted. Gao Feng was determined to extract every last bit of saltpeter from the soil. Half an hour later, "Xiao Feng, come here," Li Fei called out, beckoning Gao Feng with her hand. There appeared some white powder at the bottom of the pot, which was indeed saltpeter. Gao Feng carefully scraped the saltpeter off and placed it into a bamboo tube. "Excellent. Although it is only a small amount, it marks a promising beginning," Gao Feng exclaimed with excitement. Zhao Lu and the others shared his enthusiasm, stirring their wooden sticks with greater fervor. Thanks to Zhang Xiaomei's relentless addition of firewood, the flames blazed brightly. The saltpeter boiled swiftly, and by midday, they finally finished the process. "Boss, this is far too little. After all that hard work, it's probably less than a pound." Zhao Lu scratched his head in dismay. "We can always continue to boil more later," Gao Feng encouraged. "If we produce a more powerful explosive, this quantity could yield 3 bombs," he contemplated. Zhao Lu and the others promptly retrieved a suitable amount of sulfur from the warehouse and crushed it into powder within the bamboo tube. Charcoal was easier to procure. Gao Feng rummaged through the fire pit to find some unburned embers, covering them with soil to exclude oxygen, which would transform them into black charcoal. Finally, Gao Feng cleaned the charcoal and stored it in the bamboo tube. "Boss, you Haven team mentioned the proportions yet?" Zhao Lu remarked as they finished grinding the sulfur into powder. "Haha, according to the traditional black powder formula, we shall mix saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal in a mass ratio of 75 to 10 to 15, Gao Feng declared with pride. "I'm so looking forward to it. If the wild men come, we must ensure they experience it fully," Zhao Lu said, furrowing his brow. "Let us first create a bomb the size of a firecracker to test its power," Gao Feng suggested immediately, eliciting expressions of surprise from the others. Subsequently, Gao Feng placed 3 bamboo tubes, each containing saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal, in close proximity to one another. He meticulously measured the proportions of gunpowder and, with a bamboo spoon, extracted the powders one by one. Thereafter, he combined them to create gunpowder. "Boss, let us place the gunpowder into the bamboo tube. It can be fashioned into a rudimentary explosive," Zhao Lu proposed. Gao Feng sought a more enclosed vessel for the gunpowder, but found none available at that moment. "Very well," Gao Feng replied. He set aside a small portion of gunpowder to fashion a fuse, pouring the remainder into the bamboo tube, which was relatively small, akin to a sausage. The fuse was crafted by Gao Feng using dried leaves, upon which he placed a small quantity of gunpowder and rolled it into a strip. Chapter 92. The ceramic bomb. Gao Feng inserted the fuse into the bamboo tube and then sealed it with a wooden cork. Concerned about any possible gaps, he applied a layer of clay to ensure a tight seal. After allowing it to dry, he planned to ignite it. At that moment, the hunters and gatherers began returning to the camp one by one. Upon seeing the bamboo bomb crafted by Gao Feng, curiosity sparked among them. They set aside their catches and gathered berries, encircling him with eager anticipation. "This is our newly invented weapon. We shall test its effectiveness shortly, and your timing is perfect," Zhao Lu exclaimed, jumping with excitement. "All right, let us venture outside the camp to see how it performs." Gao Feng then carried the dried bamboo bomb outside, followed closely by the throng, akin to spectators awaiting a fireworks display. He positioned it on a tree fork, ensuring that everyone maintained a safe distance. After lighting the fuse, he swiftly retreated. A loud bang ensued, sending a plume of smoke into the air. However, the branch merely shed its bark, untouched by the explosion. Wonderful! It was a success. Many cheered joyfully. Yet, Gao Feng shook his head. The power is still too weak. The bamboo tube cannot withstand the pressure, and the explosive effect of the gunpowder has yet to be unleashed. What shall we do then? Zhao Li's expression darkened. I told you it wouldn't amount to much. Zhang Wei scoffed, earning a collective glare from the others, including Xiao Yu. Let us head back. I will ponder further solutions. Gao Feng mused while retracing his steps to the camp. Isn't there an elderly man who can craft earthen pots? Why not ask him to create some bomb casings? Li Fei suddenly suggested. Indeed, brilliant idea, Gao Feng exclaimed, giving Li Fei a sudden kiss in his excitement. The onlookers were taken aback before bursting into laughter. Boss, didn't that old man say he was accustomed to solitude? Should I bring him here by force? Zhao Lu scratched his head. As long as the appearance of wild men instills a sense of danger, he will automatically come. I have made our camp's location abundantly clear to him. Gao Feng replied with a smirk. He felt confident that the old man would soon arrive at their camp with his exceptional skills. The thought alone filled him with exhilaration. The midday meal was satisfactory, pork stew with potatoes. Lu Shuang and his group had captured 2 wild boars on the southern highlands. Soon, they were well fed and prepared for an afternoon rest. Incoming! Incoming! Cried the guards outside. Just as Gao Feng lay down to rest, the shout awakened him. He sprang out of bed and rushed toward the door, with Zhao Lu and Zhao Guang following suit. What are you stopping me for? I come to seek refuge with your leader. The old man shouted from outside, straining his neck to peer in. No one who isn't from our camp is allowed entry. The guards replied, restraining the old man's arms and attempting to pull him away. Upon recognizing the old man, Gao Feng's face lit up with joy. What is meant to come will eventually arrive. Why are you here, old man? Gao Feng inquired, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Damn it, I've encountered savages. They even wear skulls around their necks. It's terrifying, so I wish to join you. The old man gasped for breath, abandoning his previous refusals to align himself with any camp. Let him speak. Allow him to enter, Gao Feng promptly instructed. Subsequently, Gao Feng and Zhao Lu guided the old man to Gao Feng's wooden cabin. Make yourself comfortable and explain the situation, Gao Feng said as he settled onto the bed, while the old man took a seat on a bamboo chair. With a visage wrought with fear, the old man recounted. I was hiding in the grass on the western rise when I suddenly witnessed several savages slay 3 men from the highlands, dragging their bodies away. I could not remain there any longer, so I came to join you. I can craft earthen pots for you. Gao Feng nodded in satisfaction. Can you fashion ceramic pots the size of plastic bottles? I intend to use them as bomb casings. The old man was taken aback, incredulity etched across his face. What? Am I hearing correctly? This can be used to construct a bomb? Zhao Lu then recounted how Gao Feng had been making gunpowder, leaving only the shell as a missing component. The old man, realizing the implications, responded, No problem. I can make them in any size you require. The seal must be airtight to maximize the bomb's potency. Gao Feng chuckled. From now on, don't call me old man. Refer to me as Old Wang, he said, and Gao Feng and the others nodded in agreement. Should we go to your place to fire them, or should we construct a new kiln? Zhao Lu inquired. Going to your place is too dangerous. How long would it take to build a new one? Gao Feng asked. Creating these small pots is quick, but building the furnace is labor-intensive, Old Wang replied confidently. Splendid, Gao Feng exclaimed. Without further ado, grab a bamboo basket and let us head to the river to gather some clay. Old Wang rose, eager to step outside. The group shouldered their bamboo baskets and set off. As they walked, Old Wang chatted, This clay is easiest to find by the riverbank. Did you ever play with mud as children? This is the very clay. Gao Feng and the others nodded in agreement. Soon, Old Wang led them to the river, where they began their search. They quickly discovered a mound of earth along the bank. Let us dig. Be sure to remove any small stones and twigs from the clay, Old Wang instructed. He continued, Let us divide our efforts. Half of us will excavate the clay, while the other half gathers stones from the river. The group paused momentarily. Haha, the stones will be used to construct the furnace. We should prepare in advance, Old Wang chuckled. Following Old Wang's guidance, Gao Feng set to work. Before long, they filled their bamboo baskets and returned to the camp. Old Wang retrieved a clean stone and placed it on the ground. He took some clay, set it atop the stone, and meticulously removed any impurities before adding an appropriate amount of water. Like kneading dough, Old Wang repeatedly worked the clay, explaining, "This is to eliminate the air within the clay, preventing it from cracking." Li Fei and the others gathered around, captivated by Old Wang's demonstration. After a brief moment, Old Wang sculpted 5 models from clay, meticulously shaped to the dimensions of a Coca-Cola bottle, with their openings quite diminutive. Subsequently, the elder laid a layer of firewood beneath the bonfire and positioned the 5 models atop it, covering them entirely with more wood to ensure even heat distribution. Upon concluding his explanation, Old Wang promptly ignited the fire. Several hours later, he retrieved the well-fired ceramic pots, allowing them to cool before gently tapping them, producing a crisp, resonant sound. Gao Feng swiftly poured the prepared gunpowder into the 3 ceramic pots, after which Old Wang inserted the fuses and sealed the openings with clay. Once the clay at the seals had dried, Gao Feng took one of the bombs and placed it on a tree branch. He quickly ignited it and swiftly took cover. A thunderous explosion ensued, sending a vast cloud of smoke soaring into the sky, severing the tree in 2. "Haha, splendid. We have finally succeeded," Gao Feng exclaimed jubilantly. Chapter 93. The traitor. The sound of the explosion echoed far and wide, startling the birds, which took flight in panic. The crowd erupted in cheers. Gao Feng and his companions swiftly returned to the camp, where Old Wang continued to forge ahead with his work, smiling as he remarked, "Let us produce more. We can store it for future use. Let us give it a resounding name," Gao Feng suggested, looking at the others. "How about calling a grenade, huh? Let us name it destruction, huh?" The crowd chimed in, their excitement palpable. Gao Feng then shouted, "Let us call it the ceramic grenade. With this, we are invincible." However, he lamented, the quantity is still too small. Despite the limited number, if utilized at critical moments, the impact could be magnified 100-fold. The crowd cheered once more. In addition to foraging for food, they found time to continue refining the saltpeter. Gao Feng called out, informing everyone of the locations where saltpeter could be found. "We must keep the news of the grenades a secret to prevent sabotage," he said, furrowing his brow. He was unconcerned about Wang Hu and his group, but wary of Mike and his crew. The others nodded in agreement. "Zhao Lu, ensure the grenades are stored in a dry place," Gao Feng instructed earnestly. "Boss, let us build another wooden cabin to serve as our armory," Zhao Lu suggested with a grin. "And let us construct another for Old Wang. He is in charge of the furnace S construction during this period," Gao Feng added. Zhao Lu nodded in compliance. "Boss, how much iron ore do you have?" Old Wang inquired. "Not much, just a few pieces," Gao Feng replied, scratching his head. The iron ore was indeed scarce. He planned to take time to search the mountains near the islanders' camp. "Focus on constructing the furnace first. Let me know if you encounter any issues," he advised Old Wang, who nodded in agreement. Gao Feng contemplated that by refining iron, they could manufacture more weapons and tools, significantly increasing their chances of survival in the camp. Amidst their busy efforts, the sky gradually darkened. That evening, they shared a simple meal of fish soup before retreating to rest. At that moment, Gao Feng called Zhao Lu and Zhao Guang over, and they gathered by the fire to chat. "Has Zhang Wei displayed any suspicious behavior?" Gao Feng asked, his brow furrowed. "I was just about to mention that. He always slacks off while working and encourages others to do the same. He frequently disappears to the restroom for long stretches," Zhao Guang replied, his face contorted with anger. "I suspected he is not trustworthy. If it weren't for Xiao Yu being in our camp, he would have likely fled by now," Zhao Lu added, equally displeased. "By the way, I once saw him in the woods, acting furtively as if he were speaking to someone. When I approached, he was alone," Zhao Guang noted, highlighting a crucial detail. "Keep an eye on him." "Zhao Lu, hide the grenades and replace them with fakes in the box," Gao Feng said with a sly smile. "Rest assured," Zhao Lu replied, patting his chest confidently. He also noted that Zhang Wei seemed discontent with being just a foot soldier, possibly harboring ulterior motives. "Let South pay close attention to him and discern his true intentions," Gao Feng yawned. "Understood," Zhao Lu and the others nodded. They then returned to their rest. In the dead of night, a gentle breeze suddenly began to blow. Gao Feng was abruptly awakened. He quietly opened the wooden door a crack and peered into the armory. Indeed, he spotted a lewd figure gradually approaching the weapons stash. Zhang Wei, crouched low and glancing about cautiously, noticed the camp was eerily still. He stealthily opened the door without making a sound and slipped inside. Illuminated by the moonlight, Gao Feng observed everything with clarity. It seemed that this rascal had stolen a grenade, intending to take credit for Mike. As long as he refrained from stealing any other weapons, he could go ahead. Mike would undoubtedly punish him if he discovered the ruse. After a while, Zhang Wei emerged lightly, his toes barely touching the ground, carrying a wooden box filled with grenades. A smile adorned his face, revealing a glimpse of his pearly white teeth. Swiftly, he vaulted over the fence and vanished into the depths of the night. Gao Feng mused that this fellow was perhaps a touch too clever. He closed the wooden door and returned to bed, eager to witness the unfolding drama. The wind howled outside, and soon Gao Feng fell back into slumber. The boss was finally in hand. Zhang Wei, panting heavily, dashed into Mike's wooden cabin. Upon seeing Mike nestled with two stunning beauties, he swallowed hard. Being the boss here was truly delightful, unlike Gao Feng, who lacked the ability to enjoy such pleasures. The beauty glanced at him, raising her elegantly arched eyebrows, igniting a stir within Zhang Wei's heart. Mike's eyes lit up. He pushed aside the beauty he was embracing, stood up, and took the box from Zhang Wei's hands. Why only two? Mike frowned as he opened the box. I heard it's quite troublesome to make this, especially with the raw materials like saltpeter, Zhang Wei said, glancing at the beauty. Very well, you did a commendable job. I shall reward you, Mike replied, picking up one to test it. Zhang Wei quickly grasped his arm. Boss, this has tremendous power. Gao Feng and the others have already tested it. Let us reserve it for critical situations. Fine, but don't let me down, Mike said coldly, closing the box and instructing his men to place it back in the armory. Go on, let John find you a girl to play with, Mike chuckled. Boss, may I also be a manager? Zhang Wei asked with a sly grin. Oh, you'll be in charge of overseeing those who go out to find food. Anyone who doesn't hand over their food should be punished without mercy. There's no need to show these slaves any leniency, Mike yawned. Thank you, boss. Zhang Wei nodded eagerly. Let us go. John disdainfully led Zhang Wei outside, preparing a wooden cabin for him, where a bronze-skinned beauty lay waiting. This sight drove Zhang Wei wild, and he pounced upon her eagerly. The following morning, Gao Feng awoke early and began practicing his swordsmanship. He hurled a piece of wood into the air and, with a swift leap, ascended to meet it mid-air. The blade gleamed under the sunlight, slicing through the wood with a resounding crack. The wood split cleanly in two, and Gao Feng quickly sheathed his sword, landing gracefully on the ground. Excellent swordsmanship, Li Fei exclaimed with a bright smile. Boss, that scoundrel Yang Wei has vanished, Zhao Lu exclaimed as he rushed over. Gao Feng remained silent, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Zhao Lu dashed into the armory, instantly comprehending Zhang Wei's intent. Ha, someone will take care of that scoundrel. Zhao Lu chuckled with delight. At that moment, Xiao Yu ran over to Gao Feng in tears, immediately kneeling beside him. She was oblivious to the fact that the grenade had long been swapped by Zhao Lu. Boss, he stole the grenade. It's my fault, Xiao Yu said, her eyes brimming with tears. This matter does not concern you. I have heard your relationship is quite strained. What is the story? Gao Feng shrugged. Get up, Li Fei said, helping Xiao Yu to her feet. Chapter 94. Forging blades, damn it. I severed ties with him long ago, when the wild men first discovered us. He pushed me down and fled, leaving me to my fate, and he was captured too. This time, while we took advantage of the chaos among the wild men to escape, he did indeed come to my aid. I have long given up on him. Xiao Yu said with tears in her eyes, filled with rage. Such a person is not worth it. Enough of the tears. This matter is no longer your concern. Li Fei comforted her. But he stole the grenades we worked so hard to make. Xiao Yu sobbed. The ones he took were mere fakes. Gao Feng said with a smile. He then recounted the events of the previous night to everyone. That despicable beast. Xiao Yu, your decision to cut ties with him was indeed wise. That good-for-nothing will meet a wretched end. How could such a traitor appear? I had sensed his insincerity long ago. The group collectively cursed. Let us not dwell on him. In any case, we have suffered no losses. Let us each attend to our own tasks, Gao Feng declared. He then led Zhao Lu and a few others to search for iron ore in the mountains near the former encampment of the islanders. Boss, are you saying there might be iron ore in those mountains? Zhao Lu inquired. Since they found iron ore in their camp, there must be some nearby. Gao Feng replied with conviction. Soon, they traversed the charred remnants of the camp and headed towards the mountains. The mountains before them were low and sparsely vegetated. Upon reaching the foothills, they found countless stones scattered across the ground, glimmering with a metallic sheen under the sun. Gao Feng crouched down and picked up a stone, instantly recognizing it as iron ore. The group erupted in excitement. This is splendid. With iron ore, we just need Old Wang's furnace, and our Iron Age will commence. Gao Feng exclaimed with enthusiasm. Without hesitation, they began to gather the ore. In the future, whenever we need iron, we will simply return here. While they were busy collecting, a chill crept over their backs. Gao Feng paused, stood up, and glanced back. About 10 meters away, between two large stones, there was a narrow crevice. He approached, sensing the cold emanating from within. Zhao Lu and the others also halted and followed closely. Be cautious, Gao Feng instructed, brandishing his knife as he cut through the vines entwined around the entrance. The crevice was initially confined, but after walking several dozen steps, it opened into a vast chamber. It turned out to be a cavern. Come quickly, Gao Feng exclaimed with excitement, then turned and shouted. There was a stone staircase leading down to the bottom. He hurried down and discovered a small pool of water at the base. The stalactites above were of various shapes, quite beautiful. Boss, it's really cool here, Zhao Lu shouted as he entered. Let's see if there's anything valuable. Gao Feng began to search. The place was teeming with insects. Gao Feng turned over a stone, revealing a centipede hiding beneath. Boss, look at this. It's jade. We've struck it rich, Zhao Lu exclaimed, leaping with joy. Gao Feng quickly turned to see. This is a natural jade stone. It is surprising to find it here. Gao Feng caressed the surface of a jade, smooth as silk, its emerald hue captivating the eye. What should we do? Let us simply chop it and take it away, Zhao Lu suggested, preparing to strike with a stone knife. With a resounding clang, a sizable piece of jade was severed. Soon, they filled a bamboo basket. There is an abundance here. It suffices for now, and it cannot be consumed as sustenance. Once we leave this deserted island, we can gather more. Gao Feng glanced around. Zhao Lu and the others nodded in agreement. Then they made their way back outside. Before long, Gao Feng and his companions returned to the camp, bearing iron ore and jade. They unloaded their bounty, setting the iron ore aside, and then gathered everyone to admire the jade. Excitement rippled through the group as each expressed a desire for a piece of jade. Do not rush. Once Old Wang completes the furnace and we have smelted the iron, I will craft a small saw to divide the jade into pieces for everyone. Zhao Lu explained. If we were to split it with an axe, it would only shatter. It is far better to wait for the saw to yield beautiful slices for all. The group nodded in agreement. Gao Feng then approached Old Wang. In the clearing on the southern side of the camp, a furnace approximately 5 meters in height stood proudly, resembling a clay pot. Haha, Old Wang. You have succeeded, Gao Feng exclaimed with a grin. Hee, this is the result of everyone's collective effort. They all assisted me, Old Wang replied with a smile. Soon, the others rushed over. Old Wang, quickly tell us how this was made, Zhao Lu called out. At that moment, Old Wang was busy crafting a bellows from wood for blowing air. He paused, rose, and smiled, saying it's quite simple. I stacked stones while applying thick layers of refractory clay to the innermost stones, creating an enclosed chamber for the inner furnace. The small opening below is for the molten iron to flow out, the side opening is for air intake, and the top serves as an exhaust vent. What do you think? Remarkable. I brought the iron ore as well, so we can smelt iron now, Gao Feng said excitedly. Go crush the iron ore, Old Wang instructed, as he was nearing completion of the bellows. Before long, Gao Feng and the others used axes to crush the iron ore. What shall we create first, boss? Old Wang inquired. Let us start with knives, ensuring each member of the camp has one. The women's should be smaller. Then we will craft iron arrowheads for bows, followed by various tools such as axes and shovels. Gao Feng enumerated a plethora of items. No need to rush. Take your time, Old Wang chuckled, scratching his head. Gao Feng nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Old Wang fashioned 4 knife molds from clay, 2 large and 2 small. He then laid a thick layer of charcoal at the bottom of the furnace, followed by a layer of crushed iron ore, and continued alternating layers of charcoal and ore. Soon, the charcoal within the furnace ignited, and the bellows steadily fanned the flames, ensuring the charcoal burned thoroughly. The furnace must maintain a high temperature. Under intense heat, charcoal reacts with oxygen to form a reducing agent, which then interacts with the iron or to ultimately yield iron. 3 hours later, Old Wang opened the outlet at the bottom of the furnace, and a stream of crimson liquid, molten iron, flowed forth, perfectly filling the prepared molds. The crowd erupted in excitement as the 4 molds were filled to the brim. Once cooled, 4 rough cast iron pieces took shape. However, this was not sufficient. The impurities within were considerable. They placed the iron back into the fire to continue heating it until it glowed red. Then, using the back of an axe, they relentlessly hammered it to expel the impurities, thus obtaining a fine blade, as Old Wang elucidated. Zhao Lu and his companions swiftly set to work. Half an hour later, they immersed the hammered blade in cold water, producing a sharp hiss. The blade began to take on a more defined form, and they proceeded to sharpen its edge against a stone, enhancing its sharpness further. Chapter 95. The Wild Girls. Subsequently, they crafted numerous knife handles and sheaths made of bamboo. "Give me one, please." The clamorous voices of the crowd rose and fell. "Do not rush. Let's first distribute them to the captains of each team," Zhao Lu shouted. The crowd nodded in agreement. Once the blades were sharpened to perfection, Zhao Lu ran his finger along the edge, confirming its keen sharpness. He soon possessed a knife of his own. Gao Feng decided to enhance their weaponry, transforming everyone into warriors, a nation of soldiers. The archers were equipped not only with bows and arrows, but also with a knife and a dagger. Others, in addition to shields and spears, were similarly armed. In combat, such equipment rendered them fearless in both ranged and close encounters. Coupled with the use of grenades on this deserted island, their armament was virtually unbeatable against an equally numbered foe. As twilight descended, Gao Feng and his companions had a simple meal of fish soup. Old Wang, along with some others, was still engaged in smelting iron. "Make sure to rest. Do not overexert yourself."